My name is Li Xia. The good news is I transmigrated into a cultivation world with decent talent. The bad news is there is another soul inside this body. A woman. Completely love-blind. Even worse, she and I take turns controlling the body every day. What are you muttering about? Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously. Nothing, just Never mind, just lamenting fate. By the way, did you read this book before you transmigrated? Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the endless winding mountain path ahead, her tone curious. Not at all. Li Xia shook his head helplessly. The biggest problem now wasn't that he transmigrated into a book, but that he had no idea whether he had landed in a male-oriented or female-oriented novel. In a male-oriented novel, you just cultivate, either stay low all the way until you chop people till your hands cramp, or just start chopping directly, no need to worry about that much. But if it was a female-oriented novel, Li Xia dared not imagine what kind of world that would be. So in your male-oriented novels, do you just kill everyone on sight without reasoning? Shu Qiuqiao asked out of curiosity. Not really, sometimes we do reason with people. Li Xia shook his head slightly, explaining patiently. Huh? When? Shu Qiuqiao sounded somewhat surprised. When your cultivation is lower than theirs, of course. We're here. Amid the chatter, the two, or rather the one, arrived at the mountain gate. The mountain gate before them was majestic and towering, perched on a sheer cliff. Two colossal stone lions stood guard on either side, suppressing any challengers. Above the gate hung an enormous stele in the shape of a sword engraved with the sect's name, Lingyan Palace. Inside, the courtyard was spacious, shaded by green trees with birdsongs and floral scents. A clear pond before the corridor revealed goldfish swimming playfully. On both sides stood multiple pavilions and towers arranged in graceful layers, displaying magnificent grandeur. From afar, the rear hall of the sect could be seen towering atop the mountain peak, standing firm, as if a passage connecting heaven and earth, making one feel the vastness and depth of the path of cultivation. What a beautiful mountain gate! Shu Qiuqiao cried out in surprise. I hope the gate looks this beautiful when the whole sect gets massacred, Li Xia thought with an inward shrug. Just then a disdainful snort came from the side. Well, well, what rustic bumpkins dare to make noise before our immortal sect's gate? Shu Qiuqiao looked up and saw a female disciple. If Li Xia were to rate her looks, she was about a 7 or 8 out of 10. But she had a pair of charming, pitiful eyes, and her entire aura became soft and endearing because of those eyes. She looked like a pure white lotus. It's a shame she had a mouth, Li Xia thought to himself. Senior sister you are. Shu Qiuqiao's words were cut off by the woman. Don't call me senior sister, I am a personal disciple of the third elder. Someone like you, a country girl. Are you male or female? Whatever, someone like you will start as a servant at best, and when you see me you'll have to call me martial uncle. It was not surprising that the female disciple couldn't tell whether Li Xia Shu Qiuqiao was male or female. Li Xia and Shu Qiuqiao shared a face that was both masculine and feminine, with a hint of cold pride between the brows, deep eyes, and delicate contours, the sharp lines of a man and the soft curves of a woman. Usually when they swapped, they would choose different clothes to better express their gender identity. As for actual gender, don't ask, asking won't do you any good. Well, senior sister, actually I am. What actually? If you want to enter, you'll be a servant. Hurry up and get in, don't stand in the doorway blocking the light. Huh? I really can't take this anymore. Li Xia took a deep breath inwardly. Hey Shu Qiuqiao, what cultivation level are we? Golden Core Y. Shu Qiuqiao replied subconsciously in her mind. And that girl, what level is she? Shu Qiuqiao looked the female disciple up and down, and for a moment couldn't tell. Seriously, did you skip all your cultivation theory? She's at Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment. Is the sword at your waist just for show? Draw it and cut her down. I think it's not good to cut someone down over such a small matter. Let's try reasoning with her first, and besides, we are on an important mission. As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao pulled a token from her bosom and simultaneously removed the concealment of her aura. In an instant, spiritual energy raged, forcing the female disciple back several steps until she fell to the ground. Her meticulously designed white dress was immediately stained with dirt. Well, I have come to your sect on business. Shu Qiuqiao's voice was gentle. Could you trouble yourself to introduce me? I wish to see your sect leader. Who comes here? How dare you cause trouble outside the mountain gate of my Lingyang Palace? A streak of light instantly shot through the gate and landed beside the female disciple. Wow, a cultivation handsome guy. And he's the cold type, so cool. Shu Qiuqiao, you do realize I can hear your thoughts, right? Li Xia sighed and sized up the person before him. Tall and straight with a face as handsome as a sculpture. A head of jet black long hair, slightly curled strands gently fluttering in the wind, exuding a unique aloof temperament. His slender brows were slightly raised, radiating a cold and distant air that discouraged anyone from approaching. But these were not the main points. Li Xia only paid extra attention to the man's cultivation base, peak foundation establishment, half-step core formation. Cultivators in this world divide the path of cultivation into various stages: chi, refining, foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent, soul, spirit, severing, body, integration, void, transcendence, and Mahayana. As for what lies beyond, that is the so-called immortal. But for Li Xia at present, discussing immortals was meaningless. Within the great Xia dynasty, the strongest cultivator on the surface was the sect master of his peach orchard temple, merely a peak nascent soul cultivator. The cold man glared at Shu Qiuqiao and said coldly, Why are you humiliating the disciples of my Lingyang Palace outside our mountain gate? Even if you have golden core cultivation, I Shen Qingfeng will not fear you in the slightest. Huh? How the hell did I humiliate your disciple? It was that woman who jumped up without using her eyes, wasn't it? Hey sis, aren't you going to cut them down now? If you delay any longer, you'll get inner demons. Senior brother Shen. It hurts so much. That white lotus girl tugged at Shen Qingfeng's sleeve with a delicate expression, the arrogance from before completely gone. Senior brother Shen. Don't be afraid, want him here. No matter where you come from or what your purpose is, please wait. My Lingyang Palace will never ignore such provocation. At that moment, she truly looked like a pitiable white lotus. Li Xia felt disgusted. What are you disgusted about? Don't all you men fall for this type? Shu Qiuqiao silently spat and retorted. I can't cut down this pair of dogs and bitches. That's what truly makes me sick. Ruan, it's okay, he'll take you back for treatment. Shen Qingfeng helped Ruan up with a pained expression. His previous coldness completely vanished. Hey! Seeing Shen Qingfeng about to leave, Shu Qiuqiao quickly stepped forward, intending to hand over the talisman of Taoyuan Temple, but her words were interrupted by Ruan's cry of pain. Senior brother Shen. Don't be afraid, want him here. Whoever you are and wherever you come from, please wait. My Lingyang Palace will not turn a blind eye to such provocation. Shen Qingfeng turned back and cast a cold glance, then vanished in a streak of light. Shu Qiuqiao could only see the proud look thrown by the female disciple named Ruan. What kind of people are these? Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly. Everyone in this sect seemed to have something wrong with their heads. Seriously, you still didn't cut them down? Li Xia also sighed, but his perspective was slightly different. Don't you think those two were so idiotic? Could it be we're in a female-oriented web novel? Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao immediately perked up. Female-oriented is good. I'm an expert at female-oriented novels. I've read thousands of them and know all the tropes. Interesting. Li Xia shrugged indifferently. As if having entered her familiar territory, Shu Qiuqiao immediately became lively. Since it's a female-oriented novel, don't interrupt. Just watch me use my expert skills to make them lose their wives and scatter their families. No, make them lose everything. No, what should I say in a situation like this? At that moment, a young man with a warm expression walked out of the sect. He appeared only about 23 or 24, with a gentle countenance that felt like a spring breeze. Despite his youthful appearance, Li Xia could sense the surging aura within him. This man's cultivation base should be second only to his own. There were only a few with core formation or above in Danyang Palace, and only one could rival himself. It seemed the person before him was their contact target, the sect master of Danyang Palace, Danyangzi. All right, just take out the talisman, state our business, and we can head back. Li Xia sighed and said this. No. However, Shu Qiuqiao replied resolutely. I'll infiltrate Danyang Palace as a loose cultivator, dismantle them from within, and make them know my power. Are you out of your mind? Li Xiao frowned. At that moment Dan Yangzi spoke. Fellow Taoists, have you come to join my Danyang Palace as a loose cultivator? Not you too. Are you also out of your mind? Li Xiao was astonished. Upon receiving Shu Qiuqiao's affirmative reply, Dan Yangzi's heart surged with unexpected delight. In the great Xia kingdom, though the Danyang Palace was not among the weakest sects, it could hardly be deemed exceedingly formidable. Once the Danyang Palace had flourished to its zenith, capable of overpowering even the Taoyuan Temple. At its peak, the sect boasted 3 nascent soul true persons and 7 golden core cultivators. But times had changed, talents within the sect withered away. With the passing of the 3 nascent soul elders into oblivion, he, a disciple of modest accomplishments, was left to inherit the mountain gate. Now including Shen Qingfeng, who was halfway to forming his golden core, the sect had only 3 golden core cultivators, barely ranking among the top 15 in the great Xia kingdom. Yet a lean camel is still larger than a horse. The Danyang Palace still retained considerable resources and celestial treasures. During this period, Dan Yangzi had been relying on these remaining resources to recruit disciples and rogue cultivators striving to restore the Danyang Palace's prestige. Now that Shu Qiuqiao had arrived, Dan Yangzi felt as if a pillow had been handed to him just as drowsiness set in. You all are sick. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when it's time to switch bodies. Li Xiao cursed under his breath, sinking his mind into rest, too lazy to even watch Shu Qiuqiao's maneuvers. Then, this fellow Taoist, I haven't yet asked your name. Dan Yangzi was about to usher Shu Qiuqiao inside when he realized he hadn't inquired about her name, hastily adding, You may call me Shu Qiao. Shu Qiuqiao replied with a smile. Very well, Taoist Shu Qiuqiao, allow me to first show you around my Danyang Palace, shall I? Naturally, there's no objection. Just as Dan Yangzi was about to lead Shu Qiuqiao through the mountain gate, a cool figure appeared before them. Master! Shen Qingfeng, returning to the mountain gate, spotted Dan Yangzi and promptly bowed. Qingfeng, you've arrived just in time. This is Taoist Shu Qiuqiao. Taoist Shu Qiuqiao, this is my disciple Shen Qingfeng. We have already met once before. Shu Qiuqiao smiled faintly, appearing utterly unconcerned with past events. However, at that moment, a discordant voice emerged from behind Shen Qingfeng. So this senior Shu Qiuqiao is a rogue cultivator seeking refuge. Ruan stepped out from behind Shen Qingfeng, bending her knees slightly in a delicate, frail manner. It was Ruan who was discourteous earlier. Since we are to be fellow cultivators of the Danyang Palace, I will not hold Taoists' actions against me. What did I do to you? Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned, missing the perfect moment to retort. Before she could respond, Dan Yangzi asked, Did something unpleasant occur earlier at the mountain gate? Nothing much, just. Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish, Ruan interrupted in a sweet, delicate voice. It's nothing. Earlier at the mountain gate, I asked Senior what business she had here, and she accidentally knocked me to the ground. It was Ruan's lack of skill. Senior likely didn't intend to harm me. I'm simply too weak, which is why I was injured. How can you? Shu Qiuqiao's words were cut short once more, this time by Shen Qingfeng. Taoist Shu Qiuqiao claims to seek refuge with my Danyang Palace, yet behaves so arrogantly, injuring a disciple at our mountain gate. Master, forgive my presumption, but I cannot in good conscience allow this Taoist to join our sect. Shen Qingfeng's handsome, cool face bore a trace of barely concealed anger and disdain. Though the Danyang Palace now lacks talents, its foundation remains. We must be wary of those with ulterior motives toward our sect. What? Your trashy treasures aren't worth me coveting. Li Xiao roared inwardly. Didn't you go to sleep? I can't bear to listen. Seriously, you're not going to kill them? Are you saving them for New Year's? Trust me, this is clearly a female-centric story. Your male-oriented approach of fighting and killing won't work. Watch how I resolve this. Shu Qiuqiao smiled confidently. The moment that little white lotus appeared, 1,000 methods for dealing with a green tea bitch flooded her mind. She then said, Taoist Shen, your words are biased. We cultivators merely seek to advance further. Where do all these ulterior motives come from? Moreover, if we speak of motives, we rogue cultivators join your esteemed sect merely seeking Dharma companions, wealth, and a blessed land. Since your sect wishes to recruit talents broadly, shouldn't you be willing to offer something in return? What? You're actually reasoning with him, Li Xiao muttered. This Dan Yangzi, witnessing the situation, was somewhat at a loss. He indeed wished to recruit cultivators to bolster the sect. But Shen Qifeng was his most favored disciple, possessing exceptional talent in cultivation, with the potential to even reach the nascent soul stage. If Shu Qiuqiao were admitted and conflict arose between them, his position as sect leader would become quite awkward. Just then Wan tugged at Shen Qifeng's sleeve. "Senior brother Shen Wan hasn't truly been harmed. Uncle Master, recruiting rogue cultivators is for the sect's future development. There's no need for you to be so angry on Wan's account." Hearing this, Dan Yangzi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his most beloved junior disciple was sensible and knew to mediate. Retreating to advance such profound art. To Shu Qiuqiao's ears, these words carried a different meaning. This little white lotus was ostensibly mediating, but was actually fanning the flames. As expected, upon hearing Wan's words, Shen Qifeng showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he looked down at Wan with a pained expression. "Wan, you needn't humble yourself like this. Your brother will not allow this person of unknown origin to enter the Danyang Palace's mountain gate today." With that, he abruptly drew the sword at his waist. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, pointing directly at Shu Qiuqiao. "If you do not descend the mountain today, do not blame me for being discourteous." "Ah, is the battle sequence coming this quickly?" Shu Qiuqiao was startled. "No, Li Xiao, a fight is about to break out. Get up quickly, I don't know how to fight." Staring at the cold gleam of the blade pointed directly at her, Shu Qiuqiao's face remained eerily calm, yet inwardly she was screaming. However, Li Xia, who had been complaining just moments ago, now emitted not a single sound, as if his mind had sunk entirely into the depths. In other words, he had fallen asleep. This instantly plunged Shu Qiuqiao into a dilemma. She truly did not know how to fight. The mere sight of blood made her tremble. Now, with a sword pointed at her, her mind was filled with nothing but "my life is over." She could think of nothing else. "Well, now can't we discuss this peacefully? Why resort to blades and spears and spoil the harmony?" Shu Qiuqiao silently took a step back, doing her best to keep her voice from trembling, but Shen Qifeng still detected her unease. "You, a golden core cultivator, actually dare not face the sword of me, a half-step core formation cultivator? Could it be that your cultivation base is also fake? Relying on some fortuitous encounter to disguise your cultivation, and then planning to come to my Danyang Palace to cheat and freeload?" Yet Shen Qifeng not only showed no sign of sheathing his sword, but instead pressed forward a step, his clear cold eyes fixed intently on Shu Qiuqiao. "What's the matter? Draw your sword. Afraid? You dare to bully a mere chi condensation cultivator, but you don't dare to face my blade. We are all reasonable people, why must it come to this?" Shu Qiuqiao pressed one hand on the hilt of her sword. Despite her words, she had never been skilled in combat. Her swordsmanship was a complete mess, and she only knew a few flashy superficial spells. If a real fight broke out, she might not even be a match for Shen Qifeng, especially with Dan Yangzi watching from the side. What should she do? Should she flee? A wave of regret washed over Shu Qiuqiao. At this moment, Dan Yangzi also sensed something amiss, and his usually gentle face instantly turned cold. "Qifeng is right. Given your level of cultivation, this behavior is indeed unfitting. What exactly is your purpose in coming to my Danyang Palace?" It's not. Am not. I didn't." Shu Qiuqiao, a mere female college student, had never faced such a situation. Flustered and at a loss, she suddenly remembered the token from Taoyuan Temple tucked in her bosom. The thought of that token steadied her a little. It was fine. Even though things had gone awry, as long as she took out the token, she could prove her identity. After all, considering Taoyuan Temple's reputation, they wouldn't dare to harm her. She had only come to deliver a message in the first place. It's fine. It's fine. Thinking this, she quickly reached into her bosom to retrieve the token, but a flash of sword light stung her finger, causing her to let out a low whimper of pain. Several drops of blood trickled down her slender fingers, falling onto her collar, and leaving behind a few vivid crimson blossoms. "Fellow Taoist Shu, it's best not to make any sudden moves." Hearing Shen Qifeng's icy words, Shu Qiuqiao stared at the blood flowing from her fingertips, as if truly stunned into silence, remaining speechless for a long time. Silence reigned before the mountain gate. Not a single bird chirped, not even a whisper of wind stirred. Only the sound of the bell marking the hour echoed through the peaks. Dong! 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 The bell tolled 10 times. Finally, it's the hour of you. Shu Qiuqiao slowly raised her head. Her face had not changed, yet it seemed to have transformed significantly. The original Shu Qiuqiao gave off a gentle impression at first glance, like a soft, pristine flower, pure and untainted. But now Shu Qiuqiao's exquisitely contoured face evoked a masculine sharpness, while the lingering feminine softness added a hint of eerie allure. He glanced at the cut on his finger, then at Shen Qingfeng, who was pressing forward with his sword, and smiled faintly. The next second a jet of blood burst upward. A head spun twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust laced with blood. Blood stained his robes, and the small vivid blossoms on his collar were instantly overwhelmed by the far more striking crimson. In mere seconds, he was clad in a blood-red Taoist robe. Ah! One scream echoed beyond the mountain gate. A token was sent flying, and countless streaks of light shot up from various peaks converging on this spot. But Li Xiao merely flicked the long sword in his hand, casually wiping away a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth. You all had a great time playing the let's be reasonable game, didn't you? Now it's my turn to play. Why would you do this? Dan Yang's actions outpaced his words. The treasured sword had already appeared in his hand. With a single leap, he instantly arrived before Li Xiao. Do I need a reason? Li Xiao raised his hand to block Dan Yang's formidable strike, his eyes sweeping sideways to where Wan sat frozen on the ground in terror, as countless streams of light flew toward the sect gate. According to Li Xiao's speculation, facing a golden core cultivator, they would not activate the sect-protecting grand formation immediately. As the saying goes, a single cannon shot costs 10,000 in gold. The full activation of the sect-protecting formation was no different, consuming an untold number of spirit stones every moment. In other words, he could completely annihilate these love-struck fools before they were forced to deploy the grand formation. Wait, we just argued and you're really killing us! Shu Qiuqiao let out a silent scream in her mind. If you draw your sword, you'd better be ready to be cut down. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiao parried another strike from Dan Yangzi, roaring inwardly, as he countered with a thrust aimed straight at Dan Yangzi's heart. This brat's methods are utterly ruthless. Dan Yangzi barely dodged the blow, a bloody gash carved across his chest, drawing another shriek from Wan. At that moment, a third figure forcefully intervened in the battle. Yang Zuzi, the third golden core cultivator of Danyang Palace. Or rather, the second. Li Xiao mused silently. Can we win? Should we run? It's 2 lives at stake. Ah! What have you done? What have you done? Amid Shu Qiuqiao's screams, Li Xiao lunged at Dan Yangzi, seizing his wrist to block the next sword strike. Just as Dan Yangzi wrenched free from Li Xiao's iron grip, Li Xiao delivered a vicious kick straight to Dan Yangzi's dantian. Dan Yangzi was sent stumbling back several feet. Yang Zuzi had just stepped forward, still disoriented by the battle, when Li Xiao suddenly closed in. In an instant, Li Xiao's sword tip struck Yang Zuzi's chest. With a swift twist of the hilt, the blade slid downward along his torso. Amid Yang Zuzi's agonized screams, Li Xiao brutally disemboweled him, his entrails spilling from the gruesome wound and pooling on the ground. Ugh! Ugh! Li Xiao, you! Ugh! Can you stop vomiting inside my head? Li Xiao sighed inwardly, thinking this might still be a bit too intense for a female college student. At this point, Dan Yangzi returned to the fray, only to find beside Shen Qingfeng's headless corpse another gruesome cadaver, his own junior brother. He was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes blazing with fury, as he charged with reckless abandon, sword in hand, like a beast enraged. I'll kill you! Loud but useless. Li Xiao sidestepped Dan Yangzi's wild swings, and with a backhanded stroke severed his sword arm at the shoulder. Blood sprayed as Dan Yangzi collapsed helplessly. Time for a victory speech. Li Xiao stood over him, sword pointed at Dan Yangzi's brow. WH. Why? Dan Yangzi coughed up blood, asking with difficulty. Because? Never mind, no reason. Li Xiao actually pondered the question for a moment, but quickly abandoned the thought. Killing is killing. Why all the reasons? He raised his sword, his voice as cold as frost. Villains die from talking too much and am no villain. Farewell. Just as Li Xia was about to end Dan Yang's life, Ruan suddenly threw herself between them. Please don't kill my senior uncle. Ruan wept profusely, her delicate face streaked with tears, yet she appeared not ugly but rather pitifully endearing. This is all my fault, senior. If you spare my senior uncle, I'll be your slave, your servant. I'll work like a beast of burden. Just please let him and Danyang Palace live. Ruan, you don't have to do this. Watching her weep, Dan Yangzi struggled to rise but failed. Her crying. It's even getting to me. Hey Li Xia, maybe we. Even Shu Qiuqiao, who had sworn to tear apart homewreckers, felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of Ruan's tears. Besides, they hadn't really done much. Perhaps death was too harsh. Work like a beast of burden, meaning you'll do anything I say. Li Xia looked Ruan up and down. She flinched under his unabashed gaze, but still straightened herself, displaying her slender figure. Hey Li Xia, what are you doing? You lecher, what are you going to do to Ruan? Shu Qiuqiao and Dan Yangzi both roared. What am I doing? What do you think I should do at a time like this? Li Xia shrugged, unsure if he was answering Dan Yangzi or Shu Qiuqiao, then flicked his sword, twirling it into a dazzling flourish. Hey Li Xia, this plot is about to breach the age rating. You. Shu Qiuqiao was about to say more, but let out another scream. Dan Yangzi could only stare in shock as the beautiful head like a ball rolled from the fair neck. Of course I cut it off. What should I keep her for New Year's? Li Xia said with an easy grin. Ruan. Dan Yangzi crawled laboriously to Ruan's side, lifting the head that had not yet closed its eyes, attempting to reattach it to the neck. At this moment, Ruan's eyes still held a lingering shock, uncertain whether it was astonishment at the killer's decisiveness, or shock that his never-failing charm had suddenly ceased to work. Just kill me! After a few futile attempts, Dan Yangzi seemed to resign himself to fate, kneeling on the ground with Ruan's head cradled in one arm, as if awaiting the judgment of destiny. Li Xia, no, this is really a bit too much. I told you not to retch in my head. Li Xia shrugged, then amidst Shu Qiuqiao's screams, he once again severed Dan Yang's head with a single sword stroke. Just as Li Xia cut off Dan Yang's head and casually kicked it aside, the mini Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples of Danyang Palace had only just arrived. Well, we've killed enough, how about we leave? Shu Qiuqiao said weakly in her mind. What are you saying? This time it was Li Xia's turn to look astonished. I mean, we've killed all 3 golden core cultivators in their sect. This should be enough, right? How about we go? Shu Qiuqiao explained again, but Li Xia still shook his head in utter incomprehension. Look, the Danyang Palace from top to bottom, including the servants, has 300 disciples. Right. I guess. Shu Qiuqiao was also uncertain. So among those 300 might there be some who hold a grudge against us? There probably will be. After all, we killed their sect master, senior brother, and elders. After today, Danyang Palace will likely disband. Then think about it. What if among those 300 there's a hidden cultivation prodigy who reaches a higher level than us in the future and comes back for revenge? Well? Seeing Shu Qiuqiao at a loss for words, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. So the best course of action now is to kill them all right here. Eliminate the root of future trouble. By now night had fallen, the moonlight was faint, and a cold wind swept through the broken palace gates, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Xia stood as straight as a pine, his silver hair gently fluttering in the night breeze. His gaze was cold, sweeping over the trembling disciples, as if appraising ants. There is no need for fear. Li Xia's voice was calm and hard, echoing through the empty hall. I did not come here tonight to slaughter the innocent. The disciples breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately tensed up again, uncertain of his next move. However, Danyang Palace no longer has any reason to exist. Li Xia walked forward slowly, his footsteps unnaturally clear in the silent night. He raised his palms slightly, and a powerful wave of true qi began to coalesce in the air. Li Xia's true qi surged like a tidal wave, causing the entire palace to tremble faintly. Tonight I will erase Danyang Palace from the world of cultivation. As his words fell, he suddenly thrust his palm, unleashing a colossal torrent of true qi like a violent storm. The pressure in the air grew immense, the structures of Danyang Palace began to crack, and stone bricks flew in all directions. More than 300 disciples screamed in panic, desperately channeling their meager true qi to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Xiao's palm strike was like divine judgment, leveling the entire Danyang Palace in an instant. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding the whole area in smoke. Sharp winds as keen as flying swords scattered in all directions, as if endowed with a will of their own, chasing every living being. As the dust gradually settled, not a single stone remained standing in Danyang Palace, and Li Xiao's figure still stood unmoving like a mountain. His gaze was indifferent, sweeping over the ruined Danyang Palace, yet his heart remained utterly calm. By now the ruins of Danyang Palace were strewn with corpses. Shattered stones and broken beams littered the debris, and the crumbling walls emitted a faint haze of dust. The ground was covered in bodies. The cultivators and disciples of the palace had become a bloody wreckage. Amidst the ruins, countless corpses lay scattered on the ground, some crushed under rubble, others twisted and deformed, their blood staining the earth. The bodies of the cultivators reeked of thick blood, their pale faces etched with the terror and despair of death. Young disciples lay piled together, some with their heads severed, others with deep wounds still gushing blood. In a corner at the edge of the ruins, the corpse of a cultivator still sat upright, as if guarding the palace in his final moment. His eyes were hollow, his hands gripping a broken sword. Blood had soaked through his robes, yet his posture remained resolute and unyielding. "Stop screaming! Stop screaming!" Ever since Li Xiao began the slaughter, Shu Qiuqiao's screams had not ceased, annoying him endlessly. "Seriously, you really killed them all? We are righteous cultivators, not demonic cultivators. Righteous cultivators, do you even understand what that means? Well, no one here can spread the news that I killed them, and as long as my cultivation is high enough, who dares to say I'm not righteous?" Li Xiao shrugged, then took one last look around, let out a long sigh and murmured. "Shattered stones bury heroic souls, crumbling walls weep all spirits away. Cultivators' corpses stain the ground with blood, past glories now turned to smoke. Cold moon, waning sun break the heart, desolate realm, bleak wind weeps in solitude. The palace gates stand empty unasked, who pities the glory now turned to cold grass and trees? Since I've had my fill of killing today, I shall take my leave. Who are you saying that to?" Shu Qiuqiao was stunned, then saw Li Xiao turn and leave the mountain gate. Halfway, with lightning speed, he darted through the woods nearby and crouched in a dead corner of the ruins. "Hey Li Xiao, what are you doing?" Shu Qiuqiao was stunned again. "Shu, keep quiet." Li Xiao made a shushing gesture in his mind. "The real show is just beginning." Then a half-grown child was seen struggling to free himself from the rubble. Amidst the ruins, dust swirled in the air, painting a desolate, apocalyptic scene. The former splendor of Danyang Palace had been reduced to nothing but crumbling walls and charred wooden pillars, silently recounting the brutality of yesterday. On the central square, beneath heaps of rubble and bricks, lay the bodies of child disciples and fellow apprentices. Their faces, even in death, still bore expressions of shock and reluctance. In this silent wreckage, a 10-year-old child clad in a tattered Taoist robe struggled to crawl out from a pile of broken stones. His small face was smeared with dust and blood, and his trembling hands pushed aside the rocks pressing down on him. When he stood up, his gaze passed through the training hall where he once practiced meditation. The walls there were utterly destroyed, leaving only debris behind. His eyes were filled with pain and hatred, lingering on familiar faces. Those fellow apprentices who once laughed and played with him were now nothing but cold corpses. His small hands clenched involuntarily, the dirt and blood between his fingers forming muddy stains. A surge of intense hatred and despair welled up in the child's heart. His gaze swept over the fragmented remnants of life and rested upon the broken sect banner. He knelt down, picked up a torn piece of the banner, and gripped it tightly in his hand. Tears mingled with the mud. "I will take revenge," he whispered hoarsely, his voice small, but filled with determination and fury. His small body trembled as he resolved to make the world pay for the destruction of Danyang Palace. At that moment, the dust in the air seemed to be swept away by an invisible force, and Li Xiao's figure appeared silently behind him. Li Xiao's face was expressionless, his deep eyes fixed on the child. He quietly observed the small figure driven by hatred and despair, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. Little one, can the revenge you seek bring you what you truly desire? Li Xiao's voice was low, echoing through the silence of the ruins. No, Li Xiao, wait. He's just a child, just a child. Shu Qiuqiao quickly shouted in her mind. Rest assured, my broadsword does not strike the young or the old. Li Xiao gently patted the child's shoulder and said with a smile. Now tell me, do you truly desire revenge? Yes. A fierce killing intent burst forth from the child. Li Xiao smiled and nodded. Not bad, quite ambitious. Just as Shu Qiuqiao breathed a sigh of relief, Li Xiao abruptly drew the long sword from his waist and ran it through the child's heart. The child only trembled lightly a few times before falling silent. Li Xiao, didn't you say? I did say my broadsword does not strike the young or the old. Li Xiao pulled the long sword from the child's chest, casually flicked off the blood, and said with an innocent expression, But I have always used a sword. Looking down at the child, who stared with unseeing eyes, Li shook his head slightly, drew his sword, and prepared to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and cut off the child's head with one stroke. Li Xiao, what are you doing now? I once read a novel. Li Xiao replied earnestly. In that novel, the protagonist's family was slaughtered when he was young, and he survived because his heart was on the right side. But I didn't want to search for the heart, so I simply cut off his head. Shu Qiuqiao fell silent. Then in her silence, she watched Li Xiao walk out through the mountain gate again, only to circle back and return to the corner where he had just been hiding. Li Xiao, what do you mean? Shu, the real protagonist always shows up at this moment. Li Xiao shushed her and waited patiently. Sure enough, another little child emerged from the ruins, looked around, and then fell to his knees with a thud before the body of the first child. Aye. Before the little child could speak, Li Xiao appeared behind him again. The little child looked up at Li Xiao, then at the headless companion, and sighed deeply. Don't mess with a new account. Don't worry, let's play a little game. If you win, I won't kill you. Li Xiao smiled as he pulled out a piece of candy and a small knife. Choose. Choose correctly and you live. What does this mean? Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously. If he chooses the knife, it means this child's killing intent is too strong, and he cannot be allowed to live. And if he chooses the candy? If he chooses the candy, it means this child's mind is too deep, and he cannot be allowed to live. What if he chooses both? If he chooses both, it means this child's greed is not shallow, and he cannot be allowed to live. At that moment, the little child looked left and right, then withdrew his hand and chose nothing. Thank goodness. Shu Qiuqiao breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed this child was quite clever, having accurately chosen the correct answer from the 4 options. However, she saw a flash of sword light in Li Xiao's hand once more. The child, who had been standing there just moments ago, was now split in 2 from the middle, dead beyond any doubt. Choosing nothing at all means this child is full of rebelliousness, and he cannot be allowed to live. Li Xiao clapped his hands, looked around, walked over to the ruins, where the 2 children had emerged, and slowly peered inside. At that moment, a little girl was trembling, curled up there, not daring to move. Little one, I hid much better than you back in my day. A creepy smile spread across Li Xiao's face. So I told you to invite Dan Yongzi of the Danyang Palace to this year's Immortal Cultivation Convention, and you ended up annihilating his entire sect. The jade slip was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Ah. Well, it's probably something like that. Shu Qiuqiao fidgeted, staring at her toes, while frantically seeking help in her mind. Li Xiao, look at the mess you've made. Think of something to tell Master now. What's there to explain? Li Xiao sneered inwardly. Just tell the old monster that we were thorough. All 337 souls in the entire sect, from the sect leader to the children, are confirmed dead. We shook the eggs until the yolks were scrambled, split the earthworms lengthwise, and poured boiling water into every ant nest. No one will ever trace it back to our Taoist Peach Blossom Temple. When others investigate, well, pin the blame on the demonic path. Say the Danyang Palace was suddenly attacked by demonic forces, and the Taoist Peach Blossom Temple expresses its deepest condolences. That'll do. Wait, do you honestly think saying that won't get us killed by the old monster? I mean, Master. At that moment their master Feng Zi, the head of the Taoist Peach Blossom Temple, let out a long sigh. Was it at least cleanly done? Just say what I told you. Under Feng Zi's questioning and Li Xiao's urging, Shu Qiuqiao had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, Danyang. The 337 people of the Danyang Palace. We killed them all. No survivors, no leaks. Don't chop me, don't chop me, don't chop me. Shu Qiuqiao screamed inwardly. Oh, not bad at all. Unexpectedly Feng Zi merely nodded, as if it were only proper. Make sure no one finds out. When the investigation comes, well, shift the blame to the demonic path. Say something like, the Danyang Palace was tragically wiped out by a demonic raid, and the Taoist Peach Blossom Temple expresses its deepest condolences. Yes, just keep the news from spreading. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao was stunned. Shouldn't this be the part where her master, disappointed by her excessive bloodshed, either expels her from his tutelage after crippling her cultivation or sentences her to a decade of wall-facing meditation? Then, after her cultivation was destroyed, her powers and spiritual roots would be inherited by another junior sister, who would then receive all the love and favor while she could only. What kind of bizarre female-oriented web novel trope is that? Li Xiao sneered, cutting off Shu Qiuqiao's runaway thoughts. We have ultra-rare spiritual roots, the likes of which appear once in 10 millennia. A single day of cultivation equals 10 years for others. If things go south, the old monster would sacrifice senior brother before treating us this way. You male-oriented web novels are so weird. Wait, am I actually in a male-oriented web novel? Shu Qiuqiao muttered, then shuddered as she recalled the bloody scenes from those stories, and the massacre Li Xiao had just carried out. The thought made her want to vomit. How lucky it's a male-oriented story. Those idiots from Danyang Palace really freak me out. Li Xiao chuckled. Just then Shu Qiuqiao left Feng Zi's cave dwelling and saw a man and a woman approaching slowly. The man was robust and handsome, with a tall, upright posture exuding a neighborly warmth and steady temperament. The woman was fresh and beautiful, with a slender, delicate figure radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance, as if she were a spirit from a fairyland. I think I see my OTP. What? What's an OTP? Li Xiao was confused. The man immediately spotted Shu Qiuqiao, strode over in 2 quick steps, grabbed her arm, and checked her thoroughly before sighing in relief. I heard that the Danyang Palace, where you junior sister went, was attacked by demonic forces. I've been worried about your safety. Thankfully, you're unharmed. He hesitated for a moment before calling her junior sister. Shu Qiuqiao Li Xiao, whose down name was Su Jian, had a gender that remained one of the 3 great mysteries of the Taoist Peach Blossom Temple. The other 2 mysteries were how powerful Feng Zi truly was, and what exactly the junior sister kept in her storage pouch. Senior brother worries too much. Shu Qiuqiao glanced at the expressionless junior sister and silently withdrew her arm. It's good that senior brother Su Jian is safe. If anything happened to you, Shu Shui wouldn't know what to do. Feeling Shu Qiuqiao's gaze, Shu Shui's face bloomed into a slightly worried smile. These 2 were Shu Qiuqiao Li Xiao's senior brother and junior sister, respectively. Senior brother Li Chen was always a warm-hearted soul who loved taking care of his junior disciples, a fairly standard senior brother in cultivation novels. As for the junior sister, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't quite put her finger on it. I feel like if I talk any longer, I'll get dragged into some love triangle drama. Shu Qiuqiao watched Li Chen chatter away, her mind churning, and decided that retreating now was the best option. For no other reason than that Shu Shui's gaze was utterly unnerving. It felt like being eyed as prey. Do you think Shu Shui might think I'm competing for senior brother's attention, secretly sabotage me, and eventually kill me? Shu Qiuqiao asked silently. Li Xiao pondered for a moment after hearing her words, then said, I think it's possible. So Shu Qiuqiao, do exactly as I say next, and I guarantee we can solve this problem. Oh, you have experience dealing with this kind of thing. Shu Qiuqiao was surprised. Trust me, I'm more professional than you think, Li Xiao said confidently. Shu Qiuqiao, half convinced, followed Li Xiao's instructions. First, place your hand on the sword. Then slowly infuse your true qi into the spirit sword in an imperceptible way. Next, shift your body to block the sword from view. Then draw the sword and cleave Shu Qiuqiao in two. Problem solved perfectly. Wait, what? Shu Qiuqiao felt something was off as soon as she started the first step. She quickly pressed down on the longsword. She's our junior sister. How can you just cleave her in two? TCH. Li Xia clicked his tongue inwardly before saying, There's another solution just a bit more troublesome. What method? Shu Qiuqiao asked hastily. See. Li Xia pointed inwardly at Li Qin. That man at the Golden Core Peak. Kill him, and the problem's solved. That won't work either. Shu Qiuqiao complained furiously in her mind. Su Jian junior sister. Junior sister. Ah. What is it, senior brother? Shu Qiuqiao realized she had been lost in conversation with Li Xia for too long, and had drifted off only to hear Li Qin say, Well, junior sister, you've traveled far, and been startled by the demonic sect. I won't disturb your cultivation. If anything arises, you can always come to me. With that, Li Qin bowed to Shu Qiuqiao, and turned to leave. Shu Qiuqiao followed, but as she passed Shu Qiuqiao, a small crumpled paper was slipped into her hand. After they left, Shu Qiuqiao unfolded the paper to find written, At the hour of Wei beneath the Yu Bodhi tree meet in the courtyard of Mingming. Meaning, meet her at the Bodhi tree on the back mountain at the hour of Wei. After staring at the paper for a moment, Shu Qiuqiao deciphered its intent. Seems about right. What a pity. What a pity. Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously. Pity it's not the hour of you, or I could have knocked her out and buried her under the tree without a trace. Li Xia's tone was as matter-of-fact as ever. What's wrong with you? Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with the madman for now, and instead pondered why the little junior sister would specifically arrange a meeting this way. Was it to warn her to stay away from the senior brother? Indeed, his attention toward her seemed to be increasing lately. No, if it were just a warning, why choose the secluded back mountain? Stop overthinking. Meeting at a place like this means she's definitely planning to bury you. Listen to me, open your storage pouch. Shu Qiuqiao, guided by Li Xia, opened her storage pouch in confusion and pulled out a dark red spherical object. What's this? Examining the sphere in her hand, Shu Qiuqiao asked in bewilderment. It's a thunderfire pellet. I got it specially for you. No need to wield a sword. Just infuse it with spiritual energy and toss it. Within 300 feet, even a golden core cultivator's Tao body can't withstand it for an instant. Li Xia's voice brimmed with confidence, but Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help shuddering, nearly dropping the thing. Why would you keep such a dangerous item in the storage pouch? Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? That would be my just deserts. Li Xia shrugged. At the hour of Wei, the sun cast dappled shadows on the Bodhi tree on the back mountain. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper. At this moment, the mountain was serene and peaceful, with only birds chirping merrily in the woods. The emerald leaves of the Bodhi tree glistened in the sunlight, as if studded with countless jade pieces. Ancient vines clung to the trunk, robust and weathered as if time had frozen there, revealing the passage of years. Shu Qiuqiao stood quietly beneath the Bodhi tree, her posture upright, leaning against an old trunk. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, like a waterfall gently stirred by the breeze, emitting a faint fragrance. Shu Qiuqiao junior sister. Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned by the scene, then called out softly. But in her hand, she still clutched the dark red sphere. Reluctant as she was, Shu Qiuqiao had to consider her own safety. In the end, she brought the dangerous explosive along just in case. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's call, Shu Qiuqiao opened her eyes. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise and joy lit up her gaze, followed by a slight blush on her cheeks. Su Jian's senior brother. The young girl hesitated a little, then lowered her head and whispered, Shu Qiuqiao thought you wouldn't come. Well, I wasn't particularly eager to come. Shu Qiuqiao nodded awkwardly, stepping forward while gripping the thunderfire pellet a bit tighter. May I ask why junior sister summoned me in such a manner? Senior brother Su Jian, it's like this, Shu Qiuqiao. The girl's head drooped lower. If one observed closely, the tips of her ears were slightly red. But Shu Qiuqiao, immersed in the fear of a potential threat to her life, failed to notice such subtle details. Quick, she's opening her storage pouch. She's definitely going to attack you when you're off guard. The distance is perfect. Just toss the thunderfire pellet, and it's over. Li Xia urged anxiously in her mind. Aye. I dare not. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated, then replied with a sob in her heart. Oh, she's about to pull something out. Throw it. Throw it now. Fine. Just run. Stall for 1 hour, and I'll take over and chop her myself. Don't let my body die. Li Xia's tone grew increasingly frantic, almost exasperated. After this half-day, Shu Shui finally retrieved what she was looking for from her storage pouch and looked up, saying, Senior Brother Sujian, this is a small token from Shu Shui. Senior Brother Sujian, what are you doing? Just then a gust of wind had gathered under Shu Qiuqiao's feet, and she was about to launch herself into the sky and vanish. Hearing Shu Shui's words, she forcibly halted the spiritual energy flow beneath her feet. For a moment, they stared at each other, the air freezing solid. You? You're not here to kill me! Shu Qiuqiao was stunned for a long time before managing these words. How could that be? Senior Brother Sujian, even if you misunderstand Shu Shui, it shouldn't be this bad. Shu Shui sighed, with an unreadable emotion, then handed over a jade pendant with both hands. Shu Qiuqiao took the jade pendant to examine it. It was carved from a fine piece of Hetian jade, exuding a delicate luster and unique texture. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, its soft lines radiating a warm glow. On the front of the pendant, a pair of phoenixes were carved, nestled close together, with their wings intertwined, like lifelong companions, evoking a deep sense of affection and attachment. Ah! Thank you, junior sister, you are so thoughtful. Shu Qiuqiao paused, thinking it would be ungracious to refuse a gift, and tucked the pendant away. Then, has Senior Brother Sujian agreed? Seeing Shu Qiuqiao accept the pendant, Shu Shui's face flushed even deeper. Agreed to what? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback by Shu Shui's reaction. I merely accepted a gift, not a task. Soon realization dawned. Ah, I see. Junior sister Shu Shui wants me to help you pursue senior brother. Rest assured, junior sister, as a wingman I am always professional. I've helped many roommates find love before. And you a lifelong singleton helping others find love. Li Xia scoffed inwardly. Does senior brother Sujian not know the meaning of the pendant? Yet Shu Qiuqiao saw Shu Shui's maidenly blush suddenly turn pale, though she knew not why, and could only nod. Sigh. Shu Shui sighed, then scratched her hair in frustration. I knew I'd have to be direct with someone like senior brother Sujian. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao watched Shu Shui, who seemed to be psyching herself up, and a bad feeling crept over him. Would it have been better to just turn and walk away? No, it would have been even better to hurl that thunderfire pearl right then. Li Xia said with schadenfreude. But Shu Shui took a deep breath, met Shu Qiuqiao's eyes, and declared word by word. Senior brother Sujian, I like you and wish to become your Dao companion. Shu Qiuqiao mentally typed a string of question marks. Damn, this is aimed at me. No, junior sister, I am actually a woman. With things having come this far, Shu Qiuqiao abandoned the agreement with Li Xia to obscure this bogus gender, waving his hands hastily. I know. But Shu Shui replied resolutely. I could tell from your reactions to the other senior brothers and sisters that you are not male. But who says Shu Shui can only like men? Damn, it's a GL story. Shu Qiuqiao's mind raced with protests, momentarily forgetting to control his expression. Hee. Shu Shui let out a soft laugh. This is the first time I've seen senior sister Sujian make that face. I'll call you senior sister from now on. Senior sister may not be able to respond to Shu Shui right away, and Shu Shui can wait after all. Shu Shui stepped forward slowly, took Shu Qiuqiao's hand, and gently kissed her fingertips. We cultivators have all the time in the world, don't we? With that, Shu Shui left without a backward glance, leaving Shu Qiuqiao standing there dumbfounded. Hey, say something! Shu Qiuqiao asked inwardly, and even Li Xia was unusually silent. Tisk! After a long pause, Li Xia clicked his tongue and said, This plot twist doesn't feel like a male-oriented story. Maybe I should just bury her later. Exhausted in both body and mind, Shu Qiuqiao returned to his cave dwelling. He checked the time. There was still a quarter of an hour until the hour of the rooster. They exchanged control of the body at the hour of the rooster every day, meaning Li Xia would take over in 15 minutes. Don't you dare kill junior sister, you hear me? Shu Qiuqiao reminded him repeatedly in his mind. I know. Li Xia sighed helplessly. Having received Li Xiao's repeated assurances, Shu Qiuqiao nodded in satisfaction, then sat on a cushion to meditate, calming his mind. Before the incense stick had even burned out, she slowly opened her eyes again. My cultivation has yielded no results. Li Xiao felt the spiritual energy within him. His murderous intent was too strong. The peaceful cultivation methods of Taoyuan Temple were not suited for him, often feeling thankless. In contrast, Shu Qiuqiao showed great talent in cultivation. Though she was a mess in combat, even a mere quarter hour of meditation equaled a full day of his own practice. Who goes there? Suddenly Li Xiao keenly sensed a disturbance in the formation around the cave dwelling. He had set up 3 layers of formations outside the cave, 1 visible defensive layer, and 2 hidden ones. Anyone thinking they only needed to break through 1 layer to enter his abode would suffer greatly. Moreover, before anyone even touched the visible formation, Li Xiao would already sense their approach from within. Junior sister Sujian is quite vigilant. A gentle voice came from outside the door. It was senior brother Li Chen. Ah, it's senior brother Li Chen. Li Xiao relaxed slightly, but remained cautious, one hand on the sword at his waist. He walked slowly out of the cave, and separated by the formation performed a Taoist salute to Li Chen. What brings senior brother Li Chen to see Sujian at this hour? It's nothing urgent. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly, then handed over a small pouch. I thought it over and felt I haven't been attentive enough to you, junior sister Sujian. So I found some spiritual herbs and refined a few pills. You've been through a long journey and disturbed by demonic cultivators. You must be mentally exhausted. These pills are for calming the mind and spirit, perfect for you. Li Xiao hesitated, then slightly opened the formation, reached out, and took the pouch. Thank you, senior brother. No need, we are fellow disciples, it's only right. Li Chen clasped his hands in salute, then remembered something and added, Oh, master wants us to attend a meeting at the council hall tomorrow. He said something about the spirit vein competition is about to begin. With that, Li Chen scratched his head apologetically. I originally meant to use this as an excuse to give you the pills, but I ended up putting the cart before the horse here. I truly am a woman of grave sins. After Li Chen departed, Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh. Indeed, eliminating both the senior brother and the junior sister, a double kill. Who else could claim such a feat? Recalling the expression on the senior brother's face, just now, Li Xiao, a pure-blooded straight man, shuddered slightly. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Li Xiao hesitated not a moment, kindling a wisp of true fire to incinerate that pouch of pills into ashes. He had never dared to consume elixirs gifted by others. Returning to his cultivation, he found his progress stagnant no matter how he trained, and thus he had to abandon the effort. The night stretches long. I might as well refine some pills. Amidst the alchemy, the night slipped by in a flash. At dawn, within the hall of assembly. Is everyone present? Scanning the crowd, Feng Zi nodded slightly. He had 6 disciples in total. 2 had sadly perished on the path of cultivation, leaving only 4. Besides Li Xiao, Shu Qiuqiao, Li Chen, and Shu Shui, there was a 3rd disciple named Shi Yun, who had also reached the Golden Core initial stage, standing as a pillar of the sect. Master, what exactly is this dispute over the spirit vein? The senior brother Li Chen was the first to inquire. This dispute over the spirit vein? Feng Zi pondered for a moment, then explained in detail. In the western borderlands of the cultivation realm, the earth veins had suddenly quaked unexpectedly, revealing a legendary lost spirit vein, the Azure Dragon Vein. Since ancient times, it had been renowned for its dense spiritual energy and the birth of rare spiritual treasures. This tremor released vast amounts of spiritual energy, rapidly boosting the concentration of qi in the surrounding area. Simultaneously, several ancient spiritual herbs re-emerged into the world, drawing the gaze of countless cultivators. The contest for the spirit vein was an inevitability. No one would let such a vein lie unattended, and no one had the power to claim it peacefully. After deliberation among several sects, they decided that this battle for the spirit vein would involve only the younger disciples to avoid draining the sect's vitality. Thus I have chosen you all. Feng Zi swept his gaze over the group and spoke. What a burdensome task. Li Xiao propped his chin on one hand, showing little regard for his master's authority. Why do you say that? Feng Zi was taken aback. Think about it. Such a perilous endeavor, and we gain no benefits. Ouch, master, why did you knock my head? Before Li Xia could finish, Feng Zi rapped him. How can vying for a spirit vein for the sect be called a burden? And who said there are no rewards? Feng Zi chuckled coldly and tossed out a storage pouch. Inside are 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10,000 for each of you for your expenses along the way. Moreover, all the spiritual herbs you obtain during this vein dispute are yours to keep. And I must remind you, the reason we elders aren't going isn't just to avoid losses that could harm the sect. This vein is called the Azure Dragon Spring because deep within it lies a dragon spring. Cultivators who enter it can cleanse their meridians and enhance their bone roots, an effect only beneficial to those at your stage. That spring has lain dormant for millennia, barely nurturing enough water to purify the meridians of 4 people. Oh, mention that, and I'm wide awake. Li Xia had been indifferent to the matter, but the prospect of cleansing meridians and improving bone roots instantly ignited his interest. His cultivation had always been fraught with obstacles. His current realm was almost entirely the work of Shu Qiuqiao. If he could enhance his bone roots, wouldn't his cultivation speed soar? Great, a pillow arrives just as I feel drowsy. I think our bone roots are already fine. If you can't cultivate, you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Shu Qiuqiao muttered a quiet jab. Shut up! Any other questions? The spirit vein opens at noon tomorrow. If you set out now, you should arrive by the SI hour. If there are no issues, depart. Seeing that everyone understood, Feng Zi nodded and dismissed them. Well, Li Xia, I am feeling a bit nervous. Gazing at the grand formation sealing the spirit vein to prevent rogue cultivators from jumping the queues, Shu Qiuqiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Nervous about what? From noon to the U hour, that's 6 hours. Just charge straight ahead, lie low for 6 hours, and it'll come out. Li Xia shrugged casually. Also, I've stashed 5 Thunderfire pearls plus in the storage pouch. One thrown, they'll level everything within 300 feet. If you really can't escape, just toss one out. Wait, didn't I tell you not to put such dangerous things in the storage pouch? Shu Qiuqiao roared. It's for our safety, isn't it? Li Xia gave an awkward laugh. At that moment, the flying boat descended slowly, and they arrived at the assembly point of Taoyuan Temple. Senior brothers, allow me to explain the itinerary for this trip. A Foundation establishment disciple, who had been waiting at the gathering point, hurriedly bowed as they approached. For this spirit vein opening, 10 righteous sects from the Great Xia Kingdom are participating. Additionally, we have spotted shadows of the demonic path here. We have compiled a booklet of notable disciples from other sects for your reference, stored in this jade slip. Senior brothers may peruse it at your leisure. Furthermore, we have prepared a rough map based on ancient records. However, after millennia of changes, the conditions within the vein may have shifted. Please exercise your own judgment. With that, he handed 4 jade slips to each of them. The demonic path is also joining. Will it be very dangerous? Li Xia, I am a bit scared. Shu Qiuqiao accepted the jade slip, her face calm, but her heart trembling uncontrollably. The demonic path. Aren't they our professional scapegoats? Li Xia let out a derisive laugh and urged Shu Qiuqiao to read the jade slip's contents. After finishing, he nodded. All are killable. Take good care of my body until the U hour, child. The hour has come. Let's move. The barrier before them gradually disintegrated. Li Chen uttered these words before taking the lead, while Shu Qiuqiao cautiously followed behind him. She was no adept in combat. Should any conflict arise, her only recourse was to flee or reason with the enemy. What if she couldn't outrun them? If you can't run, isn't there the Thunderfire Pearl? It leaves nothing alive within 300 feet. That's far too dangerous. Shu Qiuqiao cursed inwardly. As they delved deeper, even she could sense the spiritual energy around them growing increasingly dense. With the surge of spiritual energy, the ordinary weeds on the ground began to transform into medicinal spirit herbs. And this was merely the periphery of the ancient spiritual vein. It was difficult to imagine just how concentrated the spiritual energy would be at its core. Watch out! Li Chen suddenly bellowed. A stark sense of mortal peril jolted Shu Qiuqiao, unleashing her latent potential in an instant. In that fleeting moment, wine gathered beneath her feet, and her form abruptly shifted several feet sideways. A bolt of lightning swift, as a thunderclap struck the very spot she had just occupied. TCH, I thought I'd take out the strongest one first. A clicking sound came from the sky above. As Shu Qiuqiao looked up, Li Xia mentally reviewed the intruder's dossier. Azure Thunder, true man of the Bishu Palace. Master of the Wind Thunder Heaven-shaking art. Peak golden core cultivation. Arrogant and overbearing by nature, yet he shuns direct confrontation and delights in ambushes. His escape and surprise attacks are second to none. Dressed in a sky-blue Taoist robe, Azure Thunder true man stood aloft, already gathering another bolt of lightning in his hand. You won't be so lucky this time. Die. Is the battle starting this soon? Though timid, Shu Qiuqiao was still a peak golden core cultivator, her power even slightly surpassing Li Qin's. She swiftly dodged while at Li Xia's prompting erecting a spiritual energy shield. As expected, she evaded the obvious thunderbolt, only for a second spark of lightning to flash beneath her feet. Azure Thunder true man had planted a hidden trap with his first strike waiting for her to dodge before delivering the killing blow. Thankfully, the spiritual energy shield held, preventing Shu Qiuqiao from being injured in the sudden assault. She merely suffered a torn sleeve, leaving her looking somewhat disheveled. How dare you! Two furious cries rang out as Li Qin and Shu Shui instantly appeared in the sky. Though Shu Shui was only at the early golden core stage, her rage at seeing her beloved attack swelled her aura, making her seem a match for the peak golden core Azure Thunder true man. With a flick of her hand, a beam of spiritual light transformed into a long whip. The whip cracked through the air at speed, creating sonic booms and leaving after images in its wake. Oh, this is the first time I've seen Shu Shui fight. She uses a whip. Shu Qiuqiao, you're truly blessed. Li Xia chuckled inwardly. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. What am I supposed to do now? Shu Qiuqiao ignored Li Xia's teasing and asked urgently. Simple. First open your storage pouch, and then pull out the Thunderfire Pearl, right? Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly. You've learned to answer before I ask. Clever. Take out the Thunderfire Pearl and toss it due north. Don't worry about anything else. But isn't the enemy in the sky? Shu Qiuqiao was stunned. Don't question it. Just do as I say. Though filled with doubt, Shu Qiuqiao trusted Li Xia once more. She retrieved the Thunderfire Pearl from her storage pouch and hurled it with all her might toward the north. The next second, an explosion erupted. In the instant the Thunderfire Pearl detonated, the sky seemed torn asunder by a colossal bolt of lightning. Dazzling flames illuminated the entire firmament, bright as day. The immense energy released by the Thunderfire Pearl burst midair, unleashing a violent storm-like explosion. Mighty thunder and fire swept in every direction, leaving a scorched wasteland within 300 feet. Every blade of grass and tree was annihilated. The ground was gouged into a deep depression, as if struck by a merciless giant hammer. Within the barren zone, there was only deathly silence and ruin, a landscape ravaged by war. Ah! Shu Qiuqiao's jaw nearly dropped from sheer astonishment at the sight. She had suspected that the self-defense gadgets Li Xia custom-made for her would be no ordinary trinkets. But she never imagined they possessed such devastating power. What was the difference between this and walking around with 5 miniature nuclear bombs strapped to her body every day? What a pity! Li Xia sighed inwardly at that moment. A pity about what? A pity this thing didn't explode in my storage pouch and blow us both to smithereens. A pity those fellows were cautious. They added an extra protective array while hiding and wore defensive artifacts. I couldn't wipe them all out in one go, Li Xia said regretfully. As Shu Qiuqiao was puzzling over this, Azure Thunder true man let out a frantic, piercing shout from the sky. Junior brother! In the next instant, the power of wind and thunder surged behind him. A pair of wings composed of gale and lightning sprouted from his back, and his speed multiplied several-fold in a flash. Surrounded by Li Qin and Shu Shui, Azure Thunder true man transformed into a darting bolt of electricity, reaching the epicenter of the explosion in the blink of an eye. At the heart of the Thunderfire Pearl's blast stood 3 disciples of the Bishu Palace in sky-blue Taoist robes. Though they had escaped death, they paid a horrific price. Their robes were covered in scorched blackened marks. Smoke rose from their bodies, and their flesh was mangled beyond recognition. One disciple's leg had been nearly blown to shreds, with broken bone exposed. Blood gushed incessantly, staining his sky-blue robe crimson. Another disciple's arm was reduced to pulp and fragments, bleeding profusely. He groaned in agony, his face pale and forehead beaded with sweat. The third disciple's face twisted in unbearable pain. Half of it had been blasted open, revealing ruined flesh beneath. Despair and torment flickered in his eyes. His body swayed, barely held upright by sheer will. His sky-blue Taoist robe was entirely destroyed, exposing skin charred and lacerated. "How dare you be so ruthless!" Azure Thunder True Man roared, his face contorted with fury. "Yeah, Li Xia, that was a bit. Wait, whose side are you on?" Li Xia retorted helplessly, hearing Shu Qiuqiao's complaint in his mind. So, he's gone?" Shu Qiuqiao asked helplessly, watching Qin Lei Jinren depart swiftly with his 3 junior brothers. "Indeed. Those 3 unlucky wretches were lying in ambush for us. Otherwise, how would that scoundrel dare to take on all 4 of us alone?" "Oh, 3, you don't count," Li Xia shrugged. The 4 pressed onward, slightly delayed by Qin Lei Jinren's interruption. Along the path, shattered remnants of magical artifacts lay strewn about, though no corpses were yet visible. This suggested that the conflicts before entering the spirit vein had been relatively restrained, as no one wished to fight to the death and let others reap the spoils. For now, only the Bixia Palace seemed forced to withdraw. 3 of their 4 had been slain in one blow. Even if Qin Lei Jinren wished to rejoin the fray, he would have to weigh his own strength carefully. Fortunately, they encountered no further trouble along the way. The path remained unobstructed, and before long they arrived before an ancient, imposing gate. A crowd had already gathered there, though each harbored secret schemes, and some even glared at one another with open hostility, likely having clashed earlier. Surprisingly, no one attacked within the gate's vicinity. Perhaps some restriction or mutual wariness held them back. With this thought, Shu Qiuqiao and her companions stepped into the gate's domain. The moment they entered the 300-foot radius, those who had been flying low suddenly plummeted to the ground. Shu Qiuqiao fell the most miserably. Most cultivators practiced some mundane martial arts enough to land safely from a low altitude. But Shu Qiuqiao had never trained in such arts. Robbed of flight, she dropped straight down, landing face first in the dirt. "Senior sister." Shu Shui rushed over in quick strides and helped her up. Is this the disciple of the Taoyuan sect? To land in such a vulgar posture, truly an eye-opener for us humble sects." Snickers arose from the crowd. Shu Qiuqiao finally managed to stand with Shu Shui's aid. She sensed her inner energy. It was completely stagnant, as if sealed away. "This gate has a natural prohibition array," Li Chen also noticed, exclaiming in astonishment. "The spiritual energy here is too dense, not fresh but ancient and stagnant, accumulated within 300 feet of this gate. When a cultivator enters, the external pressure of this heavy stale energy prevents the circulation of energy, creating the effect of a prohibition array. Such a miraculous phenomenon of heaven and earth, truly I have never witnessed its like." The senior brother rarely spoke so much. Shu Qiuqiao grumbled inwardly, but could not suppress her growing unease. Only she, and Li Xia, knew that in danger her sole reliance was her escape art. In other words, running. With abundant qi and her hard-practiced evasion techniques, she could flee from even a nascent soul cultivator for half a day until Li Xia came to her rescue. But here, with her qi sealed, even an ordinary mortal martial artist could easily slay her. "Don't worry, I have a backup plan." "What? Even for this?" Despite Li Xia's assurance, Shu Qiuqiao could not feel at ease. The earlier Thunderfire Pearl had terrified her, and she dared not trust any of Li Xia's preparations. "Trust me. Those 2 over there are staring at you. Remember their faces." "Why?" Shu Qiuqiao glanced over and saw 2 unfamiliar figures eyeing her with ill intent. Their cold, venomous gaze sent a chill down her spine. "So I can find them later and kill them, of course. What else?" Li Xia said matter-of-factly, as if stating the obvious. "What? They just glanced at us, and you want to kill them?" "Yes. They looked at me, they spied on my strength, they harbored ill intentions, they wanted to kill me. I strike first, self-defense." "See. I'm in the right." What twisted logic. "Junior sister Sujian." Li Chen suddenly spoke. "That gate seems to be opening." Shu Qiuqiao turned to look. Indeed, as time passed, a white light gradually illuminated the ancient gate, forming a complex array upon its surface. As the array spread, the massive gate slowly shattered before everyone's eyes. An icy wind from deep within the earth rushed out, chilling their scalps, but the rich, fresh spiritual energy that followed invigorated every soul. The prohibition is gone. True. My chi is flowing again. Cheers erupted, then abruptly ceased as everyone stepped back, distancing themselves from other sects. Each realized that everyone here was a competitor, and the best place to reduce competition was likely right here. Yet each also knew that others harbored the same thought. With this in mind, they cast wary glances around, seeking opportunities to thin the crowd or charge straight in. May I say a word? As the standoff dragged on, Li Chen stepped forward, unleashing his full golden core peak cultivation. An overwhelming aura radiated from him without restraint. Though some among the crowd were also at golden core peak, not every sect could afford to send such disciples. Sects like Danyang Palace couldn't even muster 4 golden core disciples, let alone a peak level one. Under Li Chen's pressure, the volatile hostility that had threatened to ignite like a powder keg actually subsided somewhat. Standing here in stalemate serves no purpose. We are all righteous cultivators, or at least practitioners of the Tao. Let us make a gentleman's agreement. We shall not attack one another until we have dispersed within the spirit vein to seek our own fortunes. Should we cross paths again afterward, let each rely on their own abilities. What say you? Are you Li Chen, the senior disciple of Taoyuan Temple? Someone from the crowd inquired. That would be me. I hope you will grant me this favor. Li Chen nodded. Very well, we shall respect Brother Li's wishes. I trust Brother Li will not betray our trust. Everyone, let us avoid conflict before formally entering the spirit vein. Should anyone violate this, we shall slay them together. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced their agreement. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Only after the multitude surged through the gate like a torrent did he lead his fellow disciples inside. Once through the gate, a completely different scene unfolded. Before them lay an endless abyss, and on the opposite wall countless caves were densely arrayed across its entire surface. The density was enough to trigger trypophobia. How repulsive! Shu Qiuqiao shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the tightly packed openings. According to the map we compiled, the best route is the 334th cave from the east. Junior sister Su Jian. Li Chen exclaimed in shock. Before Shu Qiuqiao could grasp what had happened, a figure swift as lightning darted past her, seized her waist, and swept across the abyss into a cave like a flash of thunder. What happened? That was Shu Qiuqiao's first thought in the darkness. Then she heard Li Xiao's furious voice. It's Green Thunder, true man. Damn it, I didn't expect him to accelerate so fast. Use a true chi shield to protect your heart. Shu Qiuqiao instinctively complied. A true chi shield materialized over her chest, but she was flung away bodily, and a bolt of lightning struck her heart with brutal force. Green Thunder, true man's surprised voice echoed from the darkness. Shu Qiuqiao struggled to her feet, feeling as though her internal organs were shattered by the blow. Without Li Xiao's warning, she would surely have perished. You are tenacious, he sneered, gathering lightning in his hand once more. This time the lightning was far more potent, crackling incessantly, clearly intended to tear through Shu Qiuqiao's defenses and end her life. Thunderfire Pearl, throw it now. At Li Xiao's roar, Shu Qiuqiao barely managed to retrieve the Thunderfire Pearl hidden in her sleeve, infused it with true chi, and hurled it forward. Green Thunder, true man, aware of the pearl's power, knew better than to withstand it directly. He flapped his Wind Thunder wings and retreated swiftly. But the Thunderfire Pearl seemed to have eyes of its own, chasing him relentlessly. Why? Can this thing track me? Shu Qiuqiao rose unsteadily, asking weakly in her mind. Thunderfire Pearl plus. What did you think the plus meant? Li Xiao replied offhandedly. Hearing the distant explosion of the pearl, he urgently directed Shu Qiuqiao to flee. With her abilities, even 3 of her combined could not defeat Green Thunder, true man. Shu Qiuqiao channeled the wind-arousing art through her feet, and in a single motion, she transformed into a streak of light. To survive in this perilous cultivation world, she had mastered an escape technique. Though her speed still paled beside Green Thunder, true man's Wind Thunder wings, it could briefly preserve her life. You will die today. A cold shout came from behind. Shu Qiuqiao glanced back and saw Green Thunder, true man, flying at breakneck speed with his Wind Thunder wings. His pristine azure Taoist robe now bore several scorch marks, evidence that even he had not fully escaped the Thunderfire Pearl's blast radius. He's getting closer. What do we do? As Green Thunder True Man closed and Shu Qiuqiao screamed inwardly. Turn left ahead then right. Is that an escape route? Shu Qiuqiao rounded 2 corners swiftly only to collide head-on with a group of people. No, but it's where the ones who were watching us earlier are. You're still thinking about that at a time like this. Shu Qiuqiao was on the verge of tears. The 4 people upon seeing her immediately formed a formation clearly intending to block her path. Don't panic. See that herb on the ground. Racing forward, Shu Qiuqiao strained her eyes using true qi to resist the wind pressure and spotted a faintly glowing spirit herb under Li Xiao's guidance. That thing seems to be an ancient spirit herb. These people are waiting because they don't know how to pick it. Rush over, yank it out, and keep running. Huh? Her body acted before her mind. Even as she questioned Li Xiao's words, she had already swept past the herb and pulled it from the ground. How dare you steal our herb? Stop right there and fight us fairly. With 4 more pursuers added to the chase, Shu Qiuqiao was truly on the verge of sobbing. Li Xiao, look what you've done. Now what? More people are chasing me. You really are a woman burdened with sin. Li Xiao led Shu Qiuqiao through a maze of twists and turns in the cave, but they could not shake off Green Thunder True Man. Moreover, when Green Thunder True Man accelerated, his wind thunder wings emitted a thunderous roar that shook the cavern. Under his relentless pursuit, more and more cultivators gathered. These cultivators immediately recognized the ancient spirit herb in Shu Qiuqiao's hand. Coupled with the 5 people chasing her, countless thoughts stirred in their minds. Whether to join the fray or fish in troubled waters, the number of pursuers behind Shu Qiuqiao quickly swelled from 5 to 13. Seeing so many chasing her and Green Thunder True Man drawing ever closer, even beginning to hurl lightning to disrupt her escape, Shu Qiuqiao was truly on the verge of tears. My life is over. Not yet. Check the time. Huh? In this world there were no timepieces, like watches, yet every cultivator possessed an innate biological clock capable of knowing the precise time without observing the sun or anything else. Shu Qiuqiao made a quick calculation, and a flicker of hope rose in her heart. That's right, the hour of the rooster is about to arrive. Shu Qiuqiao, who had been fleeing in a panic, suddenly halted her steps. The group behind her also stopped, uncertain, as they watched her, who had been desperately escaping moments ago, now standing still. What? Finally out of spiritual energy. Can't run anymore. Qing Lei Zhenren said slowly, a ball of lightning crackling in his hand, as he stepped forward with a sneer. There's no need to run. Shu Qiuqiao did not turn around, and for some reason everyone felt that her voice had changed. He gently touched his chest and sighed. It still hurts, doesn't it? You're about to hurt even more. With his wind thunder wings still active, Qing Lei Zhenren, while wary of that strange Thunderfire Pearl, sneered and hurled a thunderbolt in his hand. How is that so? Shu Qiuqiao suddenly turned around, catching the thrown thunderbolt in his bare hand. With a firm grip, the seemingly indestructible lightning dissipated into nothing within his palm. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13. Exactly 13 people. Li Xiao counted left and right, then let out a cold laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, today I only wish to beat every one of you to death, or be beaten to death by you. Now draw your swords. In an instant the long sword was unsheathed, and sword aura filled the air. Like a frosty blade tinged with blood, the sword light surged through the crowd. The sharp tearing sound of steel piercing flesh, the crunch of severed bones, the wet thud of internal organs hitting the ground, and the agonized screams. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful requiem echoed through the narrow cavern. What just happened? Qing Lei Zhenren's pupils contracted, his hands trembling. In that person's hands this peaceful cave had instantly turned into a hell littered with corpses. He still couldn't even comprehend what had happened. How could one person change so drastically? What had occurred within him in that single moment? Flee, I must flee. I will survive, I will survive. Qing Lei Zhenren's wings fluttered, ready to transform into a rainbow light and escape, when a red-black bead rolled beneath his feet. I knew you'd try to run. Li Xiao lightly snapped his fingers at him and whispered, Explode. In an instant, thunder and fire engulfed Qing Lei Shenren. Flames filled the entire cave, and the survivors desperately circulated their spiritual energy to defend themselves. The corpses on the ground were all turned to charcoal in the explosion. In just a few breaths, the once somewhat crowded cave became much more spacious. Of the 13 people pursuing Shu Qiuqiao, only 5 remained within moments. The other 8 had become dust in the blast. "Does anyone have any last words?" Li Xia asked with a smile, waving his long sword. "Aye. Fellow Taoists, we are all righteous cultivators. There's no need for such a bloody fight to the death. If word of this gets out, you might be branded a demonic cultivator." The others shrank back at the sight of Li Xia's murderous demeanor, all wanting to flee, but fearing they couldn't outrun his escape technique. You have a point. Speaking of which, didn't I hear that quite a few demonic cultivators have infiltrated this spirit vein contest? Li Xia nodded thoughtfully, then inquired. Yes. Since demonic cultivators have infiltrated this spirit vein contest, we righteous cultivators should help each other. It wouldn't do to let them get there first. The group quickly nodded in agreement. That makes things much easier. Li Xia smiled. Seeing his expression, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But his next words sent a deeper chill through them. In that case, it'll just be thorough. He'll kill you all and blame it on the demonic cultivators. With that, he twirled his sword. And rest assured, I'm thorough enough. Nothing that happens here will ever get out. For the sake of my reputation, please accept your deaths. Run! Someone shouted, and the group turned and scattered in all directions. Watching them flee for their lives, Li Xia laughed even more joyfully. You'll have to be fast enough to get away. Pulling his sword from the last person's heart, Li Xia tossed out a ball of true fire to destroy the evidence, then stretched lazily. These people weren't very skilled, but they sure could run. It took some effort to kill them all. He took a pill from his storage pouch and tossed it into his mouth. Only after the pill had completely dissolved and merged into his organs did he tap his head. It's over. You can open your eyes now. Really? Don't lie to me. Shu Qiuqiao finally dared to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was the charred, melting corpse, and she let out another scream. My ears! Li Xia rubbed his ears, then added another burst of true fire, burning the body to ashes, leaving only a human-shaped scorch mark on the ground like a shadow. When he looked back, he saw that such human-shaped scorch marks now covered the entire cave, 13 in total. They represented the lives of 13 top disciples from various sects, including a sect elder. It's all burned clean now. You can open your eyes. Li Xia shrugged. Your methods are too brutal. Are you going to say they didn't deserve to die this time? You almost died yourself. Li Xia complained inwardly. Well, not exactly. I'm not some naive saint. But seeing this scene still makes me a bit uncomfortable. Shu Qiuqiao sighed. Then I'll try to make their deaths more comfortable next time. As Li Xia said this, and was about to take out some candy from his storage pouch, his brow suddenly furrowed. He whirled around, and a sword beam instantly severed a stone pillar. Come out! I didn't see anything. Please, senior brother, don't kill me. A man in the same black robe as Li Xia knelt the moment he saw him. Li Xia looked up and recognized his third junior brother. Fellow disciples of the same sect. That does make things a bit troublesome. Li Xia muttered this while keeping his long sword drawn, yet he walked slowly toward his junior brother with a gentle smile. Junior brother, no need to panic. We are all disciples of the same sect. Your senior brother won't do anything to you. Wait, Li Xia, no. No. You cannot kill a fellow disciple. Sensing Li Xia's intent, Shu Qiuqiao quickly shouted in his mind. Well then, what do I do? He's already seen me kill someone. Can I really let him live? Li Xia, irritated by Shu Qiuqiao's cries, replied helplessly in his thoughts. Disciples of the same sect must not harm one another. Li Xia, you absolutely cannot kill him. Shu Qiuqiao declared firmly. TCH. Li Xia sighed, walked over to Shi Yun, crouched down, and patted his shoulder. Junior brother, don't be alarmed. Your senior brother isn't some demon. Just tell me, when did you get here? Shi Yun hesitated before speaking. After senior brother was captured by Azure Thunder Immortal, we gave chase. But the cavern paths were treacherous and Azure Thunder Immortal was extremely fast, so we had to split up to search for you. I followed the commotion when Senior Brother was being chased by those 13 to this area, and then I saw. You saw me cut them all down. Li Xia smiled and patted Shu Yun's shoulder again. Don't be nervous. Look, they were all here to kill me, right? Shu Yun nodded blankly. Since they wanted to kill me, and I killed them in return, isn't that self-defense? Though still feeling that Li Xia had been too ruthless, Shu Yun nodded hesitantly. So then, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Senior Brother did nothing wrong. As if finding some confidence, Shu Yun declared loudly. Good lad. Li Xia stood up and looked at the carnage behind him. But the people from other sects won't see it that way. In the world of immortal cultivation, might makes right. So they won't consider this self-defense. So Junior Brother, let's keep this as our little secret, alright? Alright. Shu Yun won't tell a soul. Shu Yun nodded vigorously. Good, Junior Brother, here you must be shaken. Take a pill to calm yourself. As he spoke, Li Xia handed over a pill. Shu Yun, without suspicion, swallowed it immediately. His expression shifted. Why did this pill look so familiar? Moreover, it couldn't be refined at all. As soon as it entered his mouth, it automatically traveled to his dantian, and no matter how he tried to channel his qi, he couldn't refine it. Since Junior Brother was here from the start, you must have seen that little exploding bead I threw out, right? Li Xia smiled. I placed a restriction on it. If you ever speak of this matter, the bead will detonate instantly. Rest assured, even if you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, that bead will grant you a swift death. And don't think about forcing it out with your true qi or seeking someone's help. The moment it touches true qi, it will explode immediately, and even more violently. With that, Li Xia patted the now terrified Shu Yun on the shoulder again. Senior Brother is doing this for your own good. You see, if such a thing accidentally slips from your lips, you might face undeserved calamity. Rather than letting someone else kill you, it's better for Senior Brother to give you a quick end, don't you think? Having said this, Li Xia picked up his long sword and walked alone deeper into the cavern. The number of sects capable of dispatching for Golden Core disciples across the entire Great Xia Kingdom could be counted on 2 hands. Counting both rogue cultivators and demonic practitioners, there were probably no more than 50 Golden Core cultivators within this spirit vein. With 13 already dead, and after accounting for natural deaths during exploration, there should now be at most around 30 people left in this vein. If only I could gather another dozen or so and slaughter them all at once, that would be much more convenient. Li Xia shook his head and sighed. You want to do that again? Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in shock. Yes, isn't it convenient? As Li Xia spoke, he turned a corner in the cavern and saw a faint shimmering glow ahead. Oh, an ancient spiritual herb. Taking 2 steps closer, he discerned the true form of the glowing light. A peculiar Lingji mushroom. The entire mushroom was a pale cyan, its top covered in a fine layer of silvery frost, as if perpetually shrouded in early winter's hoarfrost. Its body twisted and coiled like a soaring azure dragon, vivid and lifelike. It's a frost-clear Lingji. Li Xia stroked his chin. The frost-clear Lingji is rich in spiritual energy and possesses remarkable purifying and refining properties. Long-term consumption can cleanse impurities within a cultivator's body, enhance spiritual root potential, provide robust spiritual energy support, and accelerate cultivation progress. Generally, this spiritual herb is primarily used to refine the clarity-gathering pill. During the pill's refinement, the essence of the Lingji is fully activated, greatly increasing the consumer's spiritual energy reserves and significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency in a short time. It serves as an excellent auxiliary pill before major breakthroughs. I just so happen to have an auxiliary ingredient for the clarity-gathering pill. Should I refine it now? Li Xia recalled the spiritual herb he had Shu Qiuqiao seized earlier, which was precisely the auxiliary ingredient needed for the pill. He had a vague premonition that this spirit vein might be the turning point for his breakthrough. With a clarity-gathering pill, the breakthrough would be more secure. However, refining the pill now might affect the competition for the Dragon Spring. If someone else got there first, that would be unfortunate. Thinking this over, Li Xia ultimately abandoned the idea for now. He plucked and stored the frost-clear Lingji, intending to decide after finding the Dragon Spring. If the opportunity arose, he would kill everyone here first, then refine the pill using the Dragon Spring. Taking a few more steps forward, Li Xiao's ear twitched, and he abruptly halted, turning to look behind him. I can smell the blood on you from a mile away. How much longer do you intend to wait before showing yourself before me? The cavern fell silent for a moment before a cold laugh echoed. The famed plain sword immortal of Peach Blossom Temple lives up to his reputation. But the blood on you immortal is even thicker than that on a demonic cultivator like myself. The figure slowly emerged from the stone wall of the cavern, having remained concealed all along, using the earth escape technique to lurk within the rock. Had it not been for Li Xiao's naturally sensitive divine sense coupled with the momentary fluctuation of the man's aura when he discovered the clear frost spirit mushroom which gave him away, Li Xiao would likely have remained unaware of the man's presence even now. His claim of having sensed him long ago was merely a bluff. Sword Immortal Shu, though you claim to be a righteous cultivator, the scent of blood on you is far heavier than that of any demonic cultivator I've ever encountered. The man stepped out from the stone wall, a cold smile curling on his lips. That's because I don't bathe. A cold wind swept through the cavern. You're lying. I bathe every single day. Shu Qiuqiao's indignant voice echoed in Li Xiao's mind. Very well. I have no objection to such matters. The man chuckled awkwardly, as if trying to break the strange tension. What I mean is, Sword Immortal Shu, wouldn't you be better suited to our demonic path than the righteous one? How about abandoning the dark for the light and joining the sacred path? No. Li Xiao shook his head. Why? Because if I became a demonic cultivator, there'd be no one left to take the blame when I slaughter entire families. Li Xiao said with utter seriousness. Slaughter entire families. Very well. The reason I followed you, Immortal, is to discuss. What are you doing? Before the demonic cultivator could finish, he started in alarm, instinctively executing a perfect iron bridge maneuver, as a sword beam grazed his neck, cleaving through the wall behind him. Had his reaction been even a fraction of a second slower, his head would have been severed from his body, leaving him dead beyond recovery. What a beautiful demonic cultivator! Are these the people we've been framing all along? The demonic cultivator's hood was torn away, revealing a cascade of jet-black hair that fell to her waist like a waterfall, a stark contrast to her delicate jade-white face. No matter how beautiful she is, she dies here today. Li Xiao's feet suddenly accelerated, closing the distance to the demonic cultivator in the blink of an eye. He spun his body, bringing his long sword down like a massive hammer with the force of 10,000 June. Damn it, can't you let a person finish speaking? The clash of blades rang out. To Li Xiao's surprise, the woman actually managed to parry his strike. But the moment she blocked, Li Xiao abruptly retreated, and a small black-red orb slipped from his sleeve. Amidst this flurry of sudden attacks, the orb seemed utterly inconspicuous, almost impossible to notice. Yet the moment the demonic cultivator saw it, her pupils contracted to pinpricks. An explosion thundered within the cavern, the terrifying blast wave shaking the entire stone chamber, threatening to collapse it. Li Xiao had already erected a defensive spell. The instant he landed, he pushed off, with his toes accelerating once more, charging straight back into the flames amidst Shu Qiuqiao's screams. No one could see what transpired within the raging fire and billowing smoke. Only the clanging of weapons could be heard. The sounds were swift and dense, ringing out hundreds of times in just a few breaths. When the flames died down and the smoke cleared, the two figures were revealed within the cavern. The demonic cultivator was drenched in sweat from the intense battle. She wiped the beads of perspiration from her brow, struggling to catch her breath and steady her breathing. You people managed to survive so long under my blade. Li Xiao looked the demonic cultivator up and down, nodding in acknowledgement of her skill. For all I look, I am at least a saintess or something. Now will you let me speak? Having finally steadied her breath, the demonic cultivator held her long sword before her chest, wary of another sudden attack from Li Xiao. Go ahead. Li Xiao nodded. All right, I was thinking. What are you doing now? Just as the demonic cultivator let down her guard to speak, Li Xiao thrust his sword forward once more. They exchanged several clashing blows before Li Xiao withdrew somewhat regretfully. As expected of a demonic cultivator so hard to kill. So will you let me finish now? The demonic cultivator asked, panting heavily. Of course. Li Xiao nodded, and seeing the demonic cultivator's look of disbelief, he pointed upward. I swear by Shu Qiuqiao's name that I will listen. Don't casually use my name for an oath. Shu Qiuqiao shouted in his mind.
Shu Qiuqiao. Is that your true name, Sword Immortal Shu?
The demonic cultivator hesitated, then performed a divination on the karmic ties. Finding it to be a true name, she relented.
Very well. I appeared before you because I've witnessed your killing prowess, immortal. I wish to form an alliance with you within this spiritual vein.
Oh,
an alliance for what?
Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully and asked.
You must have come here for the Dragon Spring as well. As a disciple of that old monster from Taoyuan Temple, you're hardly lacking in resources. The only thing that could truly benefit you here is the Dragon Spring deep within this spiritual vein. I recall that the Dragon Spring can accommodate 4 people for marrow cleansing and meridian purification. If we join forces, no one in this entire spiritual vein, whether righteous or demonic, will be able to stop us. What do you say? Isn't it better to ally with me than with those sect brothers and sisters who only hold you back?
The demonic cultivator proposed. Li Xiao nodded, appearing genuinely contemplative.
Li Xiao, absolutely not. She's a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator who kills without blinking, breaks promises, and has no honor. How can you even think of allying with her?
Shu Qiuqiao's voice trailed off, losing its conviction. She suddenly realized that terms like faithless, ruthless, and dishonorable described Li Xiao far more accurately than they did any demonic cultivator.
I think it's feasible.
Li Xiao nodded, then turned to the demonic cultivator.
But I don't ally with people I don't know. Show me some sincerity. Sincerity.
The demonic cultivator pondered for a moment, then nodded.
There's nothing I can't reveal. I am Ingmei of the Shadow Demon Sect. That's my true name. You can verify it yourself if you don't believe me. Peak Golden Core cultivation, as you've seen. As for my techniques and spells, I need not elaborate.
Li Xiao nodded, but kept his hand extended. Seeing this gesture, Ingmei finally understood.
So this is the sincerity you meant. TSK.
Seeing that Li Xiao showed no intention of yielding, Shadowmore finally clicked her tongue and pulled a medicinal herb from her storage pouch.
This is blood ginseng, the finest tonic for cultivating blood-related techniques during the Golden Core stage. I originally planned to take it back for alchemy. Now, it's yours.
Shadowmorph reluctantly handed over the blood ginseng. Li Xiao took it and stowed it in his storage pouch, but his outstretched hand did not withdraw.
Hey, you're going too far. No, I'm not.
Li Xiao shrugged. After a round of amicable bargaining between the two, Li Xiao finally agreed to the alliance, with a storage pouch full of treasures, much to Shadowmorph's relief. She sought an alliance with Li Xiao solely to enter the Dragon Spring, and seize the chance for marrow cleansing and tendon refinement. Yet she did not tell Li Xiao that according to her intelligence, the demonic cultivators this time were not limited to her own shadow demon sect. Moreover, the cultivator they dispatched was that terrifying monster. At the thought of that monster, Shadowmorph couldn't help but shudder, though she was always confident in her own skills when faced with that creature. She could not conceive even a single method of victory.
Shu Qiuqiao, you shall fight that monster well on my behalf and serve as my stepping stone into the Dragon Spring.
Gazing at Li Xiao ahead, Shadowmorph let out a cold laugh.
Are you really allying with her?
Shu Qiuqiao asked Li Xiao in disbelief.
Don't you think it's quite a gain?
Li Xiao pondered briefly and said inwardly.
But she's a demonic cultivator, a demonic cultivator. What if she has ulterior motives?
Shu Qiuqiao remained reluctant.
Well, it's like this.
Perhaps annoyed by Shu Qiuqiao's persistence, Li Xiao finally explained impatiently.
Before entering, I sensed an aura, one somewhat akin to my own.
Shu Qiuqiao was startled.
Is there another transmigrator besides us? Not quite to that extent.
Li Xiao sighed.
I could smell the blood in that aura. If my guess is correct, it likely belongs to a ruthless soul who slaughters entire families without hesitation.
In this cultivation world, even demonic cultivators rarely commit such acts. So in my view, the master of that aura is probably the greatest danger within this spirit vein.
What I must do is to nip this danger in the bud.
Shu Qiuqiao paused for a moment, then glanced at Shadowmorph.
You plan to use her as cannon fodder. If we truly encounter that person.
Li Xiao shrugged.
If we reach the dragon spring without meeting the aura's owner, it'll kill her as a sacrifice. After all, the alliance was made in your name, so I won't incur karmic debt. You? Someone's ahead.
At that moment, a voice transmission suddenly reached Li Xiao's ears.
I know. And then?
Li Xiao thought for a moment and asked.
What and then? At times like this, when there's no treasure to compete for a head, shouldn't we conserve strength and avoid battle? Do you have so much spiritual energy to waste?
Shadowmorph was taken aback.
You have a point. We should avoid conflict.
Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then tapped the wall beside him. To his surprise, a string of luminous runes slowly materialized on the surface. It was indeed a formation.
Pity you want to avoid battle, but they don't share the sentiment.
The next second, the formation activated. Shadowmorph trembled violently, nearly collapsing. In an instant, she felt as if the flow of spiritual energy within her meridians had been severed.
An anti-spell formation.
As Shadowmorph cried out, 2 men in blood-red robes slowly emerged from the side.
Hee, look what we've caught. 2 tender-skinned little ladies. No, wait, are you male or female? Setting up an anti-spell formation here must have cost you dearly, didn't it?
Li Xiao sensed the circulation of his own spiritual energy. It was completely immobilized. Given his current cultivation level, breaking through this formation with sheer internal force alone would take about 30 breaths, roughly a minute. In battles between cultivators, even a foundation establishment cultivator facing a mortal without spiritual energy, even if that mortal were a skilled martial artist, the fight would likely end in under a minute. In other words, they were in grave danger.
Li Xiao, what do we do? What do we do? Are we going to die here? You saw the formation earlier. Why didn't you avoid it?
Shu Qiuqiao's wails echoed in his mind.
I didn't discover the formation that early.
Li Xiao shrugged, then turned his gaze to the 2 sneering men in blood-red robes. These blood-colored robes likely marked them as cultivators from the Blood-Robe sect, a demonic sect of innate killers, whose techniques revolved around blood. Moreover, they believed that blood obtained through torture was the finest, so falling into their hands meant a fate worse than death.
Hey, Shadowmorph, you're both demonic cultivators. Can't you reason with them?
Thinking this, Li Xiao turned to look at her.
You slaughtered all those righteous cultivators without showing an ounce of mercy.
Shadowmorph struggled to retort, now exerting every effort to break the anti-spell barrier within her. Yet her spiritual energy reserves were even lower than Li Xiao's, so she would likely need even more time.
Hee, what are you 2 little ladies whispering about? Don't worry, now that you're caught in this inescapable net, neither of you can flee.
The bloodrobe man sneered as he approached.
If you kneel and beg us nicely, we might let you have some fun before you become part of our blood pool. Huh? What's that in your hand?
Mid-threat, the bloodrobe man froze, seeing Li Xiao rummage through his storage pouch and produce a strange metal object.
Oh, this.
Li Xiao brandished the metal object.
This is called a pistol. In my homeland, this model is known as the Desert Eagle. Playing tricks and feigning mystique. Taste my sword.
The 2 men sensed for a moment, only to find that the strange object in Li Xiao's hand, called a pistol, contained not a trace of spiritual energy, which instantly bolstered their confidence. In their view, no matter how exquisite a mortal's tool might be, it could never harm a golden core cultivator. With a strange cry, they drew their long swords and lunged toward Li Xiao and his companion.
Shu Qiuqiao, I told you earlier that I have a backup plan for situations like this, didn't I?
Li Xiao shook his head slightly and loaded the pistol's magazine with a click.
Now I'll teach you a move. This move is called the American Aiajutsu. Bang. Bang.
With 2 gunshots almost simultaneous, 2 sprays of blood burst from the bodies of the bloodrobe men. Shu Qiuqiao, witnessing this, gaped with her non-existent mouth, too stunned to speak. What exactly had you been doing while I was asleep? Where did you even get that thing? And since when can a pistol pierce the Dao body of a golden core cultivator? Isn't that a bit too absurd?
As for the second move of the American Aiajutsu, it's called.
Li Xiao flicked his sleeve, and 2 metallic egg-shaped objects flew out.
A thunderclap on flat ground. Wait, aren't those grenades?
In an instant, the 2 grenades exploded beside the bloodrobe cultivators. Shrapnel from the fragmentation grenades sprayed out, slamming into their bodies with the blast wave.
What the hell?
Neither of the blood-robe cultivators had expected these ordinary chi-less objects to possess such tremendous power. In a fluster, they hastily activated their true chi shields and even summoned a protective artifact resembling a barrier, taking cover behind it. Li Xia fired 5 more shots, the bullets smacking loudly against the protective artifact and true chi shield, but they simply could not penetrate the defense.
Alas, my marksmanship is still lacking. If my first shot had hit the head, there would have been no need for all this.
Seeing that the pistol was useless, Li Xia ceased using it, casually stowing it back into his storage pouch and rummaging through it once more.
Wait, what exactly did you stuff into my storage pouch? Huh?
Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish, she saw Li Xia slowly pull a massive iron barrel-like object from the storage pouch. The finely crafted steel cylinder formed a stark contrast with the tiny opening of the storage pouch.
The third move of the American Iaijutsu. RPG firepower overwhelm. Boom!
With Li Xia's incantation, the rocket launcher in his hand emitted a roar. A scorching blaze erupted behind him as a warhead shot straight toward the 2 blood-robe cultivators. Then an even more intense conflagration burst forth before them.
Li Xia, tell me honestly, what were you doing before you transmigrated? Don't worry about it. Just lie back and let me carry you.
Li Xia replied casually, but as the smoke and dust cleared, it was an exaggeration to say there was no harm. The protective artifact and true chi shield had both been shattered, and the 2 blood-robe cultivators bore many fresh wounds. It was hard to tell whether the blood on them came from their robes or their own bodies. But Li Xia could see that these were only superficial injuries, barely even affecting their bones or tendons.
Li Xia, what other treasures do you have? Hurry and bring them out.
Seeing that those 2 could withstand an RPG bombardment without dying, Shu Qiuqiao grew anxious. If even this was ineffective, she couldn't think of any other way out. Now that Li Xia couldn't use his mana, if something like this failed, she truly had no idea what else could be done.
Well, that's all.
Unexpectedly, Li Xia shook his head.
That's all. Yeah, that's it. I only managed to handcraft 1 rocket. The pistol's power is insufficient, and the grenades can't kill them. I really have nothing left to use.
Li Xia spread his hands, indicating he had no more tricks.
Little wench, are your strange artifacts exhausted?
The blood-robed man's face twisted with rage, flames of fury nearly spilling from his eyes.
Now it's our turn. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I'll capture you, train you as my blood slave, and drain your blood from my blood pool until your last breath. This is the end.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed, wearing an expression of resignation to her fate.
It's not that dire.
Li Xia shrugged and drew his long sword from his waist.
What do you intend to fight us with, just your mortal body?
Seeing Li Xia's reaction, the 2 jeered. The shadow wraith behind him had just snapped out of her shock. Watching Li Xia's move, she recognized it as a desperate physical struggle and quickly shouted.
Shu Qiuqiao, you can't win against them without true chi. Hurry and pull out those strange things again. Just stall until my true chi recovers. No need.
Unexpectedly, Li Xia shook his head at this, flicked his long sword, and strode slowly toward the man before him.
Ha ha ha. Look at this guy actually planning to take us on, with a mortal body and no true chi.
One blood-robe man laughed.
Enough, let's finish them off quickly to avoid any more trouble. If they recover their true chi, we'll be the ones dead.
The other blood-robe man shook his head.
True, I can't wait to taste these 2 little wenches.
With that, he lunged forward. Blood rapidly coalesced at his hand into a scythe reeking of gore, and he swung it at Li Xia's sword-wielding hand. It seemed he intended to first cripple Li Xia's limbs before enjoying his spoils. Their bodies flashed past each other in an instant. The stench of blood immediately filled the entire cavern.
Ah. Huh?
Shu Qiuqiao's scream was cut short. She felt her body in a daze. How come? She wasn't injured. Then she saw the blood-robed man's body sway, and a fountain of blood spurted from his neck.
Who said I can't fight just because I have no true chi?
Li Xia flicked his longsword, a cold smirk on his lips.
No, you. Why?
The shadow demon behind him stared in utter astonishment. It was a well-known iron law in the cultivation world that a cultivator without true chi was no different from a mortal. This fundamental code, akin to Newton's first law, had just been shattered before her eyes. How was this possible? Were you even a cultivator? No wait, are you even human?
WH. What's going on?
The other blood-robed man witnessing this scene couldn't help but retreat a few steps. His limited mind was utterly incapable of comprehending the situation. Li Xia merely glanced at the corpse behind him and let out a disappointed sigh.
I intended to sever his head entirely. A pity.
Without the power of true qi, it was indeed insufficient. He couldn't even manage to chop off a golden core cultivator's head cleanly.
Wait, Li Xia, what did you just do?
Shu Qiuqiao also stared at the scene in shock, momentarily forgetting her persona of letting out piercing shrieks at the sight of a corpse.
As a cultivator, isn't it normal for me to know some mortal martial arts?
Li Xia spoke with a puzzled expression, as if it were Shu Qiuqiao and the shadow demon who were being strange, not him.
No, that's still way too strange. By the way, when did you practice mortal martial arts? I've never seen you train in this.
Shu Qiuqiao retorted again. Indeed, though, they couldn't see what the other was doing while sleeping. Their actual sleep time wasn't that much. It was already astonishing enough that Li Xia had crafted an entire set of American-style quick-draw techniques while she slept. Now had apparently forged a martial art capable of slaying a golden core cultivator in his sleep.
No, it's impossible that he practiced this while I was asleep.
Shu Qiuqiao suddenly realized.
Li Xia, tell me honestly, what did you do before you transmigrated here? Don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good.
Li Xia shrugged, then grinned menacingly, as he dragged his long sword toward the last blood-robed cultivator.
Well, my friend, the tables have turned now. You? Monster!
The blood-robed man shrieked in terror, almost without hesitation, raising his hands to tear at the skin on his own face. In an instant, with a tearing sound, he ripped off his entire facial skin.
Is this some new form of begging for mercy?
Li Xia was taken aback, while Shu Qiuqiao let out a piercing shriek unlike any before at this gruesome sight. The blood-robed man, however, did not reply. The skin in his hand transformed into a thick, clotted blood mist. The blood mist enveloped his entire body in the blink of an eye, and the shadow demon finally caught on.
No, Shu Qiuqiao, he's trying to escape.
This was the infamous blood escape technique of the blood-robed sect. Though it appeared gruesome and inflicted great harm on the user, there was no denying it granted the caster an explosive speed beyond their own limits, making it one of the most potent escape techniques.
I refuse to believe that a mere mortal body without true qi can outrun my blood escape technique.
The blood-robed cultivator sneered, his body instantly erupting with an indescribable velocity, the blood mist carrying him away in a flash.
Indeed, without true qi, I can't catch up to you.
Just as the blood-robed cultivator thought he had escaped and could breathe easy, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hearing that voice, the blood-robed cultivator broke out in a cold sweat. In his ears, that soft voice was nothing less than the King of Hell's Requiem. He spun his head abruptly. Though he was still moving at high speed, a figure had silently appeared at his side. It was Li Xia.
But I never said I still don't have true qi now, did I?
Li Xia smiled. By the time the blood-robed cultivator decided to activate the blood escape, exactly 30 breaths had passed. He naturally couldn't have anticipated that Li Xia would break free from the formation in just 30 breaths. Before this, even the saintess of the Shadow Demon sect needed a full 50 breaths to recover under this very formation.
Farewell.
Li Xia smiled, as he raised his long sword, placing it horizontally before the blood-robed man. The latter tried to slow down and dodge, but his body was completely out of control. His speed was now far too high. Even breaking with all his might, he couldn't reduce his velocity enough to evade the blade. To an onlooker, the blood mist seemed to crash directly onto Li Xia's sword. The man's body was sliced vertically in two. Intestines and organs spilled out profusely from his bisected form, scattered all over the ground. At that high speed, he flew another several dozen feet before finally falling dead beyond any doubt.
Job done.
Li Xia clapped his hands, walked back to the formation, and kicked the wall. The formation shattered on impact, its light dissipating into ash. He then looked at the shadow demon still kneeling and unable to move, and offered a gentle smile.
By the way, you don't have the strength to resist right now, do you? Wait, what are you going to do?
A chill shot up the shadow demon's spine, straight to her crown. She glanced at the two gruesome corpses, then at the blood-stained sword in Li Xia's hand. Honestly, even when her master threw her into a snake pit during her early training, she had never felt such terror.
I'm still useful. Don't kill me!
Seeing Li Xiao's gaze turn icy, the shadow demon quickly cried out.
Oh! Useful how?
Li Xiao tilted his head slightly, signaling her to speak quickly.
I have information about the Blood-Robe sect. You mean these two dead men?
Li Xiao glanced back at the corpses and said flatly.
No, not them. This time the Blood-Robe sect sent 3 people. These 2 were just cannon fodder. The real problem is their senior disciple, that monster. Go on.
Seeing the shadow demon hesitate, Li Xiao spoke coldly.
The Blood-Robe sect has a secret technique. If you kill one of their cultivators, you'll be marked. The mark lasts 3 days and is imprinted on the soul itself, impossible to remove.
The shadow demon took a deep breath and continued.
Shu Qiuqiao, if nothing unexpected happens, the senior disciple of the Blood-Robe sect, a peak golden core powerhouse, is already on his way to find you. How amusing. I've always been the one hunting others. This is the first time someone has come hunting me.
Li Xiao smiled and nodded, finding it truly intriguing. The world of cultivation was indeed brimming with extraordinary talents. While Ying Mei continued to embellish the might of the Blood-Robe sect's senior disciple, Li Xiao merely listened quietly before uttering a single sentence.
So what you mean is you think I need your help to defeat the Blood-Robe sect's senior disciple, and therefore I cannot kill you, is that correct?
As Ying Mei nodded awkwardly, Li Xiao stroked his chin. If his guess was correct, the Blood-Robe sect's senior disciple Ying Mei spoke of was the very person he had sensed upon entering. If that were the case, it was indeed dangerous. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious.
Very well, then I'll trust you this once. Let's head to Longquan first.
Li Xiao nodded, grabbing hold of Ying Mei's wrist as pale and smooth as moonlight. True Qi surged continuously from his body into her meridians. Under the impact of Li Xiao's boundless true Qi, the restrictive barrier that had already been half shattered within Ying Mei's body was now completely broken through. Such formidable true Qi. Ying Mei even began to wonder how she had managed to survive those few exchanges against this man when she first encountered him. No, that's not right. Suddenly a thought struck Ying Mei, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Since entering the spirit vein, aside from that peculiar, devastatingly powerful black-kindred bead, this man had not used a single spell. With such an immense reserve of true Qi, he certainly couldn't be someone ignorant of spell casting. In other words, he was still holding back. He hadn't revealed even a fraction of his true strength. Li Xiao, naturally oblivious to Ying Mei's thoughts, simply helped her break the restrictive barrier before withdrawing his true Qi. He beckoned for Ying Mei to follow and strode off quickly. Little did they know, about half an hour after their departure, a blood-red figure appeared at the very spot where they had just been.
Those 2 useless wastes are already dead.
Staring at the gruesomely contorted corpses on the ground, Li Xiao, being a demonic cultivator, hadn't even bothered to dispose of them, leaving them lying there. The battlefield was a scene of utter desolation. Observing this, the man furrowed his brow. It was evident that those 2 fools had used a restrictive barrier, yet they were still killed in retaliation. Scattered on the ground were some unidentifiable metallic objects, but there was no trace of true Qi.
Killed by someone other than a cultivator. Impossible.
Moreover, judging by the battle traces, those 2 wastes hadn't even inflicted a single scratch on their opponent. That too was highly peculiar. Though they were worthless, they were still demonic cultivators of the Blood-Robe sect. They shouldn't have been effortlessly killed without a single injury to their foe, especially with the advantage of terrain and circumstances.
Who could it be?
The Blood-Robe man pondered briefly, then shook his head. No matter. Once he found that woman, crippled her, and refined her into a blood slave, he would naturally learn everything that had transpired. With this thought, the Blood-Robe man decided to continue his pursuit. Yet, as he took a step forward, his foot seemed to kick something.
This. A thread.
Staring at the barely visible strand of silk he had kicked aside, the Blood-Robe man suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The next second, a blinding white light enveloped him. Before he could even register what was happening, a thunderous explosion roared.
The 4th form of the American Iaido.
In the distance, as if hearing something, Li Xiao turned back and softly murmured with a smile.
The crouching ghost thunder. What's wrong?
Seeing Li Xiao suddenly stopping, Mei asked curiously.
Nothing. Let's keep moving.
Li Xiao shook his head and continued onward. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield.
Good.
The blood-robed man now bore several scorched marks. Li Xia had only planted an ordinary landmine there. Though not insignificant in power, it was far from lethal to a peak golden core cultivator. Even without protective artifacts, it would only inflict superficial flesh wounds. Yet this act truly infuriated the blood-robed man. Laughing in rage, he viciously kicked aside the charred corpse at his feet.
Whoever you are, I will refine you into a blood slave and torment you until you wish for death, but cannot attain it.
As he spoke, he took a step forward only to hear a crisp crack beneath his foot. The next second, another flash of white light engulfed him entirely.
What the? It seems we arrived a little late.
Gazing at the crowd before him, Li Xia remarked.
Who told you not to follow my lead? Li Xia, I can't believe you're directionally challenged.
Shu Qiuqiao said irritably. She hadn't expected the seemingly all-powerful Li Xia to get lost in this cave. If not for Mei, they might never have reached this place.
No one is perfect. It's normal.
Li Xia chuckled inwardly, then turned his gaze forward. Only about 20 cultivators remained here, and almost every one of them was wounded. It seemed the conflict here had been fiercer than he had imagined. But to Li Xia's surprise, these cultivators weren't hostile toward each other. Instead, like wounded beasts licking each other's wounds, they were even sharing pills. Even more astonishingly, among them were not only righteous cultivators, but also a few who were clearly demonic.
What exactly happened while I was lost?
Li Xia rubbed his chin in puzzlement.
Another brother has arrived.
Seeing Li Xia, the crowd gathered around.
Brother, you seem quite fortunate.
One of them looked Li Xia up and down, noting that he was completely unscathed, and couldn't help but remark.
What do you mean?
Li Xia was taken aback.
You're very lucky not to have run into that monster.
Another person sighed.
Our sect sent 4 people. Just because we encountered that monster, only I managed to escape. Oh.
Could this be something I did? Li Xia scrutinized the man carefully. It couldn't have been his doing. He had only killed 15 people, and he was certain none had escaped.
Who did you encounter?
At Li Xia's question, the crowd fell silent for a moment before replying.
The blood-robed sect's senior disciple, the blood demon true person.
So are you suggesting that this blood demon master wanders around the entire spiritual vein, killing anyone he encounters, and is even specifically looking for people to kill? Li Xia stroked his chin, organizing the information he had gathered. First of all, this blood demon master was surprisingly formidable, indiscriminately slaughtering both demonic and righteous cultivators. Previously, they had gathered over a dozen people to hunt down this blood demon master, but in the end only 2 managed to escape. The rest had all become part of the blood demon master's blood pool. Moreover, behind this place lies Longquan, but they still did not know how to break the restrictions in front of Longquan. Additionally, since the blood demon master could appear at any moment, even if they could break the restrictions, they would not dare to soak in Longquan under the watchful eyes of so many. Thinking of this, Li Xia quickly drooped his face.
In fact, everyone in our sect has also encountered an attack from the blood demon master before. If it weren't for this fairy from the shadow demon sect by my side, I might have perished at his hands.
I just did not know that this monster was actually the infamous blood demon master of the Blood Cloak sect. I didn't react when you all mentioned it, but now that you say this, it seems my luck isn't all that great. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Mei. The fact that Mei was at the peak of Golden Core stage was undeniable, and it was indeed normal for 2 Golden Core cultivators to escape from the Blood Demon Master if they were lucky. Moreover, it was quite strange for a righteous cultivator to travel with a demonic cultivator. Li Xia's explanation made some sense. So brother, we all want to enter Longquan, but if the Blood Demon Master is still around, we cannot enjoy Longquan peacefully. Shouldn't we cooperate first? A cultivator extended an olive branch to Li Xia.
It's possible, but even if we could collaborate to eliminate the Blood Demon Master, how should we allocate the spots for entering Longquan?
Li Xia nodded and inquired this. Hearing Li Xia's words, everyone hesitated for a moment, then another person said,
If we rely on our abilities, some may not contribute during the hunt, preparing to reap the benefits. How about this? Let's use our contributions during this hunt as a bargaining chip for entering Longquan. How does that sound?
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, but someone raised an objection.
How can we be sure that you won't go back on your word?
Indeed, both righteous and demonic cultivators were present here, and even among righteous cultivators trust between them was hard to establish. How about this, we swear by our true names? If someone does not use their true name to swear, you should all have some divination skills to figure it out. Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Swearing by one's true name is a grave oath. If violated, it could lead to stagnation in cultivation, or worse, instant death. Moreover, under equal cultivation levels, anyone with a bit of divination knowledge could discern whether the name used in the oath was a true name, so no one would doubt such an oath. Since that's the case, let's start with me. The person who had taken the lead swore first. Once everyone had taken their oaths, all eyes quickly turned to the last arrivals, Li Xia and Ying Mei. Ying Mei shrank back. She had thoughts of monopolizing Longquan, but she also knew that if she didn't swear, the people present might eliminate them before they could deal with the blood demon. However, she glanced at Li Xia beside her, knowing he was not someone to provoke lightly. Let alone swearing by his true name, this person was like a king of hell. If he was displeased, he might just start a massacre with this group. Surprisingly, Li Xia merely nodded calmly and said,
"In that case, I, Shu Qiuqiao, swear by my true name."
Shu Qiuqiao.
Although the others had never heard this name before, a simple calculation confirmed it was indeed a true name, so they did not pursue it further.
Ying Mei was astonished that this killer was so agreeable today, but she dared not press further, and also swore using her true name. Among those present, only Shu Qiuqiao could truly understand Li Xia's inner thoughts.
"Li Xia, you swore using my name.
Could you just tell me honestly, what exactly are you planning to do?"
Listening to Shu Qiuqiao's pressing question, Li Xia helplessly shrugged and said,
"You see, counting us two, there are a total of 23 golden core cultivators present, right?" Shu Qiuqiao nodded blankly.
"I could probably handle them all by myself, but with so many fighting, there's bound to be one or two that slip through the net.
If they manage to escape, wouldn't my righteous image be ruined in an instant?" So, Li Xia swept a cold glance around the crowd.
"Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble that blood demon brother whom I have never met to help deal with these potential loose ends."
Hearing Li Xia's icy words, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but shiver. She understood that Li Xia was indeed planning to slaughter this group without leaving a single survivor. At that moment, a figure drenched in the scent of blood was slowly approaching. This blood demon practices the blood sea divine art. I have only seen this technique in books before.
Li Xia frowned as he glanced at the information jade slip.
The blood sea divine art is one of the most sinister techniques in the blood cloak sex inheritance. This technique uses blood as a catalyst and sword energy as form capable of absorbing the enemy's blood to strengthen oneself. When cultivated to a high level, it can even summon a blood sea, plunging enemies into an endless abyss of terror, ultimately causing them to perish from blood loss. From any perspective, this blood demon is a troublesome character.
"Can you defeat him, Li Xia?"
Shu Qiuqiao asked with some concern.
Li Xia hesitated. "You can't defeat him. If you can't defeat him, then we might as well run. We can do without soaking in Longquan."
Shu Qiuqiao said worriedly.
"It's not that I can't defeat him."
Li Xia shook his head slightly.
"It's just that if I encounter this guy,
all of my strength might be exposed." The waiting felt interminable. The mere thought of battling such a monster filled everyone's heart with profound unease, except for Li Xia. Adhering to the principle that idleness was a waste, Li Xia found a corner and produced the blood ginseng, the frosted ganoderma, and the celestial spirit herb. Adding a few supplementary medicinal herbs from his own stash, he had all the necessary ingredients for the azure spirit gathering pill.
"At this critical moment, you're going to refine pills?"
Shadow Phantom asked, bewildered by Li Xia's actions.
"What do you know? This is called maintaining composure. Learn from it."
Li Xia shrugged, then swiftly tossed the 3 herbs and 4 supplements into the cauldron. For ordinary people, alchemy was a delicate art, but Li Xia's movements exuded a different kind of simplicity and ruggedness. First, he picked up the frosted ganoderma, which appeared minuscule in his broad palm. With a gentle pinch, the silver frost on the ganoderma dissolved into spiritual energy. He flicked his wrist, and the herb flew precisely into the furnace. Soon a cool fragrance emanated from the furnace as the ganoderma slowly released its essence. Next, he took out a blood ginseng, which exuded a faint coppery scent like congealed blood radiating intense energy. Li Xiao broke the blood ginseng into pieces with an almost brutal force and threw them into the cauldron as if feeding a starving beast. The essences of the blood ginseng and frosted Ganoderma swiftly merged in the furnace, releasing an even more potent surge of spiritual energy. Finally, Li Xiao retrieved a handful of celestial spirit herb from his storage pouch, a plant that seemed to grow in a celestial realm imbued with an ethereal aura. He caressed it briefly before crushing it in his grip, the action carrying a hint of casual violence. The fragments landed precisely in the flames, and the alchemy chamber blazed with radiant light as if countless spirits danced within. The furnace roared, and the unique powers of the three herbs fused under Li Xiao's control. Though his movements appeared simple and crude, the resulting pill was astonishingly potent, with spiritual energy nearly overflowing the cauldron. The surrounding crowd noticed Li Xiao's alchemy, and though they knew he must be using the ancient spiritual herbs from this vein, and that the pill would be invaluable, due to their oath few dared to act rashly. However, they all silently memorized Li Xiao's aura. Once the blood demon was slain, it was expected that Li Xiao, having drawn attention, would become their target for a coordinated attack. Li Xiao was naturally aware of their thoughts, but he truly did not care. After all, these people were all doomed to die soon. As Li Xiao focused on his alchemy, Shadow Phantom suddenly trembled. Not only her, but even Shu Qiuqiao, who was usually not perceptive, shuddered as an indescribable chill swept through her body. The resting crowd rose to their feet, dozens of gazes fixed on the entrance of a stone cave ahead. Following that, a terrifying bloody aura began to spread through the cavern. Slap! Slap! Leisurely footsteps echoed from within the cave. As the steps drew nearer, the chilling bloody aura grew denser, almost to the point of nausea. Gulp! It's him. No! Shu Qiuqiao, how can you still be refining pills at a time like this? Shadow Phantom swallowed hard. Even she at full strength only had a slim chance of escaping from that person. If forced to choose between abandoning the Dragon Spring and fighting that monster, Shadow Phantom would rather give up the Dragon Spring. Composure, composure, understand. Li Xiao casually adjusted the furnace's heat and put on a face mask. Why are you wearing that? Shu Qiuqiao was startled. I'm afraid I overestimated this guy's strength, and a few might slip through, Li Xiao said offhandedly. At that moment, a crimson figure slowly appeared at the cave entrance. A trembling voice cried out, "He's here! Whether we want the Dragon Spring or to leave here alive, our only hope is to surround and defeat him. Brothers, charge!" In an instant, countless spells flickered with light. Sword chi spells and talismans filled the cavern, brilliant radiance clashing in the narrow space with a thunderous roar that chilled the heart. Yet just as everyone thought they held the advantage, the Blood Demon Patriarch remained calm and composed, standing his ground like an unfathomable abyss, a cold gleam of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, the blood-red Blood Sorrow's sword slid from its sheath, its blade wreathed in crimson light, as if drawing life and hope from the abyss. He leaped lightly into the air, his trajectory carrying unrivaled ferocity and malevolent sword chi. Each step he took caused the cavern to tremble slightly, spiritual energy rippling, as if the very space responded to his killing intent. With the Blood Demon Patriarch's sword danced, streaks of blood light slithered like living creatures through the net formed by the cultivators, their spells and attacks missing time and again. Even under the surging magical power of 23 golden core cultivators, the Blood Demon Patriarch moved as if through an empty space without a hint of panic. His every strike was precise, with each sword stroke blood sprayed from a cultivator, forcing them to retreat. In the next second, the Blood Demon Patriarch unleashed his ultimate technique, the Blood Sea Divine Art. The entire cavern was shrouded in a blood mist, and the forms of the 23 golden core cultivators blurred. Before their eyes, the Blood Demon Patriarch was no longer a single person, but had transformed into a sky full of blood clouds, each drop of blood rain carrying lethal power. The Blood Demon Patriarch needed to do no more standing there. He seemed invincible, like an immortal descending upon the mortal world, instilling fear in the hearts of the 23 golden core cultivators. Despite their siege, they could barely touch the hem of the Blood Demon Patriarch's robe. Even their fierce wave-like assaults appeared pale and futile against the blood shadow wreaking havoc before the spring.
Is he really a golden core cultivator?
Some cultivators on the battlefield showed despair. At this moment Li Xia was still refining pills.
Li Xia, are you still refining pills? Your sense of relaxation is a bit too relaxed, isn't it?
Shu Qiuqiao explained as she watched Li Xia's movements.
I'm a man as long as I'm tough, it doesn't matter if I'm relaxed or not. I don't understand what you're saying, but that ominous blood mist is already spreading over here.
Shu Qiuqiao fell silent for a moment, then saw the blood mist from the Blood Sea divine art gradually enveloping them.
Sigh. Don't worry, it's a minor issue.
Li Xia's side shook his head, and once again channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the furnace. With that palm strike of spiritual energy, the rotation of the pill within the furnace accelerated, and a rich fragrance of the elixir permeated the air, nearly dispersing the blood mist around them.
To be so absorbed in pill refining at a time like this, though I don't know who you are, you certainly have remarkable composure.
Just then a blood-red figure appeared behind Li Xia, accompanied by a flash of sword light that swept toward his neck in an instant.
Bang!
The clash of two long swords resounded like a meteor striking the earth, and the shockwave alone dispersed the surrounding blood mist. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, Li Xia had already drawn his long sword and blocked it before his neck. The Blood Sorrow's sword now hovered mere inches from his carotid artery. Those few inches now seemed like an insurmountable chasm.
Don't rush, it's not your turn yet.
Li Xia slammed the furnace, causing it to emit a resonant hum. As the sound faded, the lid flew open, and a streak of spiritual light shot out from within. Quick as lightning, Li Xia grasped the streak of light, pulled out a pill bottle, and sealed it inside the jade container. Before he could store the pill in his storage pouch, a second sword strike came hurtling toward him, the blade piercing straight for his brow like a serpent emerging from its lair. Li Xia merely raised his hand and deflected the sword, a calm smile still on his face.
What are you so eager to die? I think it's you who should die.
Blood Demon True Person sneered and prepared to attack again, but Li Xia had no intention of lingering. He stepped back and vanished into the blood mist.
Impressive blood mist escape technique. Wait, isn't this blood mist mine?
Blood Demon True Person exclaimed in surprise, then quickly realized something was wrong. This blood mist was clearly conjured by his Blood Sea divine art. How could Li Xia so naturally merge into it? But Li Xia offered no explanation. In but a moment, his figure reappeared, accompanied by a string of flying heads. In an instant, Li Xia's robes were drenched in blood. Dressed in a blood-stained garment, and wearing a mask, he was indistinguishable from the Blood Demon at first glance.
What are you doing?
Blood Demon True Person was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What was this? He, the Blood Demon True Person, was here hunting prey. It was normal for the gathered prey to band together against him. But now among these gathered prey, one was hunting the others. Isn't that my job? Are you stealing my work? Are you insane? Yet Li Xia's slaughter continued. Whether out of a desire to compete for prey or to swiftly eliminate this troublesome figure, Blood Demon True Person moved to pursue Li Xia. Thus they chased each other through the blood mist. Wherever Li Xia passed, blood splattered. If anyone managed to block his sword, they were instantly hacked to pieces by Blood Demon True Person. The cave echoed with screams as the crowd was slaughtered before they even understood what was happening.
Why? Why are there two blood demons?
A golden core cultivator was cleaved in half at the waist by Li Xia. In his agony, he tried to crawl away, but Blood Demon arrived in a flash, crushing his head underfoot without pausing in his pursuit. The wretched soul died without ever understanding why there were two blood demons. The slaughter continued in the cave, and a quarter of an hour felt unbearably long. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon grew increasingly alarmed as he pursued, unable to catch up no matter how hard he tried. Li Xia's speed was not particularly fast, yet the Blood Demon could not close the distance, as if an invisible repulsive force propelled Li Xia forward. Though the distance seemed short, it felt as vast and insurmountable as a heavenly moat. Finally, Li Xia halted in the cave, the blood mist that had concealed him dissipating.
Why stop running?
Blood Demon True Person panted slightly and asked coldly.
Perhaps because it's no longer necessary.
Li Xia glanced around and said. Blood Demon True Person looked about and realized that the 20 or so cultivators here had been slaughtered by the two of them. Apart from a Shadow Veil cultivator trembling in a corner with a concealment technique thinking they couldn't see him, there were no survivors.
How does it feel to have your prey stolen?
Li Xia raised his sword pointing at a blood demon true person and asked with a smile.
I only need one prey to satisfy me.
Blood demon true person sneered, flicking the blood sorrow's sword.
Afraid you'll break your teeth.
Li Xia sneered, his form dissolving into an afterimage in an instant. The two clashed, their long swords meeting in 100 exchanges within the blink of an eye suspended midair. For a moment sword chi scattered in all directions beneath the azure cloudless sky. Li Xia and Blood Demon Patriarch stood aloof at opposite ends of the horizon, their sword shadows flickering faintly like immortals riding mist and clouds. As their sword techniques interwove, they moved like shooting stars chasing the moon. In the span of 100 clashes their weapons struck a resounding rhythmic symphony. The soaring sword chi was as fierce as a phoenix spreading its wings, yet as swift as a dragon frolicking in the water. Whenever the sword edges met, it was like plum blossoms brushing against snow. Sparks of sword light burst forth cold and glistening. The biting sword chi surged violently between the two cultivators, seeming capable of splitting rocks and severing metal. Each petal of sword radiance rose, like mountain mist scattering across the 9 heavens. The onlookers, though stirred with desire to intervene, found no opportunity to step in. They could only watch wide-eyed, their minds and spirits utterly shaken. Within those 100 exchanges both displayed abilities far beyond the mortal realm. The true essence of the righteous and demonic paths collided and tumbled through the air, their boundless sword intent resembling the surging tumultuous waves of a great river. Blood Demon Patriarch hovered like a suspended vermilion bird, his battle robe stained with blood, his swordsmanship ferocious, every strike unstoppable. Li Xia, in contrast, was like a spring breeze turning into rain. His steps flowed seamlessly, his sword techniques embodying the natural order of heaven and earth, concealing profound mysteries within.
How did I ever have the nerve to travel with such a monster?
The shadow fiend, who believed herself well hidden, was trembling and cowering in a corner. She did not even qualify to be a spectator of the duel raging above. As the sword techniques flew wildly, her eyes could not keep up with their speed. What in the world? Were these two truly golden core cultivators? How could such a vast gap exist between golden core cultivators? Despite being a peak golden core cultivator herself before these two, she felt no different from a crawling insect on the ground.
No wonder you could kill my 2 junior brothers without using any true chi, ha ha ha. The world is indeed full of extraordinary talents. How exhilarating!
Blood Demon Patriarch laughed loudly, then stepped back, ceasing the pointless sword duel with Li Xia. With a flick of his blood-red sleeve, the fabric suddenly expanded, spreading like a vast crimson cloud across the sky.
Blood Sea Divine Art, activate.
At Blood Demon Patriarch's sharp cry, a torrent of blood rain poured down from the blood cloud in an instant. Each drop of blood rain was like a corrosive acid hissing as it struck the ground. Within seconds, the cavern had been ravaged beyond recognition by the downpour. Li Xia, in response, could only whirl his long sword into an impenetrable barrier. The sword circle so tight that not even water could seep through formed a wall that kept all the blood rain at bay.
Ha ha ha. Let me show you the true divine skill of my blood robe sect. Blood Sea Divine Art, receive, turn, unite.
The blood rain suddenly exploded in midair, transforming into pervasive corrosive blood mist. Even as Li Xia's sword danced with perfect density, his sleeves began to suffer erosion. In the next instant, the omnipresent blood mist contracted rapidly, surging back into Blood Demon Patriarch's hands and condensing into a sphere.
Farewell. I will remember you.
As Blood Demon Patriarch spoke, he pushed the sphere forward with both hands. The gesture involuntarily reminded Li Xia of a certain monkey from a certain Dragon Ball series launching a Kamehameha wave.
Is it just a beam struggle? Amen.
Li Xia laughed heartily, his true chi cycling rapidly throughout his body. A ball of light materialized in his hands. Only then did Shu Qiuqiao belatedly realize that this was the first time Li Xia had used a spell since entering the spirit vein. But in the next second, she noticed a problem. Li Xia was taken aback.
It's just... how should I put it? Li Xia. Spit it out, I'm about to face off with this guy.
Li Xia frowned at Shu Qiuqiao's hesitant words.
Well, it's almost the hour of the rooster.
Li Xia was startled. Damn, he had gotten so caught up in the fight that he lost track of time. In this state, if Shu Qiuqiao were to take over, she would be minced into a fine paste by Blood Demon Patriarch in an instant. Li Xia didn't even dare waste time firing his beam. He raised his hand and tossed out a wooden stake, his body vanishing in an instant, while the stake under the cover of a white flash transformed into his likeness. Then Blood Demon Patriarch's Kamehameha. No Blood Sea divine art arrived in a flash, blasting the decoy Li Xia in midair to shreds.
That fragile.
Blood Demon Patriarch frowned, immediately sensing something amiss. The strike had landed without any real resistance. He immediately scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet the more he searched, the more alarmed he became. For some reason, there was no trace of Li Xia anywhere in the cavern. Not only that, but even the Blood Robe sect's secret technique, the mark branded on the soul, had become completely undetectable.
Such a powerful concealment art.
Blood Demon Patriarch retreated to a corner, straining every sense to guard against Li Xia's ambush. But the attack never came.
Could he have fled? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Blood Demon Patriarch shook his head vehemently. Li Xia's murderous demeanor moments ago was still fresh in his mind. He refused to believe such a man would suddenly flee at the climax of battle. Lying in wait, ready to strike when I let my guard down. Finally, Blood Demon Patriarch sighed in resignation. He had to admit that if he remained on constant alert for a potential attack, even if Li Xia reappeared openly, he would likely be at a disadvantage.
I will remember you.
Blood Demon Patriarch spat out a final threat into the empty space before retreating cautiously. As for the Dragon Spring, compared to the formidable challenge that Li Xia posed, it held negligible allure for Blood Demon Patriarch.
Phew! Are both those monsters gone?
Only after confirming Blood Demon Patriarch's departure did the Shadow Fiend crawl trembling from her hiding place. She looked around, verified that both monsters had left, and breathed a sigh of relief. How terrifying. If she had been caught in that spell just now, even with her protective artifacts activated, she would have been shaken to death on the spot in her hiding spot. She had been incredibly lucky to escape with her life this time.
Damn it, Shu Qiuqiao, you nearly got me killed.
The Shadow Fiend plopped down on the ground and let out a long sigh.
I really am terribly sorry.
The voice from behind made the Shadow Fiend jolt all over, cold sweat instantly soaking her clothes. Turning around, she saw that the demon had somehow appeared right behind her.
Well, judging by her state, it seems we've treated her quite harshly.
Shu Qiuqiao remarked inwardly to Li Xia, observing the trembling Shadow Fiend.
If you don't kill her now, once she regains her wits, we'll be the ones in trouble.
Li Xia let out a resigned sigh. In that instant, the bell of the U hour had just tolled, forcing him to use a desperate escape technique to swiftly leave the battlefield, concealing himself within the residual waves of the Blood Sea divine art. Normally such concealment would hardly work, but luck was on his side. The moment he broke away, Shu Qiuqiao emerged to take control of the body. The timing was impeccable. As soon as Shu Qiuqiao seized control, she executed the concealment technique as Li Xia instructed. After all, over the years to ensure survival, her mastery of concealment arts was second only to her escape techniques. Adding to their fortune, the Blood Robe sect's mark was imprinted on the soul. Li Xia had slain 2 Blood Robe sect cultivators, and the secret technique's mark was etched onto his soul. When Shu Qiuqiao took over the body, the mark naturally retreated, with Li Xia's withdrawal hiding deep within. Had it not been for this blood demon, true man might not have been so terrified by the sudden concealment. Good heavens, even a soul mark could be hidden, coupled with the killing power Li Xia had just displayed. A sudden ambush would surely catch him off guard. Without this, the bluff might not have driven Blood Demon True Man away. Now the problem was how to handle the Shadow Fiend.
Shu Qiuqiao, can you kill her?
In Li Xia's view, the best course was to swiftly eliminate the Shadow Fiend, even though she had shown no aggression throughout the journey. But that was only under Li Xia's absolute dominance. Now that Shu Qiuqiao was in control, if the Shadow Fiend sensed any weakness, she might strike at them without hesitation.
Do you think I can?
Shu Qiuqiao said weakly. Indeed, given her skill level, if she failed to kill the Shadow Fiend in one blow, she would only reveal a fatal flaw. For now, the best strategy was to keep bluffing this woman until they could regroup with Li Qin and the others.
Well?
The Shadow Fiend, seeing Shu Qiuqiao's prolonged inaction, was on the verge of tears from fear. It was obvious to anyone with blood demon gone, and the dragon spring within reach. The next move of this monster would surely be to kill her and claim the spring for himself. Yet even knowing this, she dared not make a single move, terrified that before she could flee this monster would cleave her in two, with a single sword stroke mince her finely, and wrap her in dumplings.
Shu Qiuqiao, try to mimic my expression and repeat what I say,
Li Xia reminded her inwardly. Shu Qiuqiao nodded silently, striving to appear as cold and ruthless as possible. She looked down at the shadow fiend and said icily,
"Tell me, what use are you?"
I. At this moment, the shadow fiend could not fathom any reason Shu Qiuqiao might have to spare her, but her survival instinct forced her to rack her brains, desperately searching for any value she could offer. After all, if she didn't think fast now, her brains might soon be stirred instead. Suddenly the shadow fiend's gaze fell upon the gate behind her, and a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind.
"I can open the gate to the dragon spring. I can help you, true man. I covet no treasure from the spring. I only ask that you spare my life,"
the shadow fiend hastily offered. At that moment, she remembered a key in her storage pouch, a universal key capable of opening any barrier below the nascent soul stage, provided there was a door. Though it could only be used once, trading this treasure for her life was well worth it.
"Agreed."
Shu Qiuqiao nodded coldly, but inwardly she rejoiced.
She's so easy to scare. With just one sentence, I got her to offer such a precious technique. "Don't get cocky, or you'll blow our cover, and I won't be able to save you."
Li Xia doused her enthusiasm.
"I'll open it now."
The shadow fiend trembled as she approached the gate, then suddenly turned back to look at Shu Qiuqiao.
"I have no way to ensure my survival after opening the gate. Could you please swear an oath that you'll let me live once I open it?" "Agra."
Shu Qiuqiao instinctively started to nod, thinking it a reasonable request, but Li Xia urgently stopped her.
"If you nod, we're doomed."
Indeed, Li Xia would never agree to such a thing. Promising to spare someone's life, whether they lived or died, depended entirely on his mood that day. Swear not to kill her? How could he ever do that? Realizing this, Shu Qiuqiao quickly adjusted her attitude, looking at the shadow fiend with a faint, ambiguous smile.
"I could swear not to kill you, but would you believe me?"
The shadow fiend shuddered at Shu Qiuqiao's demeanor. She then recalled that Shu Qiuqiao Li Xia had sworn alongside those 20 golden core cultivators to fight blood demon true man together with no infighting or standing idly by. And what happened? He struck out and slaughtered all of them in one go, the stench of blood still lingering in the cave. Asking such a monster to swear not to kill her. How many lives would she need to survive that? The shadow fiend quickly shook her head, fumbled the universal key from her storage pouch, and pressed it against the gate. The moment the key touched the stone gate, it seemed to merge into it. Though there was no keyhole, everyone present heard the crisp sound of a lock turning. Then, under the gaze of the two, or rather 3 individuals, the stone gate slowly swung open. An instant later, an overwhelming wave of dense spiritual energy surged forth, causing Shu Qiuqiao and the shadow fiend to feel their internal energy circulation quicken significantly. Shu Qiuqiao in particular felt on the verge of a breakthrough.
"Well, this humble one has opened the gate. May I leave now?"
the shadow fiend asked, her voice trembling. She slowly raised her head, only to see Shu Qiuqiao's utterly unreadable expression. It was a look the shadow fiend could not decipher at all. She couldn't even tell if Shu Qiuqiao was pleased or angered. More cold sweat soaked through her back.
"Impressive control over your expressions,"
Li Xia teased the shadow fiend, who was now frozen in terror.
"Rubbish, I'm a graduate of the Shanghai Performing Arts Academy. I was transported in my sophomore year,"
the female college student declared with pride, hands on her hips.
"You always claimed to be a college student. I didn't realize you actually were one."
Li Xia was taken aback.
"Rubbish, what did you do before you came here?"
Shu Qiuqiao asked, puzzled. In her eyes, Li Xia seemed far too adapted to this world, almost as if he were a native. But how could a native have devised a complete set of American-style aijutsu? That didn't seem like something that could naturally emerge from this world.
"Knowing too much won't do you any good. That, Immortal Senior." The shadow fiend was on the verge of tears. But Shu Qiuqiao ignored her and walked straight toward the stone door.
Seeing that Shu Qiuqiao seemed to have no intention of killing her, the shadow fiend sighed in relief and turned to leave only to hear a cold snort.
Did I say you could leave?
The Shadow Fiend's steps halted abruptly. She turned around on the verge of tears, her voice trembling.
What else does the immortal wish for this humble one to do?
At that moment Shu Qiuqiao asked inwardly.
Li Xia, if she leaves now, wouldn't I be safe? Why not let her go?
Li Xia only let out a cold laugh.
If we let her go, wouldn't the massacre of over 30 Golden Core disciples from various sects in this cave be exposed? She can't leave, she must stay under my watch. If necessary, you can slowly pressure her into swearing allegiance and keeping silent about all this. If that fails, find a way to kill her. There's one last Thunderfire Pearl in the storage pouch. Also, there are 2 tokens each stored in a lead box within separate storage pouches. When combined, they unleash unimaginable power. What tokens have such power? Your refining skills aren't that good, are they?
Shu Qiuqiao was stunned.
Uranium-235,
Li Xia said casually. Despite cursing Li Xia countless times in her mind, Shu Qiuqiao suppressed the urge to pull out the 2 truly ominous items from her storage pouch and toss them away. She said coldly to the Shadow Fiend,
"Follow me."
The Dragon Spring was located at the deepest part of the spiritual vein. Entering the stone door, Shu Qiuqiao could see the ancient stone walls on both sides engraved with the marks of time and intricate array runes. She closed the stone door to prevent any sneak attacks, then took a few steps forward and saw a pool of still clear spring water. The spring resembled a jade carving, its water crystal clear, emitting a warm lustrous sheen. As the 2 entered, the disturbance in the air caused ripples on the surface. The faint ripples carried a subtle dragon aura, so thin it was like morning mist in the mountains, barely perceptible without careful attention. Though this wisp of dragon aura did not come from a true dragon, it was enough to grant a cultivator a transformative purification, even reshaping their physical foundation. Yet this dragon aura was only attainable by the favored of heaven, the cherished of the earth.
The spring looks so serene,
Shu Qiuqiao marveled inwardly. But she knew this tranquil spring possessed the power to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Even without the dragon aura, the ability to cleanse the marrow and enhance one's aptitude was a treasure unmatched in the entire Great Xia dynasty.
Does the immortal require this humble one to stand guard?
Seeing the long-desired dragon spring, the Shadow Fiend could barely suppress her greed, yet dared not act rashly.
Would I dare to let you guard me?
Shu Qiuqiao tried her best to imitate Li Xia, turning back to cast a cold glance at the Shadow Fiend.
This humble one can swear by her true name.
Now that they were here, the Shadow Fiend could no longer contain her craving for the dragon spring. In her eyes, any price was worth it just to bathe in it. If an oath and a vigil could earn her a chance to soak in the dragon spring, even its leftovers, it would be a profitable deal.
Then swear.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Just as the Shadow Fiend was about to swear, she added,
"And since you're swearing anyway, swear that you will never speak of what happened in the spiritual vein or anything about me to anyone."
The Shadow Fiend hesitated. Swearing by one's true name left little room for loopholes. Seeking loopholes in an oath was akin to seeking flaws in the Tao of Heaven. That was why she was astonished by Li Xia's ability to casually swear and then break his vows. To this, Li Xia remarked,
"What does Shu Qiuqiao's oath have to do with me, Li Xia?"
Although the Shadow Fiend was reluctant to take such an oath, Shu Qiuqiao's icy gaze made her feel that if she didn't swear, this merciless demon would surely silence her. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and swore.
"Good,"
Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Her next words made the anxious Shadow Fiend ecstatic.
"If any of the dragon spring remains after I'm done, you may use it."
With that, Shu Qiuqiao turned to the spring. Her blood-stained Taoist robe instantly transformed into a clean light gauze. She had endured that dirty, smelly robe for far too long. If not for maintaining her persona changing, it would have been her first priority upon returning. Then, clad in the light gauze, Shu Qiuqiao slowly dipped her jade-white ankle into the spring.
"Oh, it's so cold."
The icy water made her shiver, but to uphold her image as a ruthless demon, she stifled her voice and gradually submerged her entire body. Seeing her translucent wet gauze, Shu Qiuqiao glanced at the Shadow Fiend watching eagerly from the shore. She raised her hand and conjured a mosaic wall with true qi.
"A beauty bathing, no peeking."
The spring water seemed to possess a spirit of its own, navigating through every meridian and cell, gradually purifying impurities and nourishing the essence, making the spiritual energy within the cultivator increasingly pure. Shu Qiuqiao felt as if every moment she was submerged in the spring her body and mind were undergoing a baptism. With a long sigh of relief, Shu Qiuqiao could sense the true energy within her body continuously enriching, as if spiritual energy was pouring into her body without restraint. However, for some reason the legendary effects of cleansing the tendons and marrow were completely absent. Or rather, they were present but paled in comparison to the costs and the legendary accounts others had fought over. The effects were simply too weak.
Why can't I feel the cleansing of tendons and marrow?
Shu Qiuqiao wondered.
Could it be that?
Li Xia stroked his chin, pondering, and said uncertainly,
our talents are too good, and this level of cleansing is ineffective for us. Huh?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
Then what was all our hard work for? Did all those cultivators die for nothing? It's fine, there's still a chance,
Li Xia said at the right moment.
The reason this spring is called the Dragon Spring is because it contains a strand of dragon chi. As long as we can obtain that strand of dragon chi, we won't have wasted our efforts. How? How do we get it?
Shu Qiuqiao hesitated and asked.
You need to take the pill I just refined.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao mustered her courage and rummaged through her storage bag, mainly because she genuinely had no idea what Li Xia had stored inside. What if she accidentally touched something strange? Then surely the entire spiritual vein would turn into a giant pit several kilometers wide. Fortunately, Li Xia had placed the pill in a very conspicuous spot, and Shu Qiuqiao quickly found it. The Qingling Gathering pill could instantly provide a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and was the best pill for breakthroughs. Moreover, the Qingling Gathering pill could also allow cultivators to instantly enter a state of forgetfulness. Although it was still far from the so-called epiphany, it could be considered a state that one could hardly meet.
Gulp!
Swallowing hard, Shu Qiuqiao took the Qingling Gathering pill in one go, then sat cross-legged and quickly refined it within her body. As soon as the pill entered her body, it transformed into a wave of cool spiritual energy circulating through her limbs and bones, making her feel increasingly clear-minded. However, along with this came a blurriness in her perception of the outside world. As time passed, Shu Qiuqiao's 5 senses even began to feel disconnected from her surroundings. It was as if her entire consciousness was immersed in the flow of spiritual energy within this physical body.
Feel the outside world, feel the spiritual energy flowing into your body.
With Li Xia's reminder, Shu Qiuqiao began to slowly search within the spiritual energy flowing into her body, and as time passed, she had nearly lost all sense of time. After what felt like an eternity, Shu Qiuqiao finally found something different within a strand of spiritual energy. It was bright, upright, and incredibly warm. It felt like the morning sun.
Is this dragon chi?
Just as this thought arose in Shu Qiuqiao's mind, she felt that strand of dragon chi swiftly flow through her entire body, entering her spirit. A piece of information suddenly appeared in Shu Qiuqiao's mind.
I leave this dragon chi only for those fated ones who meet the criteria. The heavenly way is ruthless, but all beings possess love. Only those cultivators with affection can obtain this strand of dragon chi. Meets the criteria.
Shu Qiuqiao silently recited this condition wasn't too difficult, as cultivators of the emotionless path, or those who pursued the supreme forgetting of emotions, were but a minority. Although this path was formidable, and the cultivation speed was rapid, it was notoriously difficult to practice, and given Shu Qiuqiao's personality, she had no intention of choosing this path from the start. Mainly because, in female-oriented narratives, those who practice the emotionless path are generally the tortured female protagonists, and she couldn't bear to be heartbroken and physically tormented.
The heavenly way is unkind, treating all beings as mere dogs, yet all beings should possess kindness. Only those cultivators who have never killed sentient beings and have no thoughts of killing can obtain this strand of dragon chi.
Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia both fell silent. Hold on, aren't Buddhists known to squash mosquitoes for no reason? Is this condition a bit too harsh? Wait, mosquitoes don't seem to count as sentient beings. Aside from humans, the only sentient beings left in the world should be some demon beasts, right? But those who managed to survive the fierce competition to reach this point, who among them hadn't emerged from countless bloody battles? Who could reach this stage without any thoughts of killing? This condition had already eliminated most cultivators.
Wait, there's still one cultivator who hasn't been eliminated.
Li Xia suddenly froze, while Shu Qiuqiao was blankly reciting the next phrase.
Meets the criteria.
TSK. This unfortunate female university student actually managed to benefit from this. Li Xia was speechless.
Finally, this strand of dragon, she can only be obtained by the proud children of heaven knows with extraordinary talents. Without such talent, one is unworthy to enter my fold. Meets the criteria.
By chance, Shu Qiuqiao unexpectedly met all three conditions, which could be considered good luck. Arriving here was just right for her. If it were Li Xia, he would probably struggle to pass even the first condition. As the dragon chi declared Shu Qiuqiao qualified, that strand of dragon chi immediately surged into her limbs and bones, making her feel as if her meridians and body were undergoing sublimation in that brief moment. With the influx of dragon chi, her meridians became infinitely resilient in a short span of time. If previously Shu Qiuqiao's meridians could be compared to a small hemp rope, now her meridians could almost be likened to the cables of an aircraft carrier. Moreover, not only that, Shu Qiuqiao also felt her physical body sublimating, as if she had refined an upper-tier body refinement technique in a short time, greatly enhancing her physical form. But, didn't it seem like the enhancement wasn't that significant? Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback. This feeling was as if her physical body had already reached the limit of the golden core stage.
Don't ask. Asking too much is not good for you.
Li Xia awkwardly scratched his head. Just as Shu Qiuqiao wanted to say something, that strand of dragon chi rapidly surged into her dantian. At that moment, she truly felt her transformation had begun. The dantian was rapidly expanding. Originally, Shu Qiuqiao's dantian far exceeded that of other cultivators. If the dantian capacity of other cultivators was equivalent to a small pond, then Shu Qiuqiao's dantian was equivalent to a lake. And now this lake was rapidly expanding into a vast sea.
What exactly is happening?
Feeling the rapidly ascending aura from the dragon spring, Yingmei felt a wave of shock. Shu Qiuqiao slowly stepped out of the Bailuo dragon spring, like a water fairy emerging from a lotus pond, with a light veil draped softly over her body. Her figure did not seem particularly curvaceous, though she was elegantly wrapped. She inadvertently captured the attention of Yingmei, causing her fair face to flush, as she quickly reflected on herself.
Oh no, is this demon male or female? This physique, this posture makes my heart flutter as a woman.
At this moment, the true energy surrounding Shu Qiuqiao began to flow slowly, resembling a gentle stream from a spiritual spring, complementing her already enchanting aura. The aura of the peak golden core erupted from her, without reservation for the first time. She had previously obeyed Li Xia's instructions, suppressing her own aura as much as possible, but this was the first time it was uncontrollably released. Like a bottomless ancient well, deep and unfathomable, yet soaring to the skies with magnificent might. The dragon energy within the spring was ethereal, ultimately acquired by a fortunate coincidence. It was luck, a destiny favored by fate, and also the one and only ordained by heaven and earth. Shu Qiuqiao was surrounded by that wisp of dragon energy like a chosen monarch. The dragon energy expanded slightly, with her movements akin to a divine dragon gliding through the azure spring, with a shimmering aura creating echoes of dragon roars that sounded like the gentle bubbling of water, ethereal and distant.
That,
as she observed Shu Qiuqiao in this manner, Yingmei felt increasingly uncertain. If she had previously thought that she had exhausted all her means, and perhaps still had a glimmer of hope to survive, now all she could feel was despair. However, the problem was that Shu Qiuqiao also felt intimidated by Yingmei. Even though her cultivation had significantly increased, she knew nothing but to flee and hide. More true energy and sturdier meridians could only allow her to run faster. At this moment, the two stood facing each other, falling into silence.
You can go in now.
Finally, Shu Qiuqiao sighed inwardly, maintaining her previous cold demeanor as she spoke.
Aye. Thank you, esteemed one.
Yingmei was overjoyed, carefully observing Shu Qiuqiao's expression, and sensing that there was no murderous intent. Only then did she dare to cautiously step into the dragon spring. As the spiritual energy flowed into her from the spring, Yingmei let out a soft hum. Shu Qiuqiao sighed, contemplating for a moment, ultimately deciding to stand guard nearby. Just then Li Xia suddenly exclaimed,
Run!
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback at the words. Before she could react, a whiff of blood reek entered her nostrils.
This blood smell.
Shu Qiuqiao felt a surge of ominous premonition rise within her heart. She turned her head with difficulty, and saw a blood-red figure looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Blood Demon Master. Shu Qiuqiao looked around. This was a dead end. There was no chance to escape, not even room to hide. And this little rookie falling into the hands of Blood Demon Master would definitely die a very heroic death. This was the greatest crisis she had faced since her transmigration. However, Blood Demon Master merely scrutinized Shu Qiuqiao up and down, frowned slightly, but showed no murderous intent and did not dare to act recklessly. Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
No, he doesn't recognize you. I was wearing a mask at the time, and you have no blood clothes mark on you.
Now he has sensed the true energy on you, and does not dare to fight recklessly.
Li Xiao immediately pointed out the blind spot. Blood Demon Master was actually slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation.
It was just that he had been hiding his cultivation, misleading his opponent, waiting for a chance to strike down a formidable foe, so he had kept his aura suppressed. At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao had just obtained the dragon energy, making significant progress in her cultivation, almost reaching the threshold of nascent soul. If she were to go back and digest the abundant spiritual energy within her, it was not impossible to break through to nascent soul directly. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao with such cultivation, Blood Demon Master naturally felt apprehensive and did not dare to act rashly.
Stay calm, you must not panic. Right now it's as if you've encountered a fierce tiger in the wild. It is testing you, and once it feels your prey it can devour, you will be doomed.
Li Xiao hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao quickly suppressed the panic that was almost overflowing on her face, and assumed a demeanor of looking down on everyone as if the Blood Demon Master before her was no threat at all. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao in this state, Blood Demon Master naturally dared not act rashly. Anyone who could cultivate to this extent at such a young age was no ordinary person. Although Blood Demon Master was combative, he did not dare to provoke an opponent clearly much stronger than himself. The two stood still against each other for a moment. Finally, Blood Demon Master sighed slightly and cupped his hands towards Shu Qiuqiao.
Has this friend already partaken of the dragon spring? What if I have, and what if I haven't?
Shu Qiuqiao slightly raised her chin and said ambiguously, but her tone and expression made it difficult for Blood Demon Master to discern her intentions.
If this friend has already partaken of the dragon spring, may I inquire if I may also partake of this spiritual spring?
Blood Demon Master cautiously took half a step back, glancing at Yingmei in the dragon spring as he spoke.
That one is mine.
Shu Qiuqiao realized Blood Demon Master's intent. If she relaxed her guard, he would definitely kill Yingmei to monopolize the dragon spring.
In that case, Blood Demon will give this friend some face, but I hope that when Blood Demon uses it later, this friend can also give Blood Demon some face.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao felt a slight relief. It seemed that the other party already believed she was a powerful figure. Seeing her strategy working, Shu Qiuqiao was about to nod in agreement, but was stopped by Li Xiao.
Don't agree so readily, you will grow suspicious.
Upon hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao had to withdraw her eagerness to take the offer and stared coldly at Blood Demon. Under such scrutiny, Blood Demon appeared somewhat intimidated.
What do you intend to monopolize the dragon spring?
Blood Demon believed his cultivation was inferior to Shu Qiuqiao's, but if a fight broke out,
Blood Demon Master said, glancing at Yingmei, who was striving to absorb the dragon spring.
If a fight breaks out, that friend over there is likely to face great peril. Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao appropriately displayed an expression of anger.
What? Are you threatening me?
As her words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Under such pressure, even Blood Demon Master felt a bit of stress.
It is not a threat, I am merely stating a fact.
Blood Demon maintained his expression, responding in such a manner. The two of them remained locked in a silent stalemate for a long while, until a faint sound of water came from the dragon spring within. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Shadow Phantom's cultivation was nearly complete. Shu Qiuqiao knew that once the Shadow Phantom finished her cultivation, she could escape the stone cavern at any moment. At that point, the Blood Demon's leverage would cease to exist. This was not a good thing, for once the Blood Demon realized his leverage was gone, he would have no choice but to resort to brute force. And right now, she was nothing but a gilded clay figurine. One push, and she would topple, one touch, and she would shatter. If the blood demon were to make a move, he would likely realize in an instant that she had been bluffing all along. That would be perilous. Watching the blood demon, who had already placed his hand on his sword, Shu Qiuqiao glanced back at the shadow phantom, then let out a slow sigh. Her tone carried a note of reluctant resignation.
Are you the blood demon Jinren of the Bloodrobe sect? Indeed it is I.
The blood demon Jinren nodded.
I shall grant you this favor. But I never engage in unprofitable dealings. Should we meet again, I will come to collect this debt. This favor the blood demon will keep firmly in mind. If fate brings us together again, it shall surely be repaid.
The blood demon Jinren nodded at these words, and a trace of a smile appeared on his poker face. At that moment, the shadow phantom had just climbed out of the dragon spring. She was already aware of what had transpired outside. Ignoring her soaked garments, she channeled chi into her feet, intending to flee. But Shu Qiuqiao was faster. She gave the blood demon Jinren a curt cold nod, then strode over and seized the shadow phantom with one hand. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished from the stone cavern.
Shu Qiuqiao, your escape art has improved,
Li Xia teased.
Don't just stand there enjoying the show. I was scared out of my wits.
Shu Qiuqiao felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. A ruthless man like the blood demon, and she had actually managed to bluff him and escape unscathed. Damn it, when she got back she would definitely kowtow to the ancestral master. Meanwhile, the shadow phantom had yet to recover from the shock of Shu Qiuqiao's sudden burst of speed. Such speed could only be achieved by a cultivator who had dedicated their entire being to escape arts, and even then only a supreme genius of unparalleled talent. It was utterly terrifying. This monster was not only formidable in killing power, but also had the capacity to hone her escape arts to such a lofty level. Had she been cultivating since the womb? Shu, who had poured all her effort into escape arts, Qiuqiao, and incidentally mastered a host of concealment techniques. Setting the shadow phantom down, Shu Qiuqiao took a long deep breath, calming her nearly pounding heart. Then, looking at the shadow phantom beside her, she felt a new wave of worry. She had taken the shadow phantom only to give the blood demon a graceful way out. But now she realized if the blood demon was a deathly threat, was this shadow phantom any less dangerous? To Shu Qiuqiao, the blood demon and the shadow phantom posed roughly the same level of threat. Both could end her life. The only difference was between being minced into fine pieces and being run through with a single sword thrust.
So, what now? How do I deal with this shadow phantom?
Shu Qiuqiao asked, in her mind somewhat distressed.
Aren't you good at acting? Just wing it. If all else fails, you have 2 tokens in your storage pouches that can solve any problem. Just you wait, he'll throw those accursed things away as soon as I get out.
Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh, her heart still troubled. But at that moment, the woman beside her suddenly fell to her knees with a thud. Why such a grand salute? It's not even New Year's yet. And even if it were, you don't need to bow to me like this. Aren't we of the same generation?
Shadow Phantom has drifted through half a lifetime only regretting never meeting an enlightened master. If you do not disdain me, I wish to pledge myself as your sworn. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say such inauspicious words.
Shu Qiuqiao abruptly cut off the shadow phantom. If such unlucky words were spoken, even if she didn't want to kill this person, she would have to.
What do you mean by this?
After a pause, Shu Qiuqiao asked again, confused. Could this be the legendary suspension bridge effect? The suspension bridge effect refers to a person's heart racing when crossing a dangerous bridge. If someone extends a helping hand at that moment, they might mistakenly interpret that feeling as love. But the shadow phantom's mind was perfectly clear. What was most important on a cultivator's path? Dharma companions, wealth, and land. None could be lacking. To put it plainly, opportunity, talent, effort, resources. And now, in the shadow phantom's eyes, the person before her was the greatest opportunity of her life. Not to mention this demon's overwhelming killing intent and fierce aura, but as far as she could see, this person's talent was extraordinarily high, higher than anyone she had ever met. Coupled with a wealth of skills, formidable power, and what seemed to be exceptional luck, this person was truly remarkable. If one had to say, the Peach Blossom Temple was also the premier righteous sect of the great Xia dynasty. In short, Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia possessed all four essentials: Dharma, companions, wealth, and land. It would be hard to find another cultivator like this throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. His future was immeasurable. In the Shadow Phantom's view, this mere Great Xia dynasty could not contain him. A golden scale is no mere pond dweller. When it meets wind and rain, it transforms into a dragon. When that person transformed into a dragon, if she could still follow by his side, she too would enjoy the blessings of one person's ascension. Moreover, although this person seemed cold and ruthless, judging from the fact that he gave up the chance to fight the blood demon to save her, he was a man of deep loyalty, willing to rescue even a companion like herself who had been of little help along the way. Thus he met all her requirements. Meeting him was like an olive branch extended by the goddess of fate itself. Unfortunately, the Shadow Phantom had miscalculated one thing: the components of what she saw as her great fortune were evenly distributed between two people. She wondered if she would still be able to smile if she ever learned this truth.
Li Xia, seriously, I've never been in this situation before. What do I do?
At this moment, Shu Qiuqiao's inner thoughts: I've seen it all in my long life X. There are still some new things in this world X. This world is too vast, I know nothing about it VVV.
Isn't this good? Just take her in.
Li Xia chuckled.
If you don't like her later, you can always kill her. Then let us swear an oath.
Shu Qiuqiao continued to feign Li Xia's cold demeanor, nodding slightly.
I am grateful that the cultivator is willing to accept me. I, Shadow Enchantress, swear by my true name to the heavenly Tao and my inner demons.
Swearing by the heavenly Tao and inner demons was a most solemn vow. Normally, cultivators would not swear directly to the heavenly Tao and inner demons. Merely swearing by one's true name was sufficient. Moreover, this allowed for some leeway. If one truly had to break the vow, they might find ways to circumvent it. Swearing to the heavenly Tao and swearing to inner demons were two extremes. When you swear to the heavenly Tao, your oath is monitored by the heavenly Tao itself. If you seek to break it by exploiting loopholes, you must first see if the heavenly Tao acknowledges those loopholes. Conversely, swearing to inner demons means your oath is supervised by your own conscience. If you try to find loopholes, you must first ask if your own heart will allow it. It could be said that swearing to both the heavenly Tao and inner demons sealed off all possible escape routes.
Then I, Shu Qiuqiao, also swear by my true name. If you do not betray me, I shall not kill you.
After all, I never intended to kill anyone anyway. Shu Qiuqiao silently added in her heart. The vow Shu Qiuqiao made has nothing to do with me, Li Xia. Li Xia likewise added. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's oath, Shadow Enchantress was overjoyed. She had not expected Shu Qiuqiao to make any vow, or even utter a single word. Yet Shu Qiuqiao willingly took such an oath, filling Shadow Enchantress with gratitude, feeling that she had finally found a worthy master. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind.
Junior sister Su Jian, is that you? Senior brother.
Shu Qiuqiao was startled. Damn it, she had been so absorbed in watching Li Xia contend for the Dragon Spring and in dealing with these ruffians to survive, that she had completely forgotten about her fellow disciples since entering the cave without a thought for their fate.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Shu Qiuqiao apologized repeatedly in her heart.
It really is junior sister Su Jian. Thank goodness you're alive.
Li Chen, upon hearing this, quickly walked through the stone chamber. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao entirely unharmed, his eyes brimmed with undisguised joy.
Senior brother, did you encounter any danger?
Shu Qiuqiao examined Li Chen. He looked somewhat disheveled, his Taoist robe torn in several places and stained with a bit of blood. Fortunately, it appeared to be only superficial wounds, not affecting his core.
Senior sister Su Jian.
Little junior sister Shu Qiuqiao ran over and threw herself into Shu Qiuqiao's arms, nuzzling affectionately.
It's not as soft as I imagined. Rather firm. Sister, a woman should occasionally mind her figure, not just focus on body tempering. What are you talking about?
Shu Qiuqiao's fair face flushed crimson. This Buddhist training had always been done by Li Xia. Given his nature, it was a miracle it wasn't forged into a wall of steel or a barrier of size. Wait. Speaking of which, the gender of this body originally wasn't. Never mind, knowing too much would do you no good.
Where is third junior brother?
Shu Qiuqiao suddenly remembered the junior brother whom Li Xia had stuffed with flammable explosives. She looked around but couldn't find him, so she quickly asked. Hearing this, Li Qin and Shu Qiuqiao both fell silent.
Well, junior sister Su Jian, don't be too distressed when you hear this. It has nothing to do with you.
Li Qin lowered his head slightly, while Shu Qiuqiao buried her face in Shu Qiuqiao's chest. Shu Qiuqiao vaguely felt a damp warmth on the fabric over her chest.
How could this be?
Seeing their reactions, Shu Qiuqiao immediately guessed what had happened, looking at them both in disbelief.
Li Xia, didn't I tell you not to kill fellow disciples?
This guilt would make me afraid to return to the sect.
It wasn't me.
Unexpectedly, Li Xia shook his head, denying Shu Qiuqiao's accusation.
Huh? If it wasn't you, then who? The bead I stuffed into his stomach never detonated. I didn't have that many Thunderfire beads to waste on that. I used a small one, planning to bluff him first and deal with it later once we got out.
Li Xia said helplessly.
I see.
At this point, Li Qin spoke up, inadvertently clearing Li Xia's name.
On our way here, we encountered Blood Demon Cultivator. Though we narrowly escaped without injury, third junior brother was.
Shu Qiuqiao continued Li Qin's words.
Third senior brother couldn't react in time during the Blood Demon Cultivator's sudden attack and was slain by his sword.
Shu Qiuqiao fell silent. How could this be? To be honest, her feelings for third junior brother were not deep. Because of Li Xia, she only saw him half as often as the other disciples. But third junior brother had always been courteous, respecting her as his senior sister from the start until now, even though she felt she had no real strength or anything worthy of such respect. For the first time, Shu Qiuqiao felt this way. Her heart pounded fiercely, her blood surged, rushing to her head. She felt her body change under this indescribable emotion, yet she couldn't articulate how. Having only studied a little biology, she could only attribute this sensation to an adrenaline rush, but didn't know why.
Li Xiao, what's happening to me? What is this feeling?
She had never felt this before.
This is killing intent.
Li Xiao chuckled softly.
This is my favorite, the most exquisite emotion in the world. Savor it, my dear roommate. Li Xia.
Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath.
What should I do? Very simple.
Li Xia's smile grew wider.
Just keep him trapped in this spirit vein, don't let him leave. Wait until tomorrow at the hour of the rooster, and I will come to kill him. Speaking of which, who is this?
At that moment, Li Qin turned his gaze toward Shadowmoth. It had to be said, Shadowmoth was indeed far too conspicuous. Clad in a black cloak and exuding the distinct blood aura of the Shadow Demon sect, she seemed anything but a cultivator of the righteous path. Shu Qiuqiao hesitated for a moment before saying,
This is my friend. Senior brother, please don't ask further. All right.
Li Qin replied without a second thought. Immediately after, Shu Qiuqiao peeled off Shu Qiuqiao, who clung to her like a plaster, and turned to Shadowmoth.
I need to entrust you with a task. Please speak.
Shadowmoth quickly responded.
I need you to draw a route map from the Dragon Spring as quickly as possible.
Shadowmoth nodded at once, her body dissolving into a phantom in an instant.
Junior sister, have you already bathed in the Dragon Spring?
Li Qin scrutinized Shu Qiuqiao and asked.
Lucky me.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded, then shook her head.
Although I wish to take senior brother and junior sister there as well now.
Shu Qiuqiao took a breath and said,
Currently, Blood Demon True Person is bathing in the Dragon Spring.
At the mention of the name Blood Demon, two surges of killing intent erupted from Li Qin and Shu Qiuqiao. Li Qin gritted his teeth so hard that a grinding sound could be heard. Even Shu Qiuqiao's small face bore a rare trace of anger.
Su Jian, you had your friend map the surroundings earlier because you intend to.
Li Qin roughly guessed Shu Qiuqiao's intention, but given Blood Demon True Person's strength and his understanding of Shu Qiuqiao, it was hard to imagine how they could eliminate him.
I have a plan.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head.
But we need to hold out for 12 hours. During these 12 hours, the Blood Demon must not leave the spirit vein.
Now time was nearing the hour of the dragon. In another 12 hours, Li Xia would take over control of the body. Even with her plus the two fellow disciples from Taoyuan Temple, and gathering more people still in the spirit vein, it might be impossible to defeat the Blood Demon. But if they could hold out until Li Xia emerged and prevent the Blood Demon from escaping the spirit vein before that, they would have a chance. A great chance. Hearing Shu Qiuqiao's resolute words, Li Qin was visibly moved. However, as the senior disciple of Taoyuan Temple, he had to consider the safety of its disciples. Third junior brother was dead. Even if Su Jian had a plan, how could 4 of them hold off the blood demon? If any mishap led to the death of other Taoyuan disciples, Li Chen could never accept it.
I think we should.
Li Chen shook his head. Now that junior sister Su Jian had used the dragon spring, he could sense a faint trace of dragon aura from her. This meant that the greatest opportunity in the dragon spring had already been claimed by their Taoyuan temple. There was no need to linger further. Avenging third junior brother paled in comparison to returning home.
Senior brother.
Rarely Shu Qiuqiao interrupted him.
Senior brother, trust me. This.
Meeting her blazing gaze, Li Chen could only sigh and nod. Well, if anything went wrong, he could sacrifice his own life to ensure the safe escape of his 2 junior sisters. Then Shu Qiuqiao turned to Shu Shui.
I naturally agree to whatever senior sister asks.
Shu Shui took Shu Qiuqiao's hand and gently placed it on her own slender neck. Shu Qiuqiao could even feel the blood flowing beneath Shu Shui's delicate fair skin.
Shu Shui belongs to senior sister. Whatever senior sister wants, Shu Shui will do.
Looking at the smiling young girl, Shu Qiuqiao nodded silently. She knew this was a gamble with their lives. However, what Shu Qiuqiao did not say was that she had never intended to let her fellow disciples enter the battlefield. Soon Shadow Moth returned with a terrain map. Shu Qiuqiao opened it and looked at Li Chen and Shu Shui.
Senior brother, I recall your mastery of formations is exceptional, even earning master's praise. That's an exaggeration.
Li Chen scratched his head with a wry smile.
I only know the basics of formations. Then, senior brother, could you set up some concealment formations here, and a protective formation at the back? Also place 3 killing formations at this spot.
Li Chen examined the positions Shu Qiuqiao indicated, all relatively easy spots for ambushes, nodded and quickly departed. Then Shu Qiuqiao turned to Shu Shui.
Junior sister, could you set up some restrictions here? They don't need to be powerful, just enough to slow the enemy's steps. Simple.
Shu Shui nodded and left at once. Then Shu Qiuqiao looked at Shadow Moth.
What do you need me to do?
A chill ran down Shadow Moth's spine. She was no good at formations or restrictions. The only task she could imagine was joining Shu Qiuqiao to block the blood demon. But with her strength, if she got involved in a battle between Shu Qiuqiao Li Xiao and the blood demon, she wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder, and would be reduced to a pool of blood in an instant. Unexpectedly, Shu Qiuqiao merely shook her head.
Your shadow demon sect should have something that can render a person helpless without harming their body, like a drug. We do have it.
Shadow Moth hesitated.
But master, using such a drug to subdue the blood demon is nearly impossible, and it would hardly affect him. It only works when a cultivator refines it as a pill into their body. I don't intend to drug the blood demon. I know that's impossible.
As Shu Qiuqiao spoke, she extended her hand to Shadow Moth, who promptly handed over the drug she mentioned. In appearance and scent, it was indistinguishable from ordinary spirit pills. Only close observation revealed the difference.
Later I'll give these 2 pills to senior brother and junior sister,
Shu Qiuqiao said softly.
Then I'll entrust you to take them to a safe place. We have returned.
Shortly after, Li Chen and Shu Shui swiftly came back to this place. Shu Shui and Li Chen handed over the control centers of the prohibitions and formations to Shu Qiuqiao, so that she could manipulate the formations and prohibitions they had set up by holding the control centers.
You've worked hard. Take these elixirs, there is still a tough battle ahead.
Shu Qiuqiao smiled as she handed over 2 spiritual power pills. Shu Shui and Li Chen, suspecting nothing, swallowed the pills in one gulp and began to refine them in their bellies. However, within a few breaths, they sensed something was amiss. The true qi throughout their bodies seemed to be locked, unable to circulate even a bit, and their flesh felt limp and weak as if drained of all strength.
Junior sister Su Jian. You?
Li Chen seemed to realize something, glaring at Shu Qiuqiao with eyes wide with fury. But Shu Qiuqiao merely shook her head slightly.
Forgive me, senior brother, I cannot let you take risks with me. I have already lost 1 junior brother.
With that, she turned to look at Shadow Demon.
I entrust this to you. As you will.
Shadow Demon bowed in salute, then quickly led Li Chen and Shu Shui away. From afar came Shu Shui's tearful voice.
Senior sister. I don't want to be separated from senior sister. Shu Shui is not afraid of danger.
Watching the three retreating figures, Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh. She strolled to the path that led out of the dragon spring and casually sat on a rock.
This is the first time I've seen you so unyielding,
Li Xia teased in her mind.
Sometimes one must not yield. Yielding for a moment is fine, but yielding for a lifetime.
Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath.
In the end, one will end up with nothing. I admire you, at least the you of this moment.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly turned serious.
Li Xiao, I ask you, can you truly kill him? Kill whom? Blood demon. Huh?
Li Xia shook his head with a smile, as if the question was beneath him.
Li Xia, give me a straight answer. I don't just want you to win, I want him dead.
Shu Qiuqiao pressed on relentlessly.
Rest assured, my dear roommate.
Li Xia's voice was gentle and soothing, yet within its tone lurked an aura that looked down upon the world.
I can give you a straight answer. This time I will use sorcery. And he will die a miserable death.
Time flowed slowly, as Shu Qiuqiao closed her eyes, gradually adjusting her state to its peak. The sound of water arose. A sporadic splashing came from deep within the cavern, like someone climbing out of the spring. With it came a faint scent of blood spreading through the cave. Slow footsteps echoed step by step. As the footsteps drew nearer, the faint smell of blood grew thicker. Thicker and even thicker. For a moment, Shu Qiuqiao felt she was not in a tranquil cavern, but on an ancient battlefield strewn with corpses.
He's coming! You must hold on for 5 hours. If things go wrong, flee with all your might,
Li Xiao warned. Shu Qiuqiao nodded without opening her eyes, speaking coldly into the cavern.
Your scent of blood is truly unpleasant. Can't even the dragon spring wash it away?
As her words fell, the slow footsteps ceased.
This is no place for quiet cultivation, fellow Taoist. Are you waiting for a friend here?
Blood Demon's icy voice came from the depths.
Does the fellow Taoist have no self-awareness whether I am waiting for someone?
Shu Qiuqiao's voice remained cold, as millennial-old ice, without even a hint of tremor. If not for Li Xia hearing her inner thoughts, and knowing she was terrified. Even he who knew his roommate so well would have been fooled by Shu Qiuqiao. Blood Demon, still wary of Shu Qiuqiao, did not step forward again. After a long while his voice echoed once more.
Then may Blood Demon know why the fellow Taoist waits here. Could it be for Blood Demon's favor? Then you would set a record for repaying a favor the fastest. Heh?
A cold laugh resounded through the cavern. Shu Qiuqiao slowly rose, her gaze icy, as she stared into the depths.
What if this poor Taoist truly wants Blood Demon to repay the favor right here? Then Blood Demon shall repay it,
said Blood Demon.
Good, then this poor Taoist has only one request. Speak. Could Blood Demon be so kind as to cut off his head and let me take it back to make a wine vessel?
At these words the cavern fell silent for a moment. Then a voice, though strained, carried boundless fury.
I have been too kind to you. You go too far. Do you think I fear you? This poor Taoist had heard that the infamous Blood Demon is a merciless killer. Yet upon meeting, I thought the great Blood Demon was but a turtle hiding in his shell. Now I see I was mistaken.
Shu Qiuqiao stared into the cavern, true chi flowing through her legs, ready to flee at the first sign of danger.
Now I see the great Blood Demon is not a turtle, but a coward who dares not even show his face when insulted. You? Seek death.
A flash of blood-red light shot through the cavern. Shu Qiuqiao dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding it as it embedded into the wall. Turning back, she saw the sharp blood-red light was Blood Demon's personal sword, the blood wound. The next second the entire cavern trembled, as if an earthquake struck. Blood Demon stomped the ground, transforming in his rage into a colossal blood-red figure charging forward like a giant. Facing such might, Shu Qiuqiao revealed a faint smile. The distance was perfect.
Detonate,
she softly uttered, pressing the hidden remote in her hand.
Boom!
The entire cavern blazed with immense firelight. In an instant the walls, floor, and ceiling, every side of Blood Demon, was engulfed in smoke and flames from the explosions.
You?
An attack completely devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. Every cultivator in this world relies heavily on spiritual perception during battle. For nearly all beings in this world possess a certain amount of spiritual energy. Even mortals without cultivation, or the grass and trees, contain some measure of it. Moreover, only objects infused with spiritual energy can harm a cultivator. Mundane weapons such as a mortal's bow and arrow are virtually incapable of injuring a golden core cultivator. At this moment Shu Qiuqiao, or more precisely Li Xia, shattered Blood Demon True Man's understanding of this truth. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Blood Demon True Man was blasted into a daze. This time Shu Qiuqiao had used all the bombs Li Xia had stored in her storage pouch at once. Coupled with Blood Demon True Man's complete lack of vigilance and defense, this was likely the most damage Shu Qiuqiao had inflicted since her transmigration.
I will kill you!
Blood Demon True Man took a deep breath, quickly sensing something amiss. The feeling was disturbingly familiar, as if he had encountered it not long ago.
You?
He began to speak only to see Shu Qiuqiao pull a strange metallic object from her storage pouch.
Taste my AK-47 Ripple Blast!
With the roar of gunfire, the AK-47, Li Xia's handcrafted version, in Shu Qiuqiao's hands erupted into a torrent of flames. Though Shu Qiuqiao had never used a firearm before, she possessed the physical body and precision of a golden core true person. The former rendered the AK-47's recoil nearly imperceptible, while the latter granted her near-perfect accuracy.
Again, these weapons devoid of spiritual energy.
Blood Demon True Man thought as a blood-red chi shield instantly unfolded before him. Though the AK-47's power far surpassed that of a pistol, the bullets only managed to spark against the shield, unable to penetrate.
It's completely useless for breaking through armor.
Shu Qiuqiao muttered, watching Blood Demon True Man charge through the hail of bullets, helplessly retreating.
But he let his guard down, didn't he?
Li Xia smiled. Blood Demon True Man, unaware of the gravity of the situation, surged forward, with his shield paying no heed to Shu Qiuqiao reloading. With astonishing speed, Shu Qiuqiao's nimble hands retrieved a magazine from her sleeve, reloaded, and resumed a relentless barrage.
Useless, useless, useless. Such feeble, spiritless attacks can do nothing to me.
Blood Demon True Man sneered. The bullet struck his barrier, no different from before, failing to breach it. Thus he pressed forward. By now, he was certain that since she resorted to such weapons, she must have no other means of attack. Otherwise, any peak golden core cultivator, with even a modicum of offensive capability, would not rely on such futile tools. In other words, despite her intimidating cultivation level, she was nothing but a hollow shell. Yet in that instant a hint of a smile flickered across Shu Qiuqiao's face as she retreated in apparent panic.
Something's wrong.
A foreboding sensation struck Blood Demon True Man. Amidst the dense rain of bullets, there seemed to be something different from the rest. In a flash, guided by instinct, he jerked his head aside. A bullet with a red tip pierced his shield, grazing past his scalp.
Close call. Ah.
Blood Demon True Man had barely exhaled in relief when a searing pain shot through his calf. His body swayed, nearly collapsing. A surge of blood-red chi instantly enveloped his lower leg. A bullet had shattered his shin bone, snapping it cleanly in two.
Ha! A feint to the east and an attack to the west. Well played.
Li Xia praised. During his battle with Blood Demon True Man, he had noticed the latter's acute sensitivity to direct threats on his life. Even with a few of Li Xia's specially crafted armor-piercing bullets, and the earlier feigned weakness to lower his guard, hitting a fatal spot was far from guaranteed. Thus Shu Qiuqiao chose to fire at his head first, then, as he dodged, she shattered his calf with a single shot.
With his leg gone, his speed will be severely hampered. Now go!
As Li Xia's words faded, Shu Qiuqiao stamped her foot, unleashing an escape technique she had been holding at the ready. In an instant, she transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing from Blood Demon True Man's sight.
I will surely kill you.
Blood Demon True Man's eyes were now consumed by a blood-red hue. He watched Shu Qiuqiao disappear into the cave, a cold smirk curling at his lips.
Believe me, you won't escape my grasp. You want to escape my grasp. That's what he's thinking.
As Shu Qiuqiao fled, Li Xia spoke with a chuckle.
I noticed that when he threw that sword earlier, he placed a tracking mark on you. He probably thinks we haven't discovered the mark and plans to slowly hunt us down. Little does he know he's playing checkers while we're playing chess. You tacticians have such dirty hearts.
Shu Qiuqiao muttered under her breath.
What talk, what talk? This is strategy, understand?
At Li Xiao's prompting, Shu Qiuqiao sped through the cave, and in a flash plunged headlong into a wall. Yet the wall rippled like water as she passed through, then returned to stillness.
What next?
Shu Qiuqiao popped a pill into her mouth and asked urgently.
There's a concealment formation and a defensive formation set up here. In the storage pouch there's also a formation plate for concealment. Throw it out first, then follow my instructions.
Li Xia directed Shu Qiuqiao to toss the formation plate out before continuing.
And now sharing a spell with you through our soul link. He'll definitely detect the outer concealment formation, but with it as cover your current formation will be truly foolproof. And your task is to channel the spell I've given you with all your might, and when he steps into the outer formation plate, blow both him and the plate to pieces.
The blood fiend's figure darted through the cavern, with astonishing speed, traversing the cave in an instant. Despite having injured one foot, his velocity was no less than Shu Qiuqiao's from moments ago. At that moment, as he passed through a cavern, the blood fiend abruptly halted.
Hiding away. Do you truly believe such a concealment formation can elude my perception?
The blood fiend let out a cold sneer. He could sense that the mark he had placed earlier was located within this very cavern. Although the cavern appeared empty, I could discern a slight difference between one particular rock formation and the others at the cave's edge. This subtle distinction naturally did not escape the blood fiend's discerning gaze. It was undoubtedly a formation disc in disguise. He had not been in pursuit for long. Even a formation master would find it difficult to set up a complete array in such a short time. Thus the only option was to hastily deploy a formation disc, hoping to deceive him. With the cavern's labyrinthine passages and no guiding mark, the blood fiend might have easily overlooked it. Alas, there was no what if. The blood fiend slashed out a sword beam, then abruptly shifted his body. In an instant, he arrived before the rock formation and thrust his sword downward.
Face checking the bushes. If you don't die, who will?
From within the concealed formation on the other side, Li Xia also sneered. Meanwhile, Shu Qiuqiao timely began channeling the simple spell Li Xia had just taught her.
By the way, what effect does such a simple spell have?
After circulating it a few times, Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously.
Nothing much, it's just the built-in trigger for that formation,
Li Xia replied casually.
Huh? What use is a built-in trigger for a concealment formation?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
Who told you it was a concealment formation? Hurry up and activate the defensive formation over here.
At that moment, the blood fiend, completely unaware, frowned when his sword strike yielded no result. As he prepared to deliver another blow, the formation suddenly erupted with scorching white light.
My artly's art is. Explosion.
The next second, a terrifying force hurled the blood fiend into the air. Under Li Xia's deliberate direction, the blast's power surged straight toward the blood fiend's legs. Though the blood fiend had braced himself this time, he could not withstand the explosion's might. His already injured leg was nearly severed in the blast. Meanwhile, his other intact leg was mangled and shredded in the explosion.
What are you gawking at? Run!
Li Xia's voice jolted the stunned Shu Qiuqiao back to reality. She sprang up, dashed out of the concealed formation, and fled the scene amid the blood fiend's enraged roars.
I've blown him up twice already. Do we need to do it again?
Not long ago, after several rounds of flight, Shu Qiuqiao had repeated the trick and blasted the blood fiend once more. Although the blood fiend was now cautious and dared not blindly charge, and Li Xia had anticipated this. This time he placed the self-destruct formation at the cave entrance, still catching him in the blast. Of course, the damage was far less than before. Now even Shu Qiuqiao knew that such tactics were useless against the blood fiend. All she could do was keep leading him on as best she could. The blood fiend pursued her relentlessly from behind. However, with both legs severed, his speed was inevitably compromised. If he maintained this pace, to put it bluntly, Shu Qiuqiao could keep him chasing her for a lifetime.
Don't worry, just keep him occupied. He'll figure something out later.
Li Xia still appeared confident. Meanwhile, the blood fiend behind them felt as if his very organs were about to explode with rage. Not only did this person refuse to engage him in direct combat, but he also frequently planted bombs of considerable power. Moreover, he was incredibly fast, and with his legs injured, the blood fiend simply could not catch up.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
The blood fiend had roamed the world for a lifetime. When had he ever suffered such indignity? now being humiliated and tormented repeatedly by this wench. No, was this person male or female? Whatever, it didn't matter, being so thoroughly abused and tortured by this individual. He was truly about to explode with fury. But unable to catch up was unable to catch up. No matter how angry he was, he could not change the fact that his legs were injured. All he could do was watch the detestable scoundrel ahead grow ever more distant.
Ah! I will surely kill you!
With a furious roar, the blood fiend suddenly pulled a bottle of pills from his storage pouch, tilted his head back, and poured the entire contents into his mouth.
Whoa, bloodburst pills, downing a whole bottle at once. A ruthless one indeed. Respect, respect.
Li Xiao watched the blood fiend consume an entire bottle of bloodburst pills, and couldn't help but nod, offering his profound admiration. These pills were a type of elixir that overdrew life force to boost true qi, causing immense harm to a cultivator. An ordinary person would need over a month of rest to barely recover from a single pill, with no guarantee of lasting side effects. Yet the blood fiend had downed an entire bottle in one go. Even if he survived this time, he likely wouldn't be seen causing trouble for years to come.
Stop with the respect, respect. His speed has suddenly increased a lot.
Shu Qiuqiao watched the blood fiend behind her surge forward with alarm.
Can't you outrun him?
Li Xiao asked curiously.
Well, I can actually.
Shu Qiuqiao thought for a moment and let out an awkward laugh.
Wait, why is he so fast?
Having consumed the bottle of bloodburst pills, the blood fiend stared at Shu Qiuqiao ahead. Not only did the distance between them not shrink due to his sudden burst of speed, but it actually seemed to grow slightly. Which sect had trained this wretched disciple? They hadn't practiced a single offensive technique and had dumped all their skill points into escape. Seriously, didn't your master scold you?
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
The blood fiend cursed, then amid Shu Qiuqiao's uncontrollable screams, he tore at his own skin with his hands. With a great effort, he peeled off his entire hide in one piece. Then from his mouth, now nothing but flesh without skin, he slowly uttered two words. To Shu Qiuqiao's ears they were like biting frost, the moans of a demon from hell.
Blood escape! Damn it, we pushed him too far!
Shu Qiuqiao had already activated her escape technique to its utmost limit, her speed akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Even if a sword cultivator skilled in flying swords were present faced with Shu Qiuqiao's velocity, they could only set down their blade and heave a helpless sigh. Just as ordinary missiles cannot catch up with hypersonic aircraft, their flying swords were likewise unable to pursue Shu Qiuqiao in her high-speed flight. But the blood demon, true person, having consumed a bottle of violent blood pills and employed blood escape, was drawing ever closer to her.
Interesting.
Li Xiao nodded slightly, then said,
There's still a little time. Hold on a bit longer, I need to prepare something. Huh? What? No, Li Xiao, Li Xiao, Li Xiao.
Feeling Li Xiao's sudden disappearance, Shu Qiuqiao was on the verge of tears this time. In such a critical moment, not only do you not help me, but you vanish. Wouldn't you die if I perished? The scent of blood behind her grew ever closer. Despite Shu Qiuqiao accelerating with all her might, the monster named Blood Demon continued to approach rapidly. Shu Qiuqiao could already smell the bloody stench emanating from the Blood Demon, though she wondered whether it was the blood of others or her own that she smelled this time. Glancing back at the Blood Demon's gory, indistinct face, Shu Qiuqiao steeled herself and abruptly changed direction. The Blood Demon's experience in pursuing with escape techniques was clearly superior to Shu Qiuqiao's. Typically, when the pursued suddenly veers off, the pursuer loses some ground due to delayed reaction. But as Shu Qiuqiao turned, the Blood Demon's turn was even quicker, drawing him even closer.
Chase me, I dare you to chase me.
Seeing the Blood Demon now within attack range behind her, Shu Qiuqiao took a long deep breath and clenched her teeth fiercely. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a living, breathing human like her. If only she could reach that place ahead, just that place. If only she could reach that place, even she would have the power to fight back. With this thought, Shu Qiuqiao accelerated with all her might, pushing herself faster and faster. She felt as though her internal organs were ablaze, her body slipping beyond her control. She felt her lungs struggling to draw breath, her entire heart and lungs seemingly wrung dry.
You can't escape!
The Blood Demon roared, raising his hand to unleash a sword beam. By now, Shu Qiuqiao had entered his attack range.
Damn it!
Shu Qiuqiao spun around, abruptly erecting a spiritual energy shield. The sword beam struck the shield, sending her flying backward.
You failed, blood demon. This was my escape route.
Using the momentum of her backward flight, Shu Qiuqiao plunged into a cavern, her body crashing violently against the stone wall, sending dust and rubble scattering.
You've entered a dead end,
the blood demon said coldly as he landed slowly.
Indeed, a dead end, huh?
Shu Qiuqiao let out a long breath. That last impact had nearly dislocated her internal organs. And the place she now found herself in was indeed a dead end, a true cul-de-sac.
Any last words?
The blood demon asked, approaching step by step, wielding the blood sorrow's sword.
Last words. My last words are taste my thunder. Today I'm going to be the heroine of a main female lead story.
In an instant, all the traps buried throughout the cavern were triggered, and a viscous liquid like electric plasma rampaged through the entire cave. Caught off guard, the blood demon took several hits, leaving charred marks on his skinless body.
Huh? Is it working?
Shu Qiuqiao stared at the cavern, now flooded with electric plasma, panting heavily. But the next second, a blood-red sword shadow pierced through the plasma. The blood demon had hurled a blood sorrow sword directly. Shu Qiuqiao couldn't dodge in time, and the sword pierced deeply into her shoulder, pinning her against the stone wall.
Where else can you run?
The blood demon strode through the plasma. Such traps were utterly ineffective against him now that he was on guard. The only thing Shu Qiuqiao could do was activate a protective formation, trying to buy a little more time.
Truly at my wit's end. It hurts so much. So much.
A searing pain shot through her shoulder. As a college girl, she had never suffered such a severe injury, and coupled with her exhaustion, her vision was now fading in and out. Barring any unexpected turn, she might faint from the agony before the blood demon even made a move. She had no bombs left, her bullets were spent, and even those couldn't truly harm a prepared blood demon true person. They couldn't even achieve the goal of delaying him.
Am I about to die?
Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but close her eyes, scenes flashing before her like a lantern show. I have been reborn. In my past life, my junior brother was killed by the blood demon. I exhausted every scheme and means, yet I couldn't last 5 hours against him. In this life reborn, I shall surely...
Stop with the lantern show.
Li Xia's voice jolted Shu Qiuqiao out of her reverie. She opened her eyes dazedly to find the blood demon right before her. As if indulging in a cat-and-mouse game, he was in no hurry to strike. Blood rain coalesced behind him into 4 tentacles. He stood with arms crossed, watching the tentacles pound the protective barrier one after another, apparently savoring the expression on Shu Qiuqiao's face before her death.
It seems you've lost your chance to speak your last words.
Watching the protective formation before Shu Qiuqiao slowly crack and shatter into fragments, the blood demon's face finally showed a hint of grim amusement.
Is that so?
Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh, leaning her exhausted body back against the wall.
You've done well. Rest a while.
Then a wild grin, one that never belonged to Shu Qiuqiao, spread across her face.
Now leave it to your good roommate.
The person before him had changed. Gazing at the figure, who had just been frail and barely surviving on petty tricks, the blood demon felt every cell in his body screaming for him to flee. His danger perception blared alarms in his mind, as if merely meeting this person's gaze would spell his doom.
My worthless roommate seems to have been well taken care of by you.
Li Xia slowly straightened up, his calm gaze fixed on the blood demon harboring a hidden menacing serpent within its placid depths.
Who are you?
The blood demon asked after a brief silence.
Who am I?
Li Xia smiled, pointing at his own head.
Can't you sense who I am?
The next moment, the blood demon sensed the tracking mark that had vanished earlier. The mark etched into his soul had disappeared, and then reappeared abruptly. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through the blood demon's mind, and an unbelievable answer slowly surfaced. But now was not the time to ponder it. Watching Li Xia pull out the blood sorrow sword embedded in his own body, and toss it back, the blood demon had only 2 thoughts.
Fight or flee. Want to fight or run?
Li Xia stood up, stretching his limbs.
Pick up the sword. You only managed to draw with me yesterday. What makes you think you can win today?
The blood demon did not pick up the blood sorrow sword from the ground, but concealed his hands within his sleeves. A faint bloody glow gathered unnoticed in his palm, as he silently activated the Blood Sea divine art. He could win. The blood demon thought to himself. Though his true chi was heavily depleted, the effects of the bloodburst pill had yet to fade. Moreover, even with two souls, the body remained one. Despite his own heavy consumption, his opponent must have expended just as much energy aided by the bloodburst pill. He could win. Steeling himself, the blood demon fixed his gaze on Li Xia, ready to unleash the full power of the Blood Sea divine art at the slightest movement. But the next moment, he saw Li Xia form a strange hand seal.
Divine art,
Li Xia murmured.
Blood massacre prison.
As his words faded, a crimson world suddenly unfurled beneath his feet.
What just happened?
The blood demon stared blankly at Li Xia. What had occurred in that fleeting instant? He couldn't comprehend it. Then, looking down at his chest, he saw a hole the size of a human head had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Even with the vitality of a peak golden core cultivator, such a blow left him irrevocably dead. There was no chance of survival.
Sorry,
Li Xia shrugged.
I promised someone I'd kill you quickly as a reward for her efforts, so I'm not in the mood to drag this out. You?
The blood demon's eyes widened as he tried to reach out, but his body was beyond saving. With a heavy thud, he collapsed face first onto the ground, lifeless.
Well, he's dead. Shu Qiuqiao. Is she asleep?
Li Xia sighed.
I was planning to reveal a bit of my true strength in front of you, but I suppose it's your good fortune not to have witnessed this.
With that, Li Xia stretched lazily.
All right now. Time to go home.
No one had anticipated such massive casualties in this struggle for the spirit vein. Counting the demonic cultivators, a total of 68 golden core cultivators had entered. Yet only 16 emerged from the spirit vein. 52 cultivators were buried within that spirit vein, nearly severing the ranks of mid-level disciples across all sects.
What happened inside the spirit vein? Why didn't a single disciple of mine come out?
An indignant nascent soul elder shouted. Glancing at Li Chen and the others, he dared not seize disciples from Taoyuan Temple to interrogate, fearing Feng Zi's strength. At that moment, everyone present was startled. A dense blood-soaked stench, like a surging sea of gore, spread across the sky, causing widespread discomfort.
Blood Sea Ancestor! Why has that old monster come? Damn it, none of our righteous old monsters are here. If a fight breaks out, we might not stand a chance.
As the bloody scent intensified, a vast sea of blood descended from the sky, and a middle-aged man in a white robe slowly emerged from it. The Blood Sea Ancestor glanced around. Few cultivators were present, with only 3 nascent soul elders in attendance. Moreover, those nascent soul elders were mostly at the early stage, a world apart from his peak nascent soul cultivation.
Blood Sea, why are you here?
One nascent soul elder mustered the courage to ask.
What business is it of yours?
The Blood Sea Ancestor shot him a cold glance, his terrifying aura forcing the elder back several steps.
I heard your disciple, that blood demon, also entered. He didn't die in there, did he?
Another nascent soul cultivator chuckled. In an instant, an abyssal pressure engulfed the entire area, nearly causing everyone to collapse. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment. The Blood Sea Ancestor snorted noncommittally, offering no reply. But silence was answer enough. His demeanor sent a chill down the spine of the one who had spoken. Damn it, that old monster's disciple really did die inside. The Blood Sea Ancestor was notoriously protective of his own. Some sect was bound to suffer dearly. Yet, having witnessed the blood demon's prowess, even he, an early nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't dare claim certain victory. It was hard to imagine who could have slain that little monster raised by the old fiend. While everyone was lost and thought the barrier before the spirit vein was triggered once more. As the barrier stirred, a figure slowly materialized from within the spirit vein. The moment he saw that figure, the Blood Sea Ancestor's barely restrained killing intent erupted uncontrollably.
Oh, quite the welcome party. Been waiting long,
Li Xia remarked, eyeing the assembly with a smile.
You bear the mark I placed on the blood demon.
The Blood Sea Ancestor stared icily at Li Xia, his frigid gaze seemingly piercing through him entirely.
My disciple, the blood demon, did you kill him? And if I did, come on, try to kill me.
Li Xia smiled and nodded.
Ha! Ha ha ha, very good boy, you've got guts.
Hearing Li Xia's tone, even the Blood Sea Ancestor couldn't help but laugh in anger.
Let's see just what a mere golden core cultivator like you relies on to dare speak so arrogantly before me.
As he spoke, the vast sea of blood around the Blood Sea ancestor rapidly coalesced into a sky-covering giant hand pressing down toward Li Xia.
I say!
Gazing at the colossal hand that blotted out the sky, Li Xia showed no trace of tension, instead speaking calmly.
Old monster, if you don't act now, your most beloved disciple is about to die.
Before the words faded, a stunning sword rainbow soared up, and the seemingly invincible Blood Sea giant palm couldn't hold for even a single breath before being severed by that sword energy.
How dare you address your own master so disrespectfully? That deserves punishment.
A figure in a black Taoist robe slowly appeared before Li Xia. Sensing his aura, everyone was startled.
When did Chua Fengshenren of Taoyuan Abbey arrive? That's Fengzi, the oldest of the old monsters. Oh, this is going to be quite a spectacle.
Seeing the blood hand easily severed by Fengzi, the Blood Sea ancestor's expression flickered with uncertainty.
Hey Feng, your fine disciple killed my prized pupil. So what?
Fengzi chuckled softly, casually flicking the blood off his sword.
My disciple is a righteous cultivator. Isn't it only natural for the righteous to slay the demonic? You?
The Blood Sea ancestor's aura erupted violently.
What, want a fight?
Fengzi twirled his sword, with a flourish, smiling at the enraged Blood Sea ancestor.
Fight if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fine, let's go! Well, fight in the sky.
Fengzi pointed upward. To ordinary cultivators, the high clouds were a mysterious and enchanting celestial realm, and now, that sky became the battlefield for two nascent Soul Peak cultivators. At first, the sky was calm with thick clouds drifting peacefully beneath the azure dome. But soon that serene scene was shattered. Cultivators on the ground could only glimpse with their enhanced vision thunderous roils among the clouds, and flashes of light appearing and vanishing. Thunder rolled across the sky, echoing between heaven and earth, the very aura of a celestial clash striking fear into every cultivator who looked up. As the thunder gradually faded, bursts of dazzling brilliance flickered through the clouds, perhaps the radiance of magical treasures colliding or exquisite spells slicing through the sky, stirring up patches of rosy clouds. Though unable to witness the specific movements of the two experts, the cultivators could feel the terrifying might of the battle above the clouds enough to make their hearts tremble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion descended from the heavens, accompanied by a massive figure plummeting from the clouds. It was the Blood Sea ancestor. His fall tore a long rift in the air like a sword descending from the celestial realm to the mortal world, fierce and unstoppable, carrying endless shockwaves toward the ground. With the Blood Sea ancestor violently struck down, the lightning-like points among the clouds vanished instantly, and the thunder gradually fell silent. In this sudden battle above the clouds, Fengzi had clearly gained the absolute upper hand. He descended slowly from the sky, one hand behind his back. His entire body showed no trace of having been in a fight. The fallen Blood Sea ancestor smashed a massive crater into the ground, dust flying and utterly disheveled. Everyone present could sense that his vitality had been severely damaged.
I can't be bothered to kill you. Get lost.
Fengzi sheathed his long sword with one hand and waved dismissively, signaling the Blood Sea ancestor to scram.
Fengzi, I Blood Sea will one day avenge this. Ah.
Before the Blood Sea ancestor could finish his threat, Fengzi swung his scabbard, unleashing another sword energy. Caught off guard, the Blood Sea ancestor was struck by the sword energy and coughed up another mouthful of blood. He dared not utter another threat and quickly vanished into a blood mist.
All right, problem solved. Now regarding another matter, everyone.
Fengzi turned to the crowd.
It seems the outcome of this spirit vein dispute is clear, isn't it? This spirit vein belongs to my Taoyuan Abbey. Who agrees and who opposes? Since your sect's disciple was able to slay the blood demon, who was unmatched among the younger generation, how could we object?
Everyone quickly forced smiles. On one hand, it was clear that Taoyuan Abbey was the greatest victor in this spirit vein conflict. On the other hand, faced with Fengzi's terrifying strength, defeating the Blood Sea ancestor in mere moves, no one dared to voice any objection.
As expected of Taoyuan Abbey's three great mysteries.
Li Chen sighed.
What are the three great mysteries?
Li Xia was taken aback.
Oh, the three great mysteries of Taoyuan Abbey: junior sister Su Jian's gender, little junior sister storage pouch, and
Li Qin looked up at Feng Zi, who stood midair, undisguised admiration in his eyes.
Just how powerful our master Taoyuan Abbey sect leader Chuanfeng Daoren Feng Zi truly is.
Li Xia shrugged. At that moment Feng Zi descended. He looked Li Xia up and down and nodded approvingly.
It seems you've also obtained that wisp of dragon chi from the dragon spring. Well done. That was pure luck.
Li Xia shook his head helplessly. If not for Shu Qiuqiao, that exceptional exception, that wisp of dragon chi might have lingered there for centuries.
Luck is also part of one's strength.
Feng Zi shook his head, then raised his hand to pat Li Xia's shoulder. Li Xia immediately felt the faint tracking mark on him being erased.
All right, you two head back first.
With that, Feng Zi pointed at Li Qin and the other, and a gentle breeze lifted them away.
As for you, wait a moment.
Feng Zi watched his two disciples leave, then turned to Li Xia.
Your master has something to tell you.
Master, if you have any questions, I will answer you without reservation. Li Xia bowed, seemingly sensing that Feng Zi was unusually serious this time. He momentarily forgot to call him old monster, and instead referred to him as master. Answer without reservation, speak without holding back. Feng Zi looked at Li Xia with a smile that was not quite a smile, then glanced around at the prying eyes. Are you all still here because you wish to challenge me again? I wouldn't dare. Indeed, Master Chuanfeng is not overrated. I admire you greatly. Naturally, upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly took their leave. Once everyone had departed, Feng Zi casually drew a formation around the two of them to block perception and prying. Once the formation took shape, he continued to gaze into Li Xia's eyes. Master, why do you keep staring at me like this? Li Xia felt a bit uneasy under Feng Zi's gaze, and couldn't help but ask. There is a reason, my disciple. You just pledged to me that you would answer without reservation, correct? Looking into Feng Zi's eyes, Li Xia nodded somewhat sheepishly. Yes. Good. Feng Zi chuckled lightly, but his tone held no hint of amusement. Then please tell me, where does your divine ability come from? Li Xia's body stiffened at once. Had he been discovered? No, when he acted there was a formation set up to block perception around him, not only the one laid by Li Qin, but also his own hidden tricks. Moreover, the moment he acted lasted only an instant. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to detect a divine ability that was activated for just a fleeting moment amid so many formations and restrictions. So why did the old monster discover it? How did he find out? His identity in this world was not as simple as being an illegal resident otherwise. Why would he go to such lengths to hide this divine ability? Should he flee? Or should he fight to the death? No, he could not possibly win against the old monster. His cultivation was too low, and he could not unleash his full potential. At least before reaching nascent soul, he could not win, so he had no choice but to flee. How to escape? In the next second, Li Xia suddenly formed a seal with both hands. Divine ability. He exerted all his strength to activate the divine ability, trying to buy time and then escape into the spiritual vein. Within the spiritual vein there were many openings and routes, and if all went well, Longquan should be a source of flowing water. A flowing source must have an origin, although uncertain. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope down there. Blood spilled. Li Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his hands. He needed all 10 fingers to form the seal, but at the moment he raised his hands to seal, 6 of his fingers were suddenly severed. Ah! Damn! The speed was too fast. Truly, he was an old monster. He hadn't even had time to react to what happened before his fingers were severed. In the face of this old monster, was there even a moment of time before he could unleash his divine ability? He had long sensed that the old monster's cultivation was off, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. With every finger connected to his heart, the piercing pain instantly engulfed Li Xia's entire body. He involuntarily took a few steps back, and then a long sword pointed directly at his throat. Didn't you tell me, disciple, to answer without reservation and speak without holding back? Feng Zi looked at Li Xia with a blank expression and said this. I'm sorry, master, although it is said that once a disciple, always a father. Children still need some privacy. Li Xia grinned fiercely, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood transformed into a blood arrow shooting straight towards Feng Zi's eyes. A spiritual energy shield appeared blocking the blood arrow, and the blood splattered onto the shield obscuring Feng Zi's eyes. Seizing this brief moment, Li Xia quickly twisted his feet, drawing a circle on the ground. The blood from his hands splattered in exactly the spots he had calculated. What he aimed for at that moment was to draw a simple formation on the ground using his blood. To be precise, this was not a formation, but something akin to a sealing technique serving a purpose similar to the sealing action Li Xia had just performed, used as a precursor to releasing a divine ability. Divine ability, Blood Massacre, full release. As the Blood Massacre unfolded, the surrounding scenery instantly distorted the space, seeming to tear apart, revealing another realm behind it. This was a world permeated with a thick atmosphere of blood, where countless bones intertwined, forming bleak white bone pillars. Countless corpses lay scattered across a desolate land, some incomplete, some slowly decaying, releasing a nauseating stench. Blood mist swirled, and the air seemed filled with the essence of death and despair, chilling to the bone. The sky was crimson, dark red clouds loomed heavily, and the occasional roar like thunder added a touch of terror to this blood rain. The last time I saw a divine ability was probably over 60 years ago, right? Feng Zi looked around this space, nodding with satisfaction. You can unleash a divine ability in front of me, not bad, very good. Huh. This was the first time he had fully unleashed a divine ability. Even with the foundation laid by Shu Qiuqiao, the true energy that once seemed endless. Just bringing this old monster into this realm had already consumed more than half of it, and most of the remaining true energy was used to activate the divine ability. At this moment, since he began cultivating, Li Xia felt for the first time that his true energy was insufficient. His mind raced. I don't know how long the blood domain can hold this old monster. Damn it, I at least need to buy myself some time to enter the spiritual vein. A divine ability that extracts vitality. Feng Zi looked down at his hands, gently clenching them. Instantly a flush appeared on Li Xia's face, and a mouthful of metallic sweetness rose in his throat, almost overwhelming him. Damn it, is this old monster really just a nascent soul? I couldn't extract any of his vitality at all. Li Xia cursed inwardly, not daring to show a hint of relaxation, but saw Feng Zi leisurely say, let me guess, a composite field-type divine ability that extracts the enemy's vitality to enhance oneself and can directly attack, right? As he spoke, Feng Zi stomped the ground. Divine abilities are rarer and harder to obtain than spells because they involve various rules and the cultivator's spirit and will. Moreover, divine abilities cannot be acquired like spells through oral transmission or cultivation manuals, but must be comprehended by traversing forbidden lands or even other realms. As he said this, Feng Zi once again looked at Li Xia. I ask you, disciple, where exactly do you come from? From beyond the domains. I told you children need some privacy. Li Xia could no longer suppress the blood surging from his mouth and nose. He wiped the crimson stain from his lips, a fierce grin twisting his face. Until now, no matter the enemy he faced, he had always felt certain of victory. But confronting this man before him, he inexplicably sensed no hope of winning. This ancient monster, how much had he concealed all along? Was he truly merely a nascent soul cultivator? Fine, since you refuse to speak, I won't bother asking. Feng Zi shook his head, forming hand seals. Though I boast no remarkable fortunes, I do possess some knowledge of such petty tricks. Divine ability. Li Xia felt an indescribable pressure emanating from within his own small world. His domain shattered from the inside out in an instant, and his body was hurled away like a discarded rag, crashing to the ground. You old fiend! You? Li Xia struggled to rise, his vision swimming, darkness creeping at the edges of his sight. This sensation was all too familiar. Within mere breaths, he would sink into unconsciousness. Forgive me, Shu Qiuqiao, for dragging you into this. Before darkness claimed him, the last thing he saw was Feng Zi's familiar black Taoist robe. Huh? How long was I asleep? Shu Qiuqiao bolted upright from the bed, glancing around at the familiar room. She was already in her own bed. So I slept straight through the body swap. She massaged her temples, feeling a slight headache. The wounds on her body had vanished. A predictable outcome, for this body was inexplicably resilient, healing within a day unless the injury was severe. Senior sister. A delicate, warm figure suddenly threw herself into her arms. Shu Shui. Shu Qiuqiao instinctively patted the girl's head, a flicker of confusion passing through her mind. Why was Shu Qiuqiao reacting like this? What had happened while she slept? And Li Xia, what of him?
How long was I out? Li Xia. Huh? Li Xia.
Shu Qiuqiao tried calling out in her mind, but there was no response.
Shu Qiuqiao, what happened? Where's the blood fiend?
She asked Shu Qiuqiao helplessly.
The blood fiend. Wasn't it killed by senior sister?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback by the question. So the blood fiend was dead. Knowing Li Xia defeating it should have been no issue. What had happened afterward?
Senior sister doesn't remember what happened either.
Either. What did she mean by either? Shu Qiuqiao continued.
That day after you came out of the spirit vein, Master fought with the Blood Sea ancestor, then told us to leave first. When Master brought you back, you were already unconscious. It's been 2 days. We were terrified.
According to this, Li Xia must have easily dealt with the blood fiend only to be cornered by the ancestor upon exiting. Then Master intervened, beating back the opposing ancestor, but no one knew what happened after that. Now only Master and Li Xia knew the truth, but Li Xia had inexplicably fallen silent. Shu Qiuqiao brushed off Shu Qiuqiao with a few words, then sat cross-legged to check her condition. She delved her divine sense deep into her sea of consciousness. After a long moment, she let out a faint sigh of relief. Thankfully, Li Xia was still there. Though he had fallen into a deep slumber for unknown reasons, at least he was present and unharmed. So what had truly transpired during her coma? Just then a knock came at the door.
Who is it?
Shu Qiuqiao asked instinctively.
Junior sister Sujian, it's me. Senior brother. What brings you here?
Hearing Li Chen's voice, Shu Qiuqiao inexplicably relaxed. Without Li Xia, she felt constantly imperiled, and a familiar voice offered some solace. Yet Li Chen's next words tensed her nerves again.
Master summoned you. Master.
Traversing the narrow path, Shu Qiuqiao arrived before Feng Zi's cave dwelling, bowing low. The tightly sealed cave gates slowly opened.
Enter.
Feng Zi's voice echoed from within. Shu Qiuqiao stepped inside. The cave was starkly simple. If Li Xia lived here, it would likely be just as bare. But Shu Qiuqiao preferred to adorn her dwelling with trinkets from mortal markets, colorful crystal beads, and flowers and plants. To her, that felt like home. Deeper within, she found Feng Zi sitting alone, clad in his black Taoist robe, still as stone.
Master.
She bowed again.
Did you rest well?
Feng Zi nodded.
Your disciple rested well, Master. Good, rest well.
He nodded once more, then fell silent.
May this disciple ask why Master summoned me?
After a long, deathly silence, Shu Qiuqiao finally broke it.
Why did I call you here? It seems he hasn't awakened yet. As I thought, if he were awake, his first act would be to flee Taoyuan Temple and never return. Huh?
Shu Qiuqiao blinked, bewildered by his words.
You don't understand.
Feng Zi turned, his eyes piercing through her very being, leaving her feeling utterly exposed before him.
The him I speak of is you, isn't it? The other you.
Shu Qiuqiao was stunned.
Your escape art is passable, but you are not yet qualified to flee before me.
Feng Zi cast a glance at Shu Qiuqiao's stealthily shifting footsteps, offering this reminder. Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao was at a loss for what to do. Finally, in a fit of self-abandonment, she dragged over a cushion and sat down, saying helplessly,
Master, at least let me die with clarity. What exactly happened that day?
Humph. Feng Zi let out a soft laugh and shook his head slightly.
Nothing much. Just an unfilial disciple who struck at his master and got disciplined by yours truly.
Not that. What madness had possessed Li Xia? To think he would strike at anyone, and who gave him the audacity to attack a nascent soul-peaked master at that. That I'm still alive is nothing short of a miracle. 2 lives lost because of one person, my dear roommate. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao's utterly bewildered expression, Feng Zi smiled.
You need not be so alarmed. His attack was largely provoked by me.
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
So can you tell me what he didn't?
Feng Zi then asked.
What does Master wish to know?
Shu Qiuqiao hesitated before asking.
Nothing much. I merely wish to learn where you two come from.
Shu Qiuqiao fell silent for a moment, then forced a smile and said,
What joke is Master telling? Wasn't I taken in by Master as a child and brought up the mountain to cultivate? That was Su Jian, not you two.
Feng Zi shook his head.
To be honest, I can still tell Shu Qiuqiao apart from you. Shu Qiuqiao was merely of decent talent, but in no discipline did she ever reach the pinnacle. However you...
Fengzi looked Shu Qiuqiao up and down.
I need not speak of the killing prowess of the other you must be well aware of it. As for you, even setting aside your talent and escape arts, your cultivation aptitude is something I have rarely seen in my lifetime.
Saying this, Fengzi pointed to himself.
Though I am merely the head of a minor sect in the insignificant Great Xia dynasty now, in my youth, I did roam as a chivalrous swordsman.
Shu Qiuqiao remained silent. Seeing her like this, Fengzi shook his head in resignation, stood up, and suddenly pointed a finger at her brow.
If you do not wish to speak, that is fine. I will give you a task. Recently, that new nascent soul cultivator from the Black Flame sect has become quite troublesome. Within a month, go and slay him, and I will pretend this matter never happened. This seal will temporarily imprison the other you within your body. You have two choices. One is to go and kill that nascent soul cultivator yourself. The other is to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and break the seal.
Fengzi smiled.
Well, for you, it should be one choice. If you fail within a month, this seal will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reinforce itself, sealing you both forever. Also, when he emerges, tell him for me that I will be leaving Great Xia for a time. Where you two go from here, the choice is yours.
With that, Fengzi turned and left, giving Shu Qiuqiao no room to speak.
Ah.
Death, death, death. This time it truly meant death. What kind of mischief was that old monster trying to stir up? The gap from golden core to nascent soul was a veritable chasm. Breaking through was no easy feat, and even if she had a month, she had to leave enough time for Li Xia to cut down that Black Flame sect nascent soul. After calculating, Shu Qiuqiao felt that at least 10 days should be reserved for Li Xia. That left her with only 20 days to break through to nascent soul. 20 days to achieve nascent soul. What kind of century-spanning puzzle was this?
With Li Xia gone, I don't even have anyone to complain to.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed, consumed a clarity heart pill to calm her mind as much as possible, then sat down on the cushion. She sank her consciousness inward, descending into her dantian. Come to think of it, after soaking in the dragon spring, she had directly run into the blood demon and been swept into all sorts of affairs. Until now, she had not had a chance to properly examine her dantian. Embracing the primordial, guarding the one, sinking the mind, drawing the spirit inward, gathering the spiritual light into the body.
Huh?
Yet the moment her consciousness sank into her dantian, Shu Qiuqiao was stunned by the sight within. What in the world is this? Is this my dantian? Is this my dantian? How did my dantian become like this? In the tranquil cultivation chamber, Shu Qiuqiao sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut. As her breathing deepened, her consciousness began to sink, gradually entering a state of internal vision. Within her perception, her awareness descended from the sea of consciousness, flowing down along the main meridian in her chest, and slowly settled into her dantian. Her dantian was no longer the narrow space it had been before. Though if Shu Qiuqiao claimed her dantian was a narrow space, many cultivators would likely be so ashamed they would seek out a block of tofu to dash their heads against. Her dantian had expanded several-fold compared to before using the dragon spring. Now the chi sea within her dantian had become vast and boundless, like an endless starry sky, profound and mysterious. Through internal vision, Shu Qiuqiao witnessed the new world after the baptism of the dragon spring. The true chi within her dantian surged like an ocean. There were even actual tidal currents swirling and turbulent, making one wonder if unknown lifeforms truly dwelled within this sea of true chi. Moreover, Shu Qiuqiao had been pondering where the strand of dragon chi she inherited had gone. Now she had found the answer. In her chi sea, that strand of dragon chi was no longer the faint, barely perceptible presence from the dragon spring. Instead, it had taken form. Radiant with golden light, a golden dragon swam leisurely within her dantian, synchronized with the rhythm of her breath. Each coil stirred up tempestuous waves of true chi in the dantian's chi sea. At the center of that vast dantian sea, a golden core floated silently. Its volume had expanded several-fold from before. Originally, Shu Qiuqiao's golden core was only the size of an egg, already several circles larger than that of most cultivators. Now it hummed like a blazing sun, scorching and brilliant, illuminating the entire inner world of her dantian. Beneath the golden core, its resplendent light shone upon the surrounding sea of true qi, reflecting myriad beams of golden radiance, like sunlight piercing through water, warm and full of vitality.
Is this my golden core? And this my dantian?
Shu Qiuqiao forcibly calmed her emotions. Her divine sense was currently within the qi sea, and with her emotional upheaval, the qi sea had nearly erupted into chaos. Countless waves surged skyward. The golden dragon dove into the sea, emerging with a waterspout that nearly reached the heavens.
My dantian!
Is it actually a world of its own?
Watching this scene, Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned. Before, the space in her dantian was too small and lacked anything resembling living things, so she hadn't felt this way.
But now it seemed the space within her dantian was not so different from a realm of heaven and earth, merely far less complete than the vast outer world. As the saying goes, the human body is a small universe. This was essentially that principle.
No, what should I do now?
Having suppressed her astonishment, Shu Qiuqiao now felt somewhat dazed. Breaking through from the golden core to the nascent soul realm generally required 4 steps. First was accumulating true qi. Before the breakthrough, a cultivator needed to store up a vast amount of true qi over a long period within the Danshan's qi sea to prepare for the breakthrough. This process often required years, or even decades of quiet cultivation to ensure the quality and quantity of true qi met the breakthrough threshold. Moreover, because many cultivators' Danshans had limited capacity, it was difficult to store enough true qi for a nascent soul breakthrough within the qi sea. They also needed to rely on elixirs, or heavenly treasures, that could provide a massive amount of spiritual energy in a short time as assistance.
My true qi reserves.
Shouldn't I need to accumulate any more?
Shu Qiuqiao hesitated. The true qi was simply too abundant, boundless, like an ocean. If she still needed to accumulate more in this state,
it was hard to imagine how other cultivators managed to break through to the nascent soul realm. The second step was to infuse the golden core. To break through from the golden core to the nascent soul realm, a cultivator needed to do one thing: shatter the core to birth the nascent soul. This involved forcibly infusing the golden core with true qi until it shattered, allowing the nascent soul to emerge from the broken core. However, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor. The golden core could be said to be the very foundation of a golden core cultivator's existence. It was even considered connected to the cultivator's very life. If the golden core suffered even a single point of damage or a crack, it would be a wound so severe it might never heal for the rest of the cultivator's life. But breaking through to the nascent soul wasn't just about causing a small crack in the golden core, it meant bursting the entire core apart. It could be said that if the breakthrough failed, scattering one's cultivation and starting over would be the best possible outcome. For most cultivators, failure at this step meant certain death.
Can I succeed?
Failure meant death. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath. She had no choice but to succeed. Failure would mean death, but if she didn't attempt the breakthrough in a month's time, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Her soul would be sealed forever, forced to watch her soulless body slowly decay. For Shu Qiuqiao, that would be worse than ending it all. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath, lit a calming incense, and closed her eyes once more. In the secluded cultivation chamber, the light was soft and the atmosphere elegant. Shu Qiuqiao sat on a lotus-shaped cushion, a faint glow enveloping her. After long-term accumulation and the baptism of the dragon spring, her dantian held a surging sea of true qi. The golden core resembled a warm golden sun, storing astonishing power and spiritual energy. Today was the critical moment for Shu Qiuqiao's breakthrough from golden core to nascent soul. What made it unique was her peculiar situation of sharing a body with Li Xia, making this breakthrough vastly different from that of ordinary cultivators. Now the long-settled true qi, vast as an ocean, had converged within Shu Qiuqiao's dantian qi sea. A pearl-like golden core radiated a tranquil yet intense light within it. This was the essence accumulated by a golden core cultivator over many years, the crystallized totality of their cultivation. And today, it was to vanish forever. After a prolonged internal struggle, Shu Qiuqiao was finally about to take the most crucial and dangerous step, shattering the core to birth the nascent soul. Sitting cross-legged, Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath, concentrated her will, and slowly channeled the surging true qi from her qi sea like tidal waves into that seemingly indestructible golden core. The golden core expanded accordingly.
With the infusion of true qi exceeding its capacity, the core grew increasingly unstable with every passing moment. It hurts so much. If Li Xiao were here, I could make him suffer this pain instead. Shattering the core to birth the nascent soul was a perilous undertaking that golden core cultivators knew all too well. Success meant rebirth as a nascent soul, and a leap in cultivation level failure meant the destruction of the golden core, the loss of all foundations, and even death, with the Tao extinguished. The closer she got to this moment, the more pain showed on Shu Qiuqiao's face. With each strand of true qi transferred, the faint tremors on the golden core's surface intensified. With every crack that appeared, her body felt as if struck by a violent electric shock. An hour passed. Cracks covered the entire surface of the golden core like a pearl about to shatter. Shu Qiuqiao almost bit her lip to endure the pain that came from the very marrow of her bones. The shattering of the golden core was not merely physical pain, it was accompanied by a violent tearing at the spiritual level, as if her soul and body were being separated. The true qi in the entire qi sea is almost depleted. Why hasn't this golden core shattered yet? It hurts. This damn thing hurts way more than a period. What she didn't know was that because her golden core was much larger than others, it could hold far more true qi. Not only that, due to the infusion of that strand of dragon qi, her golden core was also far more resilient than that of an ordinary cultivator. It was so tough it hardly seemed like a cultivator's golden core. By now Shu Qiuqiao had mobilized almost all the true qi in her entire dantian. She even regretted not preparing some elixirs to assist the breakthrough beforehand. But thinking about it now, it was too late for regrets. It was either death, with the Tao extinguished, or breaking through to the nascent soul by shattering and rebuilding. Shatter! Now! Finally, at the moment she concentrated all her power, the golden core, which had reached its limit, exploded within her body, transforming into countless golden fragments, like a world-creating firework. The space within her dantian seemed to lose its center of gravity, the entire space appearing to teeter on the verge of collapse. But from amidst those flying fragments, the breath of new life emerged. Two beams of light broke free from the fragments, spiraling and whirling as they sought their own space, ushering in the hope of life beyond the pain. Shu Qiuqiao was startled in her heart. Why? Are there two? Unlike ordinary cultivators, Shu Qiuqiao's dantian did not manifest only a single thread of life force. Amidst the shattering of the radiant golden core, two streams of light intertwined. A brilliant golden dragon and a dark red malevolent flood dragon coiled and twisted. Gazing at this dragon and flood dragon, Shu Qiuqiao felt a faint understanding. They seemed to be the combined embodiment of her and Li Xiao's cultivation and souls. Like the mythical Kunping's transformation, the golden dragon and the malevolent flood dragon slowly coiled around each other. As their radiance blazed, even Shu Qiuqiao's own divine sense could not discern what was happening within. All she could see was that after the radiance gradually faded, two nascent souls slowly manifested. They both emitted a dazzling brilliance from the shattered golden core, struggling to break free from the core's remnants, gradually taking on an infant-like form. These two nascent souls, one golden and round, the other flowing with black light, gazed at each other, intertwining two distinct yet equally powerful life forces. Is this accomplished? Have I truly become? Gazing at the two nascent souls within her dantian, Shu Qiuqiao still found it hard to believe. So simple. No, it wasn't exactly simple. Recalling the searing pain from moments ago, Shu Qiuqiao still felt a lingering dread. It only took less than 2 hours. Not bad, much easier than I imagined. Now I just need to awaken Li Xiao and everything else can be left to him. Shu Qiuqiao let out a sigh. She had endured immense suffering this time and resolved to give Li Xiao a hard time later. Otherwise, all this agony would have been for nothing. At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao's gaze drifted to the lotus water clock in the corner. In this world there were no clocks, and Li Xiao had been too lazy to figure out how to make one. But Shu Qiuqiao detested having to calculate the time every time she needed it. She preferred a hanging clock she could glance at and instantly know the hour. Finally, after her repeated demands, Li Xiao reluctantly crafted a lotus water clock and placed it in her meditation chamber. The so-called lotus water clock consisted of lotus-shaped vessels placed on water. Every period, be it an hour or a quarter, water would fill one lotus, causing it to sink
and marked the passage of time. Compared to mortal lotus water clocks, Li Xiao's creation was far more intricate. This clock could measure 12 full days, with a small lotus sinking every 10 minutes and a slightly larger one every hour. Each day the grand lotus that supported all the day-marking lotuses would submerge, and there were 12 such grand lotuses in total.
I remember resetting all 12 lotuses before I began my cultivation.
Shu Qiuqiao murmured, staring at the water's surface, utterly devoid of lotuses, momentarily stunned. Something was wrong, profoundly, unmistakably wrong. Shu Qiuqiao quickly formed hand seals to calculate the current time. The result made cold sweat nearly drip from her brow. It was now the third quarter of the Yu hour on the 20th day. In other words, though she felt she had only cultivated for 2 hours, 21 days had passed in the outside world. Now Feng Zi had left her with only 10 days remaining.
What do I do? What do I do? Is 10 days enough?
Panic surged within Shu Qiuqiao. She quickly examined the seal on her soul and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The seal had been shattered by the violent true qi during her breakthrough to nascent soul. At least for now, she no longer had to worry about Li Xiao not waking up.
Li Xiao, wake up! Hurry! If you don't, we'll both lose our lives.
Seeing the seal on her soul dissipated, Shu Qiuqiao called out in her mind. No response.
Why?
The annoying voice that usually echoed in her heart was absent for a long time, and a strange sense of loneliness suddenly washed over Shu Qiuqiao.
No! Something's off. What is it?
Shu Qiuqiao sensed something amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Suddenly it hit her. Today was the third quarter of the Yu hour on the 20th day. 20 days ago, she had been in control of the body. In other words, it should now be Li Xiao's turn to take over. If Li Xiao's soul had been properly unsealed, he should have immediately seized control of the body, even if his consciousness was asleep.
Why?
Did my master deceive me? Has Li Xiao already left this body? Is there still residual sealing power? Countless conjectures swirled in Shu Qiuqiao's mind, but after a long while she found not a single answer. Now only one thing was certain: if she failed to complete the old monster's task, she would be sealed, eternally sealed. The crisis from the prohibition Feng Zi had implanted within her had never ceased.
Sigh! Shu Qiuqiao, stay calm.
She popped a calming heart pill into her mouth, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Who was she? A woman who had traversed into a cultivation world and survived amidst countless ruthless cultivators. Was she useless without a man? Without that bastard Li Xiao, she could still fight her way through life.
First, let's see what Li Xiao left behind.
With that thought, Shu Qiuqiao quickly calmed down and began rummaging through her storage pouch. Most of the supplies in the pouch had already been used. TNT grenades and landmines had all been thrown at the blood demon. There were still plenty of bullets for the AK-47 and Desert Eagle, but ordinary rounds couldn't penetrate the defense of a serious Golden Core Peak cultivator, let alone a nascent soul cultivator's defense. There was one special bullet left, but even Shu Qiuqiao wasn't sure how much it could break through. Even if she wanted to test it now, with only one bullet, success would be pointless. A strange lead box. Could Li Xiao have been telling the truth last time? Forget it, he'll put it back. This thing is too ominous.
What's this?
Shu Qiuqiao pulled a long barrel from the pouch in surprise. The entire gun was over 1.8 meters long, and unlike other firearms, it faintly emanated spiritual energy.
And a manual.
Shu Qiuqiao unfolded the manual.
If you're reading this, it means I'm unable to help you for some reason, and you're facing an inescapable battle or an enemy you must defeat. If you need to deal with immediate danger and find a way to escape, turn to page 2. If you need to defeat the enemy with no time to prepare, turn to page 25. If you need to defeat the enemy and have time to prepare but can't return home, turn to page 47. If you need to defeat the enemy, have time to prepare, and can return home, turn to page 55. Finally, take care of our body, my dear useless roommate.
So detailed. Shu Qiuqiao was stunned. Wait, when did he anticipate being absent? No, how am I a useless roommate? But now wasn't the time for complaints. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath and turned to page 55.
Hello, my useless roommate. If you're home now, you're probably sitting on that meditation cushion, right? Before we start, I hope the reason I can't help isn't because I'm asleep. If so, wake me up, close the manual, put it away, and pretend you never saw it. Good, it seems I'm not sleeping. Now lift the cushion, knock on the floor 3 times, then slap it 3 times. Open the floor, and you'll find a small mirror. Drop a drop of blood on it. A word of caution: no matter what you see, don't scream in surprise. If you're not confident in your composure, please set up a soundproof barrier beforehand to avoid attracting more trouble. Though Shu Qiuqiao didn't think Li Xia could come up with anything strange, incomprehensible, or even capable of making her scream in surprise. Yet to be safe, she still followed Li Xia's instructions and set up a soundproof barrier. Then, according to the manual, she opened the cushion she was sitting on, tapped the floor 3 times, and then clapped 3 times. Who would have thought that with the sound of mechanical gears turning, the floor beneath her beloved cushion would actually slowly open up? Shu Qiuqiao had never seen such a sight. After a moment of stunned silence, a beam of light reflected into her eyes, forcing her to blink involuntarily. Then she saw a small, exquisite mirror beneath the floor. Hesitating for a moment, Shu Qiuqiao ultimately bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the mirror. As the blood dripped, a string of characters slowly appeared on the mirror. This is... Shu Qiuqiao stared at the line of text, stunned. It was a jumble of letters and numbers mixed together. This is a dynamic password. Shu Qiuqiao read the English words below. This world didn't have this language. It took her a while to recognize the word from her college-level English vocabulary. A dynamic password meant that when I drip blood on this mirror, it gives me a real-time password. That's so advanced. What exactly did Li Xia do in his past life? Shaking her head, she reminded herself that her own life was at stake now. There was no time to ponder Li Xia's former identity. Shu Qiuqiao looked around. She was so familiar with this meditation room, yet she couldn't figure out where to enter that string of passwords. Could she just shout it out? Did he manage to create a voice assistant as well? Shu Qiuqiao tried reading the password aloud, but nothing happened. The manual didn't mention this either. What does it mean? Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head in frustration and tried tapping the mirror. To her surprise, another string of letters slowly appeared on the mirror. Xioatongs. What word is this? I don't recognize it. Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head again. Damn it, she hadn't been very good at English in her past life either. How could she possibly know the meaning of such a difficult string of words? Wait, why did this combination look kinda familiar? Hold on, could this be Chinese pinyin? The more Shu Qiuqiao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Li Xia should know her English level well. In other words, since Li Xia had set up this self-rescue method for her, he wouldn't choose a way she couldn't unlock. Under these circumstances, Chinese pinyin was far more likely than English words. Xiao. Ai. Tong. Shui. Shu Qiuqiao tried reading the pinyin aloud. Then a sweet female voice, one she was incredibly familiar with, sounded behind her. Am here. Holy. No, wait, this can't be right. Xiao Ai Tong Shui. Where did he get a Xiao Ai Tong Shui? No, Li Xia is your real surname, Lei. Shu Qiuqiao slapped her cheeks fiercely, forcing herself to calm down. What the hell was going on? Seeing Xiao Ai Tong Shui again after so many years. Was this a damned reunion with an old friend in a foreign land? Then she heard that sweet female voice again. Please enter the dynamic password.
1564S5A40F566S456DS4SF563S4D564SF8653. Shu Qiuqiao recited the combination of numbers and letters she had just seen on the mirror from memory.
Dynamic password verified. Welcome back, Su Jian.
Then the meditation room slowly unfolded before her. The original jade bed flipped over rapidly, and the entire wall slowly opened up. Shu Qiuqiao had always felt that the wall of this meditation room was slightly thicker than the others. But Li Xia had simply said it was a place for secluded cultivation, so he had added a few extra restrictions. She had found that reasonable, and hadn't thought much of it. But now... Reasonable, my ass?
This is an entire armory.
What lay before Shu Qiuqiao was an entire wall of weapons. Most of them were firearms, but she couldn't recognize most of them. She could barely identify famous types, like the AK-47.
These are those red bullets that can pierce through defenses, right? So many. With all these bullets, he only brought 3 when he went out.
Shu Qiuqiao walked over to his side and saw an ammunition box. It was packed full, at least 300 bullets, all of the same red type, that could pierce through true Qi defenses. Li Xia had been so careful when letting her use that kind of bullet, and he only carried 3 on him. And yet here was a whole box hidden away. Enough to turn that blood demon true person into a sieve.
Hello, may I help you?
Hearing Xiao Ai Tong Shui's voice, Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath.
Did Li Xia create you? Detected question 16. Entering corresponding module. Target adjustment complete. Adjusted target master's roommate. Are you in danger, facing an unsolvable problem, have a fight scheduled, or need to eliminate someone?
A bit annoyed. But Shu Qiuqiao still replied.
I need to eliminate someone. What is that person's current cultivation level? Early nascent soul. Okay, matching the following reserved plans for you. Wait, don't you even ask about my cultivation level.
Shu Qiuqiao abruptly stopped her. Normally before a fight, shouldn't it first ask her cultivation level, and then match a plan based on that?
Not necessary.
Xiao Ai Tong Shui's voice remained sweet, but her words made Shu Qiuqiao clench her teeth.
According to the data left by the master, whether you were at the golden core stage during the last data reservation or have possibly broken through to the nascent soul stage, it makes no difference to the master's reserve plans. Because the difference in combat power between your golden core peak and nascent soul is merely the difference between 0 and 0 multiplied by 10. A question mark. 0 times 0 times 10. Isn't 0 multiplied by 10 still 0?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback, quickly spotting the blind spot in the logic.
Indeed, your reaction speed is close to that of an average college student.
Xiao Ai praised her, yet to Shu Qiuqiao's ears the compliment sounded more like a veiled mockery.
No, what exactly are you trying to say? What I mean is...
Xiao Ai's voice paused briefly, as if considering Shu Qiuqiao's fragile self-esteem.
No matter how much your cultivation realm improves during this period, your combat capability remains at a mere 0. In other words, your realm makes no difference whatsoever to the tasks at hand. You?
Seriously, how could Xiao Ai created by Li Xia be just as infuriating as Li Xia himself? This wasn't the gentle and adorable Xiao Ai I remembered. Then Xiao Ai continued.
Based on the information you provided, I searched the data left by the master in the system. According to the records, your most likely assassination target is the 3-fire true man of the Black Flame sect. According to the database, the best method for you is to use a long-range sniper weapon for an ultra-long distance kill. The engagement range should be beyond 3000 meters to ensure you remain undetected and can retreat in time. Therefore, I recommend this weapon.
Before she could finish, a sniper rifle over 139 meters long in front of Shu Qiuqiao began to emit a faint blue glow.
This is the XM109 Cultivation World Modified version, originally with a 25mm caliber, but under the master's modifications it now has a 122mm caliber. The operating principle is semi-automatic, and it fires single shots. Wait, what did you just say the caliber of this gun is?
Shu Qiuqiao abruptly interrupted Xiao Ai's explanation.
122mm. Is there a problem? No, the problem is huge. What was the minimum caliber of a howitzer in my past lives, Huaxia? The minimum caliber is 122mm. Is there an issue?
Xiao Ai replied matter-of-factly.
No. Have you ever heard the saying, point an anti-aircraft gun flat, and you'll face a court-martial? Seriously, would anyone actually use a cannon as a sniper rifle? Battlefield players don't count. Well?
Xiao Ai hesitated for a moment, as if the question touched on a blind spot in her knowledge, before finally replying.
First, to answer your first question, this is a cultivation world. There are no military courts here, so you need not worry about being prosecuted for war crimes. Now for your second question, look at this gun. Single shot long range with a scope and a one-hit kill. How is it not a sniper rifle?
What kind of bizarre ideas had Li Xia instilled in this artificial intelligence?
Fine, go ahead.
Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly.
All right. Since your target is a nascent soul cultivator, considering their defensive capabilities ordinary kinetic weapon ammunition would struggle to harm them. So I recommend using the XM109 cultivation modified version with specially crafted armor-piercing ammunition for cultivators. According to the Master's actual tests, this armor-piercing ammunition can penetrate pure chi defenses below the mid-nascent soul stage like butter. Moreover, due to its caliber, this gun can punch through the armor of standard tanks, so you need not worry about physical defenses rendering the attack ineffective. That's brutal. By the way, which poor soul did you actually test it on? And when was the test? Is that poor test subject still alive? Just how much did you do while I was asleep?
Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation, then took down from the wall the sniper rifle with a caliber so terrifying it was practically a cannon.
By the way, where are the bullets?
The ammunition placed nearby was labeled with 7.62 millimeters. Even if that weren't the case, Shu Qiuqiao could easily see that none of the ammunition here was anywhere near 122 millimeters in caliber.
Any normal person could see that, you know. You see, this type of ammunition is extremely difficult to produce, and the Master could only work on it when his roommate, that is you, was not around. Skip the excuses. How many bullets are actually left?
Shu Qiuqiao sighed. Li Xia had said the same thing before, only for her to find over 300 rounds hidden in his secret stash.
3 rounds remain already loaded into the ammunition box beneath the gun.
Not again. Only 3 rounds. Was he going to pull this trick every single time? Did he enjoy playing this game of doling things out bit by bit? Though Shu Qiuqiao wanted to complain, she knew it would be pointless, so she reluctantly loaded the ammunition.
Is there anything else useful for me? Just give me everything at once,
Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly.
Given that your opponent this time is an early nascent soul cultivator, I cannot offer much better advice. The Master's weapon research hit a bottleneck at the mid-nascent soul stage and never progressed further. If you need, there are 2 lead boxes in the crate at the bottom right of the wall. Stop. I don't want to know what's in those 2 lead boxes, nor do I want to take them out, and am certainly not going to try them.
Shu Qiuqiao quickly cut off Xiao Ai's words.
Understood. As per the Master's instructions, you can find 15 Thunderfire pearls and explosives equivalent to 300 kilograms of TNT in the storage pouch at the bottom left of the wall for general self-defense. However, I must remind you that none of these items can inflict meaningful damage on an early nascent soul cultivator. Fine.
Shu Qiuqiao was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. It seemed this guy wasn't as all-powerful as she had imagined. Of course, he wasn't Doraemon. Being able to achieve this much while she was sleeping was already quite.
TCH. Is this guy even human? One last question, Xiao Ai. Go ahead.
Xiao Ai's sweet voice remained unchanged.
What did Li Xia, your master, do before he crossed over?
Shu Qiuqiao stared straight ahead at the arsenal before her and asked slowly.
Detected question 001. Now playing recording.
After a brief silence, Li Xia's familiar voice rang out.
Don't ask about things you shouldn't. That old bastard, the 3-fire true man, suffers from a severe fire poison. He must leave the Sex Protective Formation every day to reach the Spirit Spring Pond in Qingyan Valley for treatment and cultivation. The time is precisely noon, almost unshakable unless there are important sect affairs, otherwise it is daily. Thank you, fellow Taoist. This is the reward for this intelligence.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded and handed a small pouch of spirit stones to the disciple clad in black and red robes.
No need. If you succeed, it benefits me as well.
Despite his words, the disciple still nodded and accepted the small pouch of spirit stones. This disciple of the Black Flame sect was found by Shu Qiuqiao through the intelligence network of Taoyuan Temple. She knew almost nothing about him, only that the network vouched for his trustworthiness. Thus Shu Qiuqiao came wearing a veil that could block all sense, while the other, perhaps for the sake of confidentiality, also wore a face mask.
Also a word of caution, fellow Taoist.
Just as she was about to turn away, the disciple said,
I don't know why or how you plan to assassinate that old wretch, but his cultivation is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Be very careful. Thank you.
Shu Qiuqiao cupped her hands towards him, but sighed inwardly.
How much worse could things get?
After the disciple left, Shu Qiuqiao cautiously circled around to confirm she wasn't being followed that arrived near Qingyan Valley. It was still the morning hour of Qin with some time left before the three-fire true man's arrival for cultivation. She first conducted a simple survey of the terrain. The place was a valley flanked by towering cliffs, making it difficult for most cultivators to launch a silent attack on the spirit spring from any direction. After all, even a flying sword at the nascent soul mid-stage could hardly strike a target from beyond 3,000 meters. Yet for Shu Qiuqiao, this was not a major problem. On the contrary, these seemingly troublesome cliffs and precipices would serve as excellent cover for her sniping. After scouting the area, Shu Qiuqiao climbed to the cliff at the valley entrance. She first set up several detection prohibitions around her to prevent a surprise attack. Then she set up a concealment formation on the cliff and mounted her sniper rifle onto the precipice. This cliff towered above the valley entrance, one of the commanding heights in the valley, offering a broad view overlooking the entire Qingyan Valley. Moreover, the mist that filled the valley added to the concealment, making her presence even less likely to be discovered. To detect the enemy, Shu Qiuqiao had prepositioned a camera near the spirit spring to assist her sniping. Cultivators in this world relied too heavily on divine, since such a camera was almost certain to be overlooked by them. Thus an information gap was created. Most conditions for the assassination were in place. All that remained was to kill that old bastard. Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath, set up the sniper rifle, laid down on the spot, and fully concealed her aura to avoid detection by the three-fire true man.
Almost here, almost here.
Calculating the time, it was now exactly noon, the hour of the most potent yang energy. As the saying goes, when extremes meet, the peak of yang brings forth the most intense yin energy of the day. Perhaps this was why the three-fire true man chose this time to expel his fire poison. Shu Qiuqiao narrowed her eyes slightly. This was her first time preparing to kill someone, and frankly she was not without fear. But one must survive. If he did not die, then she would. There was no other way.
He's coming!
As a figure clad in black and red robes slowly entered the valley, Shu Qiuqiao silently pulled the bolt and chambered a round. Though she had 3 bullets against a nascent soul early-stage cultivator at this distance, she would only have one chance. Moreover, this place was too close to the Black Flame sect. If the three-fire true man raised an alarm, their nascent soul latest-stage sect master could arrive in less than half an instant stick's time. Then the assassin would become the assassinated.
I'm sorry.
Apologizing 3 times in her heart, Shu Qiuqiao watched as the figure approached the spirit spring pond, slowly stepped into the water, and sat down on the rock at its center. She silently aimed the muzzle at his head. At that moment, the three-fire true man was enjoying the most pleasant time of his day. The black flame art he cultivated allowed for rapid advancement and absolute mastery over the 5 elements of fire, but its very speed left behind incurable internal injuries. Cultivating the black flame art required searing one's body with flames. In his youth, the three-fire true man was not exceptionally talented in the sect, and could hardly obtain high-quality flames for training. As a result, he had long used flames tainted with heavy fire poison and impurities to temper himself. Yet through sheer tenacity, he had actually advanced all the way to become a nascent soul true man and an elder of the Black Flame sect. However, due to his youthful cultivation methods, he had accumulated vast amounts of fire poison within his body. It not only subjected him to constant agony, as if his heart were being scorched, but also left him unable to make further progress in cultivation. This place which he had discovered by accident could expel the fire poison, and during that process temporarily relieve him of the burning heart pain. Thus it became his favorite spot, visited almost daily. However, he never revealed his whereabouts to anyone, not even his personal disciples knew of his daily visits. So the three-fire true man could never have imagined that he would be ambushed here at his own doorstep. Amidst his cultivation, the three-fire true man suddenly sensed an ominous feeling, as if something was aiming at him. It felt like a hunter wielding a dangerous weapon targeting an unsuspecting prey. What? Before the three-fire true man could react, Shu Qiuqiao on the distant cliff silently uttered her final apology.
I'm sorry. Truly very sorry.
Then she gently pulled the trigger. The barrel like a cannon erupted with fierce blazing light, and the gunshot echoed through the entire valley. But before that, a 122mm caliber bullet had already shot forth faster than the speed of sound. The bullet, like a thunderbolt, erupted from the sniper rifle's barrel, its howling gale instantly tearing through the sky, radiating scorching light. The immense impact of the 122mm caliber bullet seemed capable of rending the very earth, imposing an overwhelming sense of pressure that was impossible to withstand. Three Flame True Person was immersed in cultivation at the heart of the tranquil spirit spring. At that moment, an unusual fluctuation abruptly stirred his vigilance. Relying on years of battle instinct, he instantly sensed a lethal crisis. In a fleeting instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately perceived the lurking killing intent in the distance. But by then it was too late. Reacting swiftly, his entire true chi surged, like a tidal wave, rapidly erecting layers of chi shields around his body. Each chi shield was infused with his inexhaustible fire-attributed true chi. Unlike the solidified chi shields of golden core cultivators, the chi shields of a nascent soul cultivator flowed like living water, ceaselessly circulating. Unless shattered by overwhelming force in a single strike, it was nearly impossible to wear them down gradually. Yet, when the specially crafted 122mm bullet struck Three Flame True Person, was horrified to discover that even his meticulously constructed chi shields were as fragile as paper before this sniper rifle.
Why? I don't feel the chi shields being destroyed, rather. They are completely ineffective against this thing.
The bullet pierced through layer after layer of chi shields with inconceivable speed and force, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even during this process, the bullet's speed and power did not diminish in the slightest, as if the chi shields offered less resistance than the air itself. In the blink of an eye, the bullet reached Three Flame True Person. His heart tightened. The situation was dire. Relying on 3 parts instinct and 7 parts cultivation, he forced his body to dodge aside at the critical moment. It must be said, Three Flame True Person had survived the endless carnage of demonic sex for a reason. Even under these circumstances, he barely evaded the fatal strike with his movement technique. But the bullet still grazed his arm. A 122mm bullet fired from Li Xiao's specially modified sniper rifle, even a mere graze, would generate airflow lethal to mortals. Although the bullet only skimmed past his arm, its devastating power nonetheless obliterated his arm along with a portion of his chest. A mist of blood erupted at the center of the spirit spring, staining the clear waters crimson. Amidst the blood and gore, pain and fury swiftly spread across his brow.
He's still alive!
Shu Qiuqiao furrowed her brow upon seeing this. She had lost her best opportunity. Yet she did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately squeezed the trigger mechanism rapidly chambered around, pulled the bolt, and gently pressed the trigger. The next bullet once again burst from the barrel with a tongue of flame. This time, however, Three Flame True Person was prepared. He twisted and turned midair, using the brief gap to change direction and evade dodging the fatal shot. Even wounded, his momentum grew fiercer. He poured all his cultivation into his feet, hurtling toward Shu Qiuqiao with ferocious speed. For a cultivator of his level, 1,000 meters was but a single stride. Shu Qiuqiao knew this as well. She chambered her last bullet. This was her final resort.
It's either you or me. So it's you, a junior, who dares to ambush me.
Three Flame True Person's figure appeared before Shu Qiuqiao in an instant. He saw at a glance that this person had just broken through to nascent soul, her aura not yet stabilized. But he did not recognize her, nor could he fathom why she would ambush him from afar. Still, it mattered not. Once captured and brought back, no one could keep secrets under the soul-scorching heavenly lamp. Shu Qiuqiao quickly retreated. The moment Three Flame True Person set foot on the cliff, a protective formation shimmered around her, and she pressed the button in her hand.
Boom!
15 Thunderfire pearls along with 300 kilograms of TNT detonated simultaneously, sending a towering mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The cliff shattered in the explosion, massive boulders tumbling into the valley, blocking it completely.
Do you think such petty tricks can harm me?
Amid the smoke, a mass of crimson true chi soared upward. Enveloped within Three Flame True Person's hair bristled with rage. Even as blood spurted from his severed arm and organs throbbed in his shattered chest, he seemed oblivious.
They can't harm you, but I have no other choice.
The smoke suddenly dissipated, revealing a black gun muzzle inches from Three Flame True Person's face. At such close range, there was no room to dodge.
I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Shu Qiuqiao pulled the trigger fiercely. The barrel, overheated from 3 consecutive shots, had turned glowing red, and a similarly red-hot bullet shot forth. The sound of tearing air was like the Reaper's scythe slicing through the void. Three Flame True Person's pupils shrank as he watched the bullet fly straight toward his brow. Ugh! So this is what killing feels like. A churning in my stomach, so painful, so nauseating. How could Li Xia kill without flinching? Shu Qiuqiao wiped her mouth and was about to leave quickly when a sudden premonition struck her. She dropped into a crouch. A jet of flame grazed her hair, carrying the faint, acrid smell of singed protein. No way! He's still alive! Shu Qiuqiao looked up as the smoke gradually cleared. She saw a translucent armor materializing above Three Flame True Person's head. The armor was now completely shattered, and even a small hole had appeared in Three Flame True Person's forehead, through which gray-white brain matter was visible. Yet he still lived. That translucent armor, was it physical defense? No, its defensive power was stronger than a tank's frontal armor. No, it made sense that in a cultivation world, there would be defensive treasures stronger than tank armor. Shu Qiuqiao shifted her stance, realizing she was in deep trouble. And her troubles were likely only growing greater. Impressive technique, but that artifact of yours is spent, isn't it? Third Fire True Person cast a glance at the peculiar artifact in Shu Qiuqiao's hand, which no longer emanated any spiritual energy. The gun's barrel had already begun to melt from the searing energy. It was evident that the artifact was damaged. As for Shu Qiuqiao, even if the gun were still intact, she had no more bullets left to use. For her, if 3 shots failed to take down the target, the mission was as good as failed. Is there anything else you can use? Grenades? Thunderfire pearls. All spent, and they seemed to have inflicted no damage at all. Shu Qiuqiao had to admit that without Li Xia, she was utterly useless, accomplished in nothing but cultivation. Is this the end? Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the massive hand reaching for her, wreathed in black flames, and thought thus. At that very instant, a similar black flame shot from behind her, striking Third Fire True Person's chest in a flash, and sending him hurtling backward. Who? Third Fire True Person roared in agony. Shu Qiuqiao turned to see a man in a black and red Taoist robe, his face concealed behind a mask. Was he an informant from Peach Blossom Temple? Why was he here? What was he doing? Suddenly he appeared behind Shu Qiuqiao, and the next second a second flame surged from his palm as he merely snapped his fingers. Terrifying black flames once again engulfed Third Fire True Person. The crackling sound of flesh burning echoed, and he let out another agonized scream. Snap! 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 Snap, 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 snap. The snapping continued almost without pause, flame after flame rising in the canyon. The searing heat withered vegetation and cracked the rocks. The screams from the center of the flames gradually weakened, eventually fading into silence amidst the near-endless black fire. Only then did the snapping slowly cease. The flames dissipated, revealing in their center nothing but a charred corpse. The man slowly removed his mask, revealing the face beneath. His features were handsome, like a finely cast bronze statue. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his gaze was cold, as he stared at the remains of Third Fire True Person in the canyon, as if confirming the reality of his death. Nice, a demonic cultivation type handsome guy. No, wait, this isn't the time for that. Shu Qiuqiao quickly suppressed her wandering thoughts and bowed to the man. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. Upon hearing this, the black flame-set cultivator seemed stunned. He turned, looked Shu Qiuqiao up and down, then pointed at his own face. Sister Su Jian, don't you remember me? What? Back then, if Sister Su Jian hadn't saved me, I would have died in that desolate graveyard. How could I be here today? Huh? Wait, who are you, brother? Shu Qiuqiao quickly searched her memories. Was this person saved by Li Xia? That couldn't be right. Would Li Xia with that personality even save anyone? Then who? Me. How could I have saved someone and not remember? Shu Qiuqiao froze, suddenly struck by a possibility. When she had crossed over, this body was already at the Foundation establishment stage. If she remembered correctly, the original owner had died due to an improper method of breaking through to Foundation establishment. She had died in a meditation chamber, and no one knew. Coupled with Su Jian's reclusive nature, she and Li Xia had seamlessly taken over the body. In other words, this person was saved by the real Su Jian.
Huh? Of course, Sister Shu Jian was once a disciple of an immortal. How could she remember a nobody like me? But I, that nobody, have never forgotten her life-saving grace for a single moment.
The man bowed respectfully to Shu Qiuqiao.
Though I have strayed into the demonic path these past 20 years, Xiao Bai has never forgotten Sister Shu Jian's kindness for even an instant. Concealing my cultivation within the Black Flame sect was always to be able to help Sister Shu Jian when the time came. It seems these 20 years of effort were not wasted.
Tisk, my brain is fried. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head. Damn it, with Li Xia gone, was the plot veering into a female-centric story again? No, this guy is a demonic cultivator. What kind of female-centric plots involve demonic cultivators? The lone favor of a demonic prodigy, that loyal wolf-dog trope. If it were that, it might be bearable. Wait, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly thought of another possibility, and felt a chill run down her spine. Damn, could it be that twisted path of a demonic disciple and a righteous female immortal, a toxic angsty love-hate Yandra route? I'd rather die. Just then, seeing Shu Qiuqiao's silence, Xiao Bai let out a helpless sigh and said,
Sister Shu Jian is also injured. I have a secluded meditation chamber outside the Black Flame sect. Why not go there to recover? I can tend to you and repay a fraction of the debt I owe.
That won't be necessary, Shu Qiuqiao said, backing away slowly. She had no desire to step into some strange plotline. If she accidentally wandered into a Yandra route, she would die without even knowing how.
I see.
Xiao Bai looked at Shu Qiuqiao, a flicker of regret in his eyes.
Since Sister Shu Jian is unwilling, I won't force it. Yes, my mission is done, so I'll be going now.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. But then Xiao Bai spoke from behind her.
Still, it troubles me to let an injured Sister Shu Jian wander outside. Even if you're unwilling, I humbly insist on inviting you. Forgive my rudeness.
What? Wasn't this a familiar turn of events? Shu Qiuqiao immediately channeled true energy into her feet, ready to execute an escape technique from muscle memory alone. But the next second, a wall of fire appeared before her.
Shift!
Shu Qiuqiao cursed under her breath, turning and bolting for the sky. But Xiao Bai, who had been prepared since he spotted her, was not so easily shaken off. A rope of flame shot through the air in an instant, binding Shu Qiuqiao like a dumpling.
Ah!
The burning sensation on her skin made her cry out in pain. Below, Xiao Bai's voice came slightly cold.
Rough methods, please forgive me, Sister Shu Jian. But I have prepared fine burn ointment at my place, do not worry. Don't worry my ass.
Shu Qiuqiao roared inwardly. My name is Shu Qiuqiao. Originally an ordinary female college student, I unexpectedly transmigrated into a cultivation world. After enduring countless hardships, shaking off numerous love-struck fools, and with the help of a mentally unstable roommate, I successfully entered the forced romance phase.
Seriously, who wrote this book? Are they insane?
Shu Qiuqiao struggled to shift her body. The black flame ropes had been replaced with standard restraint chains specifically designed for early nascent soul cultivators, known as the immortal binding rope. It was even harder to break free. Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly, but saw Xiao Bai before her, igniting a ball of black flame, seemingly brewing some strange medicinal herbs.
What are you doing?
Even though watching a handsome man brew medicine was quite pleasing to the eye. To be honest, reading about forced romance in novels was one thing. But when it happened to her, it wasn't a matter of enjoyment anymore. It was a matter of whether she could keep her own life intact.
Sister Shu Jian, why feign ignorance?
Xiao Bai looked up with a smile. Whether it was his nature or Shu Qiuqiao's psychological projection, she always felt a hint of coldness in his eyes.
Is it medicine for my injuries? But I'm really not hurt. I was only grazed by the fire a little.
Your black flame rope actually hurt me more.
No, it's not that. Sister Shu Jian's injury isn't physical. Huh? What do you mean?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback by Xiao Bai's words. What was my little heart supposed to be wounded by your cold indifference? That didn't make any sense.
It seems Sister Shu Jian is still playing dumb.
Xiao Bai walked over and plucked a medicinal herb from behind Shu Qiuqiao. She recognized it as the seven-leaf soul resurrection flower.
When I first saw Sister Shu Jian, I only felt a slight oddity. But with further contact, that faint suspicion grew into certainty.
Xiao Bai stood before Shu Qiuqiao holding the 7-leaf soul resurrection flower. Only then did she confirm that the chill in his eyes was not her imagination. Xiao Bai spoke slowly.
I don't know how you managed to possess the body of the sect master's personal disciple in a righteous sect like Taoyuan Monastery, but it doesn't matter. Even if Sister Su Jian has become like this, I still have a way to bring her back.
Oh no! This was truly bad. Shu Qiuqiao's heart pounded with alarm. He was only the second person to realize she was no longer Su Jian. The first had been Feng Zi. Shu Qiuqiao had thought that since Feng Zi was her master, having raised Su Jian since childhood, it was normal for him to notice changes in her. But how could this nobody, who didn't even leave a communication jade slip with Su Jian, see through her as well? Was this a Yandra's innate ability? This was going to be trouble.
Let me tell you a little-known fact about possession.
Xiao Bai turned back to continue preparing the medicine, speaking as he worked.
When a cultivator below the nascent soul peak performs possession, they don't truly kill the host. Instead, they suppress the original soul to the deepest layer of consciousness. This state persists until the nascent soul peak, when the cultivator's spiritual sense gradually transforms into divine sense. Only then can the possessing cultivator truly obliterate the original soul.
As he spoke, he tossed the 7-leaf soul resurrection flower into the cauldron. A flash of black flame reduced the herb to medicinal liquid, and a pungent smell quickly filled the quiet room.
The pill I'm about to concoct can awaken the dormant soul of a possessed cultivator. Unless Sister Su Jian was already dead when you possessed her. Otherwise, nourished by this pill, Sister Su Jian's soul will overpower yours, driving you into the depths of consciousness until she reaches the nascent soul peak and erases you. So while concocting the pill, did you never consider the possibility that Su Jian is already dead? I mean, assuming I'm really not Su Jian.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao breathed a sigh of relief. She knew better than anyone that Su Jian was already dead. She had died in an ordinary breakthrough, her soul scattered with no chance of resurrection. Otherwise, how could her mere mortal soul have taken control of Su Jian's golden core body? The moment she entered, she would have been crushed by the golden core cultivator's consciousness.
Impossible.
Xiao Bai suddenly became agitated, and even the black flame he used for alchemy grew wildly restless. The scorching heat made Shu Qiuqiao's throat dry.
Sister Su Jian was a genius. How could she have fallen so easily? If not for your meddling, she might have already reached the nascent soul peak.
Xiao Bai turned back, glaring viciously at Shu Qiuqiao.
When Sister Su Jian wakes up, I will extract your soul and light it as a lantern, condemning you to eternal suffering under the torment of flames.
Did the Black Flame sect have no other threats? Shu Qiuqiao sighed, but this wasn't the time for that. She tried mentally summoning Li Xia a few times, but to no avail. When the three-flame true person died, the restrictions within her had completely vanished, yet Li Xia still hadn't awakened. What had gone wrong? Which step had she missed? Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was tossing the last ingredient into the cauldron. Watching it dissolve, he let out a maniacal laugh.
Ha 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 ha. It's working. It's almost done. Thank goodness. If I hadn't anticipated every possible danger Sister Su Jian might face, and spent who knows how much effort and money preparing these herbs, I'd be powerless against you today. Do you know what I sacrificed for these herbs, for this pill formula? What I sacrificed? Ha ha ha. For these herbs, I haven't had the time to see Sister Su Jian in years. But now it's different. Sister Su Jian will be back soon. Sister Su Jian, Sister Su Jian. Whoa.
At this point, Xiao Bai began to sob. Shu Qiuqiao looked at his handsome face, now twisted in laughter and tears, and lost all desire to admire him. As the saying goes, stay away from Yandra love and enjoy a peaceful life. The ancients were right. Wait, shouldn't I be doing something now? Bound by the immortal binding rope, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't think of any way to escape. The rope was tough, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break it. But if she stayed put, once Xiao Bai fed her the pill, he would realize Su Jian was truly dead. She couldn't imagine what the Yandra madman might do then. What she needed to do now was stall for time and save herself. With that in mind, Shu Qiuqiao cleared her throat and spoke.
But you still can't confirm whether I'm Su Jian or not. Have you considered the possibility that I haven't been possessed at all?
Hearing this, Xiao Bai jerked his head up, and Shu Qiuqiao put on a gentle smile. She had never met Shu Jian, but from her cultivation notes and the decor of her cave dwelling, she had a general idea of what Shu Jian was like. Now she just had to mimic Shu Jian based on that understanding. Indeed, at the sight of that gentle smile, Xiao Bei's face froze completely. His early nascent soul aura burst forth, and he couldn't even control his raging true qi. The flame in his hand crackled, and Shu Qiuqiao could smell a burnt odor from the cauldron. Perfect. If that batch of pills was ruined, he would have no way to deal with her. Even if he was certain she wasn't Shu Jian based on her years of reading novels' understanding of Yandra's, he wouldn't harm this body. All she had to do was wait for Li Xia to wake up, and Li Xia would surely find a way out of this. Chop him into 8 pieces. However, Xiao Bai quickly regained his composure. He raised his hand, covered the cauldron, and controlled the raging flame. Then he turned back, glaring at Shu Qiuqiao with murderous eyes. Don't use your filthy, despicable soul to make Shu Jian's face where Shu Jian's expression. Tisk so firm. Yandra shouldn't be this resolute. Shu Qiuqiao clicked her tongue inwardly, about to try another tactic, but saw Xiao Bai set up a formation around himself, completely enclosing him. It seemed he wasn't going to listen to another word from her. Damn. Seeing this, Shu Qiuqiao had to keep looking for a way out. As long as she could prevent him from discovering Shu Jian's death, everything else could be dealt with later. But before she could find anything useful, she smelled the fragrance of a pill. Not the pungent herbal smell from before, but a true medicinal aroma. Too late. Xiao Bai slowly opened the cauldron, and a pure white round pill floated up, surrounded by a faint golden halo. Ha 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 ha. With this pill, I can nourish Sister Shu Jian's soul, directly bypassing you. You're finished. Xiao Bai laughed loudly, walked over to Shu Qiuqiao, with the pill pinched her chin, and without a word shoved the pill into her mouth. Shu Qiuqiao struggled desperately, but without true qi, how could she escape Xiao Bei's grasp? He sent a surge of true qi into her, forcing the pill into her stomach. Despite her resistance, the true qi began to refine the pill in her abdomen. She felt a surge of medicinal power flooding her limbs and bones. Once Xiao Bai released her, Shu Qiuqiao coughed a couple of times, thought for a moment, and then asked, just out of curiosity, if there really isn't another soul inside me, where will all this medicinal power go? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Bai sneered. Since you've taken decent care of Shu Jian's body, you'll tell you. The power of this pill will bypass your soul and directly nourish the other soul within you. Unless you truly are the only soul. In that case, the pill's power will explode your soul, turning you into a mindless fool. Then I'm relieved. Hearing this, feeling the flow of medicinal power inside her, Shu Qiuqiao breathed a sigh of relief instead. You're in trouble, kid. It's working. It's working. I knew she was still here. I knew Shu Jian was still here. Seeing the pill take effect within Shu Qiuqiao's body, Xiao Bai nearly burst into laughter. Shu Qiuqiao merely gazed at him with a faint, enigmatic smile, as if utterly unconcerned for her own condition. What foul intention are you still harboring? I warn you, if you wait patiently for Shu Jian to return, I may spare you some of the torment. But should your scheming harm Shu Jian's soul in the slightest, I shall subject you to the agonies of hell itself, so excruciating that you'll curse the day you failed to die cleanly before attempting soul usurpation. Rest assured, I shall inflict no harm upon his soul. Quite the contrary, I desire his return to this body even more fervently than you do. Shu Qiuqiao continued to smile serenely. Xiao Bai stared at her, bewildered, unable for the moment to grasp the meaning concealed within her words. Yet instinct whispered to Xiao Bai that the he spoken of by Shu Qiuqiao was not the same person he longed for, the revered senior sister Shu Jian. Enough. The pill has already taken full effect. You cannot escape resubjugation no matter what you attempt. In the end, Xiao Bai shook his head. He simply could not fathom what reversal Shu Qiuqiao might possibly enact, given how thoroughly matters had already unfolded. The pill had been almost entirely absorbed. Torrents of soul energy surged into Shu Qiuqiao's consciousness, bypassing her own soul with uncanny precision and flooding the dormant soul buried deep within her mind. At that moment, that slumbering soul stirred slowly awake and began step by deliberate step to seize control of Shu Qiuqiao's body. Unpleasant, isn't it, feeling your body gradually slip from your grasp? Oh, I'd forgotten.
This body was never yours to begin with. You're nothing but a thief who stole a nest.
Xiaobai sneered.
Indeed, sharing one's body is no pleasant affair.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed, offering a wry, resigned smile.
Yet I've found that living alone in this world only deepens my suffering.
By then one of her eyes had already dimmed, its light extinguished, a telltale sign that bodily sovereignty was slipping away. Her soul struggled to command flesh and sinew, half her face froze into an expression cold and rigid as stone. Even so, Shu Qiuqiao strained to twist her lips into a final defiant smile.
Enjoy yourself, obsessive little lapdog.
Before the words faded, she surrendered all physical control, her entire soul receding fully into the depths of her being.
Obsessive little lapdog. What on earth does that mean? No matter, Su Jian has returned. All I need now is to extract her soul. Su Jian,
Xiaobai murmured to himself, then abruptly froze mid-sentence, snapping his head up to stare at the familiar figure before him. Or rather, at that moment, he felt compelled to address the person before him not as she but as he. What had happened? What was this? Before, though Shu Qiuqiao differed somewhat from Su Jian, she retained a soft, distinctly feminine grace, enough to leave him perpetually uncertain whether he'd mistaken identity altogether. But the man standing before him now radiated icy rigidity, an ancient glacier unmelted for 10,000 years, of boulder steeped eternally in blood.
Who are you? Who are you? What have you done to senior sister Su Jian? You may call me Su Jian if you wish. It is after all my down-named Su Jian,
he replied with a gentle, unsettling smile.
Impossible, utterly impossible. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Xiaobai's mind teetered on the edge of collapse. Gathering spiritual energy in his palm, heedless of whether the strike would shatter Su Jian's body, he drove his hand straight toward Li Xiao's crown. Perhaps in his despair, he believed Su Jian's death preferable to her body's desecration by another's will. Yet a pale, slender hand, deceptively delicate yet thrumming with latent power, clamped down hard upon his wrist.
What did you just do?
Xiaobai stared incredulous at Li Xiao's hand gripping his wrist. He knew the immortal binding rope held firm. He'd seen it bind cultivators below nascent soul mid-stage, rendering them utterly incapable of circulating even a wisp of qi. So what then had this person done? How was this possible?
Surprised,
Li Xiao tilted his head slightly, asking calmly.
No, you're bound by the immortal binding rope. How could you possibly?
Li Xiao glanced downward at the rope coiled tightly around his body, and chuckled softly.
What nonsense are you speaking? A flimsy cord like this could never restrain someone like me.
As he spoke, Xiaobai watched in horror as Li Xiao rose smoothly to his feet, the very rope capable of subduing a rampaging oxdemon, stretching taut, groaning under sheer muscular force. With a sharp tearing sound, Li Xiao gave a slight, effortless shrug of his shoulders, and the celestial artifact rope forged through alchemical rites shattered into glittering fragments between his arms.
Are you even human? Who exactly are you? Where is Su Jian? What happened to Sister Su Jian? What did you do to her?
Watching Xiaobai, who had already lost all coherence, Li Xiao gently shook his head.
Dead. She died long ago. Dead. Sister Su Jian is already dead. Xiaobai was visibly stunned for a moment. He collapsed onto the ground, lifting his head to look at Li Xiao.
Why, this shouldn't be.
When I came into this body, she was already dead. The cause was a failed breakthrough.
Li Xiao looked down at Xiaobai, crumpled on the ground, a hint of pity in his gaze.
Impossible. This is impossible. Sister Su Jian couldn't have died from such a reason. She was a lofty celestial fairy. How could she die from such a damn trivial cause? Xiaobai suddenly roared, launching himself up and lunging straight at Li Xiao. Li Xiao could only helplessly shake his head, raising a hand to grab Xiaobai's arm. The most important thing in life is to believe in science. You see people die with every breakthrough. Why would the ones you care about be exempt? As he spoke, Li Xiao merely gave a gentle squeeze, and Xiaobai's nascent soul-endowed body, tempered through countless trials, had its arm crushed into pieces. The searing pain caused Xiaobai's body to curl up like a shrimp. Li Xiao casually tossed away the severed arm and stepped on his head. Why do you have this kind of power when you use this body? When I used it, I nearly killed myself and still couldn't break that lousy rope.
Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously. Your method of applying force is wrong.
Li Xia shook his head, then looked down at Xiao Bai.
Now it's time for my favorite part of the day. Wait.
Shu Qiuqiao abruptly interrupted Li Xia's movement. Li Xia slightly lifted his foot.
What at a time like this, facing a person like him, are you going to let your saintly compassion take over?
No.
It's not really that.
Shu Qiuqiao hesitated slightly.
Although it was for other reasons, this person did save our lives.
I see.
Li Xia nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Then, he suddenly stomped down with force. Amidst Shu Qiuqiao's screams, he crushed Xiao Bai's head, like a watermelon, scattering fragments of brain and bone across the ground.
No. Didn't you understand what I meant? He saved our lives. How could you still? But Li Xia scratched his ear with some exasperation, as if Shu Qiuqiao's noise was making it itch.
Look at it this way. He saved our lives, so I should repay him, right?
Yes.
So how could you still?
Shu Qiuqiao wanted to say more, but Li Xia interrupted.
But consider this, although he saved our lives, wasn't he planning to extract your soul, refine your spirit, and torment you to death?
Yes.
That's true.
Shu Qiuqiao's voice suddenly lost its confidence.
So you see, I've always believed in repaying grievances with grievances and kindness with kindness.
Li Xia shrugged, grinding his foot on the ground to wipe off the blood and flesh.
Normally, I would have gutted him, tortured him to death, then extracted his soul, and refined his spirit, finding a place to hang him as a lantern and torment him endlessly.
But since he saved our lives, I had to follow the principle of balancing kindness and enmity and reduce the intensity of my revenge. Fair enough, right? With that, Li Xia kicked aside the lifeless body of Xiao Bai and said with a smile,
See. He's so at ease now. Not only did he learn the truth, but he can also go and reunite with the one he loves. More importantly, I killed him very swiftly. When his head was crushed, he didn't feel a thing. Are you even human? To be honest, Shu Qiuqiao had grown quite accustomed to Li Xia's uniquely peculiar logic. Although the sight of the bloody mess still made her want to vomit, she couldn't explain why, but ever since Li Xia had emerged, the indescribable feeling of helplessness in her heart had gradually dissipated. Having Li Xia in control of the body now filled her with an immense sense of security.
Alright, next step is to figure out how to get out of Daxia Kingdom as soon as possible. Li Xia stretched lazily, speaking with feigned ease.
Huh? Why do we need to leave Daxia Kingdom?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
Li Xia was also startled by this question.
Seriously, do you have no sense of crisis at all? Who was it that put me into a deep slumber and even sealed me away?
Master.
Shu Qiuqiao hesitated before answering.
And you think we should stay in Daxia Kingdom waiting for him to catch us?
We need to get out of here now. Am even willing to abandon my entire arsenal. You? I. Shu Qiuqiao was rendered speechless by Li Xia's outburst. After a moment of thought, she asked,
Wait, how exactly did you end up fighting with that old monster?
No master that day. This.
Li Xia fell silent for a brief moment, then finally shook his head.
It's about some things that are inconvenient for me to explain to you.
Is it because of your identity from your past life?
Shu Qiuqiao asked sharply.
Li Xia remained silent.
No, Li Xia, what exactly was your identity in your past life? Seeing Li Xia's silence, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but grow anxious.
We share one body. Your life is my life. Does that mean I'm not even worthy of your trust?
Li Xia, answer me. I once thought you might be a soldier or someone else familiar with combat. But the things you've been creating now are beyond what any Chinese person could do. They're not even things any human I know could accomplish. Who are you? What is your true identity? Why did Master force you to fight? What exactly happened that day when I fell asleep? Later. I'll tell you when there's a chance. But not now, okay? Li Xia finally sighed and gave this answer.
You?
Shu Qiuqiao wanted to say more, but suddenly stopped. At that moment, Li Xia's expression turned grave. Simultaneously, a voice echoed from outside the cave dwelling.
The scent of the sevenfold soul-repairing pill and
the smell of blood. Fellow Taoist in the cave dwelling, having killed 2 cultivators of my Black Flame sect, why not come out and have a chat with me?
Huh.
Li Xiao let out a cold laugh.
Looks like this cave dwelling isn't as well hidden as I thought. The leader of the Black Flame sect known as Fentianzi is a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator with a domineering personality and exceptional strategic skill. He has transformed the Black Flame sect into a formidable force within the demonic path. After achieving mastery in his cultivation, Fentianzi's adeptness in the Black Flame technique has made him renowned in the demonic world, causing many righteous sects to regard him with trepidation. Fentianzi's figure sliced through the sky like a sharp blade descending towards the ground. He wore a deep red Taoist robe, the hem billowing in the wind, accentuating his extraordinary demeanor. The leader's visage was profound, with piercing phoenix eyes that radiated an air of authority without anger. His broad forehead and tightly closed lips conveyed a face of resolute lines exuding iron will and decisiveness. Li Xiao looked up facing this imposing leader, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smirk graced his lips. Even though he was at the early stage of nascent soul, clearly at an absolute disadvantage compared to Fentianzi's latest-stage prowess, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes, rather they brimmed with provocation. No, Li Xiao, don't provoke him. He is a latest-stage nascent soul, and you still haven't fully adapted to your early-stage powers. You haven't even practiced your spells yet, Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed in alarm. Don't shout, I have my own methods, Li Xiao silently assured himself. Fentianzi landed and fixed his gaze upon Li Xiao, surveying him with the demeanor of one who looks down upon all beings. His voice was cold, like a blazing fire erupting in the depths of winter. So you are the one who killed 2 of my Black Flame sex cultivators. Li Xiao nodded slightly confidently, leaning against the great tree behind him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Yes, and what of it? Could it be that Fentianzi has come personally to seek revenge for them? Fentianzi raised an eyebrow, his voice growing even colder. The grudge of the Black Flame sect must naturally be avenged. Yet, I never imagined you would admit it with such calmness. Li Xiao shrugged, seemingly amused. Calm? Not at all, in fact I'm quite excited. After all, how often does one get the chance to interact closely with the leader of the Black Flame sect? Though Li Xiao's tone seemed frivolous, his eyes bore a depth of calculation, as if everything was well within his expectations. Fentianzi appeared furious, yet his demeanor was filled with scrutiny, as both engaged in a tense exchange of probing. No, this is too tense, I might throw up, Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself. Don't throw up in my mind. Li Xiao shook his head helplessly, and with a flick of his wrist, he brandished his long sword. So shall we have a duel? Then let's have a duel. Fentianzi nodded, and in the next instant, a wave of flames collided with Li Xiao's longsword, forcing him to retreat 2 steps, revealing that even his physical strength could not withstand Fentianzi's latest-stage nascent soul cultivation. No, Li Xiao, weren't you invincible when you killed Xiao Bai just now? If you can't win, then run. Quiet. Li Xiao felt helpless based on the memories he had just obtained. Shu Qiuqiao was not reliable when he wasn't around. How could she trigger her survival instincts in a life-and-death situation only to abandon thought the moment he appeared? Is this all you've got? Fentianzi raised an eyebrow. In the next second, Li Xiao appeared above him. Your speed is decent, but do you really think that golden core level sword in your hand can breach my defenses? Fentianzi didn't even turn around. A dark red chi shield rose behind him, while Li Xiao smiled slightly. That's hard to say. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Although he didn't have time to turn and see what had happened, the imminent sense of life-threatening danger made Fentianzi instinctively tilt his head to evade the shot. The bullet grazed Fentianzi's shoulder, piercing through the latest-stage nascent soul chi shield, but the power of the crimson bullet was significantly reduced as a result. Blood erupted into the air as a chunk of flesh was torn from Fentianzi's shoulder, a latest-stage nascent soul body sustaining this injury. Not only that, but half of his ear was also blown off by this shot. No, Li Xiao, didn't your little friend say there were only 3 bullets? Shu Qiuqiao, in shock, suddenly spotted the flaw. Blind when you found the flaw. Li Xiao smiled. The 122mm caliber indeed has only 3 rounds, but this is a 144mm caliber. Suddenly a furious roar erupted from Fentianzi. You dare! And that's not all. Li Xiao abruptly pressed the button in his hand, and the previously unopened gate of the cave slowly extended several heavy machine guns. Moreover, Shu Qiuqiao could see that the bullets mounted on those heavy machine guns were all crimson, capable of piercing through cultivators' shields. Little AI. I'm here. The heavy machine guns timely emitted a response from the AI. Aim for that old bastard and fire heavily. Received. In the next second, several heavy machine guns began to fire wildly at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. So fierce. Shu Qiuqiao had never witnessed such a spectacle, momentarily left speechless by the overwhelming display of firepower. Stop marveling and run, the wind is picking up. Li Xia, however, showed no hesitation, almost disappearing into the horizon the moment the machine guns opened fire, utilizing his qi to transform into a method of escape. Why are you running so fast? I'm feeling a bit car sick. Li Xia did not prepare too much ammunition, as Shu Qiuqiao only brought 2 storage bags, and the spare ammunition Li Xia prepared was hidden within the sealed storage bag of the second one. There were only a mere 12,000 rounds. In other words, it was only enough for 4 heavy machine guns to fire for 30 seconds. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Fantianzi silently dispelled his qi shield with a sweep of his robe. Dozens of pounds of bullets fell to the ground. He looked towards the horizon and shook his head helplessly, realizing that catching up would be quite difficult, and it would be troublesome to subdue someone like that even if he did. Then he glanced down at the 4 machine guns. Being able to take these strange artifacts back for research would at least make up for some losses. Just then, he heard a sweet female voice. Protocol 3 has been activated. Self-destruct countdown 0. 1 second. Puff! After an unknown duration of rapid flight, Li Xia suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and began to plummet straight towards the ground.
Ah! Li Xia, are you all right?
Shu Qiuqiao exclaimed, and then she saw Li Xia do a flip and spring back up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
I'm fine. I'm fine, I'm fine.
Seeing that Li Xia seemed to be unscathed, Shu Qiuqiao let out a slight sigh of relief and teased.
It's my first time seeing you at a disadvantage. It's not really that, I suppose.
Li Xia shook his head.
The flames from that burning heavenly sun didn't actually cause any harm, but I still haven't fully grasped the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Just now, the escape technique I used was forcibly activated with nascent soul true qi while following the route of the golden core stage, which resulted in a bit of injury. This.
Shu Qiuqiao hadn't quite understood yet when she saw Li Xia take a deep breath, slowly sit down, and begin to stabilize his true qi. At this moment, he noticed the situation in his dantian, and even Li Xia couldn't help but be stunned.
Wait, Shu Qiuqiao, why are there 2 nascent souls in my dantian? Well, I'm not entirely sure either.
Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head in confusion and then said,
But look, the nascent soul is a unity of a cultivator's spirit and true qi, right? Since we have 2 spirits, it's only natural that 2 nascent souls would be formed. It won't affect the efficiency of true qi usage, will it?
Li Xia gazed at the 2 nascent souls in his dantian, one black and one gold. The golden nascent soul faintly bore the shadow of a golden dragon, indicating Shu Qiuqiao had gained the dragon's recognition, which made sense. As for the black nascent soul, it had a sinister serpent. It seemed to resemble a conglomerate of resentment and malice. Had his own killing intent already materialized? Li Xia pondered this, and tried to channel the true qi within his nascent soul. It moved with the ease of extending his arm. After all, it was his own nascent soul, so it would be strange if there was any barrier. The true qi contained within the nascent soul was likely more than that of an average early-stage nascent soul cultivator. In Li Xia's view, if just considering the true qi reserves, he had likely already touched upon the threshold of mid-stage nascent soul. As for Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul, Li Xia extended his divine sense, and to his surprise, he could easily channel Shu Qiuqiao's nascent soul. Not only true qi, but even a portion of Shu Qiuqiao's divine sense could be accessed. Even though these 2 nascent souls belonged to 2 different individuals, Li Xia felt as if he was still channeling a single nascent soul.
Interesting.
Although the strength wasn't quite there yet, the reserves of true qi and divine sense were undoubtedly sufficient to reach the standards of a latest-stage nascent soul. This was thanks to the 2 nascent souls each possessing true qi reserves at the mid-stage level. Coupled with his own methods, what had previously seemed like an overwhelmingly powerful latest-stage nascent soul cultivator was not without the ability to fight back.
It feels like we've inexplicably stumbled upon some strange cultivation path,
Shu Qiuqiao remarked.
This is all your fault. You know my situation. I have no talent for cultivation at all, and I can't make any progress.
Li Xia shrugged, then stood up and looked around. In the depths of the forest, the moss was mottled. Ancient trees towered high, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the entire forest, with only a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, producing faint whispers. Yet beneath this forest lay infinite dangers. The howls of strange beasts occasionally echoed through the trees, filled with ferocity and wildness, as if declaring their territory to the outside world. In this deep forest, strange tremors occasionally occurred, as if some massive creature was quietly stirring beneath the ground. The massive trees in the dense forest intertwined, allowing almost no light to penetrate, creating a sense of oppression and fear. The vines between the trees twisted together, forming an insurmountable barrier that deterred anyone from easily stepping inside.
What kind of godforsaken place have we fallen into?
Shu Qiuqiao's voice trembled slightly, as she seemed naturally fearful of such places.
I don't know. For now, there's no way to confirm our location, but according to my map, we are most likely here,
Li Xia said, pointing to a spot on the map.
Jiumu Forest. Wait, how did you accurately fall into such a godforsaken place?
Jiumu Forest is a notorious secret realm known since ancient times as a site for cultivators' adventures and the lurking of evil. The forest here is deep and unfathomable from a distance. The towering pines and cypress trees are shrouded in a layer of thick mist, enveloping the entire forest in a mysterious and heavy aura. In the outer forest, the trees are tightly packed together, their grotesque branches resembling snakes and pythons blocking the paths like fences. Countless strange beasts wander here, ready to launch lethal attacks on intruders at any moment. The air is thick with the scent of wild beasts. A golden core cultivator who accidentally steps in could easily become prey for these ferocious creatures, or even be overwhelmed to death by packs of frenzied monsters. The deeper parts of the forest are even more perilous, with trees towering like pillars supporting the sky, preventing light from penetrating through the thick canopy, plunging the woods into an eternal night. The beasts and monsters here possess strength that could humiliate even nascent soul cultivators. On the ground there are not only ominous magical vines and terrifying traps, but even the spreading mist seems to contain deadly poison. If inhaled carelessly, a nascent soul cultivator could find themselves on the brink of life and death. As for the innermost part of Jiumu Forest, it is a forbidden zone that even peak nascent soul cultivators do not dare to tread lightly.
Is it common for such things to happen?
Li Xia smiled slightly, showing no signs of concern.
No, what do you mean by is it common for such things to happen? Forget it, hurry up and see where we've fallen. If we've landed deep inside, it won't be enough for us to die several times,
Shu Qiuqiao shouted anxiously.
You make a good point.
Li Xia nodded, then looked around, as if he had no intention of leaving but rather was seemingly scouting for a cave dwelling.
Wait, Li Xia, what are you planning to do?
Shu Qiuqiao was slightly taken aback. She knew Li Xia too well. Once he showed such an expression, it was definitely not a good sign.
Look, this place is perfect for us to set up a cave dwelling to cultivate for a while, and understand the cultivation of the nascent soul stage before we leave. Doesn't that seem suitable? Suitable for you.
No matter how Shu Qiuqiao tried every possible means to refuse, Li Xia still obstinately found a cave nearby. Ignoring the stench of wild beasts within, he set up an array outside the cave entrance, and then began to arrange things inside. However, he had little to arrange: a meditation cushion, a bed, and a pool he dug to hold some spirit spring water. With that, the cave dwelling was deemed complete.
Wait, Li Xia, this place reeks of wild beasts. Are you sure it's safe here? Are you sure this cave is unoccupied?
Shu Qiuqiao said incredulously. Truly, Li Xia's decision was far too hasty. So hasty that she didn't even know where to start complaining.
I think this kind of thing probably doesn't matter, right?
Li Xia shrugged, then sat cross-legged, beginning to study the mana circulation of a nascent soul cultivator. A golden core cultivator condenses their true qi into a pearl, eventually forming a solid inner core, the so-called golden core. This golden core is the core of their cultivation, storing immense power. When cultivating, they must rely on this golden core to circulate their qi, guiding the true qi contained within to all parts of the body, to complete cultivation, heal injuries, or cast spells. The qi circulation in this process has distinct paths, and rhythms each cycle akin to drawing from and replenishing the golden core, the whole procedure surging like rhythmic tides. Upon advancing to the nascent soul stage, the cultivator's mana circulation undergoes a fundamental transformation. At this point, the cultivator's soul and true qi become inseparable, forming a nascent soul in the shape of an infant. The nascent soul is the true union of the cultivator's will and power, embodying a higher order of life force. A nascent soul cultivator, when wielding mana, no longer needs to go through the traditional golden core in the dantian. Instead, they directly resonate with the principles of heaven and earth and the laws of nature through the nascent soul. Every breath of the nascent soul is a perception and mastery of the laws of nature, allowing the cultivator to borrow the power of heaven and earth to execute their arts, making mana circulation exquisitely subtle. And Li Xia, possessing two nascent souls, was even more extraordinary in his true qi circulation. Normally, a nascent soul cultivator has only one nascent soul, and while their mana circulation is subtle, it remains singular in essence. But Li Xia had dual nascent souls. The two nascent souls within his body could cooperate with each other or act independently. Whenever true qi circulated, his two nascent souls seemed to dance a magnificent symphony of dual melodies, one responsible for attracting and surging with external spiritual energy, while the other meticulously orchestrated internally, mobilizing dual forces.
So that's how it is. I understand now.
After a long while, Li Xia nodded silently. No wonder directly extracting true qi from the nascent soul had inflicted such severe internal injuries on him earlier. Normally such matters would become naturally clear when a cultivator breaks through, but on one hand Shu Qiuqiao had been the one to undergo the breakthrough. On the other hand, he had been sealed and unconscious at the time, completely unable to perceive his own body, which led to this major mistake that no other cultivator would ever make. Gazing at the two nascent souls within his body, Li Xia suddenly felt the urge to cultivate. He closed his eyes and attempted to circulate his true qi, but in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh.
Still no progress at all.
He had thought that breaking through to the nascent soul stage would improve things, but it was the same. No matter how he absorbed spiritual energy, according to the cultivation technique, or circulated his true qi, he could not increase his true qi by even the slightest bit. When prosperity reaches its peak, decline follows. His obsessions were too heavy, so heavy that even demonic cultivation methods that thrived on slaughter were unsuitable for him. He was naturally unsuited for cultivation. In contrast, Shu Qiuqiao inexplicably made rapid progress in her cultivation. Even though she only had half the time others had, and spent most of it on trivial entertainments typical of a female college student, her cultivation speed was still astonishingly fast. In terms of cultivation speed, even the prodigies of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, who cultivated day and night, could hardly match her progress of learning while playing.
Fire!
Li Xia raised his hand and murmured softly. At the same time, the nascent soul in his dantian slowly opened its mouth and chanted,
Fire!
The next second a flame rose from his fingertip. No, calling it a flame was hardly appropriate. It was clearly a colossal blaze that nearly filled the entire cave dwelling.
Huh. Interesting, truly interesting. So spells can be wielded with such freedom. Interesting, interesting.
Shu Qiuqiao had never seen such a purely joyful expression on Li Xia's face before. However, the next moment Li Xia closed his hand, and the flame vanished. At the same time, Li Xia turned his head toward the cave entrance. Following that came a deafening roar, and the pounding sound that shook the entire cave.
Li Xia, I told you, didn't I? You took someone else's cave.
Li Xia nodded, stood up, and walked slowly toward the entrance. With a wave of his hand, the protective array that isolated the cave from the outside became transparent, revealing a colossal beast before the two of them. This demonic beast was enormous, its back covered in thick, sturdy scales that exuded a chilling aura of intimidation. It stood 10 zhang tall, its long tail dragging along the ground, causing earthquake-like tremors when it swung. Its head was like a dragon's, with a pair of sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, radiating fierce malice. Its skin was deep red, as tough as steel, covered in countless scars that seemed to proclaim the brutality and bloodshed of its struggle for survival.
So terrifying, so terrifying. No, how can something like this exist as a living creature in the world?
Shu Qiuqiao screamed in fright.
Come to think of it, this is your first time seeing a demonic beast.
Li Xiao let out a sneer.
Don't panic. This is just a little thing equivalent to the peak of Golden Core. Although demonic beasts are thick-skinned and excel in physical combat, and an ordinary Golden Core peak cultivator might not necessarily be its match.
As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and dispelled the protective array before him.
But we are already at the nascent soul stage.
As the array was lifted, the massive demonic beast let out a roar that shook the entire forest at Li Xiao. The overwhelming stench of blood and filth nearly made Li Xiao's eyes water.
This stench is unbearable.
Li Xiao fanned the air, pinching his nose with one hand while extending a single finger from the other.
Finishing move, fire release, great fire annihilation.
Qi refining stage spell, small fireball. Following that, a blaze shot up from his fingertip, and a thick column of flame instantly incinerated the strange beast into a lump of charcoal.
Perfect, done.
Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and was about to turn around when a voice suddenly rang out, making his entire body stiffen.
Junior Sister Shu Qiuqiao, is that you? Senior Sister Shu Qiuqiao, it truly is you.
Li Chen's face lit up with overwhelming joy upon seeing Li Xiao.
Just as Master foretold, I would encounter you here. Truly worth braving the 9 mu deep forest to cross this distance. Master, that old demon sent you. What for?
Li Xiao recoiled in shock. Had that ancient cultivator even predicted her exact landing site?
Impossible. Just who is this old demon? We are both nascent soul cultivators, yet he can pinpoint my descent location with such precision. Ah, senior brother. Shu Qiuqiao happens to be cultivating here. Might I ask what brings you to this place?
Though inwardly startled, Li Xiao maintained a serene smile, yet his hand had already slipped silently onto the hilt of his sword. Li Chen remained only a Golden Core cultivator at peak refinement. To slay him would require less than a breath, not even a flicker of effort. One strike. One death. Nothing more needed to be said. Yet Shu Qiuqiao instantly sensed Li Xiao's intent and cried urgently within his mind.
Li Xiao, you must not kill him. Huh?
Li Xiao stiffened, but did not withdraw his hand from the sword hilt.
He was dispatched by that old demon. Our goal now is to flee the Great Xia realm. If he lives, the demon will track us down before we've taken 3 steps. No, absolutely not.
Seeing Li Xiao unmoved, Shu Qiuqiao blurted out.
If you dare kill him, I will. I shall cease cultivation entirely. Do you truly believe such feeble, half-hearted threats hold any weight over me?
Li Xiao sneered, and finally lowered his hand from the hilt.
You have succeeded.
Then Li Chen spoke.
Senior Sister Shu Qiuqiao, Master's departure from the Great Xia realm is now common knowledge. With him gone, the righteous sect's paramount sovereign no longer restraining them, numerous demonic sects grow restless. Worse still, we've received intelligence the Bloodrobe sect leading the demonic forces intends to summon reinforcements from beyond our borders. Oh, is that so? Splendid. What does it matter to me? I am leaving the Great Xia realm anyway. Let the floodwaters rage behind me. I care not. Wait, hold on. That old demon. Master has left the Great Xia realm.
Li Xiao froze mid-thought.
Of course, he specifically summoned you to deliver the news before departing, didn't he?
Li Chen replied, puzzled.
Dear classmate Shu Qiuqiao, what on earth does this mean?
Li Xiao asked inwardly.
Well, you see, Li Xiao, so much has happened along the way. I mean, I forgot.
Shu Qiuqiao murmured quietly, utterly drained. Li Xiao shook his head, only to see Li Chen extend a jade slip.
Master anticipated Senior Sister Shu Qiuqiao might wish to remain uninvolved, though he never explained why. Still, before his departure, he entrusted me with this jade slip to give to you upon meeting. He said once you read it, you would willingly confront the most perilous threat posed by the demonic sects. Huh? What jade slip holds such power to compel me after reading it to voluntarily resolve the demonic sect's gravest crisis? I'll see precisely what that old demon left behind.
Li Xiao accepted the jade slip in silence, pressed it to his forehead, and fell into stunned silence.
Damn it! I've been outmaneuvered. What does the jade slip say?
Li Chen, observing Li Xiao's shifting expression, could not help but ask.
Nothing, senior brother. Please return first.
Li Xiao gave a slight shake of his head.
The demonic sects within the Great Xia realm pose no insurmountable challenge to the righteous sect's cultivators. As for the reinforcements they summoned, I shall handle them myself.
A cold, mirthless smile crossed his lips, laced with unmistakable fury. The Great Xia realm, a vast ancient land spanning 3 million square kilometers, shrouded in mystery and time-honored secrecy. Yet it lies encircled by impassable barriers, endless mountain ranges, primordial swamps, bottomless gorges, and desolate wastelands, severing all natural passage to the outside world. To the north stretches an infinite expanse of snow-capped peaks, eternally draped in pristine white, each summit crowned with eternal frost. Blizzards rage without cease, so fierce they can flash freeze any unwary traveler into a lifeless ice sculpture in a single heartbeat. Even nascent soul cultivators risk grave peril traversing this realm on foot, unless armed with specialized ice-warding artifacts calibrated for such extreme cold. To the east sprawls the vast Death Swamp, a realm of lethal miasmas and treacherous undercurrents veiled in ghostly mist as if belonging to another spectral dimension. Its toxic fumes arise not solely from nature, but from carnivorous flora blooming across its surface, and the rotting corpses trapped beneath its murk exhaling waves of nauseating soul-corroding vapor. To the west lies a desolate wasteland ruled by savage Yao beasts, where sandstorms scour the land like blades, their stinging granules testing both flesh and spirit, shielding barriers alike. Ferocious Yao beasts lurk beneath its dunes, ambushing travelers without warning. Even packs of Yao beasts exceeding nascent soul rank are known to roam freely. To the south rises the Abyssal Gorge, a 1,000-mile-long chasm plunging into unfathomable darkness, like a colossal wound carved across the earth's face, majestic yet taut with imminent peril. Raging gales scream through its depths, interwoven with thunderous waterfalls hundreds of zhang high, their roar so immense they carve deep fissures into granite bedrock. These very formations coalesce into a naturally occurring illusion array without specialized guidance. Even nascent soul cultivators at peak refinement may wander lost, and meet their end within its labyrinthine folds. Such forbidding terrain forms a natural bulwark, using desolation and danger themselves as shields against foreign incursion. Thus, though the Great Xia realm possesses modest national strength, uneven cultivation standards, and constant strife between righteous and demonic sects, it endures unbroken upon this isolated soil. The sole viable exit lies in the narrow Ziwu Valley, wedged between the eastern wastelands and southern gorge. Traditionally righteous sect cultivators guard its outer approaches, while demonic sect cultivators control its inner passages, a fragile equilibrium maintained because neither side dares cede this strategic choke point. Now the crisis looms. Demonic sects have smuggled external reinforcements into the Ziwu Valley, slaughtered the righteous sect's outer garrison, and sealed the sole path out of the Great Xia realm.
So you intend to slay all these cultivators?
Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the canyon before her and inquired. It had taken them 2 days to arrive here, and it happened to be her turn to control their body.
What else? Do you plan to escape through the natural peril on all 4 sides?
Li Xiao let out a scornful laugh.
Let me remind you, even if we could traverse the natural peril, we couldn't get through it in a single day. If the switch happens midway, we're doomed. But there are so many of them.
Shu Qiuqiao looked at the scene before her, a flicker of panic in her heart. What she saw was a gruesome and bloody sight. To assault the Ziwu Valley, the demonic path beyond the Great Xia Kingdom had already mobilized 150 Golden Core cultivators. Currently 50 Golden Core cultivators were stationed at the valley, with even more armies on their way. These cultivators were encamped around the Ziwu Valley, and the black chi emanating from their presence shrouded the surroundings like a dark gloomy cloud hovering over the earth. They wore black battle robes, their banners fluttering in the wind adorned with sinister runic patterns that exuded a bloody aura. Even from here one could hear the clamorous conversations of the unruly demonic cultivator soldiers, their shouts and yells filling the entire canyon with an oppressive and perilous atmosphere. Shu Qiuqiao held her breath. She had never witnessed such a massive assembly of demonic armies. She could feel danger lurking all around.
Not too bad.
Li Xiao shrugged. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, even counting the demonic cultivators, it would be hard to gather 300 golden cores. The righteous path had at most less than 200. Once this fresh force of 150 golden core cultivators entered Great Xia, they would likely unleash a storm of blood and carnage. It seemed the demonic path was determined to devour the righteous this time.
How about we wait until they leave before attacking?
Shu Qiuqiao asked hesitantly.
We can't wait. I don't know when the old monster will return, and he certainly won't let us plunder his home. If we don't deal with this trouble, he'll deal with us both.
Li Xia shook his head.
What exactly did you do to be so afraid of Master?
Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but ask.
Adult matters, kid. Stay out of it. You?
Just as Shu Qiuqiao and Li Xia were bickering, she suddenly felt a jolt, and a black shadow had appeared behind her without warning.
Well, what do we have here? A little lady from the righteous path. No, wait, are you male or female? Whatever your master here isn't picky.
Shu Qiuqiao spun around abruptly to find a cultivator in a gray Taoist robe exuding a deeply unsettling aura standing right behind her. He radiated an icy, unpleasant sensation all over. Though it was high noon, the bright sunlight cast upon him seemed eerily dark. It was as if a ring of black light surrounded him, devouring the radiance.
When did he?
Shu Qiuqiao leaped back, but in the next second, the man had already appeared behind her.
Little lady, I advise you not to run off.
The gray-robed man grinned coldly, a smile that made Shu Qiuqiao feel as if she were staring at a venomous snake.
You say don't run. Then I won't run.
Shu Qiuqiao channeled qi into her feet, her body accelerating, abruptly vanishing from the man's sight in an instant.
So fast. Huh? That's odd. Why didn't he attack me?
The gray-robed man was visibly stunned. He looked around but found no target, so he shrugged and slunk away.
Aren't you fond of handsome men?
Li Xia teased in her mind.
I do like them. But I really can't stand demonic cultivators anymore, not even the handsome ones.
Shu Qiuqiao leaned against a large boulder to catch her breath. That man was also at the early nascent soul stage, but fortunately she had mastered her escape art well enough that it would be a miracle if he could catch her.
By the way, why didn't you warn me?
Shu Qiuqiao shouted in her mind.
Because there was no need.
Li Xia shrugged.
Why no need? You know I can't defeat anyone, don't you?
Shu Qiuqiao sighed in resignation.
No need is no need.
Li Xia remained nonchalant, then said,
Here, look. He's coming. Why did you run? I'm heartbroken.
Shu Qiuqiao followed the voice and looked up to see the gray-robed man standing atop her head again. Panic surged within her, but she heard Li Xia's cold command.
Don't panic. Do as I say. Huh?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback, but she silently composed a cold expression, stood up, and glared icily at the gray-robed man.
What? In the heart of my demonic path's stronghold, do you dare to fight me?
The gray-robed man trembled under her murderous icy gaze, his voice involuntarily faltering.
Kneel now.
Shu Qiuqiao spoke coldly, then sensed something was off.
No, Li Xia, why say that? What are you doing?
To her astonishment, the gray-robed man shuddered at her words, then silently lowered himself and approached Shu Qiuqiao. Just as she was about to flee, the man's knees gave way, and he knelt directly before her. Have I mastered the word of command? When did I gain such power?
I'll take a good look at who she really is.
Hearing Li Xia's words, Shu Qiuqiao gathered her courage, stepped forward, and grabbed the gray-robed man by the hair, yanking it. A cascade of jet-black silk-like hair tumbled down the man's back like a waterfall, and a disguised hood was pulled off by Shu Qiuqiao's hand. Underneath the hood, a beautiful woman kept her head bowed, motionless, like a cat caught misbehaving.
Shadow Meld.
Shu Qiuqiao was stunned and heard Shadow Meld speak with tears streaming down her face.
Forgive me, Master. I've been disguised among the demonic disciples these days. When I saw you, I wanted to play a little trick and throw my weight around. I'm so sorry. I never meant any harm to you. You? Get up first.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed, understanding Shadow Meld's intentions. She had sworn not to kill Shadow Meld unless she rebelled. Shadow Meld probably thought she would draw her sword and strike, thus revealing her identity immediately. But since Shu Qiuqiao was in control of the body, she fled without a second thought, leading to this misunderstanding.
You're lucky.
Shu Qiuqiao patted Shadow Meld on the shoulder. If someone else had been in control, your head would have rolled.
So Master intends to leave the Great Xia Kingdom.
Nying Mei was startled upon hearing this, and immediately dropped to her knees once more.
Well, it's not entirely impossible, I suppose.
Shu Qiuqiao gazed at the woman before her, momentarily uncertain, and inwardly asked,
Li Xiao, what do you think? The woman you've entangled yourself with, decide for yourself. A grievously tainted soul indeed.
In
silence.
In helpless, Shu Qiuqiao finally nodded, and gently patted Ying Mei's shoulder, urging her to rise.
Master hesitates to advance further into this land, surely out of concern for the cultivators stationed here.
Ying Mei glanced towards Ziwu Valley and said,
50 golden core cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators are currently garrisoned here. Such a force would pose a formidable challenge even for Master, yet today is the optimal moment to cross Ziwu Valley. Why? Can I not simply wait until they enter the Great Xia Kingdom before proceeding?
Shu Qiuqiao paused, then watched as Ying Mei shook her head.
By the time they commit to invasion, their garrison will only grow stronger. Moreover, I've learned they plan to erect a formation here, guarded by 66 golden core cultivators. Once complete, even a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it vexing. TCH. So we must strike through today.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly, mentally calculating the remaining time. No, it was impossible to wait for Li Xiao's arrival. To delay meant either clashing head-on with their advancing army or forcing a breach through the formation. Either path promised no advantage. Sensing Shu Qiuqiao's hesitation, Ying Mei interjected.
Yet, Master, I possess a method to ensure your safe passage.
She produced a cultivation manual.
This is the Shadow Demon Sect's forbidden art, the Slaying Shadow Manual. If Master attains even the most rudimentary mastery, your aura will perfectly mimic that of a demonic cultivator. Then, bearing the sect token I acquired after slaying my senior brother, you may pass undetected. Excellent, your diligence is noted.
Shu Qiuqiao discreetly ignored the token's grim origin and accepted the Slaying Shadow Manual, flipping idly through its pages.
Forgive me, Master, I erred gravely.
As Shu Qiuqiao held the manual, Ying Mei suddenly recalled something and hastily attempted to interrupt. The Slaying Shadow Manual was the Shadow Demon Sect's most closely guarded secret, bestowed solely upon the chosen heir destined to succeed as sect master. It was only after Ying Mei bathed in the Longquan Spring, her talents magnified, her cultivation breaking through to nascent soul, that she slew all her senior brothers and claimed this manual. Yet, while this manual offered the most potent aura concealment available to her, its entry threshold was also the most arduous. Even a prodigy of extraordinary caliber required over a month to achieve initial mastery. The sect's most gifted patriarch in history had taken 32 days, beyond one full lunar month. They now possess merely a single day, far too little time to master such a technique.
What is it?
Interrupted Shu Qiuqiao, instantly grasped the gravity. This was the sect's supreme legacy, and she'd just begun leafing through it without permission. Flustered, she stammered.
I realize it's inappropriate for me to practice your sect's foundational art. I'll dismantle the nascent foundation immediately. This manual is exceedingly difficult to master. Master, what did you say? Difficult.
They stared blankly at each other, utterly misaligned, neither comprehending the other's meaning.
This manual proves exceptionally demanding. We may lack sufficient time. Master, what did you mean by dismantling the foundation?
Ying Mei asked, bewildered.
Oh, I assumed you were about to object to my practicing such a sacred art outright. But I've already attained initial mastery, so I thought perhaps I ought to dissolve that foundation.
As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao raised her hand, and the serene pure chi of her Peach Spring Abbey cultivation dissolved, replaced instantly by a dense, ruthless, demonic aura.
Mastery! You've achieved initial mastery.
Nying Mei recoiled in disbelief.
Indeed. This manual proved rather challenging. Attaining mastery took me half a teacup's time.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Normally she grasped cultivation techniques at a glance, but this one demanded actual effort. Truly formidable.
How delightfully modest of you,
Li Xiao scoffed.
Half a teacup's time.
Nying Mei gasped anew.
Apologies, Patriarch. I fear your record may no longer stand. And truly there are always those greater than oneself, heavens beyond heavens, but Patriarch, do not despair. Though she mastered it faster than you, her potential eclipses yours, and she already surpasses you in combat prowess. Enough. Since it can be cultivated, and has been, we shall devise how to infiltrate. Shu Qiuqiao circulated the slaying shadow manual's energy, testing the newfound power. Though alien to her long-held cultivation, it evoked no discomfort. If anything, years of cultivating tranquil purifying arts left faint residual traces, subtle echoes of serenity clinging to her refined energy. Yet that discrepancy vanished the moment she summoned Li Xiao's obsidian nascent soul. Less resolved, more redefined. Li Xia, how is it your nascent soul radiates more malevolence than any demonic cultivator? Shu Qiuqiao observed the suffocating aura of death and fury emanating from her own body, sighing. Don't question it. I declare myself orthodox. No one dares contradict me. And Li Xia shrugged. Then, shall we depart? Mei, still reeling from astonishment, glanced left and right at Shu Qiuqiao. Shu Qiuqiao now wore black Taoist robes, her entire being exuding savage, unrelenting killing intent, the purest obsidian aura laced with an indelible iron-rich scent of blood. Beside her, Mei felt almost like the orthodox cultivator. By the way, Li Xia, what of the looming orthodox demonic war if we simply walk past? Irrelevant. After I depart, let chaos reign. Li Xia shook her head, gaze fixed ahead, where several black-robed demonic cultivators had already noticed their approach, weapons drawn, advancing with wary vigilance. Who goes there? A demonic cultivator at the forefront bellowed hoarsely. I am the holy maiden of the Shadow Devil sect, and this is my senior brother. Mei raised her hand and produced a sect token. We bear urgent matters requiring passage through Ziwu Valley. Do not impede us. As she spoke, Mei's nascent soul foundation, early stage, radiated unmistakably. Shu Qiuqiao too deliberately released her aura. Though both stood at the same cultivation level, Shu Qiuqiao's presence towered over Mei's by several degrees. Ah, so you are venerable elders from the Shadow Devil sect. Long have we heard of your renown. The demonic cultivator, merely a golden core peak, instantly bowed low and scraped his feet upon seeing two nascent soul elders before him. Open the gate, we must pass. Mei nodded curtly. Yet though the cultivator wore an expression of deference, he made no move to step aside. At this, Mei's face hardened instantly. What? Do you harbor reservations? Not precisely reservations. The cultivator offered an awkward smile. It is only that our elder has issued strict orders for the next 2 days. Righteous cultivator spies may infiltrate our ranks disguised as demons. Thus, you dare insinuate I am a Taoist nose wrinkler from the righteous path? Mei narrowed her eyes, a look of profound insult flickering across her face, as a chilling wave of murderous intent erupted from her being, making the cultivator shudder violently. Yet inwardly, Mei frantically apologized to Shu Qiuqiao. Had anyone observed closely, they would have seen her legs trembling faintly. No, not at all. Your demonic aura is unmistakably authentic, especially that of this elder. He glanced toward Shu Qiuqiao. Were you to claim you were not of the demonic path, one might hesitate, but were she to deny it, not even under torture would I believe her. But I truly am not a demonic cultivator. Shu Qiuqiao silently grumbled within her heart. Forget it. Li Xia, you are demonic even among demons. Why ping me now? Li Xia, who had been idly observing this scene, blinked in surprise. Then why delay us further? Mei's gaze turned sharp and forbidding. It was then, only then, that Shu Qiuqiao realized, though Mei always appeared harmless and docile before her like a gentle puppy, before others she was the true holy maiden of the Shadow Devil sect, a blood-soaked killer forged in storms of slaughter and carnage. But elder, this... The golden core cultivator staggered backward under Mei's oppressive killing intent, yet dared not yield, his face crumpling into despair. Elder, you ask for my head. Then I shall take it now. Mei's brow furrowed. Her murderous aura surged unreservedly, and black light coalesced ominously in her palm, her intent to kill now unmistakable. Hey! Weren't we resolving this peacefully? Why draw blood already? Shu Qiuqiao's inner voice trembled with alarm. Do not fret. This is the demonic path. Without righteous acts to balance them, they'd tear each other apart. Even slaying masters and erasing ancestral lineages is tradition among them.
Li Xia shrugged.
What on earth is all this commotion about?
Just then a voice, soft-honeyed and faintly teasing, cut through the tension. The female demonic cultivator wore a form-fitting black cultivation robe that accentuated her lithe, graceful figure. Her features were delicate and charming, her gentle countenance suffused with untamed pride. Her eyes, deep as starless night, shimmered with incisive brilliance, radiant as celestial bodies. Her makeup was subtle and refined, rosy lips, pearly teeth, exuding quiet allure. Her tender smile concealed a playful, beguiling mischief, radiating an irresistible charm.
Oh, 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 oh! Gorgeous elder sister, I'm so here for it. Shu Qiuqiao, do you possess any dignity at all?
Li Xia sighed, exasperated. The cultivator approached, surveyed the scene, and broke into a winsome smile.
Dear sirs, quarreling at such a tense hour is most unseemly. Might I suggest you consider my... Who are you to presume your name holds weight before me?
Ingmei scoffed coldly.
Consider the standing of my elder brother Demon South True Man and his 150 golden core disciples under his command. Then I shall grant you that favor.
Ingmei's expression fell flat.
Demon South True Man, who is he?
Shu Qiuqiao transmitted the question privately to Ingmei.
Well?
Ingmei paused thoughtfully.
Demon South True Man is a cultivator from beyond the great Xia realm, possessing nascent soul mid-stage cultivation, and he commands all the demonic reinforcements summoned for this campaign. Impressive indeed. Since Demon South True Man is mentioned, this woman must be Su Yiling. Beware, she specializes in seduction arts, a cultivator of the Harmony Bliss sect.
Shu Qiuqiao faltered.
Which sect did you say she belongs to? The Harmony Bliss sect. What's wrong? The one teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, where every 3 steps bring you face-to-face with another stunning elder sister. Ahem, ahem.
Li Xia coughed twice inwardly.
Shu Qiuqiao, mind your persona. Oh, right.
Shu Qiuqiao stepped forward, smiled warmly, and extended her hand.
Forgive my companion's impulsiveness and her bluntness. We carry urgent orders from our sect master to traverse Ziwu Valley. As fellow cultivators walking the down, might we beg your indulgence? Since you hail from the Shadow Devil's sect, such courtesy is certainly due, yet our main force prepares to march through Ziwu Valley, and absolute precision is non-negotiable.
Su Yiling clasped Shu Qiuqiao's hand, then gestured gracefully toward the encampment.
Might I propose this? Please rest within our quarters until the 9th hour of the day, when our army passes, then depart at your leisure.
Shu Qiuqiao glanced at Ingmei, who gave a slight assenting nod. She inclined her head.
Agreed.
Watching the 2 golden core disciples escort them inside, Su Yiling's smile slowly faded. She touched her chin, her expression growing cool and calculating.
I recall clearly. The Shadow Devil sect's current generation possesses but one nascent soul early-stage cultivator, Ingmei alone. Then who, pray tell, is the one beside her?
She sighed softly.
Pity. Our position here is outwardly formidable, inwardly hollow. 2 nascent soul elders could unravel us entirely. Still, with my method, success remains possible.
She crossed her arms, subtly adjusting her posture, revealing a breathtaking expanse, and a faint, curious flush rose to her cheeks.
Heh. I'm feeling just a little uncontrollable.
You 2 can rest here for a few hours, and once the troops pass at the hour of the dog, you can leave. The Golden Core Peak disciple brought Shu Qiuqiao and Ingmei to a temporary cave dwelling, assigning each of them their own cave before bidding farewell. However, Shu Qiuqiao could sense that many eyes were watching her from around. If they were to leave the cave, every move they made would likely be under scrutiny. Shu Qiuqiao asked uncertainly, "Shall we rest for a while?" Ingmei nodded, and Shu Qiuqiao found a cave to enter. After closing the door, she let out a long sigh of relief. Sigh. I still have to maintain my composure in front of Ingmei. It's exhausting. Isn't this quite good? It's like returning to your performing career. Li Xia chuckled and continued, "Not bad. At least there are no spying formations set up inside the cave. It seems they still consider your status as nascent souls." Forget it. I need to rest. I'm so tired. Shu Qiuqiao casually dragged a meditation mat over to sit down and began to cultivate, soon entering a meditative state. As time gradually passed, the sky darkened slightly, but Shu Qiuqiao, meditating inside the cave, was completely unaware of the passage of time outside. The true qi circulated within her body, completing a large cycle before returning to her dantian, where the two nascent souls within glimmered faintly, seemingly growing larger. "You really cultivate quickly," Li Xia said, watching Shu Qiuqiao's speed with envy. "Someone is coming." At that moment, the alarm formation outside the cave was triggered, ringing 3 times, indicating that someone had detected the formation they had set up. Among cultivators, this behavior is akin to knocking on the door, a very polite way to inquire, "Who goes there?" Shu Qiuqiao sighed. She didn't want to pretend to be someone she wasn't, but being in an enemy camp left her no choice but to disguise herself. As she opened the door, she saw a graceful woman standing there, arms crossed, her figure so alluring that Shu Qiuqiao almost had a nosebleed. "Wait, aren't you a woman?" Li Xia said, curiously observing Shu Qiuqiao's reaction. Admiring a beautiful sister doesn't require distinguishing gender. Shu Qiuqiao thought to herself, feeling justified. All right. At that moment, the woman at the door, Su Yiling, said in a charming voice, "May I come in?" Shu Qiuqiao pondered, feeling uneasy about letting her enter the cave. After all, she couldn't fight back. But now, being in an enemy camp, it wouldn't be right to deny her entry. If any flaws were revealed, it would be disastrous. "Of course, please come in." Shu Qiuqiao raised her hand to open the formation, but she discreetly slipped a jade slip into the door's slot. If this person had any malicious intent, the jade slip would fly directly to Yingmei next door, and within 3 seconds Yingmei would burst through the door. Though she lacked fighting power herself, she was confident that 2 nascent souls could handle one. "I wonder if the esteemed one is satisfied with our humble cave." Su Yiling entered the cave, looked around, and then smiled charmingly. "Not at all. I usually don't care for material things. Compared to my own cave, this place is already quite luxurious." Shu Qiuqiao forced a smile, wondering who insisted on stuffing the cave with all sorts of strange decorations. Li Xia snickered. "Don't embarrass me in front of the beautiful sister," Shu Qiuqiao said, slightly annoyed, and then turned to Su Yiling. "May I ask why you have come to visit?" "It's nothing major, but I thought it improper to assign you such a crude cave, so I was wondering if I could make amends." Su Yiling covered her mouth and chuckled. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet." This woman was like a beautiful snake. Looking at Su Yiling's charming smile, Li Xia frowned slightly, but Shu Qiuqiao appeared quite taken with her demeanor. "My name is Shuang." "So it's Shuang, I've heard of you. In that case, the inscription on this sachet will have a place to go." Su Yiling took out a sachet that still had a hint of her fragrance, and with a quick motion of a silver needle in her hand, the word Shuang appeared on it. Originally, the sachet was embroidered with a plum blossom tree, and now there were also traces of snow appearing on those blossoms. "I hope this can serve as compensation for the esteemed one. Please accept it," Su Yiling said as she handed over the sachet. Upon receiving the sachet, Shu Qiuqiao immediately smelled a rich fragrance, one she had never encountered before, sweeter than peach blossoms and more lingering than plum blossoms. "What a lovely scent! What kind of spice is this?" "This?" Su Yiling intentionally teased her enchanting gaze, almost pulling Shu Qiuqiao's soul away. "Oh no!" Li Xia sighed, feeling helpless. Just then, Su Yiling slowly took a couple of steps closer, her delicate body pressing against Shu Qiuqiao. Shu Qiuqiao immediately felt 2 soft mounds against her chest, and that sensation, even as a woman herself, made her heart flutter. Then an even sweeter and richer fragrance wafted into her nostrils. "Can you smell it?" Su Yiling was slightly shorter than Shu Qiuqiao, appearing even more delicate as she tilted her head and smiled seductively. "This is my body fragrance." MHM. Shu Qiuqiao nodded dreamily, feeling as if all her senses were captivated by the softness in her embrace, unable to focus despite Li Xia's calls. Tisk, how can a woman also fall under a charm spell? Are the disciples of the Huan sect that impressive? Li Xia helplessly forced a bit of divine sense into Shu Qiuqiao's soul. Ouch. The sharp pain in her head suddenly woke Shu Qiuqiao up. She instinctively pushed Su Yiling away and took 2 steps back. "Please respect yourself, fellow Taoist." "Oh!" Su Yiling raised her hand to summon an embroidered fan slightly covering half her face as she sized up Shu Qiuqiao. Upon seeing the traces of makeup on Shu Qiuqiao's chest, and the blush that had appeared on her neck, she nodded slightly. I am not the kind of woman you might think, just that you. Her cherry lips, hidden behind the fan, curved into a smile. If my soldiers were to see you like this, I fear it would not end well for you.
Oh no, I've walked right into a real immortal trap. What do you want?
Shu Qiuqiao, now sensing she might have fallen into a honey trap, hastily asked.
I don't wish for much, really.
Su Yiling smiled softly.
Just to share a night of bliss with you, a tryst of passion, and let me take a sliver of your yang qi. Rest assured, my arts of the bedchamber are praised even by the most discerning disciples of the demonic path. Though you may lose a bit of cultivation and primal yang, you'll only feel an ecstasy that seeps into your very bones.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao fell silent. Truly? Utter nonsense. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao's reaction, Su Yiling was taken aback. She scrutinized Shu Qiuqiao, sensing something odd. No chest, androgynous bone structure, a face so beautiful it blurred the lines of gender. Yet, having cultivated the arts of the Huan sect since childhood, she could tell at a glance whether a person possessed primal yang or exploitable yang qi. This person clearly has it.
Fellow Taoist, could you be a woman? This. Don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly. Why is it that half the world has that thing, and I don't?
You only miss it when you need it. Were you actually planning to go through with that tryst with her?
Li Xia sneered.
If you actually had that thing, shed drain your very marrow. A loss of primal yang and cultivation. How you underestimate the female cultivators of the Huan sect. This.
Shu Qiuqiao was at a loss, but then Su Yiling laughed instead.
Ah, sister. Sister is good.
She sauntered closer, her breath fragrant as orchid, tickling Shu Qiuqiao's cheek.
Between sisters there are many pleasures too, don't underestimate that one sect. What makes you think I have it? Oh no, oh no, oh no, is this charm magic? Am really falling for it. What do I do, Li Xia? I can't hold on much longer.
Shu Qiuqiao cried out for help in her heart. If she had any resistance against handsome demonic cultivators, then against this beautiful wicked older sister with her unique charm magic, she had absolutely no resistance at all.
Simple. See that sword at your waist?
Li Xia shrugged.
Draw it, cut her down, and all is well. I can't. Besides, we're still in someone else's camp.
Shu Qiuqiao was on the verge of tears.
Then it's simple.
Li Xia sighed softly.
I'll do the cutting.
As her words fell, the bell tolled for the hour of the rooster. Su Yiling, who was about to seduce Shu Qiuqiao further, suddenly froze.
This is killing intent.
A cold, emotionless sword light followed. Su Yiling instinctively blocked with her round fan. But the heavy strike sent her flying, the terrifying force cleaving her high-quality fan artifact in two. As she crashed into the wall, the entire cave trembled from the impact. Li Xia timely deployed a soundproof barrier, stabilizing the dwelling.
Wow, Li Xia! Don't you have any wind-up before you strike?
Shu Qiuqiao yelled.
What are you reluctant? Well, maybe. A little?
Shu Qiuqiao said sheepishly.
All right then.
Li Xia nodded.
I'll try to leave her in one piece. Cough. Fellow Taoist, why? Why all of a sudden?
Su Yiling, embedded in the wall, coughed up blood, her delicate lips turning even redder. She looked up at Li Xia and was startled. Earlier she could tell he still had primal yang and abundant yang qi, with a faint trace of yin qi lingering, seemingly male yet not unfitting for a woman. But now in her eyes the yin qi had vanished. Li Xia's yang qi was pure and strong, with no trace of his sister left.
You?
Before Su Yiling could speak, Li Xia snapped her fingers.
Fire!
A colossal fire dragon, nearly filling the entire cave, roared forth. In desperation, Su Yiling summoned a stream of yin water and formed a qi shield, coating it with the water to block the dragon. But Li Xia gave her no respite, snapping her fingers again.
Fire!
The fire dragon roared out once more. This repeated 6 times before Li Xia stopped. By then Su Yiling's qi shield was spent, her yin water evaporated into nothing. She was ragged and breathless, gasping heavily.
Fellow Taoist, what unique technique is this? To possess such power?
Su Yiling said haltingly. She had planned to defend first, probe Li Xia's strength, then counterattack. Instead, the ferocious fire dragons came wave after wave, as if free of cost, with no wind-up or cooldown. Worse, the technique required no hand seals. She couldn't even identify it.
It's no unique technique.
Li Xia advanced sword in hand.
Just a mere fireball art. Fireball art. The first spell taught at the chi refining stage. How is that possible?
Before Shu Qiuqiao could finish, a snap and a roaring fire dragon cut her off.
Cough. Fellow Taoist truly doesn't know how to cherish beauty.
As the fire dragon dissipated, Shu Qiuqiao coughed out black smoke. Her beautiful eyes widened, and Li Xia sensed a strange fragrance invade her nostrils. Looking down, she saw the sachet still hanging at her waist.
This thing. You didn't throw it away. Cough. Forgot.
Shu Qiuqiao said, slightly ashamed.
Ha. My entire cultivation lies in this sachet. To this day, not even nascent soul elders have resisted my charm magic while wearing it.
It is no wonder that Shu Qiuqiao possesses such confidence. The cultivation technique she practices is known as the Fragrant Shadow Heart Method. This method is unique to the Huan sect and emphasizes influencing the minds of others through the emission of fragrance. After cultivating this technique, practitioners can create enchanting illusions and visual and auditory experiences through the transformation of scents, thereby bewildering the senses of others to achieve the purpose of manipulation and seduction. Moreover, practitioners can infuse the fragrance into their own charm, enhancing their allure and making it easier for others to be influenced by them. At this moment, Li Xia is in close proximity to a sachet imbued with her specially crafted fragrance. In such a scenario, not even a mere yuanong could escape her seductive arts, let alone a virgin. Watching Li Xia's steps gradually come to a halt, her hand still, Shu Qiuqiao stood up confidently, adjusted her burnt and tattered clothes, and despite exposing large areas of her fair skin, smiled as she approached Li Xia. Although I am indeed quite captivated by this body and this appearance, you are simply too dangerous. I truly cannot risk allowing you to indulge with me in bed. So farewell, I will miss you. As she spoke, she flicked her broken fan, and a flash of sharp light shimmered from it. So goodbye. With that, she pressed the fan against Li Xia's neck, seemingly intending to sever Li Xia's head before anything else. Enchant me. Do you think you are worthy? But who would have thought that her hand would suddenly be seized by a grip as strong as iron pliers? No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. How is this possible? Before Shu Qiuqiao could recover from her shock, she was grabbed by the throat and lifted off the ground. Her legs dangled in the air, helplessly flailing, as all her magical power was suppressed by the overwhelming true energy in that hand, completely unable to circulate. You? How is it possible that you are not affected? Shu Qiuqiao looked down and met those incredibly clear eyes, which showed no signs of being influenced by her seductive arts. I regard beauty as I regard white bones. Mere withered bones cannot sway my mind. Li Xia sneered, and with a single grasp, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Shu Qiuqiao's body immediately went limp. Such a good dish dead so easily. Li Xia pondered, feeling that it was too simple for a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage to die like this. However, out of respect for Shu Qiuqiao's promise, he hesitated to crush this woman's head to confirm her death. Left with no choice, Li Xia struck Shu Qiuqiao's sun acupoint with a heavy punch, the force of which stirred her brain matter into a uniform mush. Then Li Xia struck her abdomen fiercely, while gripping her chin, dislocating it with a sharp tug. As the still-living Shu Qiuqiao involuntarily retched, a nascent soul was forcibly expelled from her body by Li Xia's punch. Now that's more like it. The moment the nascent soul left her body, it attempted to flee, but Li Xia reached out his hand, resembling a black hole, and the terrifying pull drew the nascent soul back into his grasp. Fellow Taoist true person senior, please do not kill me. I possess many ways to serve you as long as you do not kill me. Looking at the pleading nascent soul in his hand, Li Xia maintained a blank expression, merely lifting his hand to bring the soul closer to his eyes. As if sensing Li Xia's intentions, the nascent soul struggled even harder, with Shu Qiuqiao's spirit desperately thrashing about, but it could not escape Li Xia's palm no matter what. Goodbye, Li Xia said, slowly opening his mouth, and amidst Shu Qiuqiao's desperate screams, he began to swallow the nascent soul piece by piece. Huff. The nascent soul of a cultivator truly is a great tonic. Even if I cannot cultivate, I feel as though my cultivation has improved slightly. Having swallowed Su Yiling's nascent soul, Li Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, then impatiently said, Shu Qiuqiao, can you please stop vomiting in my head? It's really disgusting. You? Ugh. What you just ate? Ugh. Was far more disgusting. Shu Qiuqiao took a long time to regain her composure, her voice somewhat weak. No, Li Xiao, what exactly are you eating with our body? That was a person. A human. How could you? Did I eat a person? Li Xiao retorted, lifting the still relatively intact corpse from the ground, placing a hand on her jaw, and with a crack, he reset the dislocated jaw. Here, the complete corpse. You want it still warm. Do you want me to put it in your storage bag? Quick, throw it away. Oh! Li Xiao replied, casually tossing the corpse away, then looking towards the cave entrance. Come in. Shadow Charm walked in awkwardly, her fear almost impossible to hide. Heaven knows what she had just witnessed, swallowing a nascent soul whole. Even the most demonic cultivator would never commit such a barbaric act. Wait, are you really a righteous cultivator? What's wrong? Li Xiao glanced at Shadow Charm. Nothing. I mean nothing at all. Shadow Charm shook her head, forcing a smile to mask the fear deep within her. Well, you killed her. How do we get out of here? Did I not clean up properly? Did she leave her soul lamp here? Li Xiao looked at the corpse piled up like junk in the corner, casually tossing a ball of true fire at it, and asked, this should exist, right? Shadow Charm said helplessly. If I had known, I would have left her a breath of life. Li Xiao sighed, picked up his long sword, and walked out of the cave, at which point alarms began to blare all around outside. Dozens of streaks of light shot up into the sky, flying in the night sky, each streak representing a golden core cultivator. Among them, two particularly conspicuous streaks belonged to early nascent soul cultivators. They searched around, and under the sweep of their divine senses, they immediately locked onto this cave, the only one with an outsider. Li Xiao, however, did not dodge or evade, calmly releasing his own aura. His terrifying cultivation in the early nascent soul stage stood out like a bright lighthouse in the pitch-black night. Instantly, countless streaks of light rushed towards Li Xiao's position. Gazing at the streaks of light flickering across the sky like a swarm of stars, Li Xiao smiled faintly, holding his long sword horizontally. He glanced back at the shadow phantom who cowered behind him, too afraid to emerge. You're a nascent soul cultivator now. Could you at least show some backbone? Even a nascent soul cultivator can't withstand a combined strike from 50 golden cores. Besides, there are 2 nascent souls on the other side. The shadow phantom was on the verge of tears. Fine, forget it then. Li Xiao shook his head. As the shadow phantom watched in horror, he stretched out a hand toward the sky. Since we can't withstand a combined strike from 50 golden cores, why not just prevent them from unleashing that strike in the first place? With that, Li Xiao snapped his fingers and muttered, Great Fireball Technique. Great Fireball Technique. The shadow phantom was taken aback. Wait, after all that grand talk, what kind of spell did you just use? Wasn't the Great Fireball Technique just a basic spell for Foundation Establishment cultivators? Merely a fireball slightly larger than the small fireball technique learned at the Qi refining stage. Yet in the next moment, she was struck speechless by the sight before her. As Li Xiao snapped his fingers, a fireball didn't emerge from his hand. Instead, it plummeted from the sky like a meteor. The terrifying pressure left everyone present gasping for breath. The colossal fireball streaked across the entire sky, even brighter than the midday sun. The entire military camp, no, the entire Ziwu Valley, was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. So hot, so hot. What kind of spell is this? The sun. I see the sun. The streaks of light in the sky began to fall one after another. Many cultivators were incinerated before they even realized what had happened. Li Xiao merely took a breath and snapped his fingers again. Great Fireball Technique Pro Max. Screams echoed through the camp. The second fireball that descended from the sky didn't linger in the air, but plunged straight toward the ground. Within the camp on the ground, there weren't just golden core cultivators, there were also a greater number, over 1,000, of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and even more Qi refining menials. They had all assumed that such a battle wouldn't require their involvement, that there would be no danger. Little did they know that even if they didn't seek danger, death would come knocking on their own doors. The entire camp was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Foundation establishment disciples on the verge of forming their golden core could still let out a few wails, but the chi-refining disciples didn't even have the chance to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the searing heat. The camp became a scene of utter misery. Cultivators with even a sliver of resistance writhed in agony amidst the flames, their fingers digging deep into the earth, blood pouring forth unnoticed. Is this hell? Watching the scene below, the shadow phantom felt a chill run down her spine. Remembering how she had dared to tease her master earlier that day, emboldened by her recent cultivation breakthrough, she was filled with a deep sense of dread. Fortunately, her master seemed to be in a good mood, then otherwise, even with the binding of their oath, she would have surely suffered greatly. How dare you be so ruthless? Are you even a demon cultivator? A roar echoed from the sky. The two nascent soul cultivators, each wielding their weapons, and shrouded in a bloody demonic aura, charged at Li Xia with ferocious speed. Hey Li Xia, look, even the demon cultivators think you're too vicious to be one of them, Shu Qiuqiao couldn't help but tease. Yar. Well then, thank you for the compliment. Li Xia let out a cold laugh, stomped his foot on the ground, and shouted Earth Spike. The Earth Spike technique was originally a minor spell used by Foundation establishment cultivators to practice mana control. Its effect was to create a few spikes on the ground, quite useful for catching small animals like rabbits. But when Li Xia used it, it was no mere spike, it was practically a mountain peak. One nascent soul cultivator caught off guard was sent flying by this mountain peak. Even with his weapon and chi shield for protection, he was blasted into the high heavens thousands of miles away. This guy knows so many high-level spells. The other nascent soul cultivator grew increasingly alarmed. The sun-like flames and the mountain-like earth spike were clearly advanced spells, even secret arts that many would never learn in a lifetime. But this actually gave him a slight sense of relief. After all, being able to master so many high-level spells meant that Li Xia must have poured all his extra energy into studying spells. In other words, his physical combat skills must be very weak. Unfortunately for him, Blood Rock, as a cultivator of the Blood Robe sect, excelled in physical combat. Old Fire, cover me while I get close to him. I'll cut him down with my sword. All right. The two communicated telepathically. Old Fire nodded in agreement, stood in the sky, formed hand seals, and murmured black flame dragon art. As his hands moved faster and faster, becoming a blur, a black flame slowly took shape before him, expanding continuously. It expanded, and expanded further until it transformed into a terrifying black fire dragon, which lunged at Li Xia with claws bared. Small fireball. Li Xia raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A crimson fire dragon soared forth, colliding with the black dragon in midair. A deafening dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The searing heat distorted the very air. Old Fire, standing in the sky, revealed a sinister grin. How dare he challenge the black flame sect with fire? He must have a death wish. As expected, after a brief struggle, the black dragon bit down on the crimson dragon's body, tore it apart with a swift motion, and ripped it in two. Though the black dragon had suffered significant damage, its flames dimmed considerably, it had still won. It seems the fire arts of the Black Flame sect are superior after all. Black Fire, go. At Old Fire's command, the dragon roared and charged at Li Xia. Small fireball. But to Old Fire's surprise, Li Xia could unleash his fire dragon repeatedly. After all, summoning the black dragon had pushed Old Fire to his limits, and Li Xia's dragon was only slightly weaker. He had assumed that Li Xia's dragon was a high-level fire spell similar to his own, little knowing that Li Xia was merely using the most basic small fireball technique. A second crimson dragon soared into the air, smashing the black dragon into fragments mid-flight. The dragon swept past, scorching Old Fire in several places despite his immediate defense. Blood Rock. Are you ready yet? Old Fire cried out in pain. Prepare to die? In that instant, Blood Rock appeared beside Li Xia, like a phantom swinging his long sword. In his mind, a cultivator specialized in spells once engaged at close range was no different from a lamb to the slaughter. Yet all that greeted him was a cold smile. This person had cultivated numerous spells, all of them mightier, and with his energy stretched thin, he would undoubtedly be extremely weak in physical combat. And as it happened, he himself was a cultivator specializing in physical arts. Bloodrock True Person instantly appeared beside Li Xia, shielded by Old Fire's spells, utterly confident that his ambush would not be foreseen. A mere glass cannon who only knows how to cast spells. Once he gets close, that's a fragile toy that shatters at the slightest touch. Just as Bloodrock True Person was thinking this, Li Xia suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing Bloodrock True Person with a chill that ran through his entire body.
The arrow is knocked and must fly.
Though a slight unease stirred in his heart, he knew that such an opportunity once missed would never come again once Li Xia was on guard. With this thought, Bloodrock True Person's long sword flashed, transforming into a sharp white light that darted straight for Li Xia's neck. With the keenness of his blade and the force of his swing, he was confident that even if Li Xia used a chi barrier to block, he could slice through it and sever his head directly. Just as Bloodrock True Person believed his strike had succeeded, a sudden pain shot through his arm, a sensation he had not felt in countless years. In his youth, when he first began practicing the sword, he would sometimes strike a stone with full force, unable to control the energy, and the recoil would send a sharp sting through his arm. But as his cultivation deepened, there were few things within the great Xia kingdom that his sword could not sever, and such pain had long since faded from memory.
Wah! T.
Bloodrock True Person stared in astonishment at his long sword, which hung motionless in midair, unable to advance a single inch. At the tip of the blade, 2 fingers held it, as if pinching a fluttering insect. How could this be possible? Even the physical body of a nascent soul peak cultivator could not possibly grip his sword so firmly. A sword so swift, with such force and sharp chi, held by mere 2 fingers.
Are you a mage cultivator?
Staring at the stunned Bloodrock True Person, Li Xia let out a cold smile.
Who said that just because I use spells am a glass cannon?
As he spoke, he slowly moved his arm, and Bloodrock True Person felt an unimaginable force pulling at his sword. He tried to yank the blade back, but found it impossible. He felt as if he were facing not a man, but an immovable mountain.
What kind of monster are you?
In desperation, Bloodrock True Person raised a hand, condensing blood-colored chi into his fist, and hurled it at Li Xia with the force of 1,000 Jun. This was one of Bloodrock True Person's trump cards. Most people instinctively assumed he was only skilled with the sword, but in truth, his hand-to-hand combat far surpassed his swordsmanship. Tempered by blood-colored chi, his fists were no less formidable than his sword. Li Xia found Bloodrock True Person's move quite amusing, so he raised a hand and clenched it into a fist, seemingly intending to meet the blow heated.
Fool!
Bloodrock True Person sneered inwardly. Many who prided themselves on their physical cultivation had tried to withstand his punch, but without exception, they all ended up with their arms shattered. With that thought, he swung his fist wrapped in blood-colored chi, and the 2 fists collided in the 3-foot space between them. Then the smile on Bloodrock True Person's face froze.
Why aren't you smiling?
Li Xia smiled.
If you don't smile, then it's my turn.
As a crisp sound rang out, Bloodrock True Person's fist, tempered to be harder than refined steel, began to crack. With an extra surge of force from Li Xia, the fist, along with the entire arm, was blasted into a mist of blood and shredded flesh before Bloodrock True Person's horrified eyes.
Ah!
Before Bloodrock True Person's scream could fully escape, Li Xia's fist followed the trajectory of his arm and smashed his head like a watermelon, scattering debris all around.
Is that all?
Li Xia shook his head, bent down, and plunged a hand into Bloodrock True Person's abdomen, extracting a nascent soul. Ignoring the blood and gore clinging to it, he sucked the nascent soul into his mouth amidst its piercing screams, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed.
Blood, old ghost.
Seeing his friend so brutally slain, Old Fire in the Sky was consumed with rage. He quickly formed hand seals, and a black dragon many times larger than before slowly took shape behind him.
Inboard! Water come!
Li Xia looked up at the black dragon with a hint of tedium. Over and over with the same tricks. Didn't the Black Flame sect have any other spells? He snapped his fingers, and a waterfall cascaded down, like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens. The immense force of the water pressed Old Fire from the sky to the ground, extinguishing even the black dragon's flames.
Since I know you only use fire, why would I keep fighting fire with fire instead of drowning you with water?
Li Xia shook his head helplessly. Seeing Old Fire erupt with searing heat, trying to turn the waterfall into steam, he snapped his fingers again.
Ice spear technique!
At this moment Old Fire finally heard the spell namely Xia chanted.
Ice Spear Technique. A Foundation Establishment level spell. You intend to finish me with such a spell? You must be looking down on my black flame sect.
Old Fire's voice faded as he saw the so-called ice spear materializing behind Li Xia. It was nothing like the twig-sized ice spears he remembered from Foundation Establishment. That was no ice spear. It might as well have been a polar iceberg.
So what if I look down on you?
Li Xia waved his hand, and the ice spear descended with crushing force. Under the edge of that iceberg-like spear Old Fire's body was torn apart beyond dead, and even the nascent soul in his abdomen was obliterated into nothingness.
All done.
Looking at the devastated camp, Li Xia nodded in satisfaction and planned to return to the cave dwelling to take Shadow Charm. Such a useful tool was not to be wasted. But after taking a couple of steps back he saw Shadow Charm. Not because she had grown bold enough to come out, but because she was being held like a ragdoll in the hand of a tall man.
Are you looking for your companion?
The tall man sneered coldly.
He is. Demon Lord Monin. Master. Run. He's not just. Midstage.
The shadow wraith whose neck was gripped by Demon Lord Monin said haltingly.
You are Demon Lord Monin.
Li Xia was taken aback upon hearing this.
Indeed, since you know my name.
Demon Lord Monin began, but was interrupted by Li Xia's next words.
Where are the other three? Bring them out to save me the trouble. What three?
Demon Lord Monin was stunned.
What do you mean, what three? East, south, west, north. Minus you aren't there three left.
Li Xia stated matter-of-factly.
Are you insulting me?
Demon Lord Monin fell silent for a moment, a faint, barely perceptible anger coloring his face.
Yes, I am insulting you. What can you do about it? Hit me.
Li Xia smiled. Hearing this, Demon Lord Monin instead calmed down. He raised his hand, revealing the nearly lifeless shadow wraith.
I see. You're just trying to provoke me into attacking so you can save this junior sister of yours, right? Though I've always been confident in my methods. The technique you just displayed is indeed impressive. Rather than engage you heat in, it's more cost-effective to wait for my army to arrive and crush you utterly.
Demon Lord Monin wore a triumphant smile, but in the next second his expression froze. A sword aura tore across the sky in an instant, carrying an unmatched momentum, and in a flash it slashed toward the shadow wraith in Demon Lord Monin's hand.
What the hell? Are you insane? You'd kill your own teammate.
Demon Lord Monin raised his hand to block the sword aura protecting the shadow wraith and cursed angrily.
If you don't even kill your own teammate, what kind of demonic cultivator are you?
But in the instant Demon Lord Monin blocked the sword aura, Li Xia had already appeared before him. He thrust his long sword directly forward, aiming straight for the shadow wraith's heart. Startled, Demon Lord Monin instinctively dodged but failed to evade the strike completely. The shadow wraith's chest was impaled. Not satisfied, Li Xia flicked his sword, intending to sever one of Demon Lord Monin's arms right through the captive's body.
Damn it!
Demon Lord Monin instinctively let go of the shadow wraith. Without his grip, the wraith hung on Li Xia's sword like a hawthorn on a skewer. Li Xia casually flung the shadow wraith aside, kicking it to the edge like discarding trash.
Ah! Li Xia, did you kill her?
Shu Qiuqiao screamed.
A nascent soul cultivator doesn't die that easily.
Li Xia replied offhandedly, his gaze fixed on Demon Lord Monin.
So what'll it be? A magical duel or a sword contest? You're asking me.
A mocking smile curled on Demon Lord Monin's face.
I admit your killing power is formidable, but you should know that every minor level in the nascent soul stage is an insurmountable chasm. An early-stage nascent soul like you, do you even qualify to duel me?
Before his words faded, an overwhelming aura burst forth from him, the might of a peak mid-stage nascent soul, half a step into the late stage.
Interesting.
Li Xia nodded with a smile. Seeing Li Xia's expression, Demon Lord Monin for some reason felt a premonition of dread stir within him. Li Xia slowly extended two fingers, forming a hand seal. This was the first time Li Xia had used a hand seal to cast a spell since reaching the nascent soul stage.
Whoa, Li Xia, you're being so formal. Are you about to unleash some great spell?
Shu Qiuqiao had never seen Li Xia use a powerful spell before and looked on with anticipation. After a brief silence, Li Xiao uttered 3 words.
Fireball art. Huh? Fireball art again.
Shu Qiuqiao felt her expectations had been for naught. However, Li Xiao hadn't finished. He slowly continued.
120 consecutive shots.
In an instant, 120 fireballs coalesced behind Li Xiao. The flames rapidly expanded in the void, transforming into 120 fire dragons in the blink of an eye. In a short time, the 120 fire dragons soared into the sky, their blazing flames swirling. Illuminated by the fire, Li Xiao seemed cloaked in a divine radiance. Flames leaped skyward, dragon roars shook the heavens, true fire cascaded like waterfalls, blazing, dazzling, a majestic and solemn dance of fire. Li Xiao, like an incarnation of the fire god, slowly rose into the air, hovering aloft. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon Demon Lord Monin.
What the?
Before Demon Lord Monin could finish his shock, Li Xiao pointed a finger and commanded,
Go!
The 120 fire dragons roared as they dove downward. Before this celestial fire descending to earth, Demon Lord Monin seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. His so-called aura of nearing latest-stage nascent soul was utterly negligible before such catastrophic power.
What kind of monster are you?
Demon Lord Monin howled, demonic chi swirling around him like a tornado, wrapping around his body and gradually forming a demonic shadow.
Block it!
The fire dragons wove a magnificent curtain of flames in the sky. A scorching heat wave surged forth. With Li Xiao's incantation, this immense power began to pour down toward the ground. A fierce wind arose, and the fire dragons plunged toward the earth like meteors. After a thunderous roar, blazing flames erupted on the ground. Fire rolled, earth and stones flew, and the crimson blaze painted the entire sky red. The tremendous impact devastated the surrounding trees, the earth cracked from the heat, and the dragons' roars were deafening. As the flames spread, the entire land seemed to turn into a pool of lava. The scorching fire rapidly expanded, leaving no escape. Li Xiao stood amidst the inferno like a deity. With a long cry, the fire dragons dissolved into countless sparks, slowly dissipating in the air like vanishing smoke. Everything fell silent, but the ground was now a wasteland of ash and shattered earth.
Where's Demon Lord Monin?
Shu Qiuqiao asked curiously. He fled. Without hesitation, Li Xiao turned back and transformed into a streak of light, chasing straight into the depths of the Ziwu Valley.
Huff!
Truly terrifying. Where did this guy come from? Such killing power at the early nascent soul stage. It's hard to imagine what achievements he might attain in the future. The black shadow that was Demon Lord Monin braked sharply midair, crashing heavily into the ground. He spat out a plume of black smoke, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. Then, he suddenly chuckled.
But you won't have a future.
As he looked around, 150 golden core cultivators had somehow already ambushed him, lying in wait on the cliffs on both sides.
Not running.
Li Xiao looked at the man before him, who bore an expression of utter confidence, Demon Lord Monin, and shook his head in resignation. He had finally encountered someone who seemed somewhat resilient, only to find another who would shatter at the slightest touch.
Forget it. Since you won't flee, I'll just send you to your grave.
As he spoke, Li Xiao raised his hand once more, and countless fire dragons coiled out from behind him.
Huh? Do you truly think I have no way to deal with you?
Unexpectedly, Demon Lord Monin let out a cold laugh. As his voice echoed, the charred marks on his body rapidly faded away.
I, Demon Lord Monin, never engage in a battle unprepared. I knew your killing prowess was formidable when I came, so I feigned weakness to lure you here. Enough chatter.
Li Xiao raised his hand, and countless fire dragons descended once again. But this time the fire dragons were dispelled midair. The demonic aura around Demon Lord Monin shot forth, like 1,000 arrows, intercepting the dragons in the sky.
Interesting.
Li Xiao nodded, raising his hand to cast another spell.
Take a good look around you.
Demon Lord Monin abruptly raised his hand, and a formation descended like a dome, enveloping half the valley. At the same time, 150 golden core cultivators revealed themselves above, while ahead, the thunder of 10,000 horses arose. Over 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators, each riding a demonic beast, surged toward them, stirring up clouds of dust.
Ha ha ha.
Demon Lord Monin laughed wildly.
Look. This formation was constructed by 30 golden core cultivators and 108 Foundation Establishment disciples. You can never escape. Not even a nascent soul old monster can detect what's happening here. You have no chance to call for reinforcements. I admit your cultivation is impressive, your killing power even more so. Your future achievements are limitless. But future achievements require a future to exist. This time you're doomed. Li Xia, am a little scared.
Shu Qiuqiao said, watching the cultivators descending from the sky and hearing the earth-shaking armies roar.
Scared of what? Am afraid that when you start killing it'll be so gruesome I'll vomit until I pass out. Then close your eyes.
Li Xia sighed helplessly. After confirming Shu Qiuqiao had closed her eyes, he flicked his long sword. Gazing at the ambush and murderous horror before him, an uncontrollable savage grin spread across his face.
Celestial immortals descend with slaughter, 1,000 horses neigh, their momentum surging. Ha ha ha, excellent, splendid. Such grand spectacle, such a mighty array. Ha 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 ha.
With that he swung his sword.
Are you all afraid that I haven't had my fill of killing, so you specially came to offer an appetizer before the main course? Let's see if you can still laugh later. Attack!
At Demon Lord Monan's command, 150 Golden Core cultivators and thousands of Foundation Establishment disciples launched their assault. At this critical moment, Li Xia suddenly thrust his long sword into the ground.
Giving up!
Sneered Demon Lord Monan.
Shu Qiuqiao. Huh? I'm here. What's up? The fight hasn't even started yet.
Shu Qiuqiao was startled.
Nothing. Just don't close your eyes yet. Open them wide and watch your dear roommate's most brilliant move.
With that, Li Xia formed hand seals, a nearly manic grin spreading across his face.
I've never pulled so many people in at once. And they even prepared a barrier to block perception. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Divine ability, slaughter, blood, prison.
A crimson world suddenly unfolded.
What is this?
Suddenly dragged into a blood-red world, the crowd fell into chaos. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate, somber blood prison realm. Fragments of crimson sky fell like scattered flames, casting myriad rays of sorrowful light. The air was thick with nauseating bloodlust, and the ears were filled with endless wails and the clash of battle. The ground was cracked and parched, strewn with sharp blade-like remains and blood-stained weapons. Countless figures fought in chaotic turmoil within this apocalyptic world, as terrifying as specters driven by despair. Severed limbs lay scattered everywhere, lives were mercilessly snatched away, in an instant an endless tragedy of death unfolding.
Blood prisons, clouds are crimson, slaughters, cries fill the sky. What a sight, what a magnificent sight!
Li Xia roared with laughter. Suddenly blood gushed from his mouth, and nose pouring from all 7 orifices, his appearance as ghastly as a demon.
Li Xia, what's wrong? You look a bit unhinged.
Shu Qiuqiao asked worriedly.
It's nothing.
Li Xia shook his head. The 1,000 cultivators who had come to besiege him were now falling one by one as the blood prison drained their life force and fed it back to him. Li Xia's body naturally couldn't withstand the life force of 1,000 people at once. The blood streaming from his 7 orifices was merely his body struggling to bear the feedback from the blood prison.
Is this an innate divine ability? Who are you? Which clan are you from? Why do you possess an innate divine ability?
Demon Lord Monan looked around and explained in shock.
Li, did you just say your surname is Li? Are you from the Longxili clan? Impossible. How could a disciple of the Longxili clan who wields an innate divine ability be in this barbaric land? Innate divine ability. Longxili clan. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Li Xia wiped the blood from his face and spread his arms as if to embrace the crowd.
Since I descended into this world, I haven't committed much slaughter, only 1,743 cultivators so far. But that's more than enough to deal with rabble like you. 1,743 isn't much. No, Li Xia, why are you saying that? What do you mean enough to deal with them? Oh crap, zombie.
Shu Qiuqiao was still ranting when she suddenly let out a scream, dropping all pretense of ladylike behavior with a string of curses. Then she saw the shadows that had been fighting within the blood prison stop one by one and merge into the crimson earth. Immediately after, thousands of withered, rotting hands burst forth from the scarlet ground.
Enjoy yourselves, my enslaved specters.
Li Xia continued to laugh in satisfaction, utterly ignoring Shu Qiuqiao's screams, and even greater panic among his enemies.
Since my first kill, I've been pondering.
Gazing at the specters emerging from the ground below, Li Xia's smile widened.
These cultivators have spent countless years in arduous training to attain such power. To simply let them perish by my blade scattering like dust between heaven and earth, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Then don't kill them,
Shu Qiuqiao quipped. With a wave of his hand, as if addressing a rapt audience rather than a vast army, Li Xia continued.
After much deliberation, I concluded that their lives should not be squandered. I considered forging a soul banner, but retaining only their souls would greatly diminish their power. I felt such use was terribly inefficient. No, it would dishonor their lifelong cultivation. Then I recalled a method from my homeland where tigers command specters. Why not refine them into specters under my command? I must thank you all. Without the life force you provided, I could never have awakened so many specters.
As his words faded, the crimson blood prison's ground cracked open, like the maw of an abyss. A chilling wind howled from the fissures, like the wails of the damned. Then over 1,700 specters emerged, their ghastly forms writhing with piercing shrieks. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with a spectral green light, brimming with insatiable hunger and savagery. Their translucent bodies stained, as if by endless blood, were gaunt and skeletal. Their elongated arms ended in claw-like fingers sharp as blades.
Is that the blood demon? And Su Yiling? How could you turn such a beautiful lady into something so grotesque?
As Shu Qiuqiao's complaints rang out, the specters surged forward, like a flood, fearless and relentless, charging at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators. Their steps splattered blood across the crimson mire. The blood on the ground flowed like a living entity, and with each specter's step the blood prison echoed with the cold proclamation of death. 150 Golden Core cultivators and over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators faced this torrent of specters, instantly plunged into unspeakable terror. Their expressions shifted from the excitement of the initial siege to fear, then to panic. The Golden Core cultivators, who prided themselves on facing life and death with indifference, now felt a sliver of despair. The Foundation establishment cultivators fared even worse. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of death, some became paralyzed, their formations faltering. Their will to fight and their faith seemed to dissolve in an instant, leaving only the instinct to survive. The entire formation teetered on the brink of collapse under the weight of invisible terror and tangible death. Then screams erupted across the battlefield. The specter army was endless. Any cultivator who fell was instantly transformed into a specter by the blood prison. Moreover, the blood prison continuously drained the cultivator's life force to sustain the specters.
You monster! Demon! Even an outer realm demon is less evil than you. What are you? Where did you come from?
Mananjinran fought desperately against the specter horde. In mere moments, the original 1,700 specters swelled to over 3,000, and his army of cultivators was nearly annihilated. Even Mananjinran had to admit that no nascent soul peak cultivator could have handled a siege better than Li Xia.
Hey, you're a demonic cultivator. Such foul language doesn't suit you.
Blood had already covered Li Xia's face, making him appear like an Azura.
You?
Mananjinran looked around. If this continued, he would soon be drowned in the sea of specters. But as far as he knew, innate divine abilities were special techniques passed down through bloodlines from ancient cultivators who had truly mastered divine powers. Since such abilities diluted through generations, there must be flaws and weaknesses. If this fiend's divine ability was so powerful, his weakness must be equally fatal.
He hasn't moved.
A thought flashed through Mananjinran's mind. This fiend hadn't moved a single step since unleashing his divine ability. The immense pressure of the blood prison must have rooted him in place. With such a taxing ability, the man himself must be defenseless. If he could charge in and kill him, or force him to dispel the ability, there might still be a chance. With that thought, a shadowy mass enveloped Mananjinran, expanding to repel the surrounding specters. In an instant his speed surged, and like a runaway tram he plowed through the specter army, hurtling toward Li Xia.
He still hasn't moved. This is indeed his weakness.
Seeing Li Xia motionless, joy flickered in Mananjinran's eyes. He spun the shadow around him, coalescing into a sword over 10 feet long. With a fierce roar, he brought the sword down with the force to split heaven and earth.
He... die. Huh?
To his surprise, Li Xia showed no panic. Instead, a sly grin spread across his face.
You assumed I was using an innate divine ability, so you acted accordingly.
Li Xia raised his head, a sharp glint in his eyes.
Who said I was using an innate divine ability?
Blood splattered. Manan Jinren turned to look at the arm that had held his sword. Blood sprayed from the stump and confusion lingered in his eyes. That flying arm. Was it mine? Why is my arm flying away? Could it be? This isn't an innate divine ability. But in the next moment, Manan Jinren's limbs were severed, and he fell helplessly to the ground like a mutilated prisoner.
You can't kill me!
Despair filled Manan Jinren's voice as Li Xia approached with a sinister grin.
If you kill me, you will surely die a miserable death.
Oh!
If I kill you, I too will die a miserable death.
Li Xia waved his hand, dispelling the blood hell, and looked down at Immortal Jinren, who lay limbless, like a human pig, asking with a smile.
Yes! I bear the mark of my clan's elder. Once I die, he will arrive in an instant.
Immortal Jinren cried out.
Is that so?
Li Xia crouched before him, his face still wearing a smile, as if he were utterly unconcerned.
My clan elder is a nascent soul cultivator. If you kill me, you will surely...
Before Immortal Jinren could finish, Li Xia interrupted impatiently.
Let me think. Generally speaking, the Mark Elders leave for their juniors isn't a posthumous revenge mechanism, is it? You die, and he comes to avenge you. That can't be right.
As he spoke, Li Xia reached out and patted Immortal Jinren's face, a hint of mockery in his eyes.
If I'm not mistaken, the mark should trigger when you're gravely wounded and near death, so he can come to rescue you. Isn't that so? So then...
Li Xia stood up and circled around Immortal Jinren. The latter tried to argue, but Li Xia's next words sent a chill down his spine.
So whether I kill you now or not, it's all the same, isn't it? Wait.
Immortal Jinren tried to speak, but Li Xia's hand, like a blade, plunged into his dantian. With a scoop, a nascent soul came into Li Xia's grasp.
Thanks for the meal. Here I go.
Ignoring Immortal Jinren's wails, and pleased, Li Xia opened his mouth and bit into the nascent soul, chewing it piece by piece, as if it were a jelly, not a cultivator's core.
I'm a bit curious what it tastes like,
Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly.
What want a taste? It's quite good. That thing looks like a person. No, isn't it a person? Heh?
Li Xia shrugged, channeling qi into his feet, and shot toward the exit of Ziwu Valley at breakneck speed. As he flew, he said,
Look at you, are you some kind of Tang monk? What Tang monk? The one who didn't eat the ginseng fruit. No.
Shu Qiuqiao stomped her foot in the void.
That was clearly a person, not just something that looks like one. Wait.
Li Xia halted, glancing aside in surprise. There lay Shadow Fiend, the blood on her chest already dried. Though barely alive, she still breathed.
Take her along,
Shu Qiuqiao said.
Fine, I suppose.
Li Xia pondered briefly, then shrugged helplessly, reaching out to draw Shadow Fiend into his storage pouch. He accelerated once more, darting away.
Is the exit of Ziwu Valley just ahead? I've never left Great Xia before.
Gazing at the light like a sliver of sky before them, Shu Qiuqiao felt a stir of anticipation.
Neither have I.
Li Xia nodded, a rare glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Great Xia was not vast. Compared to the entire cultivation world, it was but a speck. Now he could finally leave that tiny pond to soar across the boundless sea and sky.
Wah!
Suddenly, Li Xia veered sharply. Amid Shu Qiuqiao's scream, he plunged at a speed far exceeding free fall, halting mere inches from the ground under immense deceleration.
What's wrong?
Startled by the roller coaster-like maneuver, Shu Qiuqiao then noticed the grave expression on Li Xia's face. In the few years since crossing over, she had never seen him wear such a look. Even when facing a nascent soul cultivator, as a golden core, Li Xia had never been so serious.
So they've come.
Li Xia sighed softly, drawing his sword from his waist. Against such an enemy, his cleverly crafted firearms were useless. All he could rely on now was the blade in his hand and the surging true qi within him.
What's coming? Li Xia, speak clearly.
Shu Qiuqiao's words trailed off as she too sensed the situation. Descending from the sky was an old Taoist with white beard and robes, holding a horsetail whisk, his hair and beard flowing, a true immortal's bearing. But the unrestrained true qi emanating from him made Li Xiao's heart tighten. Before him stood an opponent he had never faced, a peak cultivator who could sweep all of Great Xiao alone. A nascent soul old monster.
So it was you who killed my grand disciple.
The old monster glanced around, seeing only Li Xiao, and shook his head.
My unworthy grand disciple slain by an early-stage nascent soul cultivator in a leap of realms. My disciple thought so highly of him, even begging me to intervene once. Ah well.
He extended a hand.
Since that's the case, you shall pay with your life. What do we do? Li Xiao, a nascent soul old monster, can you beat him?
Shu Qiuqiao cried out.
Are you joking?
Li Xiao sneered.
A nascent soul old monster, if I could beat him, that would be a miracle.
He couldn't reveal his divine ability, but without it, there was not a shred of hope. Watching the old monster's descending palm, Li Xiao felt as insignificant as an ant beneath that hand. Was this the gap between early-stage nascent soul and a nascent soul old monster? The chasm was so vast. It was despairing. Then Li Xiao's swiftly formed hand seals his 10 fingers, weaving a complex mudra.
Divine ability, blood hell, open.
As his words fell, a barely perceptible crimson space cracked open beneath his feet. In an instant, 3,000 enslaved spirits of varying cultivation levels surged forth from that space.
Oh!
Seeing the vengeful spirits surging from beneath Li Xiao's feet, the nascent soul old monster couldn't help but pause. To prevent his ability from being detected, Li Xiao had not deployed his domain this time, but instead opened a small gate underfoot. Then he summoned all 3,000 vengeful spirits, directing them straight toward the nascent soul old monster's massive hand.
Interesting, a spell I've never seen before.
The nascent soul old monster nodded slightly, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. To him, Li Xiao's legion of vengeful spirits, capable of driving an entire army of cultivators to despair, seemed no more than a tiny anthill. With just a casual wave of his hand, he could annihilate them all. And indeed that was the case. The 3,000 vengeful spirits climbed over one another, tearing and clawing their sharp talons, and withered bodies interlocking to form a towering pillar that blocked the descending hand. But the massive hand slammed down without hesitation. Within its palm, the vengeful spirit army crumbled rapidly. The tower dissolved even faster than the hand descended.
As expected of a nascent soul cultivator,
the vengeful spirit army had bought him. 3 seconds. Li Xiao retreated, stepping back into the blood prison of carnage right before Shu Qiuqiao's incredulous gaze. Immediately after, the blood prison sealed shut.
Li Xiao, what are you doing?
The blood prison was fixed in place. That meant even if they hid inside, once Li Xiao's true qi was exhausted and the blood prison vanished, they would still be trapped like fish in a barrel.
With my early nascent soul cultivation, the radius of the blood prison I release is about 1 kilometer.
Li Xiao gasped for breath, his face ashen. It was clear that forcibly commanding the vengeful spirit army had placed an immense burden on him.
A radius of 1 kilometer means an area of 14 million square meters. If I alter the shape of my domain...
As he spoke, Li Xiao swept his hands, and the entire domain rumbled under his command. The scene before them stretched infinitely into the distance, while the space on either side rapidly contracted.
I can forge a runway 1 meter wide and 3,000 li long. His aura vanished. An intriguing little thing.
The nascent soul old monster scanned the ground left and right, a faint smile of surprise spreading across his face. How far could this little thing run? What method had he used to escape? He had even managed to block his mark. Could it be a secret art of the spatial path? No matter. Once I find you, all your secrets will be mine. With that thought, the nascent soul old monster sat down, leisurely confident. He didn't believe the little thing could sustain a spatial secret art for long. Even if he fled 3,000 li away, it would take him only a few breaths to catch up. Just then, the nascent soul old monster suddenly felt a chill run through him, a bone-piercing cold. This sensation. This familiar sensation.
Killing intent.
He sprang up, like a startled fledgling, glancing around only to see a young cultivator in a black Taoist robe floating in midair, silently watching him.
You?
Such terrifying killing intent. What was his cultivation level? Nascent soul peak. Just mere nascent soul peak. The nascent soul old monster felt deeply insulted. To be frightened by a mere nascent soul peak cultivator, what in the world was happening today? Then he heard the young man say coldly,
You state your name. Peach Blossom Temple Fengzi.
Fengzi smiled and cupped his hands.
Is there something you need?
The nascent soul old monster nodded, but inwardly, he was eager to strike swiftly and kill this insolent nascent soul cultivator.
Nothing major. It's just that you just bullied my disciple, so I've come to seek justice.
Fengzi still smiled, his courtesy seemingly flawless, but his words were exceptionally sharp.
Oh, you seek justice. With you.
The nascent soul old monster laughed in fury. Fine, fine. Today an early nascent soul cultivator had dared to think he could escape from him, and now another nascent soul cultivator was coming to cause trouble. Did they truly not regard nascent soul cultivators as grand masters?
Yes, with me.
Fengzi smiled and nodded, drawing a long sword from his sleeve.
Did I escape?
Li Xia tumbled out of the blood prison gasping for breath. Trembling, he pulled a bottle of spirit chi pills from his bosom and poured them into his mouth. This was truly the greatest setback he had faced since embarking on his path. His true chi was depleted. Just forcibly expanding the blood prison and summoning 3,000 vengeful spirits had been a heavy toll. And then he had to forcibly reshape the blood prison and flee 1,000 li within it. He hadn't even made it 3,000 li had collapsed halfway due to true chi exhaustion.
Damn it! Nascent soul old monster. Your clan. Just you wait. If I ever ascend to that realm, I will bathe your entire clan in blood.
As he spoke, Li Xia coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the old monster hadn't given hard pursuit. If he had been even slightly more cautious, escape would have been impossible.
Huff.
After a moment of silence, Li Xia slowly rose. Now was not the time to rest. A bit of true chi had recovered. He had to keep fleeing immediately. Over 1,000 li might be significant for a nascent soul cultivator, but for a nascent soul cultivator, it was likely just a short distance. Just as Li Xia struggled to his feet, his entire body stiffened. He slowly looked up to see an old Taoist with white hair and beard standing right before him.
Has he already caught up?
Li Xia gave a bitter smile, forced himself upright, and drew his long sword from his waist. Now there was no other path but to fight to the death. Yet after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. He looked more closely and was startled. Where had this old monster's injuries come from? At a single glance, it was evident that the white robe the ancient monster wore had been freshly changed, yet beneath it wounds that could not be concealed still lurked. Not only that, but one of his sleeves fluttered in the wind, the arm beneath it having vanished without a trace. Though Li Xia had no idea how this nascent soul old fiend had sustained such grievous injuries, he knew that even in his weakened state, victory was beyond his grasp.
Is there any other way to escape?
Li Xia slowly slipped a hand into his storage pouch. Even the token that could resolve all problems, he was uncertain whether he could activate it.
Remember this.
Just then, the nascent soul old fiend suddenly spoke, his words startling Li Xia, causing even the hand reaching into the storage pouch to pause.
My name is Zhao Tyrant of the Zhao clan in Zhuozhou. Should you one day truly possess the strength to seek vengeance, then come as you will.
Having spoken, he paid no heed to whether Li Xia understood, and with a clean, decisive wave of his hand, Li Xia felt a heavy blow to his head, and darkness instantly swallowed his vision.
What did he mean by that?
Before losing consciousness, Li Xia pondered.
I have done as you commanded.
Above the sky, Zhao Tyrant could no longer conceal his decline, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Good. You have saved your life.
The man nodded, speaking thus.
My head aches so.
Shu Qiuqiao slowly stirred awake, feeling an indescribable pain throughout her body. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself inexplicably inside a thatched cottage.
You're awake.
A man dressed like a physician was washing a cloth in his hands. He rose and fetched a bowl of herbal medicine.
You are severely wounded, your body utterly drained. Though I know not how you came by such injuries, this medicine should benefit you. Many thanks.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded weakly. Taking the wooden bowl, she saw it contained mere mortal medicine. Glancing up at the physician, she confirmed he was but an ordinary mortal. Seeing this, Shu Qiuqiao could not help but shake her head with a bitter smile.
I'm sorry, but this medicine is likely useless for me. I appreciate your kindness.
Useless. The physician was taken aback, then looked her over from head to toe, asking incredulously.
It shouldn't be useless unless. Could it be that you are an immortal? Not quite an immortal, merely someone with a bit of cultivation. Common mortal remedies no longer work on me.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head helplessly, handed back the medicine, then retrieved 2 pills from her storage pouch and swallowed them. As the pills dissolved in her stomach, she finally felt some relief.
What's wrong?
She suddenly looked up at the flustered physician.
Nothing. I just never imagined I'd actually encounter an immortal while gathering herbs. It's truly.
The physician took a deep breath and said,
I feel as though I've stepped into a storybook tale. It's not quite that dramatic.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head with a wry smile, only then realizing that ever since she arrived in this world, she had possessed cultivation, and had never once roamed the mortal realm. Thus, she truly had no idea how mortals reacted when facing cultivators.
Give him something.
Li Xia's voice suddenly echoed in her mind.
Ah, Li Xia, you're still alive. I thought you'd be unconscious for a while again.
Shu Qiuqiao explained in surprise.
It's not that serious, but my mental energy is indeed exhausted. I'll need to rest for a time.
Li Xia shook his head, then said,
Give this physician something. A cultivation technique, some pills, anything. Huh? Have you changed your ways?
Shu Qiuqiao was astonished. Normally Li Xia's reaction would be to assume the man had ill intentions in rescuing them, and simply cut him down with a sword.
It's not that I've changed. I just calculated. He truly saved our lives, forging a karmic debt too great to ignore. And it cannot be evaded by switching souls. I mean, give him some benefits to settle this karma, and then it's done.
Li Xia's voice was exceedingly weary, as if he would fall asleep at any moment.
Oh.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded, half understanding, and retrieved a cultivation manual from her sleeve.
You saved me, this debt must be repaid. Take this manual. If fortune favors you, perhaps you too may one day tread the path of immortality.
As she spoke, she grasped the physician's wrist, her true chi probing through his body, clearing the meridians that had become blocked with age.
Your bone structure is passable. Immortal, what are you?
The physician was flattered.
Merely repaying a kindness.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head. For some reason, perhaps due to her depleted state, she too felt a wave of fatigue.
What I did does not deserve such reward from an immortal.
The physician looked at the manual at his hands, hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said,
I have heard that there are disputes among immortals, so I wish to warn you this area is under the jurisdiction of the Peach Immortal sect. If you have any grievances with the immortals here, perhaps you should.
He trailed off, afraid to continue.
Peach Immortal sect? Li Xia, do you have any feud with them?
Shu Qiuqiao quickly asked in her mind.
No. That old fiend was from the Zhao clan of Zhuizhou.
Li Xia's voice grew hazy, and after speaking it seemed he had fallen into a deep slumber with no further sound.
Hey, don't sleep. How long will you be out this time? Li Xia, wake up!
In this unfamiliar place, Shu Qiuqiao was honestly a little panicked.
3 days.
Finally, Li Xia transmitted only these words.
You? Fine, at least it's not too long.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed. She intended to pack up and leave quickly, hiding in a place without cultivators for a few days of peace. But just as she got out of bed, she heard a puzzled voice from outside.
A ripple of true chi. Which cultivator is here? Li Xia, you really picked a terrible time to sleep.
Shu Qiuqiao smiled bitterly. What should she do? Report to the Peach Blossom Temple. But then again, had she already betrayed the Peach Blossom Temple? Speaking of which, where was this place? The Peach Blossom Temple, a sect within the Great Xia Kingdom, hardly held any influence out here, did it? In the end, Shu Qiuqiao sighed and instructed the physician to leave through the side door first. She cupped her hands toward the door and said, I am but a wandering cultivator. I made a mistake while cultivating and was accidentally found by the villagers here. I have no intention of trespassing on your esteemed sect's territory. I shall take my leave now, and I hope you will not hold it against me. I see. The person outside nodded, and then said, Young friend, there is no need for such formality. Our Peach Immortal sect has always been hospitable, and would not blame anyone for such a trivial matter. If you require it, you are welcome to recuperate at our sect. However, would you be willing to open the door and speak face to face? This door was not protected by any formation. It could not even block the cold wind or ordinary beasts, let alone a cultivator's spiritual sense. The person outside had been so courteous as to ask for permission even to open a broken wooden door. Having shown such respect, Shu Qiuqiao found it difficult to refuse. She raised her hand and opened the door before her. Upon opening the door, what met her eyes was a young cultivator dressed in a peach-red Taoist robe. His face was serene and warm, his brows exuding a purity and calmness untouched by the passage of time. His eyes were deep, as clear and transparent as a lake, seeming capable of washing away the dust from one's heart. His face was slightly youthful, yet his gentle smile revealed a composed and steady temperament. He wore a peach-red Taoist robe, light and ethereal, seeming to flutter even without wind. The color of the robe was not heavy, but rather a soft, elegant shade, giving a feeling as warm as spring and as smooth as jade. The attire was simple and unadorned, without complex decorations save for a faint gold trim on the hem that created a soft contrast with the robe. Oh, what a pleasing sight! A handsome, righteous cultivator. No, Shu Qiuqiao, this is a matter of life and death. What are you thinking? Shu Qiuqiao quickly composed herself and, maintaining her decorum, bowed and said, "There is no need for me to recuperate at your esteemed sect. I have no serious injuries requiring care. As long as your sect does not hold it against me, I will take my leave now." Don't be in such a hurry to leave. While Shu Qiuqiao was observing the newcomer, the young cultivator was also studying her. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Her true chi was completely free of bloodlust, and her soul bore not a trace of killing intent. To be so pure, she must have rarely even harbored murderous thoughts toward others, right? Among all the cultivators in the world, could there really be someone like this? And judging by the technique she practiced, it was certainly not one from any major sect or family. If she had a master's special protection, it might be possible to cultivate such purity, but from the look of her, she had no elder shielding her. All things considered, she could only be a naturally kind soul, incredibly fortunate, and rarely caught in disputes, thus achieving such cultivation. If Shu Qiuqiao knew what he was thinking, she could only helplessly lament. It wasn't that she had a master protecting her from killing. It was that she had a roommate steeped in bloodshed, who had taken all the killing upon herself. Unfortunately, she did not know this. Being called out suddenly, she felt her whole body stiffen. "Is there something else, fellow Taoist?" The young cultivator paused for a moment, then looked down at himself and chuckled. "Ah, I forgot. A cultivator with such a pure cultivation as yours probably wouldn't know the art of seeing through disguises." "Huh?" Shu Qiuqiao was startled, and then she felt an overwhelming aura suddenly burst forth from the young man before her. "Why, you?" Shu Qiuqiao stammered in terror. This familiar feeling, she had experienced it not long ago while inside Li Xiao's body. This was a nascent soul cultivator, and he seemed even stronger than the one surnamed Zhao she had encountered before. Much stronger. "Oh my, did I frighten you?" The young cultivator smiled and extended a hand toward Shu Qiuqiao. "Would you be willing to become my disciple? Can I refuse?" Shu Qiuqiao looked at his slender, long-fingered hand and silently stepped back half a pace. Do all you old monsters at the nascent soul stage just snatch disciples by force? Sitting on the cloud, Shu Qiuqiao sighed. How can you call your future master an old monster? And among nascent soul cultivators, I am considered quite young. The young cultivator turned back to look at Shu Qiuqiao with a smile, his heart growing fonder. Such a good child in this world. What a treasure he had found. So why must you take me as your disciple? Shu Qiuqiao sighed helplessly. Our Peach Immortal sect practices the path of tranquility and purity. Beyond that, we cultivate a heart of benevolence toward all living beings. Heaven nurtures all things to sustain humanity, yet humans have nothing to offer in return. At the very least, we can treat other sentient beings with kindness. Thus, during cultivation, the fewer blood debts one bears, the purer the soul, and the faster one progresses. But the path of immortality is long, and to ascend competition is inevitable. Once one competes, the soul loses its purity. The young cultivator sighed. So although the techniques of our Peach Immortal sect far surpass many demonic arts that seek only speed, the immense restrictions have made it impossible to find a suitable successor. He looked at Shu Qiuqiao. Until I met you. You are truly a person born for the cultivation of our Peach Immortal sect. Since you are a wandering cultivator, why not join us? Can I refuse? If you saw my dear demonic roommate take over, wouldn't you just kill me on the spot? Obviously not. The young cultivator narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. Just then, as the clouds before them parted, a sweet fragrance of peach blossoms filled Shu Qiuqiao's heart. She looked up and saw a stretch of peach trees in full bloom cascading along the mountain. Welcome to the Peach Immortal sect. The young cultivator's eyes crinkled with joy as he gazed at the scene. By the way, my name is Tao Yu, but most people prefer to call me the Jeju Divine Lord.
Have you heard? The sect leader has brought back a personal disciple. Really? Didn't the sect leader swear off taking any more personal disciples after the last one fell to the demonic path? Indeed, I thought that senior sister would be the closest to becoming a personal disciple. Yet the sect leader suddenly brought one back. Yes, yes.
Amidst the murmurs in a corner behind the crowd, a female cultivator was furiously tearing at the sleeves of her peach-colored robe, her delicate face twisted with jealousy.
Why? Senior sister, what are you doing here?
A disciple passing by greeted her.
Junior brother Tao Feng, long time no see. Is there something you need?
The female cultivator instantly stopped her actions, her exquisite face adorned with a perfectly appropriate smile. Tao Feng felt his heart skip a beat at the sight of her face and smile.
Nothing. I just thought the master summoned all the outer disciples, and I wondered why senior sister Yuqin was still here.
Tao Feng scratched his head, replying a bit sheepishly.
Oh, I was just about to go. Thank you for your concern.
While Yuqin smiled, faintly nodded to Tao Feng, and then flew towards the mountain peak.
Senior sister Yuqin is truly beautiful.
Watching Hua Yuqin depart, Tao Feng murmured to himself.
Is everyone here?
Tao Yu entered the hall from the main gate, casting a deliberate glance at Hua Yuqin seated at the head of the disciples. She was the one he had once deemed most likely to inherit the Peach Immortal sect. What a pity.
I presume you all know why I summoned you here.
Seated in the prime position, Tao Yu surveyed the room and asked.
Mom.
Everyone nodded.
In that case, Shu Qiuqiao, come forth.
As Tao Yu's words fell, Shu Qiuqiao, clad in the distinctive peach-colored robe of the Peach Immortal sect, slowly stepped into the disciples' view. The peach-colored hem swept softly over the bluestone path, like peach blossom petals drifting gently in a spring breeze, stirring the heartstrings of everyone present. The robe was exquisitely crafted, every stitch fitting perfectly, lightly embracing her figure, accentuating her light grace. In an instant, the countless peach blossoms seemed to pale, all eyes drawn irresistibly to Shu Qiuqiao. Her face was elegantly refined, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. A single smile made flowers bloom, revealing neither sharpness nor lacking in heroic spirit. The peach-colored robe shimmered with a soft luster in the sunlight, making her appear like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting impossible to look away from. Previously, most believed the most handsome man under heaven was none other than Tao Yu, and the most beautiful woman Hua Yuqin. But now, under the radiance of Shu Qiuqiao, Hua Yuqin was reduced from the fairest peach blossom in the mountains to a mere wildflower on the ground.
A beauty so exquisite it blurs the line between genders.
A disciple exclaimed.
Are you praising me?
Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
Why does it sound like someone is grinding their teeth?
Another disciple suddenly remarked.
I don't know, you must have misheard.
Hua Yuqin smiled, lips sealed, perfectly concealing the back teeth she had just ground to dust.
Still feeling a bit uneasy.
Returning to her cave-dwelling, Shu Qiuqiao replayed the day's encounters in her mind. The most notable figure was that Hua Yuqin, who seemed far from easy to deal with. If she had to describe it, she resembled a venomous female supporting character from a female-oriented web novel.
Forget it, I'll set these thoughts aside for now.
It's not like I can kill her anyway. Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, raised her hand, and summoned the cultivation technique given to her today by Jade Pendant Divine Lord. A cultivation method and 12 spells. This was the Peach Immortal sect's forbidden art. However, though it was a forbidden art, while the spells were extremely swift to cultivate, the entry was exceedingly difficult, coupled with numerous restrictions. Whether anyone would actually be willing to practice it if it were made public was another matter. But for Shu Qiuqiao, this should be one of the most suitable techniques.
Let me see.
Shu Qiuqiao pressed the jade slip to her brow, a hint of doubt lingering in her heart. When he gave her this technique, Jade Pendant Divine Lord had repeatedly cautioned that the entry was extremely arduous. Even he at the Golden Core stage had taken a full year to achieve initial mastery. Thus he urged her not to be discouraged if she couldn't grasp it immediately, and assured her that the technique's benefits would far outweigh the cost of entry.
Just how difficult is this technique that even a Divine Lord at the nascent soul stage finds it so challenging?
Shu Qiuqiao silently sank her consciousness, recorded the technique's contents in her mind, and then attempted to circulate her true qi.
Done.
So easy. It only took 20 breaths. It's even simpler than the technique I got from Shadow Charm. Could it be a fake? Shu Qiuqiao paused, then tried circulating her true qi once more. Visibly, after one full cycle, the two nascent souls within her body suddenly expanded several times over. If her true qi reserves had previously barely surpassed the mid-nascent soul stage, after this cycle her reserves could rival those of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Only a gap in quality remained.
So powerful!
How could it be this strong? What divine technique is this? Is this really something I can obtain without paying any price? Suddenly Shu Qiuqiao sensed a disturbance at the formation guarding her cave dwelling. She withdrew her true qi, quickly reached the entrance, and opened the door. There before her cave dwelling was a scene of blood and gore, as if someone had evenly smeared a layer of black dog blood.
Seriously, who did this? Such a low-class move, like an elementary school student.
After tidying up the entrance of her cave dwelling, Shu Qiuqiao, adhering to the principle of bowing one's head, went under another's roof, silently returned inside, and retrieved the 12 accompanying spells. These 12 spells bore distinct characteristics of the Peach Immortal sect, with only 2 being offensive in nature, one focused on sealing enemies, and the other a sword technique for parrying. Shu Qiuqiao naturally couldn't fathom these. Her primary interest lay in the evasion technique among them.
The Flower Shadow Evasion Art.
This was an evasion technique primarily based on illusion supplemented by escape. When executed, it conjured countless petals dancing around, which were actually manifestations of illusion. It was said that when mastered to its peak, foes entering the realm of drifting petals would lose all sense of direction, even confusing front and back, left and right. Moreover, the caster could transform their entire body into petals to evade attacks, leaning more toward prolonged combat than mere escape.
I've mastered it.
After a simple attempt, Shu Qiuqiao nodded in satisfaction. This trip had indeed yielded rewards. With this, her life security gained another layer. Yet she still felt something was lacking. Shu Qiuqiao stroked her chin, pondering over the evasion techniques she had cultivated so far. The basic 5 elements evasion needed no mention. Though simple and crude, it was hardly worth boasting about. Then there was the Wind Walk Step, an evasion technique from Taoyuan Temple, which harnessed air currents to achieve remarkable speed. Yet inexplicably she always got caught. Additionally, the Shadow Evasion from the Shadow Demon Sect's technique was better for stealth, and at its pinnacle it supposedly allowed leaping between shadows. Fast. It should be fast, right?
If I could combine all these evasion techniques, wouldn't I be invincible?
Shu Qiuqiao's eyes suddenly lit up as she stood up, cleared a small space in the cave, and began executing the Flower Shadow Evasion art. Instantly, peach-colored petals fluttered within the cave, creating a scene so picturesque one might mistake it for a paradise rather than a cultivator's abode.
The shadows cast by these petals from the Flower Shadow Evasion art, could they also count as shadows?
With a thought, Shu Qiuqiao merged the qi circulation paths of the Flower Shadow Evasion art with those of the Shadow Evasion. This operation, seemingly impossible and almost certain to induce qi deviation in others, flowed like water in Shu Qiuqiao's hands. Taking a step forward, her form dissolved into a shadow that melted away. As a peach blossom drifted slowly through the air and landed, she emerged from the minuscule shadow beneath the petal. If a shadow demon witnessed this, its jaw would likely drop. Shadow evasion had its limitations. Most practitioners entered shadows roughly their own size. Without shadows, they would form a shadow equal to their own figure on the ground. Who could possibly squeeze into a shadow the size of a petal? This was beyond imagination. After emerging from the shadow, Shu Qiuqiao remained dissatisfied. Even with the wind walk step manipulating the petals to fly at extreme speeds to accelerate her evasion, it still felt too slow. The nascent soul-old monster she encountered earlier flew so fast this speed would never outrun him. It left her utterly insecure.
What exactly is lacking?
Shu Qiuqiao pondered silently, her mind swiftly reviewing all the evasion techniques she had seen over the years. The three most outstanding were likely the blood escape of the blood demon, the blood mist evasion Li Xia had once used, and the wind thunder wings of Azure Thunder true person. Though she understood the principle of blood escape, it looked too painful for her to use. As for the blood mist evasion, she had no blood mist. Shu Qiuqiao suddenly looked up at the notice with her petals she had summoned, her eyes gleaming. No, these petals were illusions. If she made them extremely minute, wouldn't they become equivalent to a blood mist? With a wave of her small hand, the drifting petals began to rapidly divide. In no time, what filled the entire cave was no longer petals, but a peach-red mist.
It can simultaneously achieve the effects of both the flower shadow evasion art and the blood mist evasion.
If enemies entered this mist, they would lose their senses, just like with the flower shadow evasion art, and more than that. Shu Qiuqiao stepped into the mist, and with her second step, she had already reached the other side.
I can freely teleport within this mist, and at a speed akin to instantaneous movement. If the enemy thinks he'll waste time with her in this mist.
Shu Qiuqiao glanced toward the entrance, a sly smile curling at her lips. Then a peach petal shot out of the mist, carried by the wind at a speed that would be hard for even an ordinary cultivator to match. Her form melted into a shadow the moment the petal flew out, vanishing along with the shadow beneath the petal.
I refuse to believe anyone can catch me now.
Shu Qiuqiao laughed, only for the petal to collide with something and stop.
Huh? That's not right. Didn't I manipulate the formation to open the cave? And my formation shouldn't block me.
Confused, she emerged from the shadow beneath the petal and checked the formation. To her surprise, at some point, a small mountain had completely sealed the entrance of her cave, leaving not even a crack.
How is this any different from a school kid throwing someone's desk out the window? Wait, which brat snuck into this sect?
Elsewhere.
Senior Sister Yuqin, is this really okay? She's a nascent soul cultivator, and am only a golden core, if I somehow.
A female disciple asked with concern.
No worries. The master took her in precisely because she bears no karma of slaughter, and is aloof from worldly affairs.
Hua Yuqin comforted her junior sister with a smile.
See, we're not really trying to make things hard for her. The master's attitude made me curious, so I wanted to test if she's truly as good as the master says. Don't worry. If anything happens, he'll protect you. Ah, what a troublesome matter.
Shu Qiuqiao looked at the rocks blocking the path, feeling a bit vexed. How to dismantle them? Use magic. She didn't know how.
Forget it.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head, deftly opened her storage pouch, found the one hidden deep within, bypassed the few remaining red bullets beside it, and opened yet another pouch inside. Then she pushed aside the thunderfire pearls piled in that pouch, retrieved another one, rummaged through it, took out a lump of something like plasticine, and tore off a piece.
I suppose this is how it's used.
Shu Qiuqiao tried sticking that lump onto the boulder, inserted a detonator into it, stepped back a few paces, erected a protective barrier, and pressed a switch.
Boom!
With a deafening explosion, the obstructing rock shattered into pieces, scattering rubble everywhere.
First day without Li Xia. I miss him.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head and stowed the remote back into her storage pouch. As she fumbled around, she suddenly shuddered. Wait, why is there something soft and warm in my pouch? And it's moving. As if alive. Hold on, alive. Shadow demon.
I completely forgot about her.
Shu Qiuqiao hastily sealed her cave dwelling and added 2 more layers of formations. Good heavens, this was a standard demonic saintess. If anyone saw her, she'd be executed on the spot. Only after setting everything up did she dare to pull out the shadow demon. She looked around and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness she's still breathing.
Shu Qiuqiao lifted her robe, flinched at the gruesome wound, and quickly took out a small jade bottle to evenly spread the medicinal liquid over it. Then she poured out a few spirit pills and fed them to the shadow demon. Seeing her gradually recover, she relaxed.
That was close. She almost died in the storage pouch.
She inexplicably recalled a hamster she had stuffed in her pocket as a child and forgotten about. By the time she remembered, it had become a flat little hamster. She transferred some true chi to the shadow demon. After a long while, the shadow demon slowly awoke. The first thing she saw was Shu Qiuqiao's worried face beside her.
You? I knew you wouldn't abandon me.
As soon as the shadow demon saw Shu Qiuqiao and realized she was in a safe place, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her face was full of gratitude.
To be honest, Li Xiao almost left you with that pile of corpses.
Shu Qiuqiao gave a bitter smile and then briefly explained the current situation. At the mention of the Peach Immortal sect, the shadow demon nearly sat up straight.
Huh? What's wrong? You joined the Peach Immortal sect?
The shadow demon was astonished.
Yeah, the Jade Pendant Divine Lord insisted on taking me as a disciple.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded helplessly.
This. What's wrong?
Seeing the shadow demon's reaction, Shu Qiuqiao was taken aback.
It's like this: the Peach Immortal sect is divided into inner and outer branches. The outer branch focuses on pure cultivation, abstaining from killing, and advances at lightning speed. I know that.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Indeed, it was lightning fast. She had never seen a cultivation method that progressed so quickly. Originally, she had to spend a third of her free time on cultivation, but now, with this speed, using only a tenth of her time each day far exceeded her expected progress.
But you don't know about the inner branch.
At those words, the shadow demon shuddered.
The inner branch believes that killing evildoers is great merit. Killing one evil person surpasses 10 years of pure cultivation. Thus, they are all ruthless individuals. No demonic sects dare approach the Peach Immortal sect because those who do die a miserable death.
Hearing this, Shu Qiuqiao fell silent.
Damn. What will happen when Li Xiao comes out?
She was doing fine here except for a troublesome elementary school student. But once Li Xiao emerged, his overwhelming bloodlust would make him worse than any villain. Wouldn't he be hunted down by the entire sect immediately?
No, this place is not safe. Shadow Demon, get back into my storage pouch.
As she spoke, Shu Qiuqiao pulled out a storage pouch, and the shadow demon immediately dove in. Shu Qiuqiao quickly tucked that pouch into another pouch, which was inside another pouch, which was inside another pouch. She finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Just then a gentle voice came from outside the door.
Disciple, are you there?
Shu Qiuqiao was startled. Just as she feared. Why did Jade Pendant Divine Lord always show up at the worst possible time in the worst possible place? As she stepped out, she saw Tao Yu frowning as he examined the door of her cave dwelling.
Disciple, who did this? I don't know.
Shu Qiuqiao shook her head.
Such crude methods. Probably the work of some newly initiated Foundation establishment disciple. Never mind, it should be fine. I came to see if you're having any trouble with the cultivation method.
Jade Pendant Divine Lord shook his head slightly and said,
I know this method is difficult to start, but don't be discouraged. You can ask me anything. Mid-sentence, Jade Pendant Divine Lord suddenly paused. Shu Qiuqiao's true chi was not too concealed at the moment, and it was noticeably higher than when she had left him.
Moreover, the familiar fluctuations of true chi confirmed it unmistakably.
You've already mastered it.
Jade Pendant Divine Lord was astounded.
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded sheepishly. To be honest, it was quite easy. She didn't understand why it took him so long. It was a bit awkward.
You. Just as Shu Qiuqiao expected some earth-shattering words, Jade Pendant Divine Lord suddenly threw his head back and laughed.
Excellent.
Excellent, ha 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 ha. The Peach Immortal sect has a worthy successor. Good. Truly excellent.
Jade Pendant Divine Lord clapped Shu Qiuqiao on the shoulder so hard that it stung and said,
Since that's the case, you don't need my guidance. I have nothing else to give you. Take these pills. Come for more when you run out.
Shu Qiuqiao took the storage pouch in a daze, opened it, and was surprised. This was not just a handful of pills, it was a veritable mountain of them. Within the storage pouch, spiritual herbs and pills were piled high, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. The spiritual herbs were bountiful and diverse in shape and color, some as crystalline as congealed jade, others as ethereal and elegant as drifting lotus incense. The pills gleamed with vibrant hues, each one plump and radiant, shimmering like stars scattered across the night sky. It was evident that even a divine transformation sovereign would have exhausted great effort to gather such a wealth of treasures.
But I cannot accept this.
Shu Qiuqiao ultimately shook her head. It was not that she was being difficult. If she were truly going to cultivate within this sect, she might have taken them. But she had already resolved to leave this sect as soon as possible, and thus she simply could not accept these pills.
You mean to say that you are destined to leave this place, so you cannot accept these pills, is that it?
Shu Qiuqiao started jerking her head up to find jade pendant divine sovereign smiling with a warmth like polished jade, his expression unchanging even as he spoke these words.
This.
Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, you've really brought the conversation to a dead end.
It is of no matter. I know that with your talent this eastern continent cannot confine you.
Jade pendant divine sovereign nodded.
I only wish to pass down this cultivation art. Promise me only that you will not let the peach immortal sex, peach origin immortal breathing technique die out.
Shu Qiuqiao did not know what to say for a moment, and could only nod dazedly.
In that case, I shall take my leave.
Jade pendant divine sovereign left these words behind, and bid farewell, departing. Only Shu Qiuqiao remained standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Oh no! This handsome man might actually be a good person after all.
As senior sister Shu.
As Shu Qiuqiao was lost in thought, a disciple suddenly approached. First she stared dreamily at Jade pendant divine sovereign's retreating figure, then turned to Shu Qiuqiao.
Shuangyue once heard from senior brothers that senior sister Shu was as beautiful as a celestial, and I didn't believe it. But now that I see you, I realize your beauty surpasses their descriptions 10,000-fold. It's not really that good.
Shu Qiuqiao scratched her head awkwardly. Being praised by a girl made her happy. Not that happy, really.
Has senior sister Shu already reached the nascent soul stage?
Shuangyue pressed further. Isn't it obvious? I haven't been hiding my cultivation level at all.
Could you take us to the secret realm?
Shuangyue quickly said.
Secret realm?
This time Shu Qiuqiao was stunned. What was a secret realm? Something like the spirit vein she had visited last time. She truly heard this term for the first time. It sounded novel.
Does senior sister Shu not know about the secret realm?
Shuangyue's face stiffened and her lips twitched as if muttering something like country bumpkin. Then she quickly put on a fawning smile.
It's like this: recently an ancient ruin-turned secret realm appeared near the sect, about 3,000 years old. Many senior brothers and sisters go there to seek treasures and herbs, but due to the restrictions one must be led by a nascent soul cultivator to enter.
As she spoke she displayed her cultivation level, early golden core stage, still a world away from nascent soul.
Aside from some formations and restrictions, there are only a few demonic beasts in that secret realm. Could you take us inside? We've been really tight on resources lately, barely able to sustain our cultivation. Oh, I see.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded. Indeed, most outer disciples were probably short on resources, as cultivation was a resource-intensive endeavor. With that thought, she rummaged through her storage pouch and pulled out over a dozen bottles of pills.
These are some I refined while practicing. They're of decent quality. I have no use for them, so why not give them to you? That way, you won't have to risk going to the secret realm.
Seeing these dozen bottles of pills, Shuangyue was stunned. Seriously? Why aren't you playing by the rules? Noticing Shuangyue's frozen expression, Shu Qiuqiao thought she was dissatisfied with the quantity and showed a hint of apology.
I was too hasty. These dozen bottles might last a golden core cultivator 2 years, but for so many of you, though I don't know the exact number, it's surely not enough to share.
As she spoke, she pulled out another storage pouch in front of the shocked junior sister, shaking it until jade bottles clinked and piled into a small mountain before her. Li Xiao loved tinkering with pills in his spare time. These were all golden core stage pills. Keeping them would be a waste, and selling them. He truly feared that someone might eat something strange from them and come back for revenge. It was better to do a favor here, as a trivial repayment of the kindness from Jade Pendant Divine Sovereign.
Thighs. This.
Shuangyue felt her mouth go out of control. Even a golden core cultivator began to stutter. This entire small mountain consisted of top-grade pills. Regardless of the herbs used in their refinement, even the technique alone showed they were not the work of an ordinary alchemist. The pills were perfectly round and lustrous, each bearing 1 or 2 pill patterns. Even the disciples specializing in alchemy in the pill refining hall could hardly produce such a large quantity of high-quality pills at once.
Still not enough.
Shu Qiuqiao wondered. Did golden core cultivators need that many resources? Or were there actually many of them?
Enough.
Shuangyue fell to her knees, with a thud clutching Shu Qiuqiao's thigh.
From now on, Shuangyue will be Senior Sister Shu's dog. Whatever Senior Sister says, I will obey. I'd go through fire and water without hesitation. Please get up.
Shu Qiuqiao said helplessly.
No, I won't. Thinking that I was manipulated into harming someone like you, I wish I could shatter my own knees.
Shuangyue spoke with tears and snot streaming down her face.
Huh?
Who wants to harm me?
It's like this.
Shuangyue straightened up, wiped her tears, and said,
Shuangyue was originally instructed by that wretch Hua Yuqin to trick you into going to.
Earlier.
TSK. Not even getting angry.
Hua Yuqin gritted her teeth slightly. Her intention was to create obstacles for this new senior sister, gradually pushing her to retaliate. One must know that the Peach Immortal sex cultivation method prioritizes a pure Dao. Hard harboring resentment naturally prevents one from cultivating in tranquility. On the other hand, if she were to injure someone, that would be even better. She would not only help her hurt others, but also find a way to accidentally cause a death. Then with this senior sister Shu Qiuqiao stained by the sin of killing, let's see if she still qualifies to be a direct disciple of the Peach Immortal sect. Who would have thought that this Shu Qiuqiao, upon witnessing such disgusting acts, wouldn't show even a hint of anger, and instead seemed somewhat bored? If Shu Qiuqiao knew her thoughts, she would surely sigh. Of course your methods are like those of a grade schooler. After all, she had read thousands of web novels targeted at women. I've seen more ways to pick a fight than you've had meals. Seeing that this plan failed, Hua Yuqin devised another to have her underling invite Shu Qiuqiao to a nearby secret realm where a conflict would be incited and someone would conveniently go missing. Then wouldn't this blame be squarely pinned on Shu Qiuqiao, who knew that the underling she said to extend the invitation simply never returned?
What sorcery did that Shu Qiuqiao use?
Hua Yuqin stomped her foot in frustration, only to hear a voice behind her.
No sorcery at all, just throwing money at the problem.
Hua Yuqin whirled around, but saw a petal drifting down behind her. In the blink of an eye, Shu Qiuqiao had already appeared at her back.
Senior Sister Shu Qiuqiao, what a coincidence.
Hua Yuqin took a step back, then, as if remembering something, steadied herself and looked at Shu Qiuqiao with composure.
Indeed it is. I wonder what Junior Sister Yuqin is doing here.
Shu Qiuqiao smiled.
What does it matter to you, Senior Sister, what I'm doing here?
Who would have thought that the previously timid Hua Yuqin would suddenly wear a composed smile? This in turn left Shu Qiuqiao a bit bewildered.
What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, Senior Sister.
Hua Yuqin stepped forward, leaning close to Shu Qiuqiao until their faces were almost touching, as if about to kiss.
What other schemes do you have in store for me?
Shu Qiuqiao frowned.
No schemes. Since you know Senior Sister, then kill me.
Hua Yuqin reached out and patted Shu Qiuqiao's chest, snorting.
So flat.
Seriously, why the personal attacks? Do you really think I wouldn't? Well? Then Hua Yuqin continued.
Senior Sister, your soul is pure, untainted by killing. That's why Master brought you back.
As she spoke, she lifted her head, her clear eyes carrying a sharp gaze.
If you lay a hand on me, I wonder if Master would still dote on you so much. Huff. Truly, there's a limit to forbearance.
Shu Qiuqiao took a deep breath.
What can't take it? Then strike me. How dare you? Ah.
A crisp sound rang out as Shu Qiuqiao raised her hand and slapped Hua Yuqin across the face. Hua Yuqin felt a tremendous force. Even if Shu Qiuqiao didn't know how to strengthen her physical body, her nascent soul stage physique was far beyond that of a mere golden core peak cultivator. Hua Yuqin spun through the air, her peach-colored dress blooming like a flower before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before stopping.
How dare you? What do I have to fear?
Shu Qiuqiao stepped forward and planted her foot on Hua Yuqin, pinning her to the ground. The delicate face met the dirt, provoking another scream from Hua Yuqin.
Aren't you afraid Master will expel you from the sect? Afraid?
Shu Qiuqiao leaned down and whispered in Hua Yuqin's ear.
With my spiritual root and talent, even if I hung you from the main hall's gate, Master would only say a thief broke in and express their deep condolences. What do I have to fear?
Wait, why am I starting to sound like Li Xia? Shu Qiuqiao felt that such lines didn't seem like they should come from her mouth. Ah, Li Xia, look at what you've done. You corrupted a pure innocent flower of the motherland like me.
You. Heh?
Unexpectedly, Hua Yuqin, pinned under her foot, let out a low chuckle. What are you laughing at? Are you a masochist? Just as she was about to ask, Shu Qiuqiao heard a shocked voice behind her.
Qiuqiao, what are you doing? How could you treat Yuqin like this? TSK.
Shu Qiuqiao turned around to see several junior brothers. All of them were unranked disciples, while she was a direct disciple, approaching together.
You planned this.
Looking at the anger on the junior brothers' faces, Shu Qiuqiao asked in a low voice.
What are you saying, senior sister Shu Qiao? How could you treat Yuqin like this? She only wanted to ask for guidance on cultivation.
At that moment, Hua Yuqin began to sob, speaking between gasps, truly a pitiful sight.
Annoying. I really don't like this green tea act.
Shu Qiuqiao sighed and looked up at the crowd. They were all angry, but dared not approach, intimidated by her nascent soul cultivation. Until someone arrived and the crowd parted. The man stood with his hands behind his back, his cultivation fully displayed, exuding the aura of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. This was the leader of the disciples before Shu Qiuqiao's arrival, the so-called senior brother.
Senior brother Wei Sheng, save me!
Hua Yuqin cried.
Release her now.
Wei Sheng glanced at Hua Yuqin, frowned, and said in a low, threatening tone.
I'm done. Suddenly I miss Li Xia so much.
Shu Qiuqiao let out a long sigh. After a long sigh, facing the hostile gazes of the crowd gradually closing in on her, Shu Qiuqiao's expression turned cold, as a sneer curled at the corner of her lips.
And what if I refuse to let go? What will you all do?
Her recent experiences mingling with various cultivators alongside Li Xia had taught her that at moments like this, showing even a hint of weakness would only make them charge forward like jackals eager to devour her alive.
And if you don't let go?
Wei Sheng frowned.
Your disposition, I believe, is utterly unsuitable for cultivation within our Peach Immortal sect. If you release Hua Yuqin now, we might still allow you to roll down the mountain in disgrace. If not, do not blame me for crippling your cultivation and casting you down. Oh my, you scare me to death.
Shu Qiuqiao's expression remained unchanged, wearing an air of defiance, though inwardly she was already panicking. Oh no, I really can't beat this guy. Maybe I should just run now, but what if that old nascent soul cultivator catches me again? Damn it. Humph. Seeing Shu Qiuqiao's brazen demeanor, Wei Sheng let out a cold laugh. Several disciples immediately understood and quickly retreated a few steps as a transparent barrier-like formation rose behind them.
Your only reliance is that the master cannot stand by and watch us deal with you. But what you don't know is that we have already figured out the master's daily routine.
Wei Sheng pointed upward.
It is now 1 moment before the hour of the rooster. Every day the master meditates for 4 hours without fail. During this time his divine sense will not extend outward. And this formation we have set up can perfectly isolate all disturbances occurring within. No matter how you try to escape, you will not break free. How interesting.
Damn, is this a dead end? Am doomed. Even though her heart was on the verge of tears, Shu Qiuqiao's face still bore a cold smile, showing not a trace of panic. Seeing this, the others were somewhat at a loss. The person before them was far too composed, leaving them uncertain of her true capabilities.
I don't know why you look so confident, but it seems I have no choice but to cripple you today.
Wei Sheng spoke coldly, then drew his long sword. The sword aura carrying a chilling light rushed toward Shu Qiuqiao with a sharpness that nearly suffocated her.
Why does this always happen to me?
Shu Qiuqiao screamed in her mind. Seeing Wei Shengzhenren charging at her, she hastily formed a hand seal.
Peach Blossom Silken Shield.
The immortal energy from the Peach Blossom Immortal Breath art rapidly combined with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a gauze-like garment around Shu Qiuqiao, drifting ethereally.
What? Peach Blossom Silken Shield. How long has she had the technique? And she can already use it. And it's not just entry level, it's a major achievement.
As his sword struck the Peach Blossom Silken Shield, Wei Shengzhenren felt almost all of his force absorbed and neutralized by the seemingly delicate gauze. Though this was not his full strength strike, the shield's defensive power had not yet reached its limit.
If one strike is not enough, then 10 or 100 strikes.
Wei Shengzhenren's eyes turned cold as he brandished his long sword. In an instant the blade radiated brilliant light, stirring a gale as it moved like a swimming dragon diving into the clouds and mist. Where the sword tip pointed, sword aura rained down like a violent storm, churning waves and scattering across the void. His swordsmanship flowed like drifting clouds and running water, unfolding with unrestrained grace, unleashing a relentless barrage of fierce attacks upon Shu Qiuqiao like a raging tempest. Yet Shu Qiuqiao faced the surging fierce sword strikes with an outward calm. Peach blossoms transformed into layers of gossamer, dancing in the wake of the sword aura, splendid as a tapestry of flowers. Each peach blossom seemed to smile as it absorbed the endless sword aura, turning it into a rain of petals that dissolved Wei Shengzhenren's sword momentum one by one. A magnificent sight, like a spring peach grove in full bloom.
Break!
Wei Shengzhenren's gaze was resolute, his internal energy surging as he poured his lifelong cultivation into the sword, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to tear, emitting a sharp piercing sound. An even more formidable sword wind, sharp as a knife, cut through like a cold star, streaking across the sky, swift and relentless, as if it would rend everything in the world. Under such a full-force assault, even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The Peach Blossom Silken Shield, battered by this fierce onslaught, saw its beautiful petals torn apart by the sword wind, scattering and withering. The shield of silken robes grew thinner, dissolving inch by inch, like morning mist meeting the blazing sun, revealing its weakening state. After several exchanges, the Peach Blossom Silken Shield was riddled with flaws, no longer able to withstand Wei Shengzhenren's full-force strike as it had at the beginning. Finally it shattered with a resounding crash.
Let's see how you block this strike.
Wei Shengzhenren thrust his sword forward, but just as he was about to pierce Shu Qiuqiao, her entire form suddenly transformed into a flurry of petals drifting away on the wind.
What? Flower shadow evasion. No, it doesn't seem like it. It's a more advanced escape technique.
Wei Shengzhenren swept out several sword auras, but they dissipated into the dancing petals, merely causing them to flutter slightly. Then the drifting petals began to rapidly multiply, creating a peach-colored mist around the group in no time.
What kind of spell is this?
Wei Shengzhenren, momentarily blinded by the mist, shouted in anger.
Peach Mist Wind Shadow Step.
Shu Qiuqiao's voice came from within the mist. He slashed his sword toward the sound, but met no resistance.
A formidable technique.
Wei Shengzhenren thought to himself, silently retreating a few steps to guard against a possible ambush. Little did he know that Shu Qiuqiao was huddled in a corner of the mist, trembling in fear.
This formation really can't be broken. He was slashing so fiercely just now, it was terrifying. Sob, Xia, hurry up and come out. I really can't hold on anymore.
At this moment, aside from creating this mist to hide, Shu Qiuqiao was truly at her wit's end. She knew no offensive techniques, nor did she know which storage pouch Li Xia had packed with useful treasures. Thunderfire pearls or C4 explosives were certainly no match for a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. She was completely stuck.
I told you, why not practice some offensive arts? What's the harm? I learned them, but I can't use them.
Shu Qiuqiao retorted instinctively, then suddenly froze.
Wait, Li Xia, didn't you say you were going to sleep for 3 days? I'm asleep, not in a coma, okay? Let me see how many minutes until the hour of the rooster. 3 minutes.
Shu Qiuqiao's heart leaped with joy, only to hear Li Xia's next words.
2.
The immortal path is rugged with many stumbling stones, cultivating but a hollow name as fleeting as paper. When they dared to encroach upon my domain, stirring dust upon my ground, my sword rose and fell, staining the drifting petals with blood.
Forgive me, but I have already tolerated your provocations once. This time Eili can no longer endure your relentless aggression.
Amidst the peach-colored mist, a voice chanting poetry suddenly arose. The mist dissipated entirely, revealing the figure in a peach-hued Taoist robe before the crowd.
No longer hiding.
Wei Shengzhenren let out a cold shout.
Indeed, no longer hiding.
Li Xiao nodded slightly, observing Wei Shengzhenren standing with his sword, his expression calm as still water, yet his heart churning with turbulent waves. As the treasured sword gently swayed, undercurrents surged. Concealing a sharp edge within his blade, he blended motion with stillness, like fireflies blooming in the lonely moonlight and cold stars, ever changing in an instant. His sword technique reached the pinnacle of transformation, so intricate that even the wind seemed clumsy. The sword shadows interwove like a tapestry, leaving no gap, as if the myriad phenomena of the universe converged at his fingertips. The sword light flickered, as if heaven and earth revolved within his sword intent. In one moment, it was slanting rain, in the next delicate ripples on the river. The sword aura surged like spring thunder rumbling and summer clouds billowing.
A fine swordsmanship, like a profusion of blossoms. Are you using this intricate technique to mask your true strike?
Li Xiao nodded slightly, then raised his sword.
But is a sword truly such an inconvenient thing?
Yet that first sword stroke, seemingly just a single slash, was like a line cleaving open the heavenly gate. Heaven and earth became clear. No matter how complex your swordsmanship, I need only one strike. One strike to burst open the heavenly gate.
What?
Wei Shengzhenren was horrified. All his sword energy was severed in that single blow. No matter how he resisted or tried to dissolve the force of that strike, it was futile. That one strike alone was enough to slay him.
Impossible. I am at the nascent soul mid.
Before Wei Shengzhenren could finish his cry, he was cleaved in two by the sword, dead beyond death.
How is this possible? Senior brother Wei Shenghe?
The crowd recoiled in fear. Li Xiao glanced around. A pack of mere golden core cultivators, not even worth his sword. He decided to simply turn around and incinerate them all with a small fireball spell. Just then Li Xiao heard an uncontrollable laughter behind him. Turning back, he saw a woman with a dust-covered face, yet her delicate features were still faintly visible. She was struggling to suppress her laughter, trying not to be too unrestrained. Had she gone mad from fear? Li Xiao had never seen such a reaction. He pointed his sword at the severed body of Wei Shengzhenren.
Do you hold a grudge against him? No, not at all. Haha, he was my most respected senior brother and the one who treated me best.
Hua Yuqin shook her head, laughing.
Then why are you laughing?
Li Xiao was even more puzzled.
I laugh at you.
Hua Yuqin burst into laughter, an uncontainable delight on her face.
I laugh at you for ruining your own future, staining yourself with bloodshed. You were the chosen prodigy of our master, but now the master will never tolerate you, and you can no longer cultivate the techniques of our Peach Immortal sect. Ha ha ha. With just a little provocation you succumb to bloodshed. You are utterly unworthy of cultivating in our Peach Immortal sect. The position of direct disciple is mine and mine alone. Is that all?
Hearing this, Li Xiao was even more bewildered, than shook his head slightly.
Bloodshed. Because I killed him, I am stained with bloodshed and can no longer cultivate. Killing one man ruins my future. Huh?
He found it utterly incomprehensible.
Since you are so deluded, let me show you the world.
As he spoke, the nascent soul within Li Xiao's dantian suddenly stirred. The vicious serpent coiled around it, spiraled several times, then ascended along the spine through the heavenly path, surging forth from the energy sea at his crown.
This is what you call bloodshed. Do you see it now? You? What are you? What are you?
Hua Yuqin recoiled in terror. Upon Li Xiao's body, bloodshed and malevolence condensed into an intangible yet tangible form, like the kiss of a wild beast, its lips and teeth concealing a storm of blood and gore. With each light step, he seemed to tread upon the bones of countless fallen foes, heavy and drenched in blood. The air was thick with an irresistible aura of slaughter, like a blade slicing through the void, causing everything around to tremble. Hua Yuqin had never witnessed such a sensation. Such bloodshed could not be condensed even by slaughtering 1,000 people.
How many have you killed? Indeed, how many have you killed?
Shu Qiuqiao was equally puzzled.
Didn't I mention it when I released the vengeful spirits last time? Counting roughly, I've taken out about 3,000 cultivators. No, the bloodshed on you doesn't seem like it could come from just 3,000 people. Wait. Cultivators. Did you also kill mortals?
Shu Qiuqiao suddenly caught an odd nuance in Li Xiao's words. From the beginning, Li Xia had only spoken of killing cultivators. How many mortals had he killed?
Knowing too much will make you unhappy.
Li Xia shrugged, then turned to the terrified Hua Yuqin, raising his hand to end her life. With a sweep of his sword aura, he cleared the dozen or so people within the formation. He truly couldn't understand. A group of mere golden core cultivators at best daring to trouble a nascent soul cultivator. Had this sect sheltered them too well? With the disciples serving as formation anchors, dead, the formation naturally dissolved. As it slowly faded, a figure appeared before Li Xia. Yujue Shinjun looked at the scattered limbs within the formation, furrowed his brow slightly, then let out a sigh.
Oh, kind Shinjun, what are your thoughts upon seeing this?
Li Xia smiled, as if certain that Yujue Shinjun would not kill him.
Not stained with bloodshed, are you? Want to kill me? Li Xia, stop provoking him in such a state. He has been quite kind to me.
And we can't defeat him anyway. Shu Qiuqiao hastily interjected.
I will not kill you.
Unexpectedly, Yujue Shinjun merely shook his head.
Oh, then you're quite nice. Here, return your pills. Am leaving.
Li Xia sneered, casually tossing back a storage pouch. But Yujue Shinjun caught it and returned it.
My earlier promise still stands. Take these and find a successor for my Peach Immortal Sex techniques, so they are not lost. Also,
as Yujue Shinjun shook his head, Li Xia suddenly felt a chill at his back.
If you wish to walk out of my Peach Immortal Sect alive, these pills will be useful to you.
Li Xia whirled around. In the next instant, a sword aura carrying the might to sever the heavens came hurtling towards him. Peach Immortal Sect was divided into the inner and outer veins. The outer vein practiced quiet cultivation, aloof from worldly strife. One could say they were all good people. The inner vein, however, upheld the principle of killing to stop killing. Slaying one evil was akin to building a 7-tiered pagoda. Demon, do not flee. Taste my immortal sword. The moment Li Xia appeared within Peach Immortal Sect, the cultivators of the inner vein stirred like sharks catching the scent of blood. They spent their days slaying demons and vanquishing evil, enhancing their cultivation by eliminating fiends. How could they fail to detect the thick blood-soaked aura on Li Xia, as if he had just emerged from a pool of gore? That single sword strike was merely a greeting. Excellent swordsmanship. Li Xia raised his hand to parry. Even he was forced back dozens of zhong by that blow. In his memory, aside from the old monster of his own sect and the divine transformation sovereign, he had rarely witnessed such formidable sword power. That one strike alone was enough to make Li Xia acknowledge this man as a rare and worthy opponent. Impressive, truly impressive swordsmanship. The heroes of this world are as numerous as carp swimming upstream. I was merely confined to a corner too narrow in my experience, unaware that such true heroes exist under heaven. Li Xia laughed heartily, raised his hand, and delivered another horizontal slash. One slash to cleave the heavens. This strike seemed to split the very sky and earth apart. The sword aura streaked across the void with such ferocity that even an immortal fishing from the clouds would be forced back 3,000 li. His opponent was undaunted. Two sword auras collided midair, their sharpness shredding the colorful clouds at the horizon. Even sunlight was torn asunder in the clash, scattering to the ground like fragments of gold. Ha ha ha, exhilarating, exhilarating. Li Xia, spare the exhilaration. I heard from Shadow Phantom that the inner vein of Peach Immortal Sect is ruthless and not to be trifled with, and we're still in their stronghold. Shu Qiuqiao shouted. You weren't this timid when I was gone, were you? If not to fight, then flee. Li Xia spun around his feet, treading phantom shadows, and in an instant he vanished toward the horizon. But before he had gone far, a sword struck from directly ahead. Such a swift sword. Dodging aside, Li Xia finally glimpsed the face of the swordsman he had been dueling. Clad in black and white Taoist robes radiating an aura of slaughter, what a fitting figure for the Peach Immortal Sect's inner vein. Perish heretic, the man said, raising his long sword to point at Li Xia. True demonic cultivators usually call me evil fiend, Li Xia retorted with a cold laugh, raising his own sword. The next moment their sword auras met, piercing the 9 heavens above and severing the yellow springs below. The surrounding clouds were completely shredded by the clash, dissolving into mist and vanishing with the wind. The countless sword shadows danced like the myriad stars of deep autumn or dewdrops on a summer lotus pond, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire sky and earth with dazzling light. Such meager skills cannot slay me. Li Xiao laughed heartily. He had pushed his swordsmanship to its limits, yet still could not gain the upper hand against his foe. At least a nascent soul peak cultivator, but with such swordsmanship, he must be a standout even among that realm. Excellent, truly excellent. In that case, let me try another sword. The man stepped back and formed a hand seal with a technique all too familiar to Li Xiao. No way. Shu Qiuqiao murmured. The next second a sharp cry rang out, innate divine ability, ascension upon slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Sword aura scattered, carving out a bounded domain. Within this demarcated realm countless blades stood proud and towering like undulating mountain ranges, forging a sea of edges. The mountain of swords stood unyielding, as if suppressing all evil with divine might. Each blade bore the memory of a demon-slaying deed. Li Xiao turned to see the domain's periphery etched with sword auras tracing invincible sharp trajectories. Li Xiao, his move looks just like your ultimate technique. Shu Qiuqiao quickly asked. Well? How to put it, Li Xiao mused. This must be what they call an innate divine ability, right? Li Xiao observed. It differed from his own divine ability, not a self-contained world domain. Precisely speaking, the domain was incomplete, merely manifesting in the real world to define a bounded area. Once trapped within the blood prison of slaughter, escape was impossible unless Li Xiao died or possessed the power to tear through space. But this domain could be fled as long as one could withstand the sword aura at its edges. What is your surname? Zhao. Xiao Sheng. The man replied in a low voice, as if acknowledging Li Xiao's strength, before deigning to reveal his name. From the Zhao clan of Zhuozhou. Then we are truly fated to meet. Seeing the oppressive sword aura pressing toward him, Li Xiao shook his head, and under Zhao Sheng's astonished gaze formed a hand seal of his own. Remember, my surname is Li. Innate. Divine ability. Blood prison of slaughter. The bloody world unfolded once more. Countless enslaved spirits crawled out of the scarlet earth, but the moment they emerged, they were shredded by the ubiquitous sword aura, minced finer than ground meat. Yet these spirits surged forward relentlessly as if endless. From the Li clan of Longxi. Zhao Sheng frowned, seeing his sword aura almost entirely consumed in annihilating the spirits, while this space seemed to steadily drain his life force. Troublesome indeed. Though due to the chasm-like gap between early nascent soul and peak nascent soul, his innate divine ability fell short in quantity compared to Li Xiao's. But for some reason the quality of this divine ability seemed a tier higher than his own. Enough. Even if you are of the Longxi Li clan, I will slay you, this demon, today. Zhao Sheng extended a hand and murmured softly, ascension. The key to ascension upon slaying demons and vanquishing evil lay not in slaying demons, but in ascension. Each time he slew a demon, he forged a sword aura. The stronger the demon slain, the mightier the aura. Now he had slain 387 heretics, and the sword aura in his hand was terrifying beyond measure. With a sweep of his longsword, all the sword aura in the domain converged onto his blade. The sword in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 units sharpness, causing even the blood prison of slaughter to tremble slightly. 6. Li Xiao stared at the hair-raising sword in Zhao Sheng's hand, and silently typed a 6. Seriously, was its power this terrifying? A growth-type divine ability like mine. This trouble seems a bit too big. Demon, witness my sword. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, sweeping his longsword horizontally with the force to crush 10,000 armies. Damn, I might not be able to take this. Huh? Shu Qiuqiao was shocked. Li Xiao, what do we do if you can't beat them? If I can't beat them, I'll fight them heathen. Shu Qiuqiao, share that peach blossom robe technique you just learned with me. Li Xiao sneered, then raised his hand to form a hand seal. Instantly a layer of peach-colored silk robes coalesced around him, the gossamer fabric fluttering lightly. Though it appeared delicate, it could withstand immense force. You dare to use the techniques of my peach immortal sect? Die, heretic! I keep telling you, people like me are usually called dark heretics by the righteous. The sword chi collided with the silk robes. The gossamer fabric shattered rapidly. Li Xiao frowned, slightly raised his hand, and swiftly unleashed over a dozen sword lights. The sword lights met the sword chi, but failed to neutralize its force. A thunderous explosion rang out. Li Xiao's body was abruptly sent flying, skidding across the crimson ground for 100 meters, leaving a long, deep trail behind him.
Damn. That's got some kick.
Li Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. A nascent soul peak cultivator with an innate divine ability was indeed formidable. Fighting across the three subrealms of mid-late and peak nascent soul all at once was still a bit too much of a stretch.
Li Xiao, you.
Shu Qiuqiao's face was full of worry. Her mind raced trying to figure out what she could do to help, but for a moment she couldn't think of any way to assist Li Xiao.
Don't panic, Shu Qiuqiao, my good roommate. Look over there.
Shu Qiuqiao followed the direction Li Xiao pointed but saw nothing.
See those sword energies? That's his innate divine ability. I see.
Shu Qiuqiao nodded dumbly.
Copy it. Huh? Li Xiao, have you suddenly lost your mind?
Li Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, 3,000 enslaved specters burst forth from the ground, charging relentlessly toward Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, his gaze turning cold. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the relentless wave of specters dissipated across the land like bubbles meeting a flame, batch after batch. Seizing the moment, while Zhao Sheng was delayed, Li Xiao spoke rapidly.
Shu Qiuqiao, haven't you always wondered where my ultimate move came from?
Shu Qiuqiao nodded blankly.
Divine abilities are something only those who have crossed over from another world can learn. I don't know how these great families got theirs, but my ability is the golden finger I was born with when I transmigrated to this world. Hey, don't start explaining the lore at a critical moment like this. That guy's about to come over and kill us. Don't rush.
Li Xiao pressed down with one hand, signaling Shu Qiuqiao to be quiet first.
Listen to me. Anyone who crosses over from another world can learn a divine ability. And as I see it, anyone who transmigrates must inherently possess one. It's not that you don't have it, you just haven't realized it yet. Huh? I have a big killer move like that. Why don't I know about it?
By now Zhao Sheng's sword chi had nearly swept away all the specters. Even though the specters could regenerate, their speed couldn't keep up with Zhao Sheng's clearing pace. Li Xiao could only speed up his words.
Think about it. Every technique you've seen in this world, no matter how difficult, you pick up at a single glance, right? Even offensive methods, you know the principle and how to cultivate them just by looking, but you just don't know how to use them. That is your divine ability. Feel it carefully. A divine ability is etched into your soul. An innate divine ability is merely a person's own divine ability etched into their bloodline and passed down. In essence, it's just another type of spell. In other words, you can learn it too. But, close your eyes. Calm your mind and concentrate. Find your divine ability. Don't worry about the outside.
Li Xiao gave a cold shout. Just then, he saw the sword that could sweep through armies swinging toward him again. He had no choice but to retreat rapidly while snapping his fingers at Zhao Sheng.
Fireball, 240 consecutive shots.
240 fiery dragons crashed down upon Zhao Sheng like a tidal wave of flame. Without any pause, Li Xiao formed another hand seal.
Ice Spear Technique, 240 consecutive shots. Metal Severing Art, 240 consecutive shots.
Flames, icebergs, and blades merged into an ocean of destruction and death. Zhao Sheng's response to this sea of spells was merely another swing of his sword. With a single slash, he cleaved Li Xiao's sea of spells in two.
Everything is just one slash, huh? How domineering.
Li Xiao grinned fiercely. He formed hand seals again, but this time his gestures shifted rapidly. In a short moment, a fiery dragon rose behind him.
Black Flame Sect, I'm borrowing your spell. Flame Dragon Art.
This time the fire dragon was no longer a specialized version of the small fireball technique. It was a true dragon flame method, a higher spell with a might that rivaled a true dragon descending from the heavens. Zhao Sheng merely swung his sword coldly once more.
My golden finger. My golden finger. Ah. Li Xiao, honestly, I've been here for so long and taken so many beatings, and you're only now telling me I have a golden finger.
I thought my transmigrator's standard golden finger was just Li Xiao himself. Shu Qiuqiao carefully examined her own soul, feeling a bit exasperated. Inside her soul, where is it? Where? Out of nowhere she's told she has a hidden ultimate move, but she doesn't even know where to find it. Isn't that just insane? Suddenly a thought struck Shu Qiuqiao, and she hurriedly looked toward Li Xiao's soul. Li Xiao's soul was currently fluctuating violently, indicating that the battle outside was fierce, and the situation wasn't good. But that wasn't what Shu Qiuqiao was focusing on. She had noticed something long ago. Every time Li Xiao used his divine ability, his soul emitted a different kind of fluctuation, as if there was a core vibrating within it. In the chest, Shu Qiuqiao suddenly thought of something, and quickly checked her own chest.
It's been years since I last looked. I'm not flat either. No, that's not it.
Calming her mind, she focused on the chest of her soul, at the position of the heart. A soul has no organs, so naturally it has no heart. But she could sense that something there was pulsating just like a heart.
So this is my divine ability.
Feeling the golden speck of light deep within her soul, Shu Qiuqiao was momentarily stunned.
I really do have a golden finger. Cough.
Li Xiao coughed up another mouthful of blood. By now, he was relying entirely on his superior physical refinement, exchanging blows with Zhao Sheng in a manner that injured the enemy by 1,000 at the cost of 800 to himself. His body was now covered in wounds, and his internal injuries were even more severe. Although Zhao Sheng was slightly less injured, his appearance was far from pristine. His black and white Taoist robe was almost completely stained a dark crimson. Yet the sword in his hand never paused strike after strike, its power undiminished, as if it were an inexhaustible torrent.
Impressive. Come again.
Li Xiao forced himself to catch his breath, raised his hand to summon a fire dragon once more, and prepared to charge forward alongside it, exchanging another blow with that bastard. At that moment, Shu Qiuqiao's voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Li Xiao, I found it. Found it.
So this little cupcake was finally of some use. Li Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief, then felt a golden orb of light spinning within his body. His hands unconsciously followed the gravitational pull of the orb, forming a hand seal, and when he spoke it was with Shu Qiuqiao's voice.
Divine ability, deconstruction of myriad laws. This.
The sight before him left Li Xiao stunned. Even with his vast experience, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. In the space where they now stood, everything in heaven and earth, whether the swords, the haunting specters, the blood-red sky, or the scarlet earth, was all conjured by sorcery. Previously, Li Xiao had seen the sky as merely the sky, the earth as merely the earth, and sword aura as merely sword aura. But in that instant, he perceived the flow of sorcery within all things. Everything was comprehensible, everything could be deconstructed. Law, all was law. Yet it lasted only a single moment. That fleeting sensation was like glimpsing a door, as addictive as the most potent poison, driving him to desperately grasp that momentary brilliance.
Is this the world as you see it?
Li Xiao murmured.
Huh? I thought everyone could see it.
Shu Qiuqiao replied, puzzled. But seeing the long sword sever the fire dragon, and about to strike them, she quickly fell silent, channeling the divine ability with all her might.
Deconstruct, comprehend, learn. All laws of heaven and earth are born from the Tao. What your Tao manifests becomes my Tao.
No longer passively absorbing external information like a fool, but actively learning, comprehending, and deconstructing. Li Xiao exerted all his strength to deploy the peach blossom silk garment, blocking the strike, only to be sent flying backward once more. Yet this time a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. For in the very instant he was struck, Shu Qiuqiao had already shared the fully deconstructed innate divine ability into his mind.
You really can learn it. Shu Qiuqiao, you're even more of a cheater than I am. So you didn't know if I could actually learn it.
Yet Li Xiao formed hand seals with both hands even as his body flew backward, and his voice rang out coldly.
Innate divine ability, ascension of slaying demons and vanquishing evils. What?
Zhao Sheng was greatly alarmed, then quickly realized. The Zhao family's innate divine ability was a power learned by their ancestor 8,000 years ago, after traversing a secret realm to another world imprinted in their bloodline. Though the Zhao family had since sent countless expeditions back into the secret realm in 8 millennia, they had only added a few more innate divine abilities. This inborn talent impossible even to teach to outsiders. How could an outsider learn it just by looking?
Trying to bluff with such talk, it seems you're at your wit's end.
Xiaosheng sneered. But the next second his eyes flew wide open, filled with utter disbelief. For the sword aura on Li Xia's blade suddenly surged explosively, with sword energy swirling around him. Though it had not yet formed a domain, it already bore the rudimentary form of the ascension of slaying demons and vanquishing evils. Moreover, the sword aura in his hand was far more abundant than his own.
You hold 387 strands of sword aura, don't you?
Li Xiao let out a long breath, gazing at the sword in his hand. So heavy, truly heavy. So heavy it was nearly impossible to lift.
Indeed. I shall have slain 387 demon cultivators.
Xiaosheng reassured himself inwardly. This man's sword aura must be mere imitation. How could a heretic wield a sword meant to slay demons and vanquish evil?
Quite impressive. And yesterday,
Xiaosheng was taken aback.
Though I do not slay only demon cultivators, I've encountered quite a number who cross my blade.
With a sweep of his long sword, the weighty blade carved a canyon-like trench into the ground.
If I'm not mistaken, I have slain fewer than 2,000 demon cultivators to date. This sword with the power of 2,000 demon cultivators, can you withstand it?
Li Xia's body slowly rose, hovering in the void, his aura surging like a tidal wave. He held the long sword, its blade entwined with 2,000 strands of sword aura, like 2,000 coiling flood dragons. Amid the scarlet heaven and earth, he slowly raised his arms, the sword lifting above his head. With a muffled dragon's roar, the spiritual energy of the world trembled, and even space itself warped. The sword tip pointed straight at the heavens. The entwined sword aura erupted in an instant, transforming into a boundless blade that tore through the air, splitting the sky as it descended. This strike, like the force of creation itself, split a colossal rift across the firmament. Where the sword light passed, all fell silent, and the air groaned under the pressure. Compared to this supreme strike, Xiaosheng's figure seemed utterly insignificant, like a grain of sand by the sea, a speck of dust in the starry expanse, on the verge of being swallowed by the overwhelming sword aura. As he beheld that magnificent tableau, a profound sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart.
That such a sword exists in this world. Stop your lamentation. Die.
The sword fell, and heaven and earth changed color.
Alas!
A sigh echoed across the blood-red sky, severed by the sword aura.
Innate divine ability, momentary immortality.
In an instant the world stood still. A figure stepped leisurely through the rift in the scarlet sky. Time's flow became excruciatingly slow within the entire space, only he could move as usual.
Forgive me, but I truly cannot stand by and watch you slay my sex elder,
said Jade Pendant Sovereign, holding a peach blossom branch, his tone unhurried.
Another innate divine ability.
Li Xia could not speak aloud, but his mind roared.
Shu Qiuqiao, learn it quickly. I feel like I've become your cheat device,
Shu Qiuqiao complained.